At the onset of his freshman year, Su Bai activated the Indulgence System of the wealthy. Sleeping in, reward 1,000 yuan. You spent 288 yuan at the barbecue stall, cashback 2,880 yuan. Purchasing game skins cost a total of 14,396 yuan, triggering a special reward. Paramila. Luxurious vehicles, opulent mansions, shares, conglomerates. University life should be lived freely and according to one's desires. The adorable and naive academic prodigy faces familial illness and financial hardships. Su Bai waved his hand grandly. Your future is secured by me. Oh, brother is so good to me. I shall become a scientist to repay him. Is the academic sister being suppressed by a nefarious professor? Su Bai swiftly responded with a billion-yuan investment, prompting the university to beseech the academic sister's return. What to do if a company's financial chain collapses? Su Bai smiled slightly. What I possess in abundance is cash. Many years later, as people seek the origin story of the AI genius beauty, they discover the man behind her success is none other than him. Furthermore, Su Bai became the cherished white moonlight of the proud campus belle. Essential items for the contrasting senior, the spiritual companion of the affluent and beautiful counselor. Chapter 1. Unlocking the Indulgence System to Relish University Life. Jiangsheng University, Boys Dormitory, Building 7, Room 510. It was already 8 in the morning, and many classes had commenced. However, the 4 young men in the dormitory remained ensconced in their beds, blissfully asleep, utterly disinclined to rise for class. Perhaps this is a quintessential rite of passage for every college student. Skipping the early morning class. After enduring 3 grueling years in high school, the lenient environment of university makes it nearly miraculous for one to resist indulgence. Suddenly, one of the young men abruptly opened his eyes and sat up straight in bed. The sudden voice in his mind, combined with the luminous screen before him, jolted Su Bai awake in an instant. The Indulgence System of the wealthy has been successfully bound. This system is designed to assist the host in enjoying a life of unrestrained desires. Any indulgent behavior will be rewarded by the system. Additionally, all expenditure related to indulgence will receive random cashback, ranging from 2 to 10 times. Notation: the system operates with integrity. All earnings are derived from lawful sources. Oh my, is this truly the legendary Tanzij? Su Bai felt a surge of exhilaration. He then recalled that he had overslept and skipped class. Does that count as indulgence? Just as this thought emerged, the system prompted him once more. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has indulged in a lie-in and skipped classes. Reward: cash 1,000 yuan. Su Bai hastily glanced at the text notification on his phone. Construction Bank, your account ending in 8577 has been credited with 1,000 yuan. Current balance: 2,200 yuan. For details on popular financial products, please click here. Initially, his account held a mere 1,200 yuan, the living expenses sent by his aunt just yesterday, a standard sum for a financially struggling university student. Now, however, an unexpected deposit of 1,000 yuan had doubled his assets. In an instant, Su Bai conceived a hedonistic idea, eager to validate the worth of the system. He quickly got out of bed, donned his clothes, and rushed to the cafeteria to order an extravagant breakfast: spicy hot pot, fried chicken, braised duck legs, and snail noodles. To consume such greasy fare so early in the morning surely qualifies as indulgence, does it not? Ding! Detection indicates that the host has excessively feasted for breakfast. Expenditure: 43 yuan, triggering a 10-fold cashback for 130 yuan. The bank notification chimed in simultaneously on his phone. Su Bai, come join us for breakfast. A voice called out to him. Turning towards the sound, Su Bai beheld his counselor, Xiaolin. Although referred to as a counselor, she had recently graduated from her senior year and was now pursuing a master's in the same field, taking on a part-time counseling role. Su Bai greeted her politely. Good morning, Counselor Xia. Such a lavish breakfast this early? Do be careful of indigestion, Xiaolin advised with genuine concern. It's fine. I'm planning to hit the gym later, so I need to eat more to have the energy, he replied. I see. Well, enjoy your meal. I must be off. Bye. Goodbye, Counselor Xia. Xiaolin did not linger, exchanging pleasantries before returning to her own duties. She recalled that Su Bai's class had a political theory course this morning, implying that he had indeed skipped class. Aware of this fact, she chose not to mention it. In this day and age, it is quite commonplace for university students to skip classes as long as they can manage to perform well on their final exams and maintain acceptable grades. If one were to scrutinize, Xiaolin herself had also skipped her fair share of classes back in her day. Her management style toward students was rather lenient. Being a beautiful and gracious senior, she had garnered much acclaim from her students over the past month since the semester began. As for Su Bai, his claim of going to the gym was merely a facade. Engaging in fitness requires a level of discipline that starkly contrasts with the indulgent system. After a delightful meal, Su Bai returned to his dormitory and powered on his computer. His roommates were still sound asleep, and gaming at such a time would likely disturb them, so he opted to watch a web series instead. He had recently stockpiled numerous shows he wished to watch, both domestic and international, but had yet to indulge. Now seemed like the perfect opportunity. After watching for a while, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding! Detection indicates that the host is watching shows during prime study hours. This is truly indulgent. Reward, 2,000 yuan. So, watching shows comes with a paycheck, does it? Not too shabby. Su Bai found himself engrossed in the storyline. Time flowed quietly, and before long, it was past 9 in the morning. His roommates began to awaken, some preparing for their second class of the morning. It was still early in the semester, and most students still retained a semblance of decorum, generally avoiding skipping classes, particularly those that occurred during daylight hours. Of course, some attended because they longed to see the goddess of their dreams. Wang Haoren, who occupied the bed next to Su Bai, had no classes scheduled. He rose and opened his laptop, launching a certain anime-themed game. Indeed, Wang Haoren was a seasoned otaku, yet he was far more understated compared to those who donned t-shirts adorned with anime characters, clutched peculiar body pillows, and frequently quoted Japanese lines. To the untrained eye, he appeared to be an ordinary university student. In his leisure time, he enjoyed quietly watching anime and playing video games without spending a dime. He possessed a pleasant disposition, embodying the archetype of a harmless individual. Over the past month since the semester began, Su Bai had formed the closest bond with Wang Haoren in the dormitory. The other two roommates, by contrast, were rather difficult to deal with. They often engaged in outrageous antics, buoyed by their affluent backgrounds, leaving the two more sensible individuals at a loss for words. Noticing that his roommates were finally awake, Su Bai decided to turn off the web series. Having grown weary of watching, he switched to gaming. He logged into League of Legends, and as soon as the interface loaded, he was assailed by an advertisement for skin promotions. Normally, Su Bai would have dismissed the ad without a second thought. Skins held no relevance for someone in his financial predicament. They did not enhance his attack power. He was content with the free skins he had received. However, now that he had unlocked the Indulgent system, his perspective had shifted. Purchasing numerous game skins in one go could be deemed indulgent, couldn't it? Upon receiving confirmation from the system, Su Bai selected a plethora of skins he had long coveted but had refrained from purchasing to save money. His bank card now boasted a total of 4,630 yuan. He aimed to spend as much as possible. After all, the system rewarded immediate cashbacks. The more he spent, the more he received. Supreme Punch, Soul Lotus, and the limited-time return of championship skins. He intended to buy all that he loved. Ultimately, he accumulated a total expenditure of 4,396 yuan. Surprisingly, that number felt rather auspicious. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has engaged in indulgent spending on game skins, triggering a 5-fold cashback, 21,980 yuan. The balance in his bank account surged to over 22,000 yuan. The speed at which he was earning money was astonishing, Su Bai mused. He was enrolled at Jiangxing University, a prestigious national 985 institution, pursuing a highly sought-after computer science degree. Graduates from their program often secured lucrative roles in the tech industry, yet their monthly salaries rarely exceeded 22,000 yuan. Not to mention, this was merely the income he casually amassed over the course of a single morning's entertainment. With the increase in capital, Su Bai could afford to indulge in even more extravagant expenditures, allowing his wealth to snowball exponentially. Furthermore, the system indicated that with increasingly indulgent behaviors, the rewards would extend beyond mere cash. They could include luxury cars, prestigious watches, opulent villas, and even more astonishing hidden features. Is this the life of a wealthy tycoon? It is indeed both divine and extravagant. Su Bai was momentarily exhilarated, Yet he soon regained his composure, for he possessed a remarkably robust mental fortitude. Setting aside his earnings, he decided to immerse himself in the game and experience the newly acquired skins. The dormitory was arranged with bunk beds and desks, and as Wang Haoren stood up to stretch midway through his gaming session, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Su Bai's screen, instantly taken aback. "Goodness, Brother Bai, when did you purchase so many skins? This must amount to thousands." I just spent over 4,000 in total," Su Bai replied. Wang Haoren's expression turned to one of utter bewilderment. What was happening? It was common knowledge that Su Bai had always been a free-to-play gamer, just like him. So why the sudden splurge? Su Bai chuckled. "I must confess, I am actually a second-generation wealthy individual." "Wait, what did you say also?" Wang Haoren suddenly realized. "Damn it, so I'm the only poor soul in our dormitory." Before Su Bai could respond, Wang Haoren, scratching his head with a grin, said, "All right then, that's quite all right. It makes sense now that Brother Bai possesses such capability. Otherwise, those two in our dorm would have skewed my perception of the affluent." Su Bai merely smiled and remained silent. Encountering foolishness in college dorms is quite normal. In a nation of 1.4 billion, how could one reflect the diversity of human genes without encountering a few oddities? "Brother Bai, you are unaware, but while you were absent last night, Chu Mingzhi and Shui Tao got into another argument." Chu Mingzhi and Shui Tao were the names of the other two roommates. What was it about? It was about a woman, of course. Chu Mingzhi has a crush on a girl, and Shui Tao insisted she was hypocritical, claiming she was no different from other girls behind the scenes, thus leading to their quarrel. "But I remember that girl doesn't even acknowledge Chu Mingzhi, right?" Su Bai recalled. "Indeed, it is merely unrequited love. To argue over her is truly ridiculous." The phenomenon of simping exists in every era and location, and Su Bai took it as a source of amusement. However, the dormitory of the girl whom Chu Mingzhi pursued was rather intriguing. Among the four girls, three possessed striking beauty, each with a unique charm, earning them the title of Goddess Dormitory among their peers. The girl Chu Mingzhi fancied was named Chun Yuxing, embodying the persona of a cold, elegant sister. She was also a freshman, standing over 1.7 meters tall, endowed with long, graceful legs. Her stunningly beautiful visage surpassed even that of celebrities. Like Su Bai, she was majoring in computer science and had reportedly released her own open-source project online during high school, earning an invitation to join a professor's laboratory as soon as the semester began. A veritable academic prodigy. Since the commencement of military training, she had garnered the attention of countless faculty and students. Although she maintained a perpetually expressionless face, there were always suitors attempting to curry favor. However, she unequivocally rejected all advances, asserting, "I do not wish to engage in romantic pursuits, nor will I accept kindness without merit." Perhaps it was precisely this trait that rendered her so special in Chu Mingzhi's eyes, while Shui Tao deemed Chun Yuxing to be pretentious. This perspective is, in truth, quite normal. Everyone harbors facets unknown to others. Su Bai, however, was indifferent to the discord among his roommates and simply listened for amusement. He swiftly redirected his focus back to the game, playing a match with top lane Vayne, followed by mid lane Yasuo. Across these two games, his kill-death ratio was 1-17. Wait a minute, the silver tier in this game is exceedingly brutal. I cannot endure this. I must hire a companion. Without hesitation, Su Bai opened a companion app. He selected the League of Legends category and sorted by price from high to low. Opting for an exorbitantly priced companion was also a form of indulgence. To his surprise, he discovered that the highest-priced options were predominantly professional players or former professionals. Skipping past these options, he noted they were all male, which held little appeal for him. What was the point of spending a fortune to have a man accompany him in gaming? He might as well duo queue with Wang Haoren, two silvers embarking on an adventure together. Thus, Su Bai decisively filtered the options to female companions only. Now, the search yielded a dazzling array of photos featuring internet celebrity-style beauties. What delight! After perusing a selection, Su Bai was particularly drawn to a companion with the ID Yuxia. Unlike other companions, she did not post any misleading photos. Instead, she provided an audio introduction. Her voice was melodious, exuding a youthful yet sophisticated aura, evoking a sense of intrigue. Unfortunately, the lady made it clear in her introduction that she was not interested in anything romantic. Her focus was solely on gaming. Priced at 200 yuan per hour, her charges were already on par with those of ordinary professional players. This raised a pertinent question. What justified this companion's exorbitant fees? The answer was simple. Her rank was that of a top-tier challenger in the Korean server. Chapter 2. Monthly subscription for beautiful gaming companions with generous cashbacks. It is widely acknowledged that high-skilled female gaming companions are among the most scarce resources in the industry. The comments at the bottom of the page are overwhelmingly positive, praising the lady's unparalleled skills and her ability to elevate the game. However, her demeanor is noted to be somewhat aloof. Even the boss is addressed only with the most basic polite exchanges. Overall, the price seems reasonable. Subai is indifferent. As long as the voice is pleasant and can elevate his gameplay, that is all that matters to him. His ultimate goal is to indulge in extravagant spending. Just then, Yuxia is online, and Subai initiates a private chat, starting with a rather intriguing question. Supai to buy hello? May I inquire if your gaming companion services offer a monthly subscription? Yuxia. Supai to buy I am looking for a long-term, stable gaming companion whose voice is pleasant and can elevate my gameplay, and your profile perfectly fits my requirements. Yuxia. Oh. Yuxia, what are the specific details? Supai to buy monthly billing, no more than 2 hours per day, and the exact gaming hours can be negotiated. Yuxia, that works. Deal. A faint smile graces Subai's lips. Before this private chat, he had reviewed Yuxia's order history. An average of 2 hours daily should pose no problem for her. Charging 200 per hour, 2 hours a day amounts to 400, totaling 12,000 for the month. Supai to buy transferring the payment. Yuxia. Yuxia, what is this? Supai to buy the payment for the upcoming month. Yuxia, shouldn't we try a session first? Supai to buy no need for a trial. I trust you. Yuxia, let's play a match first. What if you don't enjoy it? Yuxia, that is quite a sum. We must be prudent. Supai to buy you will like it. Rest assured, I won't request a refund regardless. This amount is trivial for me. Yuxia. Oh. Yuxia, accepting the transfer. Simultaneously, Subai's system chimed in. Ding. Detected host's monthly subscription for a beautiful gaming companion. Expenditure of 12,000 yuan. Triggering a threefold cashback, reward of 36,000 yuan. After deducting the payment, this means a profit of 24,000. Content. Subai logged into the game and added Yuxia as an in-game friend. They both connected through the gaming companion software's voice feature. Hello. Her cool, elegant voice perfectly matched the display on the companion page. Hello. Shall we start ranked matches? Subai proposed. Indeed, her aloofness is palpable. No matter. As long as she can elevate the gameplay, that's what matters. This chilly little voice is quite captivating, Subai mused. Then, they entered the ranked match page. An awkward issue arose. Yuxia's game account is in Platinum 2 rank. According to the rules, players in Silver rank can team up with those in Bronze, Silver, and Gold ranks, but Platinum is a tier above Gold, indicating that Yuxia's account is clearly a smurf account for companionship. However, they still cannot queue together. What on earth? Is this world ever going to be alright? A Silver rank is still a rank. Perhaps the situation was too awkward. As silence fell over the voice chat. After a few seconds, Yuxia suddenly said, I just remembered, I have a Gold smurf account. Wait a moment while I switch accounts. Go ahead. 2 minutes later, Subai added her Gold account. This one we can queue with. I hadn't anticipated your rank would be so low. Sorry, did I trigger you? I'm not very good with words. If I offend you, just let me know. No worries. I have a good mindset. Oh, a silent smile crept upon Subai's lips. This lady seems to be not only aloof, but also possesses a touch of adorable clumsiness. However, once the game commenced, Yuxia exhibited none of that clumsiness. She selected the jungle role with Nidalee, a classic champion for ambushing enemies. Ganking, counter-jungling, and map control ensued. With her prowess, they crushed the opponents effortlessly. Subai felt as though he had merely coasted through to victory. TSK, utterly devoid of gaming experience. I rate this poorly. Doghead, he thought to himself. I could enjoy a few more victories like this. Over the next 2 hours, Yuxia led Subai Da by on a triumphant spree. By the time they began the last match, there were merely 5 minutes left before reaching the 2-hour mark. Yet Yuxia completed the match, demonstrating her professional ethics. Overall, Subai found the experience to be exceedingly delightful. Although Yuxia's voice was rather flat, lacking the usual flirty banter typical of gaming companions, her pleasant voice was refreshing, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Coupled with her rare and formidable skills among female companions, it was indeed worth it. Time's up. Yuxie reminded him as the last match concluded. All right, I had a wonderful time today. Let us continue tomorrow, and I'll reach out to you then. MHM. Let us add each other on WeChat for easier communication. I don't add clients on WeChat, but I'm a long-term client. It would be convenient for communication, and I could directly transfer to you via WeChat, saving on platform fees. After a moment of hesitation, perhaps tempted by the prospect of saving on fees and influenced by Su Bai's status as a valuable client, she ultimately agreed to add him on WeChat. Yuxie's WeChat profile picture featured a purple-haired anime girl, exuding a cool yet slightly adorable aura, mirroring the personality conveyed through her voice. Su Bai opted for a simple drawing of a white goose as his profile picture. They both instinctively browsed each other's moments. A mere horizontal line. Classic. Viewable only within 3 days. Neither seemed to be the type to frequently post updates. In the same city, at Jiangxing University, in a female dormitory, Chen Yuxing removed her headphones and closed her laptop. Her long legs, clad in black stockings, radiated an alluring sheen. Chapter 3. The innate black stocking saint body. Chen Yuxing dons black stockings year-round. Suffering from poor circulation, she is sensitive to cold, particularly in her legs and feet, finding comfort in wearing stockings. As for her choice of black, it is simply because black is the least prone to staining. A rather absurd rationale, yet for Chen Yuxing, a straight woman of the scientific and engineering realm, it makes perfect sense. The practical effect, from others' perspectives, is that she is naturally suited to wear black stockings. Effortlessly elegant. She embodies beauty without being gaudy, charm without being vulgar. Closing her laptop, Chen Yuxing prepared to head out for a meal, passing by the mirror at the dormitory entrance. Reflecting the enchanting visage that captivates countless men, her complexion bore a hint of weariness. Her mother's condition had been worsening, and the hospital bills were increasingly burdensome. Her savings had long been depleted, and now the expenses for her mother's treatment fell solely on Chen Yuxing's shoulders. To earn money, she took on commercial projects in the lab, assisting professors for a modest salary. Yet, it still left her finances lacking, prompting Chen Yuxing to leverage her gaming prowess and work as a gaming companion. The income from companionship is unstable, and she cannot always secure orders. Sometimes, an unexpected request arrives late at night when she is already fatigued, yet she must endure her drowsiness to complete the session. After all, one never knows when the next opportunity to earn may arise. Every chance to make money must be seized. Today, fortune smiled upon her, as a wealthy gentleman unexpectedly paid for her services for an entire month. Admittedly, the phrasing is somewhat peculiar. In essence, she now enjoyed a steady and long-term income. Chen Yuxing was elated, yet a sense of unease lingered. The gentleman, whom she referred to as the crispy-skinned white goose, had never even played games with her before directly transferring the monthly fee. Initially, she harbored suspicions that he had ulterior motives. However, after gaming for over 2 hours, the crispy-skinned white goose exhibited no inappropriate behavior. He neither pried into her personal life nor requested a picture of her legs. Even during their gaming session, there were no suggestive remarks, just wholesome play as they slaughtered foes together, and he cheered her on, calling her Big Boss 666. Overall, he struck her as a cheerful and sunny male university student. Yet, why would he spend over 10,000 yuan on her? Was it truly as he claimed, that all he desired was a pleasant voice and strong gaming skills? After much contemplation, Chen Yuxing could not arrive at a conclusion. She decided to shake her head and abandon her ruminations. Regardless, she had received the monthly payment, so she would do her best to help him rank up. As long as he maintained this demeanor, it was indeed a fortuitous situation for her. After all, she could reliably earn over 10,000 yuan a month. Even after deducting the platform's commission, what companion gamer wouldn't he appreciate such a high-quality client? Time to grab a meal, as she had class in the afternoon. Sigh, this relentless cycle of life, when would it come to an end? In truth, Chen Yuxing understood that if she were to lower her standards, she could effortlessly earn quick money. With her looks, figure, pristine reputation, and the allure of being a top student from a prestigious university, many wealthy individuals would be eager to pay. Yet, she was unwilling to descend to such depths. As long as she could earn money through her own efforts, Chen Yuxing would never compromise her integrity. Unless, well, there were no unless. In room 510 of the male dormitory building 7, Su Bai shut down his computer and addressed Wang Haoren. Shall we go eat? Let us go. At just noon, the students who had morning classes had yet to emerge, meaning the cafeteria wouldn't be too crowded. In half an hour, however, it would be bustling with people, and even buying a soda would require standing in line. The closest cafeteria to male dormitory building 7 was the third cafeteria. Upon entering, Su Bai executed a stylish sidestep. Instead of heading to the usual dining area on the first floor, he took the escalator straight to the second floor, where gourmet stir-fries were served. Although he had already indulged at breakfast, it was lunchtime now, and he had long digested the morning's meal. It is well known that male university students eat more than pigs. Not to mention Su Bai's tall stature. His appetite exceeded that of his peers. Is the second floor even worth it? The offerings seem overpriced and overly commercial. Wang Haoran remarked, feeling a bit uneasy. His family background was on par with Su Bai's before the revelation. No worries, today my dad is treating us. Let us order 4 dishes and a soup, and eat to our heart's content. Su Bai declared grandly. Wow, are you really this generous? Chu Mingzhi and Xue Tao have never treated us to a meal. That's because they are too stingy, always showing off. They can't possibly be unable to afford a meal at the second floor of the third cafeteria, can they? Wang Haoran wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing the stark contrast between Su Bai and those two. However, one thing puzzled Wang Haoran. Given that Su Bai was a wealthy second generation, why had he remained so low-key since enrolling? His everyday possessions and clothing were quite modest. Today, however, he suddenly began to splurge. In response to Wang Haoran's curiosity, Su Bai explained, I believe I mentioned that I was adopted, right? Yes, you did. Recently, a wealthy family from abroad contacted me, claiming I am their lost young master. And well, you know. Su Bai gestured as if counting money. Wang Haoran's eyes widened in shock. Wait, are you serious? This sounds like something out of a TikTok drama. I'm serious about the fortune, but don't go spreading it around. I prefer to remain low-key. Understood, Wang Haoran said, filled with envy for a moment before quickly coming to terms with it. Such serendipitous fortune fell from the sky purely by chance. Su Bai was lucky, and as his friend, he could bask in the glow of this good fortune. At the dining table, the two ordered a hearty 4-dish meal: braised fish, human lamb, chicken stew with mushrooms, and shrimp with chives, accompanied by a carrot and corn rib soup. These were all very homely dishes, but compared to the unpalatable offerings at the first floor of the cafeteria, they were a significant improvement. Naturally, the price reflected this quality. The total came to nearly 200 yuan. This time, luck was not on their side, as they only received double cashback, netting them 200 yuan. Nonetheless, it was still acceptable, especially considering that their previous cashback had been exceptionally fortunate, raising Su Bai's expectations. They would explore suitable indulgent spending options again in the afternoon. Su Bai and Wang Haoran savored their meal, patting their full bellies as they returned to their dormitory. Upon entering, they found Chu Mingzhi and Xue Tao engaged in a heated debate. The facts were laid bare. Everyone in the computer science department knew that Professor Luo personally oversaw the project assigned to Chen Yuxing, which guaranteed her a substantial income of several thousand yuan a month. She certainly did not lack for money, living independently through her own talents. Chu Mingzhi was once again defending his goddess, radiating pride as he recounted Chen Yuxing's accomplishments, seemingly unaware that it was not him who garnered the professor's attention. Xue Tao, however, countered, oh, that's not necessarily true. Girls tend to have high material desires. How can a few thousand yuan a month be sufficient? Clothes, bags, cosmetics, each one burns a hole in the pocket. Do you really think they are as frugal as us guys in the dormitory, who avoid spending even on mobile games? Wang Haoran protested. Hold on, buddy, what's wrong with us free-to-play gamers? Why must I spend money on every mobile game? I wasn't talking about you. I was just making a comparison. Xue Tao paused before saying, Chu Mingzhi, don't put Chen Yuxing on too high a pedestal. My girlfriend, who is also from her dorm, is no less deserving than her. I don't care. In my eyes, Chen Yuxing is the most outstanding goddess. If I can't win her over, I'd rather remain single throughout my university years. Chu Mingzhi proclaimed, exuding an air of sanctity. Xue Tao was taken aback. Wow, are you really that stubborn? She doesn't even pay you any mind, yet you're here preserving your chastity in vain? Huh. The rejections I've faced are merely minor setbacks on the road to success. A man of true taste should admire Chen Yuxing. Only those lacking in capability would settle for less. Who are you being so cryptic with? Xue Tao retorted in anger. Indeed, the one he genuinely admired was another girl from the goddess dormitory, but she was besieged by suitors. Knowing he lacked the means to compete, Xue Tao had reluctantly turned his attention to Lu Yuan, the only girl in the dormitory who was merely average in appearance. Yet, average was relative. Among the broader pool of girls, she was undeniably quite attractive. He was certainly not without his charms. It was only a month into the semester. And how many classmates had already found partners? Xue Tao's allure was indeed remarkable, making him stand out among his peers. Who was Chu Mingzhi to mock him? And as for taste, he had the audacity to look down on others simply because he hailed from the metropolis of Shanghai. Xue Tao was a local from Jiangcheng, hailing from a family of 4 properties, bringing in substantial rental income each month. Every month, he is allotted a minimum of 10,000 yuan as pocket money. Moreover, at the onset of the new semester, he was gifted a Volkswagen Magotan, a joint venture B-class vehicle worth 200,000 yuan. How many freshmen can boast of driving a Magotan? As the debate raged between his roommates, Su Bai remained an indifferent observer, merely enjoying the spectacle. He mentally replayed the classic gestures and infectious voice of a certain abstract streamer on Douyin, pondering, do you know about the confrontation between Hu Yi and the locals? Watching Chu Mingzhi and Xue Tao argue relentlessly, Su Bai finally interjected, enough already. If you want to quarrel, take it to the corridor. I intend to take a nap. Su Bai, weigh in for us. What kind of person do you think Chen Yuxing is? Xue Tao persisted, unwilling to relent. Exactly, let Su Bai share his thoughts. Chu Mingzhi chimed in, equally competitive. Su Bai yawned. I can't be bothered to comment. I overindulged at lunch and feel drowsy. He pulled the covers over himself and promptly fell asleep. He had no interest in engaging in such trivial disputes. He deemed it far more crucial to conserve his energy and ponder how to indulge himself later in the afternoon. Chapter 4. The Apple Store, a sanctuary for cashback. Noticing Su Bai's refusal to engage in the debate, Xue Tao and Chu Mingzhi had no choice but to temporarily cease their banter. Their motive for seeking Su Bai's opinion was merely to assert their superiority. After all, both considered themselves the most privileged individuals in their dormitory and class, and naturally, they desired to establish a hierarchy. As for why they valued Su Bai's opinion, despite his humble background, clad in items from Taobao, donning a pair of domestically produced Hongxing Erk shoes, likely worth just over 100 yuan, even less than the cost of Chu Mingzhi's underwear, Su Bai, standing at an impressive height of 185 centimeters, was undeniably handsome. Even the self-important wealthy boys had to concede that Su Bai was, without a doubt, the most attractive male in their class. However, he seemed to possess an excessively indifferent demeanor, often lacking presence in class, and sometimes appeared overly aloof. As he did just now, adopting a nonchalant attitude. Just wait until you wish to pursue a girlfriend. You may struggle to find someone better than Lu Yuanyuan. After all, in this day and age, young women are quite pragmatic, not only prioritizing looks, but also considering financial stability. Take Xue Tao, for instance, a local from Jiangxing whose family owns 4 properties, and who drives a Magotan as a freshman, thus swiftly finding a partner. Rumor has it that Su Bai's family is struggling financially. Would he ever be able to afford a Magotan? It's highly unlikely, Xue Tao mused, as he picked up his phone to chat merrily with his girlfriend. I'm already off the market, unlike you bunch of single dogs. In the afternoon, Su Bai awoke from his slumber, feeling refreshed. Glancing at the time, he noted he had over half an hour before his next class, University Physics Laboratory. He decided to step out for a stroll before heading to class. Jiangxing University boasts an expansive campus with multiple campuses occupying a significant portion of the city, leading some to jest that Jiangxing is a city built around the university. The campus is replete with various commercial facilities, including supermarkets, snack streets, cafes, and even establishments for murder mystery games. As Su Bai aimlessly wandered along the roadside, he suddenly spotted an Apple store. Ah, Apple. What makes it so appealing? The phones are exorbitantly priced. His eyes lit up as he entered the store and picked up the latest flagship device displayed on the counter. The iPhone 16 Pro Max, with a storage capacity of 1 terabyte, carries an official price tag of 13,299 yuan. Upon confirming the system, he realized that such an extravagant purchase would indeed be considered indulgent for a university student. With domestic brands rising to prominence, smartphones priced at over 2,000 yuan can now provide seamless daily usage and robust gaming performance. However, Su Bai was determined to indulge himself, even if it meant reluctantly trading his value-for-money Redmi for a top-of-the-line Apple device. He chose the titanium color variant, appreciating its elegant aesthetic. With a swift payment, he held his breath, awaiting the cashback notification. Ding! Indulgent consumption detected. 13,299 yuan, triggering 6 times cashback. 79,794 yuan. Fortune smiled upon him. Su Bai inwardly celebrated. This cashback would elevate his savings beyond 100,000 yuan. Yet, it still wasn't enough. His gaze swept across the store, considering other products. It's worth noting that Apple's high-priced offerings extend beyond just smartphones. The iPad and MacBook also pique his interest. The iPad Pro with 2 terabyte storage, capable of using a SIM card, is priced at 21,299 yuan. While the MacBook Pro with the Max chip and an optional storage configuration of 128 gigabytes 8 terabytes costs a staggering 54,749 yuan. To be candid, this was the first time Su Bai learned of such exorbitant configurations for Apple laptops. Such specifications seem unnecessary for the average person, but that's of no concern. He could certainly make use of them. After all, the more one indulges, the more the system rewards. He remained silent, simply proceeding with the purchases. The tablet yielded only double rewards, netting him 20,000 yuan, while the laptop garnered triple rewards, bringing in an impressive 110,000 yuan. After this flurry of transactions, his savings soared past 200,000 yuan. Truly, the Apple Store was a veritable treasure trove for rewards, Su Bai mused. The products may be expensive, but they were all items relevant to university students, fitting the system's definition of indulgence. Through his experiences with the system, Subai had begun to grasp its underlying principles. Indulgence, in this context, meant reveling in material pleasures without restraint, rather than merely engaging in frivolous extravagance. Selling nearly 100,000 yuan worth of items in one fell swoop brought delight to the staff, who gathered around Subai to assist him in activating his devices. During the dull waiting period, an intriguing thought crossed Subai's mind. System, may I inquire whether the consequences of indulgent behavior are solely my responsibility? Dear host, that is not the case. The system will automatically mitigate any negative effects of indulgence. For instance, if you indulge in sleeping in and neglect exercise, your health will not decline. Rather, you will simply benefit from the rejuvenating effects of ample rest. Similarly, if you overeat, your body will not suffer. The system will aid in digestion, nutrient absorption, and toxin elimination. Hearing this, Subai felt a surge of joy and pressed further. What if I skip class? Dear host, you will automatically acquire the knowledge imparted during that class. Really? Is that possible? So if I skip all my compulsory classes, wouldn't I ace the final exam? The system truly is impressive. Subai's thoughts began to race as he recalled the morning's ideological and political class. The teacher's amiable demeanor lingered in his mind, recounting recent political hot topics and sharing anecdotes about her daughter's experiences studying abroad in the United States. Well, I suppose it's acceptable to skip such a class. Useless knowledge, get out of my head. At that moment, a sales associate interrupted Subai's reverie. Excuse me, your devices have all been activated. Would you like to purchase an extended warranty? No need. Thank you, Subai replied decisively. If something breaks, of course, he would simply buy a new one. Who wouldn't he take advantage of rewards? Very well, please add me on WeChat. If you encounter any issues, feel free to reach out. By the way, are you a student at Jiangxing University? Yes, Subai responded, feeling slightly puzzled as his attention shifted back to the sales associate before him. She appeared to be a young woman, likely a recent graduate. Under the gaze of Subai, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Adding him on WeChat was cloaked under the pretext of after-sales service, yet it was hard to deny that there were other intentions beneath. Working as a sales associate in an Apple store, she had encountered numerous affluent customers, but few matched Subai's nonchalant spending habits. Without a blink, he opted for the top-tier three-piece set, effortlessly spending 100,000. Coupled with his height and striking looks, the salesgirl was undeniably captivated. As he was a student at Jiangxing University, there would undoubtedly be more opportunities to see him in the future. With her eyes brimming with longing, she watched Subai depart. However, he swiftly turned and set her WeChat to do not disturb. While the salesgirl was indeed attractive, she fell slightly short of his standards. He was quite discerning, and with the advent of the wealthy system, he had the means to be picky. After a bout of shopping, he arrived at the experimental building just in time for class. Honestly, why did the computer science department offer a course in physics experiments? It seemed entirely unrelated. But then again, who was he to question? The political education teacher's daughter's American adventure was equally irrelevant to the curriculum, yet it was still shared. What could this signify? University was primarily about experiences. After all, Subai was actually quite curious about the physics lab equipment. His high school in his hometown was rather impoverished, and the laboratory was practically non-existent, devoid of any legitimate experimental apparatus. He signed in with the substitute teacher and plopped down in his assigned seat, waiting for class to commence. With time to spare, he decided to play on his tablet. It must be said, the display quality of Apple devices was indeed exceptional. He logged into a certain online shopping platform to check out the latest desktop configurations. Just moments ago, he had conceived a new idea. While the Apple laptop was high-end, it was not suitable for gaming. Thus, purchasing a desktop for gaming would also be a reasonable indulgence. He immediately selected a top-tier gaming brand, ROG, colloquially known as the Eye of the Bad Spending, a cherished name among countless computer enthusiasts. He maxed out the configurations, glanced at the price. Over 80,000, not bad. This order would guarantee him an 8,000 profit. After all, the minimum was double cash back. Just as Subai was about to place his order, a familiar, cool, and aloof voice interrupted him. Don't buy that model, it's a ripoff. Chapter 5, The Black Stocking Academic Beauty Stealthily. Subai looked up, momentarily stunned. A striking beauty with long, straight black hair, tall and slender, clad in a simple t-shirt and flowing chiffon skirt, with a glimpse of black stockings and petite leather shoes peeking out. In mid-September, Jiangxing was still lingering in the tail end of summer. Any girl brave enough to wear black stockings and leather shoes in this weather was undeniably bold. Usually, such attire would lead to an unpleasant odor after a few hours. Yet, this girl emanated a delicate fragrance instead, exuding an air of deep elegance akin to a rare flower on a lofty peak. What did you just say? Subai inquired, his mind momentarily short-circuited by her beauty. I said, The computer you intend to buy is not worth it. She pointed at the screen on his tablet. The brand markup is excessive. I suggest you buy the components and assemble it yourself. You could save about 30%. No, my dear. I would rather have that 30%. He retorted, bemused. Why would a stranger come in and disrupt my financial plans? He chuckled lightly. It's all right, I prefer this brand. It holds sentimental value. But thank you for the advice. Very well then. You can wait for the national subsidy before purchasing. It should be soon, allowing you to save a few thousand. Hold on, do we know each other? Why are you so eager to help me save money? You are Subai? From my class. Ah. Subai slapped his forehead. After a moment of silence, he asked, what is your name again? It had been a month since the semester started. And yet he didn't recognize the name of the beautiful girl in his class who remembered him. How embarrassing. Fortunately, she didn't seem to be the type to explode in fury at being forgotten. With a composed expression, she replied, Chen Yuxing. Rain from Yuxing and bamboo from Sheng. Got it. We are grouped together for the physics experiments, and we need to collaborate on the lab report. Let us add each other on WeChat. Sure. Ironically, just days prior, Chu Mingzhi had been racking his brain on how to add Chen Yuxing on WeChat in a fresh and natural manner. Who would have thought that the first one to accomplish this from their dormitory would be Subai? It was amusing. In truth, there was nothing extraordinary about this. It was 2025 after all, and adding someone on WeChat had become a commonplace activity, especially among university peers for purposes like group projects, club interactions, and event payments. Chu Mingzhi, however, harbored some unrealistic romantic notions, as if every step of acquaintance should be adorned with pink bubbles. It was somewhat comical. No wonder his classmates teased him with the nickname Lord Hu, as he indeed had a peculiar charm. Amused by the dormitory antics, Subai casually opened his WeChat QR code for Chen Yuxing to scan. Wait, I've added you before. Really? I don't recall. What is your profile picture? An anime girl with purple hair. Ah, let me look, she mused, her voice trailing off. Both fell into silence. Chen Yuxing fiddled with her phone, her long, delicate eyelashes fluttering. She glanced at the big white goose profile picture they had just added that morning, then back at Subai. Even with her naturally aloof demeanor, she felt her composure slipping, her cheeks flushing as she nervously fidgeted with her toes. Subai, maintaining a commendable demeanor, broke the tense silence first. Why are you using your real name online? In this postmodern age, a little awareness of privacy wouldn't hurt. Who uses their main account for gaming? I've said it before. I never add clients on WeChat. You're the first. Chen Yuxing's tone carried a hint of grievance. How was I to know I'd be matched with a classmate? Once those words were spoken, the atmosphere shifted palpably, taking on an inexplicable ambiguity. Subai quickly diverted the conversation. You should create a secondary account. If a similar situation arises in the future, remember to use that. Okay, by the way, which part are you responsible for in the experiment? Hands-on work or data recording? I'll record the data. My practical skills are rather mediocre. Weren't you working for Professor Luo? How can your practical skills be mediocre? Research in computer science typically doesn't require much hands-on ability. Is that so? Another silence ensued. Subai believed his emotional intelligence was intact. The awkwardness stemmed from Chen Yuxing, who evidently displayed her true self during their gaming interactions. Her surface aloofness contrasted with an underlying innocence. This was evident in her insistence that he refrain from purchasing the eye of the bad spending. Fortunately, the instructor at the front promptly announced the commencement of the lab session, bringing silence to the classroom. They transitioned into the tedious phase of reading the PowerPoint slides detailing the experiment precautions. It was well known that university professors, especially the older ones, were the hardest to endure during lectures. They lacked emotion, focusing solely on technicalities, their peculiar accents from some obscure county near Jiangxing rendering the physics terminology almost incomprehensible, akin to summoning a dread deity. Chen Yuxing, who had initially been embarrassed, soon found herself overwhelmed with sleepiness as the professor droned on. His monotonous recitation reminiscent of a litany, exacerbated by her recent severe lack of sleep. As such, Subai observed Chen Yuxing nodding her head slowly before succumbing to a gentle slumber, her gaze cast downward. Just then, the elderly professor, engrossed in reciting from the PowerPoint, lifted his head to scan the classroom, his piercing gaze settling on the table occupied by Subai and Chen Yuxing. The girl in the second-to-last row. Please stand and answer the question. He tossed a piece of chalk, which landed with a sharp sound on the desk in front of Chen Yuxing, startling her awake as she rose to her feet, staring blankly at the blackboard. Please summarize the precautions for determining the XX constant. Beneath the table, Subai discreetly prodded Chen Yuxing's thigh with his pen, discreetly flipping the experimental manual to a specific page and subtly shifting it for her to see. Chen Yuxing grasped his intent, casting a sidelong glance at the content, clearing her throat before responding. The precautions mainly consist of 3 points. First, the professor nodded approvingly. Very good. Your foundation is solid. Please take your seat. This course counts towards your compulsory credits, so I urge everyone to take it seriously. He then resumed his lecture. Once the introduction to the experiment concluded and the practical phase commenced, allowing students to engage in verbal exchanges, Chen Yuxing seized the opportunity to express her gratitude to Su Bai. Thank you. It was nothing, he replied nonchalantly. You're quite remarkable. Managing to endure such a tedious class, she remarked. Honestly, I wasn't really paying attention. I was just fortunate to know the answer to the professor's question. Oh, while the professor continued his lecture, Su Bai found his mind wandering. The system deemed this as indulgence and rewarded him with a sum of 1,000 yuan. It also activated a feature to eliminate the negative effects of indulgence, implanting relevant knowledge about the physics experiment into Su Bai's mind. Not bad. At least he wouldn't be at a loss during the experiment. While other classmates were still flustered and scrambling, Su Bai had already completed the experiment. With Chen Yuxing documenting the data, the two of them later collaborated to finalize the experiment report, which was efficiently accomplished. Quite a hassle indeed. No wonder every cohort of seniors seemed to incessantly lament the rigors of the university physics experiment. However, for Su Bai, it mattered little. As long as he left it be, the system's capabilities would ensure the experimental report materialized on its own. Ah, dear system, Daddy loves you. Consequently, Su Bai and Chen Yuxing's group was granted permission to leave class early. Chen Yuxing exhaled in relief, her gaze towards Su Bai brimming with gratitude. Not only had she avoided embarrassment in class, but they had also expedited the experiment, saving her valuable time. This would allow her to promptly head to Professor Luo's laboratory for work. However, there was still one matter that troubled Chen Yuxing. In the corridor, as Su Bai prepared to slip away, she called out to him from behind. Wait, what is up? Chen Yuxing hesitated, grappling with her words before muttering softly. About the gaming companion thing. Unable to contain himself, Su Bai burst into laughter. Haha, come on now. You're not suggesting that I'm the kind of person who would say, you wouldn't want your classmates to know you're doing companion work, right, Miss Chen? Rest assured, I'm not the type to gossip. I'll certainly keep your secret, as is my duty as a client. Thank you. After a brief pause, Chen Yuxing continued. Somewhat apprehensively, really? Su Bai sighed in exasperation. Do you really need to kneel and beg me to assure you? Ah, please don't tell anyone. I can do anything. Perhaps amused by Su Bai's exaggerated tone, Chen Yuxing rarely revealed a genuine smile. In that moment, Su Bai finally understood why classmates often remarked that Chen Yuxing had a poker face and seldom smiled. Not smiling was understandable. When she did, she was irresistible, a captivating force beyond compare. Yet, while Su Bai found himself momentarily incapacitated by her dazzling charm, Chen Yuxing astutely sensed a hint of something familiar emanating from him. A kindred essence. Although she was uncertain, her impressions of Su Bai, developed through their interactions both online and offline, were quite positive. Therefore, she resolved to take a chance. After a brief hesitation, she spoke. What did you say earlier? I said I would keep your secret. The part after that. Su Bai looked perplexed. Chen Yuxing felt a surge of urgency. Her ability to express herself had always been lacking, and she stumbled over her words. The part you mentioned afterward, the reference. Is it from that anime? Su Bai's eyes brightened, and he blurted out, Onagai, Watashi ni Kashite. Yes. Wow, so you too? Chapter 6. Mobile game in-game purchases fully maxed out, savings exceeding 1 million. In a cafe, Su Bai gazed at the girl across from him, cradling a cup of iced latte and chattering away, immersed in self-doubt. Who said Chen Yuxing was aloof? She was anything but. Look at her, babbling incessantly. Her demeanor was a stark contrast to the image his classmates held of her. Just moments ago, Chen Yuxing had initiated a secret exchange with him, and Su Bai discovered that they were both devoted fans of a particular girl band anime. Following that revelation, Chen Yuxing, as if encountering a kindred spirit, unleashed her desire to express herself. The corridor of the experiment building was not conducive to conversation, prompting the two to retreat to a nearby cafe for a lighthearted chat. To their astonishment, they realized that not only did they share a fondness for the same anime, but their interests also overlapped significantly. They found common ground in their favorite animations and films, music tastes, beloved books, and even leisure activities such as gaming, watching abstract videos, culinary pursuits, and various electronics reviews. It was as if Su Bai had discovered another version of himself. This revelation left him utterly astonished. Logically, one would expect a cool-headed female academic to possess interests befitting a refined heiress, or perhaps conform to the stereotype of someone who follows celebrity gossip, indulging in shopping sprees with friends, and keeping up with luxury brands. Yet, Su Bai found a reflection of himself in Chen Yuxing. It was both amusing and exhilarating. As being understood is a profound spiritual need, particularly when the one who comprehends you is a stunning beauty with long black hair and an air of sophistication. As they chatted, An amusing coincidence occurred when both took a sip of their coffees simultaneously, enveloping the air in a sudden stillness. The cafe was suffused with a leisurely afternoon ambience, their gazes inadvertently locking for a fleeting moment before shying away. I need to head to Professor Luo's laboratory to work. Go ahead, business takes precedence. Chen Yuxing cast a lingering glance at Su Bai, her lips moving as if to speak, yet she ultimately refrained, clutching her bag as she departed. In truth, Su Bai also had words left unspoken. He was curious as to why, given that Chen Yuxing had an income from her laboratory job, she would still engage in companion work. It wasn't a matter of disparaging the profession. It merely seemed unnecessary for an ordinary female university student to overexert herself. It appeared that Chen Yuxing was in dire need of money. Perhaps he would inquire about it later. After all, it might be a personal matter she preferred to keep private. After finishing his coffee, Su Bai ordered some sweet pastries to take back with him. This cafe, known for its exquisite ambience, was a trendy spot on Jiangxing University's campus, with its desserts priced at a premium, perfect for Su Bai's generous rewards. Upon returning to his dormitory, he planned to share the treats with Wang Haoren. Brother Bai, do you want me to help you write your experiment report? Why the sudden inquiry? I apologize for always relying on you for food and drink. It weighs on my conscience. Perhaps I could assist you with some chores. Oh, by the way, if you engage in any mobile gaming, I could also help you with the grind. Wang Haoren's expression was one of genuine sincerity. It must be said that this fellow possesses commendable character. Many individuals tend to take advantage of others, and once they have, they express no gratitude whatsoever. However, upon mentioning mobile games, Su Bai was struck with a fresh inspiration. Engaging in the whimsical world of gacha games is indeed a splendid form of indulgent expenditure. For instance, the quintessential example would be Genshin Impact, where opening a new banner and extracting all available characters could cost around 25,000 yuan, and with poor luck, one might end up spending over 30,000. If there are 2 new characters in the current banner, the stakes are significantly raised. Su Bai opened his computer and logged into his Genshin account. He had tried this game a few years back, but found it lacking in appeal. Despite the beauty of its characters, the issue lay in the exorbitant costs. Spending 648 yuan yielded no visible results, whereas during his high school days, that amount could sustain him in the school cafeteria for an entire month. Times have changed. Since the system deems mobile gaming expenditures as a form of indulgence, he decided to indulge without restraint. Witnessing Su Bai pouring money into the game like a flowing river, he unleashed a series of 10 consecutive pulls, clearing the entire banner in one go. His total expenditure exceeded 50,000 yuan. Su Bai was even oblivious to the identities of the characters he had drawn or their backstories. Such details were inconsequential. All he needed to know was that the system had triggered an 8-fold cashback for 100,000 yuan. Wang Haoren stood beside him, utterly astonished. He had long heard of wealthy individuals engaging in mobile gaming, spending money as effortlessly as breathing, but witnessing it firsthand was a different experience altogether. It felt as if they were playing entirely different games compared to those who meticulously completed daily tasks and calculated resources for pulls. The power of the blue-green modifier was truly terrifying. Hey, Brother Bai, does that overseas wealthy family still need a young master? Can I join? What the hell join you? Are we in some matchmaking hall here? Su Bai exited the account and sent his login details to Wang Haoren, stating, I finished my pulls. You can help me play since I haven't been on in a while and have no idea how far the main storyline has progressed. Wait, Brother Bai, aren't you going to experience the characters you just pulled? Experience what? I've already quit the game. I can't be bothered to research the new mechanisms. I'll just watch you play. Brother Bai, if you don't mind, I'd like to adopt you as my righteous father. Get lost. I don't want you as my foolish son. Su Bai laughed and scolded him, returning to his own computer. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, doesn't Team Yuan have 2 other gacha games as well? Wang Haoren's eyes lit up. Yes, brother, there are. Half an hour later, Wang Haoren had 2 windows open on his computer, simultaneously operating Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail. His phone was also running Honkai Star Rail, managing 3 tasks at once. He executed them with remarkable fluidity. Su Bai exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, you're a natural at this. Not bad, Wang Haoren modestly replied. I'm just familiar with the mechanics of these grind games. It's not difficult. I did this for a while during summer vacation, and the computer I'm using was purchased with the money I earned from it. Impressive, Su Bai mused. If he were to establish an online gaming studio, he could have Wang Haoren manage it, while he hung his top-tier accounts there, thus satisfying his indulgent desires. After all, he was hiring someone to grind for him, not merely spending money without playing the game. It wouldn't constitute wastefulness, but that was a matter for the future. For now, he would let Wang Haoren assist him with the Miyuan trifecta. It was a mutual aid arrangement between roommates, and since Wang Haoren enjoyed gaming, having access to a top-tier account would be a delight for him. With his indulgent spending across 3 games, Su Bai's savings had surpassed 1 million yuan. In his mind, the status of Apple as a cashback haven had been supplanted by yuan. After all, devices like smartphones and tablets could be utilized for a long time. Whereas gacha games updated their banners monthly. For Su Bai, it was a steady cash flow, remarkably simple and effortless. He merely needed to spend money and let his roommate handle the grind. After a few repetitions, Su Bai reminded Wang Haoren, "Make sure to notify me when the banner updates. I'll top up when the time comes." "Do you want to max out every banner?" "Yes, absolutely." This was the true mark of wealth, spending money with a sense of ease. The key was that Su Bai remained understated, devoid of any airs of a wealthy individual. In stark contrast, the other 2 roommates, a local and a wealthy Shanghai native, were woefully lacking in comparison. Wang Haoren reflected on this. Ding. Hostess savings have surpassed 1 million. Reward: 1 luxury car lottery ticket. Keep up the good work and indulge further. A luxury car lottery ticket? Not bad. The city of Jiangchang is vast, and public transportation is not as convenient as in first-tier cities. Having a car would be quite beneficial, as taking a taxi doesn't afford the same freedom. Su Bai summoned the system to check the details of the lottery ticket. Chapter 7. Driving a Mercedes GLE in freshman year. The senior is envious. As the name implies, upon using the luxury car lottery ticket, the system will randomly select a luxury car priced between 300,000 and 3 million yuan, delivering it to Su Bai in a lawful manner. The more expensive the car, the lower the probability of winning, akin to the mechanics of gacha games. Su Bai was not particularly knowledgeable about cars, being an average citizen. His understanding of luxury brands was limited to the likes of Mercedes, BMW, and Audi. Looking on the downside, the worst he could draw would be a car worth 300,000 yuan, which is already considered a good vehicle in the eyes of the public. It would suffice for daily use, and as a freshman, there was no need to be overly extravagant. Let the drawing commence. The colorful wheel spun rapidly before gradually slowing down, finally halting in a relatively narrow segment. Su Bai's heart leapt with joy. This indicated that he had at least not drawn the lowest tier. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a Mercedes GLE 454 Matic Luxury Edition. Black, with an official guide price of 880,000 yuan. Gazing at the holographic projection of the vehicle on the interface, Su Bai felt quite satisfied. A black, mid-sized SUV that exuded business-like elegance, stability, and dominance. It radiated luxury. Equipped with a 25T high-power engine and a 48V mild hybrid system, it promised comfort in daily driving while providing ample power under extreme conditions. Most importantly, it boasted spacious interiors, ideal for outings with friends. Mercedes has truly improved. It has now become a part of my illustrious life as Su Bai. Soon after, a WeChat message arrived from a user with a profile picture of a suit and ID photo. Manager Gua. Hello, Mr. Su. I'm Gui Yuanhang, the sales manager at the Mercedes 4S dealership in the Jiangxing Academic District. You can just call me Xiao Gua. Su Pai to Bai. Hello. Manager Gua. The vehicle you ordered is ready and can be inspected and collected at your convenience. We will assign one of our star sales representatives to assist you throughout the process. When would be a suitable time for you to come by? Su Pai to Bai. Tomorrow morning, around 9:30. I'll come after my class. Tomorrow, I still have an 8 a.m. class. Theoretically, Su Bai could skip it, sleep in the dormitory, and receive the system S1,000 yuan along with knowledge infusion. However, the practical feasibility of this endeavor is rather dubious, for tomorrow morning's class is presided over by an exceptionally stern middle-aged female instructor, colloquially known as the Extinction Master. She ranks among the 4 most formidable educators in the computer science department. In essence, attending her lectures greatly increases the likelihood of failing and subsequently facing a retest. Moreover, attendance is strictly monitored. Even the brief interludes between classes necessitate clocking in. It is truly an astonishingly excessive situation. The silver lining is that only Thursday mornings are subject to the torment of the Extinction Master. On other mornings, either there are no classes, or one can conveniently skip them. Ever since discovering that the system would mitigate the adverse effects of indulgence, Su Bai has devised a strategy for his 4 years of university. Compulsory classes are to be avoided, while elective courses are to be entirely skipped. Meanwhile, on the other end of the chat, Manager Guo paused momentarily upon receiving a message from his counterpart. Attending classes? It turns out that Mr. Su, who has reserved a top-tier GLE, is still a student. He had overlooked this detail while assisting customers with their paperwork, and now the realization struck him. He must be an undergraduate. To be driving such an expensive car before graduation surely indicates he hails from a privileged background. The sight of university students driving to campus, while still not exceedingly common, has become increasingly frequent. After all, for young individuals who relish outdoor adventures, owning a vehicle represents a significant advantage. One need not have an extravagant car. Any vehicle capable of transporting luggage and friends or a significant other to the train station far exceeds the inconvenience of lugging bags while hailing a taxi or navigating the subway. In inclement weather, the advantages of having a car become even more pronounced. On a muddy, rainy day, would a goddess prefer to be picked up directly in front of the dormitory, arriving at her destination fresh and unblemished, or squelching through puddles as she jostles with others on the subway? The answer is self-evident. As for Mr. Su, who is about to acquire a top-of-the-line Mercedes GLE valued at 880,000 yuan, if his other attributes are not lacking, he is bound to excel at university. Manager Gua couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. As a sales manager at a 4S dealership, he has done reasonably well for himself, but during his university years, he was a penniless fool, too timid to even approach attractive women. To possess the means to enjoy life's pleasures during one's prime youth is the greatest happiness of all. After a moment of envy, Manager Gua collected his thoughts and began to arrange the reception tasks for tomorrow. Xiaozhou, come here for a moment. The girl he called over was leaning against a Mercedes E-Class sedan, capturing promotional material for a short video platform. Though not particularly tall, her figure was remarkably curvaceous and alluring, clad in a white blouse and a black pencil skirt that seemed to strain against her every curve. Her stunning legs, reminiscent of a wine glass, were a striking contrast to the drab, skinny figures often seen. With a generous bosom that, at a glance, could easily be deemed a D cup, her bewitching appearance was akin to that of a siren. Her name was Zhou Jialu, and despite having only interned at this 4S dealership for a few months, she had already become the most popular sales associate. Her youthful, doll-like beauty served as a solid foundation for her appeal, but she did not rely solely on her looks to achieve her sales figures. In fact, as a graduate in marketing from Jiangxing University, Zhou Jialu possessed a strong academic background, complemented by a bright and vivacious personality, which could even be described as a touch feisty. Her business acumen was exceptionally strong. In Manager Gua's eyes, this young woman was quite intriguing. She enjoyed dressing beautifully and was passionate about creating short videos to attract customers, yet she steadfastly maintained her integrity, refusing to allow any client to overstep boundaries. In her own candid words, she relished the feeling of being desired but unattainable. Truly, a spirited young lady. As for her romantic life, she had yet to date anyone, claiming that none of the men she encountered sparked her interest. Only those who met her standards would suffice. She asserted that should she truly find someone appealing, she would not wait for the man to make the first move. She would pounce with the ferocity of a hungry tiger. She was indeed a girl of character. Since Zhou Jialu began her internship, her monthly sales figures had been impressive, earning her the title of star salesperson. Manager Gua, did you call for me? After filming a segment for a short video, Zhou Jialu sashayed toward Manager Gua with a playful sway of her hips. Yes. There's a client coming in tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. I need you to handle the reception. Is it a male or female client? Male, quite young. He is likely still a student. He might even be your fellow alumnus. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jialu's interest peaked. Do you have a photo? No, at the very least. You should know his age, right? Let me check. The client information states he is 18 years old. What? 18? Initially, Manager Gua had assumed the individual was nearing graduation, perhaps given this car by his family, but it turned out he was merely a freshman. Oh my, he is a freshman. We must give him a warm welcome. Zhou Jialu licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I absolutely adore teasing innocent freshmen. Chapter 8. There's no future in dating a poor handsome guy. That evening, in the male dormitory, Building 7, Room 510, Chu Mingzhi and Xue Tao returned to their room after class. What the hell, Wang Haoran, why are you still on Yuanshan? I've seen you playing since this morning. Xue Tao exclaimed in shock. Just took on a liver-boosting gig, Wang Haoran replied nonchalantly, since Bai Gu had advised him to keep a low profile. He certainly wouldn't publicly promote Su Bai's prowess. Oh, liver boosting is good. Working part-time during university is quite beneficial, allowing one to experience the hardships of society early on. Xue Tao began to adopt a surprisingly mature demeanor, as if he were brimming with life experience. In this day and age, earning money is tough. We, the 985 elite, consider ourselves the chosen ones, only to realize after graduation that even among highly educated individuals, the income from labor is quite modest, far inferior to income from assets. Indeed, unlike your 4 properties in the local area, Chu Mingzhi interjected sarcastically. You know, truly exceptional women, when choosing a partner, will not only consider a man's wealth, but also his abilities. If a man possesses vast wealth yet lacks personal merit, he will surely be scorned by a goddess. Haha, well, I'm already off the market, unlike certain individuals with such high standards, Xue Tao retorted. Old Chu is referring to the girls at school, who are inexperienced and have inflated egos. Once they enter society, who cares about your work capabilities? if you strive for promotions and raises? Can you earn more than someone collecting rent from a property? On the contrary, as they venture further into society, women tend to. Such debates occur almost daily in room 510, with Chu Mingzhi and Xue Tao engaging in their routine banter. It's more exhilarating than Boruto. Wang Haoren had long since grown accustomed to their exchanges, treating them as a comedic performance while continuing his liver-boosting tasks. You know, this character with a full 65 draw is genuinely exhilarating to play. As the two wealthy gentlemen took a break from their debate, they suddenly heard a burst of hearty laughter emanating from Su Bai's direction. Looking up, they found Su Bai lazily reclining on his bed, propping his legs up and grinning like a fool while engrossed in his phone. "What is so funny?" Xue Tao inquired. "Oh, nothing much, just some hilarious videos on Bilibili." "Wait, hold on. Su Bai, did you change your phone?" The two had been so engrossed in their debate that they hadn't noticed the oddity until now. Originally, Su Bai used a domestic smartphone, a rather inexpensive model, but has now unexpectedly switched to an Apple device. Chu Mingzhi leaned in for a closer look, astonished. He remarked, "It's the latest Pro Max, no less. That must be nearly 10,000 yuan. Given Su Bai's family circumstances, it seems rather extravagant to own such a fine phone, doesn't it?" Xue Tao immediately interjected with a rather audacious claim. "Indeed. But I've recently come into a bit of money, so I thought I might indulge myself a little," Su Bai casually explained, then resumed his focus on his phone. Indifferent to their chatter, he had long grown accustomed to Xue Tao's brazen comments, his inner self remaining entirely unperturbed. To put it metaphorically, would one truly care about the opinions of a monkey along the roadside? Thus, Su Bai remained indifferent to Xue Tao's judgments. Yet Xue Tao continued to prattle on about his understanding, insisting that Apple was inferior to Huawei and that true affluence lay in purchasing the latest folding phones. Meanwhile, Chu Mingzhi was a staunch Apple aficionado, and thus the two engaged in yet another round of debate, quickly dismissing the topic of Su Bai's new phone. In this day and age, it is not uncommon for children from less affluent families to save up for an Apple device. Acquiring such a phone does not alter the fact that Su Bai remains financially challenged. As for Su Bai, he continued chatting with Chen Yuxing. She had just shared an amusing video with him on WeChat, and he eagerly expressed his thoughts afterward. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, igniting a lively exchange. When individuals share similar interests, topics of discussion arise with remarkable ease. Were it not for his engagement with Chen Yuxing, Su Bai might have participated in the ongoing banter between Hu Yi and the locals, playing the role of a comedic foil. But at present, his attention was fully devoted to conversing with Chen Yuxing. To be honest, Su Bai had always harbored a rather negative perception of chatting with girls. Many boys, driven by desire, initiated contact with girls, catering to their interests and discussing topics that piqued their curiosity. From romance to matchmaking, most settings followed this pattern. However, have they ever considered whether they genuinely enjoy the process of interacting with girls? The responsibility to steer the conversation, manage the emotions, and maintain the rhythm typically falls upon the boys. Most of the time, girls assume the role of judges, scoring the boys' clumsy performances. If the girl is experienced, she might even scoff disdainfully while scoring. "Look at that fool. He resembles a dog." Take matchmaking as an example. What do they usually discuss? Family background, ex-boyfriends, entertainment gossip, the classic trifecta of a matchmaking conversation. If not for the eagerness to be a sycophant, which boy would care for such trivial matters? Why can't girls initiate discussions about graphics cards, gaming, basketball, or indie bands? It's truly disheartening. What have boys done wrong that the world has become this way? This is precisely why Su Bai generally refrains from chatting with girls. He would rather engage in casual banter with Wang Haoren. In fact, even watching the Hu Yi versus the locals would be more entertaining than flirting with girls. However, Chen Yuxing shattered Su Bai's preconceived notions. It felt as though they were old friends, long separated, yet seamlessly merging into a harmonious mental state. This prompted Su Bai to reflect, in a sense. Xue Tao's audacious remarks held some truth. Money constitutes the core arsenal of contemporary young men. Were it not for the indulgence system he was bound to, Su Bai would never have spent 12,000 yuan on a monthly gaming companion, nor would he have uncovered Chen Yuxing's hidden facets, let alone foster the delicate bond they currently shared. "Thank you, dear Tongzi," Su Bai mused, immersed in their conversation, until he glanced up to find that night had fallen. His stomach rumbled. Time for dinner. After all, eating wouldn't hinder their chat. The four of them, 510, set off to dine together. Su Bai merely intended to call Wang Haoren. Yet Xue Tao and Chu Mingzhi habitually trailed behind. Perhaps their affluent rivalry required an audience, and Su Bai alongside Wang Haoren made for excellent spectators. Appearing quite impoverished yet amiable, the quintessential audience members. At the entrance of the cafeteria, they serendipitously encountered two striking figures, Chen Yuxing and Lu Yuanyuan. The former was a well-known beauty and academic prodigy, while the latter was also a charming girl. The two young women walking side by side attracted the gaze of countless passers-by. Yuan, what a coincidence. You're also here for dinner? Shui Tao forced a smile, one he deemed charming, though it only accentuated the wrinkles on his face. One might wonder if something had gone awry during his birth, leading to such premature signs of aging. Chu Mingzhi privately mocked him, likening him to a wrinkled dog. Yes, we just finished class, Lu Yuan replied, while Chen Yuxing added, indeed, we just wrapped up too. Shui Tao chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, as he often grew nervous in the presence of girls, especially when they included both his girlfriend Lu Yuan and Chen Yuxing. Deep down, Shui Tao understood that compared to Chen Yuxing, Lu Yuan was of little significance. However, her aloof demeanor and impressive academic prowess made her seem unapproachable, often giving others the impression that they were worthless. Though she meant no offense, her expression was merely one of stoicism. Shui Tao felt he stood no chance in pursuing her. Stealing a glance at Chen Yuxing, he couldn't help but think how stunning she was, akin to a hidden lotus in a secluded valley. If his family owned not just 4, but 8 houses, perhaps he would have the courage to try his hand at winning her over. Yet, reality was unforgiving, leaving him with only silent admiration. Lu Yuan maintained a poised smile, internally rolling her eyes to the heavens. She was well aware of Shui Tao's gaze. He had furtively glanced at Chen Yuxing as if worshipping a deity. This fickle-hearted scoundrel, men truly are no good. She mused. Oh well, I've been single since sophomore year. If I don't find a boyfriend soon, I'll feel like I've wasted my college years. Despite Shui Tao's shortcomings, he was willing to spend money on Lu Yuan, and for that, she was somewhat pleased. However, if she were to admit any physical attraction toward Shui Tao, she would vehemently deny it. Speaking of physical attraction, Lu Yuan couldn't help but steal a glance at Su Bai. He is quite handsome. If Su Bai were from a privileged background like Shui Tao, Lu Yuan believed she would have succumbed to her desires shortly after military training. Unfortunately, he was merely a poor boy, and dating an attractive yet impoverished young man seemed futile. Nonetheless, indulging in a visual feast now and then was permissible, as she observed Su Bai engrossed in his phone. She couldn't help but admire his tall, upright stature, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush slightly. Seeing this, Shui Tao's expression darkened, and he exclaimed, well, we should head inside for dinner. Ah, yes, we should eat too. Chapter 9, An Unprecedented Confidant for Chen Yuxing. Since they had fortuitously encountered his girlfriend at the cafeteria entrance, it was only natural that they would share a table. The intention, of course, was to flaunt their affection. Some say that displaying affection leads to a swift demise, yet Shui Tao held a different view. Finding a girlfriend in college was all about relishing the attention and the envious glances from single onlookers. Shui Tao shamelessly leaned closer to Lu Yuan, attempting to grasp her hand, only to be rebuffed by her disdainful retreat. Yuan, don't get all handsy. We've only just started dating. Do you genuinely like me? Or are you merely seeking to take advantage? Of course, I like you for who you are. I even organized a grand confession ceremony for you. The setting is the Hongyun State Banquet, a Michelin-starred establishment where the cost of merely reserving a private room amounts to several thousand. It was only through the connections of my uncle that I managed to secure this negotiated price. Ordinarily, one would find it nearly impossible to book a table here without the right contacts. Being a local, one inevitably has a few connections. Seizing the opportunity, Shui Tao switched to boastful mode. Beside him, Chu Mingzhi wore a face of disdain. Lu Yuan maintained a smile on her face, while inwardly cursing. It's not like anyone asked you, buddy. Is reserving a Michelin room really about connections? Isn't it simply a matter of paying? She had come across similar information multiple times on Zaihongshu, and was well aware of the reality, but in order to appease Shui Tao's pretentiousness, she forced a cheerful smile and remarked, Shui Tao, you seem to know so much. I had no idea about any of this. Right? Haha. I'll unlock more knowledge for you in the future. Shui Tao winked playfully. Wang Haoran, ever the diligent worker, queued for food while still fulfilling his gaming responsibilities. Chen Yuxing wore a blank expression, secretly chatting with Su Bai. Yuxia, your roommate is quite annoying. Supig de beige, a bit. But I think there's more fun than annoyance. Don't you find this peculiar pair, rivals, quite rare? Yuxia indeed. Yuxia, who is Dong Shuelian even scolding? Yuxia, can we ignore them and find a place to eat alone? Yuxia retracted a message. Oh dear. It seemed she had let her guard down a bit. Chen Yuxing glanced around nervously, her fair skin flushing at the ears. Eating with Su Bai in front of his roommate would undoubtedly lead to all sorts of strange rumors. Although she didn't dislike it, she still felt shy. Hence, Chen Yuxing resorted to secretly chatting with Su Bai on her phone. To prevent Lu Yuan from gushing over Su Bai again, Shui Tao ushered her to sit on the far side of the long table, away from him. Wang Haoran, a true gamer, found a spot to eat while playing games. The remaining trio consisted of Chu Mingzhi, Su Bai, and Chen Yuxing. Logically, Chu Mingzhi would have preferred to sit directly opposite Chen Yuxing or beside her. But feeling too embarrassed, he settled for a diagonal position. This left Su Bai and Chen Yuxing facing each other. However, due to Chen Yuxing's shyness, they communicated through texts beneath the table. Supig de beige, sweating like a soybean, sweating like a soybean. Supig de beige, why does it feel like we're meeting like underground agents? So abstract. Yuxia, I have social anxiety. Yuxia, cat peeking out. Supig de beige, social anxiety is perfectly normal. Most geniuses have it. I don't, which is why my studies suffer. Yuxia, that's a flawed causation. Yuxia, besides, we're all in the same school. How could your studies be lacking? Supig de beige, let us not get into it. I stumbled through on sheer luck, unlike you, who has been working on projects since high school. I feel like I could just coast through graduation, while you have boundless potential. Yuxia, it's fine, you have money anyway. Supig de beige, who told you that? Yuxia, using such expensive electronics and spending over 10,000 on gaming companions. Do you dare say you're broke? Supig de beige, you're right. Yuxia, being wealthy is wonderful. It frees one from the daily grind. Supig de beige is lost in thought. Supig de beige, you seem to be in dire need of money. Supig de beige, how about this? If you really need to earn, I can send you more gaming companion gigs. Supig de beige, League of Legends is fine, or any other game. Yuxia, I don't need pity. Supig de beige, quite the opposite. I genuinely enjoy playing with you. I'm paying for the emotional value. Yuxia, oh. Across from them, Chen Yuxing wore a conflicted expression. Stealing a glance at Su Bai, she was immediately swayed by his wholesome, sunny demeanor. Yes, he truly harbored no ulterior motives towards me. And he is indeed quite affluent. Having encountered many men flaunting their wealth in front of her, Chen Yuxing found it easy to see through their pretenses. Though her elders often remarked that she was somewhat naive regarding social matters, she was anything but. She was astutely intelligent. A little logical analysis sufficed to reveal the truth. Su Bai was genuinely wealthy, spending freely on his hobbies while maintaining a low profile in terms of clothing and necessities, never showing off among peers. He exhibited a transparent character, having come to terms with life. It was somewhat embarrassing, but Chen Yuxing genuinely needed to earn Su Bai's money, without even realizing it. A subtle fondness for him was budding in her heart, primarily because conversing with Su Bai felt exceptionally relaxing. After all, he knew her little secret about being a gaming companion and shared many of her interests, creating a sense of unreserved enjoyment in their conversations. Before Su Bai, Chen Yuxing had never had a true confidant. During their clandestine exchanges beneath the table, Chu Mingzhi, who sat diagonally opposite Chen Yuxing, had been fidgeting for quite a while, hardly touching his plate of rice. Suddenly, he leapt to his feet. Chen Yuxing looked up from her phone, puzzled. It's nothing. Chu Mingzhi sat back down. Still timid, having rehearsed his thoughts throughout the meal but failing to muster the courage to speak. Su Bai, observing the scene, found it amusing. Come on, buddy, quit stalling. Show us the tone of a true Shanghai gentleman. Yuxia, Su Bai, your roommate is quite peculiar. Supig de beige, they're all right, just those two are a bit odd. Wang Haoran is quite normal. Yuxia, who is Wang Haoran? Supig de beige, the one who plays mobile games. Yuxia, does he really enjoy mobile games? Supig de beige, I let him play my account, and in exchange, he helps me grind. Yuxia, oh, your account must be heavily invested, right? Supig de beige, I spent over 50,000 on this card pool. Yuxia, so, are you planning to spend another 50,000 next time? Yuxia, cat startled. Yuxia, I can't comprehend the world of the wealthy. Chen Yuxing cast a meaningful glance at Su Bai. After much deliberation, she finally gathered the courage to send a message. Yuxia, to be honest, I've been quite in need of money lately. Yuxia, so please, don't hold back. Feel free to employ my services. Yuxia retracted a message. In truth, once a message has been seen, retracting it becomes futile and only heightens the embarrassment. Chen Yuxing's beautiful, dark eyes darted around nervously, her elegant neck reminiscent of a swan, now flushed a delicate red. It seemed her neck was quite sensitive. If kissed there, it would surely have a remarkable effect. A rather unfortunate thought popped into Su Bai's mind. Swallowing hard, a hint of warmth crept into my cheeks. Oh, what a dreadful thought. Chapter 10, the senior with high ambitions and low imitations. Despite the embarrassment, Su Bai intuitively grasped Chen Yuxing's intentions. After all, she was another version of himself in this world. Chen Yuxing was a girl with a fiercely proud spirit. Yet, she was indeed in need of money. Hence her hope that Su Bai would frequently engage her companionship services, allowing her to earn a little extra on top of the 12,000. How touching. In this era, where a beautiful girl might demand a red envelope from you, and a paltry sum could lead to being publicly shamed on social media. Chen Yuxing's approach of equitable exchange was truly a breath of fresh air. Perhaps he could spend some time with her tomorrow. After all, The semester had only just begun, and there were not many commitments yet. The additional expenses for companionship would also yield a return. It was a win-win situation. The night passed in silence, and the next day at 7:30, Su Bai's alarm rang punctually, silenced within 2 seconds. He then quietly climbed out of bed, freshened up, grabbed the backpack he had prepared the night before, and headed out for class, managing not to wake any of his roommates. Regrettably, Su Bai's 3 roommates were not enrolled in the same course as him. In other words, he had been too slow during the course selection process and ended up in the class of the notoriously strict teacher. Such was the difference between university and high school. Even when all dormitory members were from the same class, their class schedules could differ. Some dorms consisted of students from different grades and majors, leading to even greater disparities in their routines. For instance, the renowned Goddess dormitory housed 4 girls, 2 freshmen, 1 sophomore, and 1 senior, all from distinct majors. The diversity was truly remarkable. Su Bai, being of good character, did not disturb his roommates while rising early for class. However, he felt it was insufficiently indulgent. Perhaps it was time to rent a place off campus. This thought crossed his mind as he made his way to class. The computer science department at Jiangxing University, in principle, did not permit first-year students to rent off campus. Yet, it was well known that such principles could be circumvented. A little persuasion with the counselor would suffice. Director Xia was quite amiable. Naturally, Su Bai would still return to the dorm during the day to enjoy some leisure time. Whether it be playing games with Wang Haoren or engaging in local competitions, all of which were delightful pastimes not to be missed. When the need arose for some off-campus leisure, he could simply head to his rented place, prioritizing spontaneity. Su Bai lacked rental experience and planned to conduct some preliminary research or consult someone more seasoned. In class, nothing noteworthy occurred. Afterward, Su Bai hailed a ride and headed straight to the Mercedes-Benz dealership. Upon arrival, he quickly recognized Manager Gua, who had messaged him the previous night. Dressed in a sharp suit with meticulously styled hair, he exuded an air of someone well-versed in sales. "Hello, Manager Gua. I'm here to pick up my car." Su Bai introduced himself. "Ah, Mr. Su. So nice to meet you." Manager Gua greeted him enthusiastically, his eyes widening in surprise. Not only was Su Bai youthful, but he was also remarkably tall and handsome, radiating a sunny disposition. If there were a pure-blooded lineage of the affluent and attractive, this young man would undoubtedly qualify. As for his seemingly thrift store attire and the worn canvas bag on his back, Manager Gua chose to overlook them. A first-year student capable of affording a GLE did not need to flaunt expensive garments to validate himself. Perhaps he simply preferred a low-key style or was following parental guidance. Entering the elegantly furnished dealership, a graceful saleswoman approached him, her words catching Su Bai off guard. "Junior, I never expected to see you here for a second time." Zhou Jialu moved closer, her smile radiant. The tantalizing proximity offered Su Bai an unobstructed view of her alluring curves and the perfectly balanced scent of her perfume, mingled with subtle feminine allure, momentarily intoxicated him. Although usually unfazed by women, Su Bai found himself momentarily entranced. "Do we know each other?" he inquired, scrutinizing her, puzzled. "You look familiar, but I just can't place you," she replied, a playful tone in her voice. "During the freshman orientation, I handed you a flyer, and you didn't remember me? How rude." "Haha, I must admit, I'm a bit face-blind," he chuckled. "I'm Zhou Jialu, a senior in the marketing department, graduating next year. Su Bai, first year in computer science." As they shook hands, Su Bai felt the softness of her touch and the slight tingling sensation as her fingertips brushed against his palm. Such classic allure. When Manager Gua had mentioned a beautiful saleswoman yesterday, Su Bai had prepared himself mentally, yet he had not anticipated that she would be a fellow student. Curiosity piqued. Su Bai accessed the system to check Zhou Jialu's information. Name, Zhou Jialu. Age, 22. Height, 165 centimeters, size D. Number of relationships, 0. First kiss, alive. First love, alive. Su Bai's mind raced with questions. Wait a minute. Is it true then? The legendary pure and virtuous female saleswoman truly exists? Manager Gua chimed in. Xiao Zhou is currently our top performer and also handles our new media promotions. The short videos she models for have garnered quite a response on Douyin, and her personal account has garnered a decent following, making her somewhat of a minor internet celebrity. This revelation sparked a memory in Su Bai. You're the one known as Lu Can't Wake Up, aren't you? Oh, so, Junior, are you one of my fans? Zhou Jialu giggled, covering her mouth. Indeed. I've followed you since high school, he admitted. It was no wonder she seemed familiar, yet had not been instantly recognizable. In reality, when encountering a beautiful woman in person, one rarely associates her with an online persona. Truthfully, she couldn't even be categorized as a true influencer. The account Lu Can't Wake Up did not have significant popularity, as she neither promoted products nor engaged in extravagant antics, keeping her content relatively low-key. She merely shared snippets of her life. Yet, This particular influencer's beauty and physique were precisely to Su Bai's taste. She could be considered among the first group of beauties he followed on Douyin. It felt a bit awkward to admit. Zhou Jialu's videos had accompanied him through countless lonely nights during his arduous high school years. Clearing his throat, he thought to himself, such is human nature. At that moment, standing before the real person, Su Bai felt a hint of bashfulness. But fortunately, he maintained his composure, outwardly appearing relaxed and unperturbed. Manager Guo remarked, "This proves you two are fated to meet. In that case, let Xiao Zhou handle all aspects of Mr. Su's car pickup." The process of car delivery was relatively straightforward, as it had already been fine-tuned by professional engineers. After confirming everything was in order, Su Bai took the car for a spin. The luxurious brown interior exuded a sense of stability and solemnity, which might be overwhelming for a more impulsive youth. However, Su Bai's naturally sunny and gentle demeanor allowed him to smoothly navigate the vehicle, exuding a charm that left Zhou Jialu in the passenger seat visibly captivated. "Are you a local from Jiangxing?" she asked. "No, I'm originally from Engxi, which is still within the province, not far away. In the future, whenever you encounter difficulties at school, do not hesitate to seek assistance from your senior. She possesses a wealth of practical life skills. I am truly grateful for your guidance." "Senior? Oh, it is nothing." Su Bai tilted his head and stole a glance. At that moment, Zhou Jialu merely leaned slightly towards him. Her legs elegantly encased in sheer stockings, maintaining a poised demeanor without any overt actions. Yet, the sheer abundance of her allure, simply fastened by the seatbelt, created a strikingly exhilarating visual effect. "What are you staring at, you little rascal?" The senior's figure is truly remarkable. In reality, she looks even more stunning than in the videos. By saying that, it seems you've done quite a bit of research on my short videos. Indeed. I've watched those dance videos countless times. Come now, admit it. Have you ever done anything inappropriate while watching my videos? Zhou Jialu playfully poked Su Bai's cheek with her finger. Just as he was bracing himself for the awkwardness of the moment, Su Bai boldly confessed, "Of course. I've done it many times, I can't even count. My current physical state is your responsibility, senior." At that moment, while waiting for the traffic light, Su Bai gazed at Zhou Jialu with genuine and fervent eyes, his handsome face causing her cheeks to flush. This junior, why is he so unconventional? Chapter 11. With nowhere to place his right hand while driving, he decided to rest it on his senior instead. Ding. You boldly acknowledged your mistakes in response to your senior's teasing. It is a common human sentiment. Who among us has not erred? Reward, 10,000 yuan. Triggered special reward. Sigma Aura. Sigma Aura. When faced with female allure, your composure is unwavering, allowing you to maintain control effortlessly. Conversely, women attempting to unsettle your resolve will find it easier to be swayed by your emotions. Not bad. Su Bai silently nodded, feeling understood by the system. He had never been one to be led by women, and this Sigma Aura resonated well with his character. Yet, he was curious how the aura's secondary effects would manifest in Zhou Jialu. Zhou Jialu playfully swatted Su Bai's arm, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how could you speak of such things in front of a girl? Only I, your senior, am magnanimous enough to overlook it. And if you weren't? Would you expose me on social media? Well, that seems unlikely. Of course, with my looks, how could any girl dare to expose me?" Su Bai retorted with a self-assured grin. "Rest assured, senior, I know how to gauge the limits of humor. Generally, girls are quite forgiving towards me. Junior, has anyone ever told you that you are quite narcissistic? I don't need anyone to tell me. I have always known my own vanity. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. You are quite entertaining." Prior to meeting Su Bai, Zhou Jialu had assumed he was merely a naive young boy. However, their initial interactions revealed him to be anything but. His remarkable composure, eloquent demeanor, and substantial financial prowess had immediately marked him as extraordinary in her eyes. As Su Bai gazed intently at her, Zhou Jialu felt an unusual flutter within her heart. How could this be? She had never encountered a man who could stir her emotions. Typically, she remained indifferent, captivating the men around her with ease, a process she relished. Though some in her circle labeled her as promiscuous, she vehemently disagreed. She had never taken advantage of men nor compromised her integrity. She merely enjoyed flirting. In her single status, flirting was not a crime. However, ordinary men proved to be rather dull. Su Bai, on the other hand, was a delightful surprise. "This junior of mine brings me great joy. Just a freshman driving an 880,000 yuan car, handsome and charming. He is no ordinary junior. I must make a bold move." Intuition told Zhou Jialu that Su Bai remained unfazed by her allure. Despite his admission of wrongdoing regarding her videos, she considered it mere flirtation. Who could truly know the reality behind it? "Senior, could you enlighten me about this car? I'm not very knowledgeable." "Of course, I am quite familiar with it." Zhou Jialu readily agreed, beginning to elucidate the features of the top-tier Mercedes-Benz GLE 4MATIC, as well as some practical usage tips. Her explanations were clear, coherent, and devoid of any sales gimmicks, showcasing her professional acumen beyond her striking appearance. It was clear that Zhou Jialu's pristine reputation, having preserved her first kiss and first love, indicated she had never crossed any boundaries with clients. Of course, if the opportunity arose, Subai would not mind being the first to claim such an honor. He genuinely acknowledged his transgressions regarding her alluring videos. Subai's approach was one of sincerity. The standout feature of this car is its spacious interior, designed to maximize comfort without sacrificing size. For instance, Junior, if you were to date someone, the space for interaction within the vehicle is ample. At this juncture, Zhou Jialu paused, casting a suggestive glance towards Subai, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Subai inquired, "What kind of interaction do you mean?" Zhou Jialu smiled coyly, removing her high-heeled shoes. "You see, this vehicle features an electronic gear shift, meaning there is no traditional gear lever on the console, which saves space and facilitates all sorts of engaging interactions." Subai glanced down, noting that unlike the slender legs of others, Zhou Jialu's legs were voluptuous and graceful. "This car boasts excellent sound insulation, creating a serene environment," she continued, her heart racing. Indeed, it was her first time engaging so boldly with a male, an experience previously uncharted. Subai's charisma had her yearning to witness his shy reactions. As she lifted her legs, the tension within her soared, surpassing even the anxiety of an important exam. Zhou Jialu eagerly anticipated Subai's blushing visage. Yet, contrary to her expectations, Subai remained unfazed. "Junior, you?" "Senior," Subai replied with a teasing smile. "I learned to drive manual transmission, and I've grown accustomed to the gear shift. Since this car lacks one, perhaps you could fill that void." "Oh my," Subai's strong hands, Zhou Jialu exclaimed, her charming face revealing a mix of confusion and embarrassment. She had intended to tease him, but found herself outplayed instead. "Senior, please remain still. The traffic light is about to change. If you keep moving, it could distract me from driving." "You cheeky little rascal, it's clearly you." "Safety first, Senior. Be good." Realizing she could not escape Subai's firm grip, Zhou Jialu reluctantly acquiesced. Thus, Subai unlocked the skill of driving with one hand. With a luxury car raffle ticket came expert-level driving skills, equating to a decade of experience driving for executives. He had long since shed the identity of a novice who had just acquired his license during summer break. Ding. The host seizes the opportunity to appreciate the beauty of the human form. Reward, 20,000 yuan. While expertly maneuvering the vehicle near the dealership, Subai deliberately took a few extra laps. At first, Zhou Jialu managed to maintain her composure, but as time wore on, "That mischievous Junior. How dare he make me feel this way? Senior sister, your reaction is quite pronounced. You seem to be trembling. Could it be that you have never been touched by a man before?" Subai remarked with a playful tone. How could that be? I, your senior sister, am quite experienced. It's just that I'm not in my best state today." Yes, not in my best state. Still putting on a brave front, are we?" Subai thought to himself that Zhou Jialu was rather adorable. While other girls would do anything to feign innocence, she, in an attempt to appear mature before him, stubbornly claimed to be well-versed in such matters. Beneath it all, she was clearly a naive girl. All right, no more jokes. Senior sister, please sit properly. We are almost back at the dealership." The GLE returned to the parking space in front of the 4S shop. The technician responsible for inspections was already waiting, warmly greeting them and inquiring if Subai had encountered any issues during the test drive. "No problems, we can sign the contract now." Zhou Jialu excused herself to the restroom. Her peculiar demeanor, especially after having just test-driven the car with Subai, piqued the curiosity of the dealership staff. Could it be that Zhou Jialu, who never engages with clients in such a manner, has been charmed by this young gentleman? It seemed entirely plausible. Young, handsome, and affluent, he epitomized the dream prince for many salespeople. When Zhou Jialu returned, Subai extended an invitation. "Senior sister, do you have time for lunch today? Would you honor me with your company?" Chapter 12. The wealthy and extraordinary Junior. Initially, Zhou Jialu's playful teasing had backfired, leaving her feeling quite resentful. Yet, upon receiving Subai's lunch invitation, her spirits soared. "Humph, this little guy is acting as if he were the modern-day Lu Xianghui, suddenly wanting to treat me to lunch. Surely, he must have some interest in me." As for lunchtime, she hesitated, pondering her schedule. "I need to check with Manager Gua." She feigned modesty and approached Manager Gua, who readily approved her request, recognizing that it was only natural for a high-quality client capable of purchasing a car worth nearly $1 million to enjoy a meal with him. Moreover, Subai was so young, he would likely have future potential car-buying needs. Such clients were certainly worth nurturing. Not to mention, they shared a senior-junior relationship. Zhou Jialu's beaming expression suggested she might have developed an interest in her junior. Manager Gua, seeing through the unspoken dynamics, permitted Zhou Jielu to leave work early. Considering it an act of kindness, Subai took her to the vehicle registration office first. Some dealerships impose additional registration fees, an unwelcome practice. However, this particular dealership appeared to be free of such issues, offering to handle the registration for Subai at the official fee without any extra charges. Subai opted to go himself, primarily because he had never conducted business at the registration office before and was curious to observe the process. During their time there, he and Zhou Jielu exchanged amusing anecdotes about school and the dealership, deliberately avoiding any hint of their earlier flirtation. In truth, Subai was indifferent. If Zhou Jielu wished to maintain a flirtatious rapport, he wouldn't mind. After all, she was a strikingly alluring beauty, a genuine gem, an enticing prospect for playful interactions. Yet, it was evident that she was reluctant, fearing the exposure of her true self. Subai noticed that Zhou Jielu seemed deeply concerned about her vixen persona, insisting on upholding the image of an experienced older sister in his presence. Truly, she carried herself with an air of superiority. What the significance of this lofty demeanor was, he couldn't quite comprehend. Perhaps it was simply a matter of personal preference. Everyone has their unique interests, and Subai respected her inclinations. They arrived at IKC Plaza, one of Jiangxing's premier luxury shopping districts, home to many international luxury brands and upscale dining establishments. Have you been here before, senior sister? I've been a few times, but not many. The food here is quite expensive, far beyond what an intern like me can afford. But aren't you a star salesperson? That's just an intern contract. The commissions are minimal. I'm just a mere cog in the machine, Sai. Right now, I'm just hoping to graduate and secure a full-time position. Please recommend a place. Regardless of the price, just choose something you find delectable. Oh, since you've put it that way, I shall indulge. Zhou Jielu selected a Japanese buffet and showed Subai the menu on her phone. Is Japanese cuisine acceptable to you? Absolutely, I eat anything. My appetite is quite robust. One can certainly tell. How could someone with such a hearty appetite be so tall? Zhou Jielu seized the opportunity to pinch Subai's arm, but he remained unfazed. Oh, truly, this junior seems quite different from the average male university student. Perhaps he has already captivated numerous young women. Zhou Jialu's mind wandered through a myriad of thoughts as she led him to the upscale Japanese buffet. She had only visited once before, during a company team-building event, where the average cost per person was around 300. The highlights included fresh salmon, Arctic sweet shrimp, and various exquisite Japanese snacks. The flavors were delightful, and the presentation was exquisite, making for stunning photographs that appealed to many young women's aesthetics. In the private dining room, Subai briefly glanced at the menu and addressed the server. I would like to order this $12.99 per person option. Are you certain you wish to select this premium package? The server inquired. Indeed, Subai affirmed. Zhou Jielu quickly interjected. Oh, there's no need for such extravagance. The $299 per person option is quite generous. The $299 package was the lowest tier at this buffet, while the higher tiers of $599 and $899 included some more expensive ingredients in gourmet dishes, such as New Zealand rock lobster, fresh sea urchin, and foie gras. The most expensive option, at $12.99, allowed for unlimited servings of French oysters, bluefin tuna, black truffle abalone, colossal conch, and M9 Wagyu beef, among other top-tier delicacies. It all seemed incredibly lavish, and Subai had never tried any of it. He was eager to sample the fare. After all, the indulgence system would cover the expenses. In response to Zhou Jialu's reservations, Subai reassured her, it's quite all right, senior sister. I did say I would treat you, and I intend to offer you the finest. Rest assured, this level of expenditure poses no burden for me. The server glanced at Subai's Uniqlo t-shirt, visibly taken aback. Was this a university student who had scrimped and saved for months to afford such a meal? Yet Zhou Jielu was well aware that Subai was not merely putting on airs. Spending over $1,000 per person was genuinely trivial for him. The GLE is considered an excellent vehicle for young individuals. He had even opted for the top configuration. When purchasing a car, the choice of specifications can significantly reflect the buyer's financial standing. Many comfort features are not immediately visible, and their impact on appearances is minimal, leading many to forego them. Often, subtle modifications, such as changing a badge or repainting, can obscure the differences between low and high configurations in terms of core performance features. Consequently, ostentatious nouveau riche tend to gravitate towards lower configurations of high-end products. Only those truly unburdened by financial concerns would mindlessly opt for the top configuration. As Subai had done with his GLE, he could have settled for a base model for around $500,000, but chose the top option instead. Appearing nonchalant during the vehicle inspection process. Frequently, one's attitude during consumption speaks volumes beyond the mere figures involved. Other details also reflected Subai's considerable means, such as his latest iPhone, which was also the highest specification available. When he had submitted the contract at the dealership, A glimpse of his Apple laptop peeking from his backpack had prompted Zhou Jialu to inquire, only to discover it cost an astonishing 50,000. In an ordinary household, is it truly feasible for a young man to spend 50,000 on a computer that is hardly suitable for gaming, drive a car worth 880,000, and dine without a care, averaging 1,000 per meal? Speaking of which, during the welcome event, why was there no mention of such a wealthy individual from the computer science department? Perhaps he prefers to maintain a low profile at school. Consequently, Zhou Jialu found herself less resentful regarding Su Bai's teasing in the car. A genuinely affluent young man naturally exudes a demeanor far more composed than that of an average man. Such a distinguished junior is undoubtedly worth Zhou Jialu's efforts in charming him. Junior, I haven't done anything for you, and yet you invite me to such an extravagant meal. I feel a bit guilty, she remarked. The Japanese restaurant boasted authentic decor, with tatami mats adorning the floors, requiring patrons to remove their shoes before entering. Under the gentle, warm glow of the private room's lighting, this senior truly was formidable. Taking advantage of the time before the dishes arrived, she did not hesitate to flaunt her playful side. Embodying both a playful spirit and culinary naivete, Su Bai lowered his gaze, mesmerized for a moment, and murmured, "Is the senior like this with other clients too?" "Not at all, just with you," she replied with a teasing smile. "Is that true? Believe it or not. Hee. I believe you, senior." Su Bai's gaze was fixed on Zhou Jialu, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. Suddenly, Zhou Jialu felt a jolt of nervousness, instinctively retreating. Her face flushed. Although Su Bai did not explicitly state his thoughts, Zhou Jialu grasped their implication. "Oh dear, why does this junior have such keen eyes? Why is it that everyone in the world sees me, Zhou Jialu, as? Yet Su Bai alone perceives my innocent essence?" Ironically, he was also the only one Zhou Jialu longed to flirt with, even going so far as to create opportunities for physical contact. A subtle tension began to permeate the atmosphere. Chapter 13. Envious Lu Yuan. Missing the adorable scholar Su Bai. Soon, the dishes began to arrive. An enormous sashimi platter presented a stunning visual feast. Fresh sea urchins were meticulously arranged, accompanied by caviar, instantly igniting one's appetite. As for the expensive conch, it was sliced and prepared using a steaming method. The chef wheeled in the pot, boiling the broth, and skillfully sliced the conch for patrons, briefly immersing it in the broth to achieve a tender, perfectly cooked texture that preserved its sweetness. The shell of the conch was retained. A piece as large as a basketball, elegantly displayed in the dish, resting on dry ice to create a mesmerizing fog effect. Zhou Jialu busily captured the moment, for such scenes were rare to her. Su Bai, indifferent to photography, leisurely sipped on matsutake mushroom soup, served in a delicate teapot, squeezing in a bit of lemon for an exquisite taste that was refreshing and palate-cleansing. Dining on Japanese cuisine, one must balance indulgence, and for Su Bai, his interest lay in the various seafood sashimi and high-quality grilled beef and lamb. In contrast, Zhou Jialu found the quality of the ingredients secondary, devoting her energy instead to editing photos for her social media. "Senior, do you always post such exquisite photos?" "Of course, I prefer a touch of elegance. Who doesn't enjoy showcasing their glamorous side on social media?" Zhou Jialu sighed. "After all, most people encounter a commendable feast only rarely, whereas for you, Junior, it is merely an everyday affair." "That may be so, but consuming such lavish meals daily could lead to a cholesterol explosion." "Not to worry, we're still young. A bit of exercise will suffice. Perhaps I could help you work out to burn off those extra calories?" Zhou Jialu winked playfully. Su Bai responded with a hint of exasperation. "Senior, it seems you have a short memory. Wasn't it just earlier in the car that you were complaining about an itch in your leg?" He pretended to reach for Zhou Jialu's leg. "Please, not while we're eating. We mustn't disrupt digestion," she pleaded, laughing. After a playful exchange, Zhou Jialu finally compiled the photos she needed for her social media post. In a standard 9-grid format, she shared them, and it wasn't too long before numerous comments flooded in. "Wow, what a massive conch. It must be incredibly expensive. This backdrop. Is it from that Japanese restaurant at IKC Plaza? I'm so envious. Such a lavish lunch on a weekday. Here I am, nibbling on bread in the cafeteria. Tears of envy streaming down my cheeks. How did you order the highest price set? It seems utterly unjustifiable. Another client dinner? Senior, your life in sales is simply extravagant. You're living in luxury every day." Zhou Jialu replied to each comment. Some were clearly instigating trouble, and she chose to ignore them or responded with a sarcastic smiley. Zhou Jialu had long been accustomed to negative reviews or derogatory remarks, a reality she faced since her high school days, when her figure had already garnered attention. Instead of shrinking from gossip, she embraced her beauty, adorning herself splendidly. Let them spread rumors, no matter how much they malign her. There would always be a plethora of admirers. At that moment, her roommate Lu Yuan also commented on Zhou Jialu's post. Wow, Jialu, you look so carefree today. Did you land a big deal? Zhou Jialu smiled slightly, but opted not to engage further on social media, choosing instead to chat privately with Lu Yuanyuan. In their dormitory, the two beautiful freshmen had only joined a month prior, having previously shared a room with Lu Yuanyuan. Now, in this mixed dorm, Zhou Jialu felt a closer bond with Lu Yuanyuan, sharing everyday grievances in private rather than in their small group. AAA University District. Miss Zhou, I've caught the attention of a particularly handsome junior who treated me to an extravagant Japanese buffet. Yuanyuan, ah? Yuanyuan, he invited you? Don't you usually split the bill with clients? AAA University District. Miss Zhou, this is different. He is especially rich. AAA University District. Miss Zhou, honestly, I'm quite smitten. Yuanyuan, ah? Is Jialu finally ready to dive into the fray? How thrilling. Which lucky fellow gets to savor your charms? AAA University District. Miss Zhou, it's not quite that serious. Who knows if he has any interest in me? In truth, Zhou Jialu was certain of her feelings for Su Bai. Whether it was a physical attraction or a rational assessment based on his financial prowess, a truly wise woman should guard her virtue, yet decisively seize the moment when she encounters her destined partner. The crux of the matter was her perception of being at a lower status than Su Bai. Just a gentle touch on her leg left her feeling weak, compelling her to excuse herself to the restroom for a moment of composure. Zhou Jialu was astonished at her own sensitivity. As for Su Bai, from their first encounter until now, it seemed he remained largely unaffected by her flirtation. Oh, patience is key. One must think positively. Perhaps Su Bai is merely putting on a facade due to their recent acquaintance. Who knows? Once he becomes familiar, he might just find himself drawn to me. The future held endless possibilities. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria of Jiangxing University, Lu Yuanyuan contemplated the messages from her roommate, her emotions swirling. She was well aware of Zhou Jialu's preferences in men, younger, wealthy, and ideally handsome. To speak candidly, it is indeed quite arduous to find someone who meets such criteria, as those who can fulfill all these conditions are highly coveted, and it is improbable that they lack female companionship. Yet, she has indeed found such a person. Lu Yuanyuan experiences a trifecta of joy, an undercurrent of jealousy, and an overwhelming sense of indescribable melancholy. She too yearns for exquisite Japanese cuisine that costs over 1,000. But Shui Tao is only willing to indulge her with 300. He constantly boasts about how superior his local status is. But she only discovers the truth of his limited finances once they enter into a romantic relationship. Nevertheless, Shui Tao's circumstances are still considered quite favorable within their social circle, and he is willing to spend money on her, a rarity among the current breed of stingy average men who agonize over the cost of a cup of bubble tea. Ultimately, after entering into a relationship with Shui Tao, Lu Yuanyuan has gained the freedom to enjoy her bubble tea. Moreover, Shui Tao continues to spend on her, as long as she keeps him interested. She can perpetually reap the benefits. In contrast, one cannot be sure of Zhou Jialu's so-called wealthy younger brother. Perhaps he simply wishes to toy with her affections. At this moment, in the cafeteria, Shui Tao is seated beside Lu Yuanyuan, animatedly sharing his knowledge about automobiles, particularly focusing on his Magotan. After all, being a young achiever who drives a Magotan is one of Shui Tao's defining characteristics. He begins with the mechanical excellence of German engineering and follows up with criticisms of the current domestic vehicles that cut corners. Lu Yuanyuan finds her head spinning from the barrage of information. In a fit of irritation, she interrupts him. Shui Tao, let us go out this weekend for Japanese cuisine. Japanese cuisine? It's ostentatious and lacks substance. Why not opt for local chicken instead? Shui Tao's smile falters slightly, as his budget is tight these days. Dining on Japanese food often incurs costs exceeding several hundred, which is simply untenable. My roommates went out for it today. Look at this, it looks delectable. Shui Tao glances at the photo and breaks into a sweat. Goodness, at this rate, it'll cost us at least 1,000 per person. Come on, can't we have some sense? What divine beauty do your 3 roommates possess that you feel the need to compare yourself to them? Yet, Lu Yuanyuan is relentless. Shui Tao is left scrambling to find a suitable excuse. Their lunch in the cafeteria is yet another serendipitous meeting between 2 dormitories. Wang Haoren remains absorbed in his game. Cut off from the world. Hee, the 65 main C that Bai Gu is using is fantastic. You can even tackle the abyss with no hands. Chu Mingzhi is lost in his own thoughts. Meanwhile, Chen Yuxing sits alone in a corner, her expression devoid of emotion, but radiating a subtle aura of melancholy. She ponders why Su Bai has not responded to her messages. Chapter 14. Impossible, she cannot possibly have a boyfriend. Since the very first class in the morning, Chen Yuxing has been sending messages to Su Bai, silly meme images, amusing videos, the latest gaming news. Yet, not a single message has been returned. It remains a mystery what he could be occupied with. Suddenly, Chen Yuxing realizes that she has sent several messages in succession and wonders if this might appear abnormal. Hesitant, She refrains from sending more, yet she longs to engage Su Bai in conversation, which she finds to be a delightful and stress-relieving endeavor. It is peculiar. Considering he is her gaming patron, Chen Yuxing has never experienced this dynamic before in her previous engagements. By lunchtime, Su Bai still has not replied. Although Su Bai's roommate is present at the table, Chen Yuxing could easily inquire about his whereabouts, yet her social anxiety holds her back. Indeed, it is often just a matter of pure social anxiety, rather than the deliberate aloofness that many girls speculate about her. After much internal conflict, a light bulb moment strikes her. Since I cannot figure this out myself and am too timid to ask Su Bai's roommate, why not consult the omniscient AI? As a prodigious talent in the computer science department, Chen Yuxing is well acquainted with the concept of AI models. Many mundane inquiries in life can be resolved through the detailed insights of AI. Thus, she navigates to a recently popular AI QA website and types in her query, "I am a gaming companion and have developed feelings for a particular client who has not reached out to me all morning. What could be the possible reasons?" After a brief wait, answers begin to scroll across the screen. The lack of communication from the other party could stem from various reasons. Below are some common possibilities and suggestions. 1. Objective reasons. Unexpected busyness, technical issues. Chen Yuxing's eyes widen in earnest concentration. Suddenly, upon reading one particular line, her heart skips a beat. Differences in relationship positioning. He may only see you as a regular gaming partner and does not realize your affections. Thus, he has not maintained a habit of frequent communication. So it is. Perhaps to Su Bai, chatting is not of such significance. It is merely Chen Yuxing who places great value on it. In essence, this is merely a business transaction. Su Bai has indeed stated that he has no ulterior motives. He merely seeks emotional value through gaming companionship. This delineation is quite normal. In other gaming engagements, Chen Yuxing would appreciate such a clearly defined boundary. However, why does she feel such a profound sense of loss? Deep down, she wishes to befriend Su Bai. She desires a relationship that transcends mere clarity. Despite the substantial disparity in their objective conditions, the connection of their souls feels remarkably close. How does Su Bai truly perceive her? Just yesterday, in the cafe, and even after returning to the dormitory, they shared such joy in their conversations. Lost in her thoughts, Chen Yuxing exudes a palpable air of sorrow. Her roommate, Lu Yuan, glances at her curiously but thinks little of it, assuming she might simply be engrossed in a novel. She recalls that this seemingly aloof freshman occasionally indulges in literature. In this day and age, immersing oneself in a story is quite commonplace. Wang Haoren remains silent, solely focused on his gaming. Only Chu Mingzhi pays particular attention to Chen Yuxing's unusual demeanor, engaging in rich speculation. As the meal concludes, and the trio from room 510 heads back to their dormitory, Chu Mingzhi suddenly breaks the silence. "Guys, have you noticed that Chen Yuxing seems rather peculiar today?" "Not really. What seems odd about her?" Wang Haoren queries, temporarily stepping away from his game to charge his phone. "I'm not entirely sure, but based on my extensive study of romantic psychology, it seems that Chen Yuxing is likely feeling neglected by someone she holds in high regard." Wang Haoren raises an eyebrow. Shui Tao is astonished. "Wait, does your high school even teach romantic psychology?" Chu Mingzhi shakes his head. "Not at all. This is just something I have learned in my spare time." Wang Haoren, who hails from a province notorious for its rigorous educational standards, is taken aback. "Wait, your high school actually has free time for such studies? And enough energy to learn additional knowledge?" "That's beside the point." Chu Mingzhi waves his hand, his face a mixture of frustration and agony. "The real question is, who is this person? Must be her boyfriend. They must have had a spat," speculates Shui Tao. "No." Chu Mingzhi covers his face, exclaiming, "Impossible. A goddess as pure and flawless as Chen Yuxing could never be involved with a man." "But the goddesses in Greek mythology not only fall in love, but also bear children. What is so surprising about that?" Shui Tao retorts with a smirk. "I've always said, don't place goddesses on such a pedestal. Chen Yuxing is human too. It is natural for her to seek romance." A local perspective indeed. Wang Haoren chimed in, noting that it was rare for Shui Tao to utter something sensible, akin to ivory emerging from the mouth of a dog. However, it was evident that Chu Mingzhi could not accept this response at all. Clutching a copy of The Complete Psychology of Love, English version, he scurried to his bed, drawing the curtains to delve into his clandestine studies. This boy was bewitched. Alas, such lofty aspirations often lead to disappointment. It would be wiser to pursue a suitable partner within one's reach, much like I do. Haha, I shall take Yuan out for a drive this weekend. Perhaps I might finally hold her hand. Shui Tao noticed Chu Mingzhi lost in thought, and the frustration stemming from insufficient funds for Japanese cuisine seemed to have diminished somewhat. At the upscale Japanese restaurant in IKC Plaza, Su Bai relished his meal. One must concede that the exquisite seafood sashimi was of superior quality. Its distinctive sweetness was indeed incomparable to that of cheaper ingredients. Moreover, its nutritional value was high and beneficial for health, making it perfectly suitable as a staple for an athlete. Of course, cost could be a concern, but Su Bai was least troubled by financial constraints. Seizing the moment while Senior Zhou Jialu excused herself to the restroom, Su Bai glanced at his phone and spotted a series of messages from Chun Yuxing sent earlier that morning. The morning had been packed, leaving him no time to check his phone. In truth, he had glanced at it a few times, but perhaps Chun Yuxing's messages had been overshadowed by other notifications. It was human nature. Although he had shared a delightful conversation with Chun Yuxing yesterday, Su Bai was not the type to let thoughts of a beautiful girl consume him. His temperament was rather placid. He preferred to go with the flow and leave matters to fate. Pastry duck. I was busy this morning and didn't see it. As soon as he sent the message, Chun Yuxing replied almost instantly. Yuxing, what were you busy with? Yuxing retracted a message. Pastry duck, I got a car. Yuxing, cat startled. Yuxing, it must be an expensive car, right? Pastry duck, not too bad. Over 800,000. Yuxing, as expected. Pastry duck, I'll check out what you sent me when I have time. Yuxing, no rush, it's not urgent. Yuxing, are you gaming today? Pastry duck, yes, probably in the afternoon or evening. I'll let you know in advance. Oh, Junior, who are you chatting with so animatedly? Zhou Jialu inquired upon returning from the restroom. A roommate. It seems you've built quite a good rapport in the dormitory, huh? Not an easy feat, she remarked. Why is that difficult? Dormitory relationships aren't akin to international relations. There's nothing overly complex about it. Who has to say? Especially someone like you who has exceptional qualities. There will always be envy. Let them be envious. They have their own lives, and I have mine. We'll each walk our own paths. But what if someone does something detrimental to you behind your back? Zhou Jialu's beautiful eyes shimmered, seemingly lost in some unpleasant memories. Su Bai replied nonchalantly, then I'd find a way to retaliate. I'm not one to be magnanimous. That's true. After all, you have the means. Zhou Jialu nodded slightly, her gaze lingering on him, growing more infatuated. Even Su Bai's temperament was to her liking. How to make this junior shy? Yet, Su Bai had no convoluted thoughts. Seeing that they had both nearly finished their meals, he posed a serious question. Senior, are you familiar with the rental market? Renting? Yes. It can be a bit inconvenient in the dormitory, so I'm considering renting a place near the school. Zhou Jialu expressed understanding. Jiangxing University had a relatively lenient management policy, and many students opted to rent off campus. As a senior, she was well versed in this area. I'm in my 4th year, and nearly half of my classmates are renting off campus, especially those with internships. Some work locations are quite far, or even out of town, making renting much more convenient. Of course, some students also rent in on-campus family housing, typically for the purpose of preparing for graduate school. I see. Senior, let me ask. Your concept of renting is aligned with the general understanding, right? Zhou Jialu mused, sensing that since the junior was affluent, his rental needs would undoubtedly differ from the average studentess. Ordinary students seek peace and freedom in their rentals. Beyond that, they generally do not place much importance on decor, space, or living conditions, or even if they do, they lack the budget to be choosy. However, Su Bai was different. He was affluent. It is indeed somewhat different, Su Bai acknowledged candidly. My requirement is to reside in the best possible accommodation, ideally with someone to manage it so I don't have to clean up too much myself. Renting a model apartment, or even a bare one to decorate myself, is too cumbersome. If I were to arrange a place myself, I would prefer to wait until my wealth accumulates to tens of millions and then directly purchase a mansion to slowly tinker with. For now, I'll rent a nice place and even get some cash back on the rent. After all, indulgence means enjoying the moment. Zhou Jialu replied, well, you could simply stay in a hotel. Hotel rooms can be rented monthly at a discount, often at 20 to even 30 off, depending on the hotel brand and its location. A hotel sounds good, Su Bai pondered, contemplating the idea. He had seen online news articles mentioning that many newly wealthy individuals preferred residing in 5-star hotels. Su Bai had yet to experience this and felt it was worth a try. He decided to book a room for a few days to see how it felt. He opened his phone, searched for luxury hotels near the school on Mate 1, and after browsing, found that the JW Marriott looked quite appealing. Sorting by price, he scrolled to the bottom to view the most expensive options. The executive suite with a view of the river boasted an impressive 94 square meters, featuring a reception area, bedroom, and bathroom, exceedingly grand. Additionally, it included access to the hotel's swimming pool, gym, and executive lounge. At 678 yuan per night, it was currently low season for tourism, and prices would increase during the National Day holiday. This price exceeded the monthly living expenses of many students. Yet, Su Bai proceeded to book it for a week. The reason for a week was that any longer would not trigger the cashback offer. According to the system's assessment of Su Bai, he could book up to a week at most. As Subai's lifestyle became increasingly extravagant, the system would upgrade accordingly, and the potential cashback would rise as well. Ding! Detected that the host has booked a luxury hotel, indulging in a consumption of 11,746 yuan, triggering tenfold cashback, rewarding 117 for 160 yuan. Subai paid before his senior, nonchalantly revealing nothing. Zhou Jialu was taken aback. Earlier, the junior had mentioned trying out a hotel before deciding on a long-term rental. That meant he intended to stay in the executive suite with a river view for an extended period? This was quite extravagant, even at the low season rate. Negotiating a 30% discount would still amount to nearly 35,000 yuan a month. Zhou Jialu's astute mind quickly calculated the approximate figure, and her breath quickened. It is indeed a case of spending money like water, a veritable embodiment of the perfect boyfriend one could only dream of. Many so-called second-generation rich heirs with family assets in the hundreds of millions do not spend with such abandon. After all, while in university, they remain students at heart, and parents typically do not bestow excessive financial support. Furthermore, given the somewhat sluggish economic climate in the past 2 years, many affluent gentlemen have seen their budgets considerably curtailed. Take housing, for instance. Spending several thousand each month to rent a decent 3-bedroom apartment near campus, spanning around 100 square meters, already places one in the upper echelons of student living conditions, attracting those who relish a life of comfort. Yet, Subai's budget has skyrocketed several times over. There is a certain beauty in those figures. Imagine being his girlfriend, staying each night in a luxurious riverside suite at the Marriott, leisurely sipping wine in the executive lounge while gazing down upon the twinkling cityscape. After a refreshing swim, one could retreat to the room for a soothing soak in a grand bathtub. The only price to pay is to be with Subai, although this hardly feels like a cost. After all, his looks and physique are commendable. While he may not compare to male celebrities or idols, he certainly stands out as a charming figure among his peers. Typically, individuals of such wealth may either possess unremarkable appearances or be burdened by the telltale signs of middle age, such as a protruding belly. The mere thought is repugnant. However, dating Subai poses no such apprehensions. For a fleeting moment, Zhou Jialu felt herself nearly capitulating, almost ready to throw herself at him. Yet, a part of her remained reserved. It was not that she was unwilling to offer herself. Rather, she desired for Subai to truly perceive her allure, to be so captivated that he would take the initiative. Deep down, she had already resolved that Subai was the man she had long awaited, the one worthy of her purity. From this point onward, her innate charm need only be directed at him. "Senior, do you have time after dinner?" Zhou Jialu inquired. "What? Are you reluctant to see me go?" She licked her lips and blinked playfully. "Would you accompany me to check out the hotel?" "To be honest, this is my first time staying at such a splendid establishment," Subai confessed. "Really? Your first time?" Zhou Jialu expressed her surprise. "Indeed, due to family circumstances. I have always experienced a frugal upbringing, emphasizing hard work and simplicity. Now that I am in university, I can finally indulge," he explained. Understanding dawned on Zhou Jialu. No wonder the junior seemed so understated, clearly a product of good upbringing. Those who have lived extravagantly since childhood often grow up to be ineffectual, lacking the capability to take over family enterprises. Experiencing a life of the ordinary and enduring hardships fosters empathy towards the grassroots employees, making them more reliable when crafting corporate policies. Yes, that's precisely how it is depicted in those CEO novels. In an instant, Zhou Jialu's imagination spun grand tales about Subai's background, her feelings intensifying. As a senior in her final year, she had engaged in internships for quite some time, having shed the naivety of her earlier student days and gained a fundamental understanding of society. At this stage, young women often become acutely pragmatic. Money can indeed alter one's destiny, and it is undeniably hard-earned. Becoming Subai's girlfriend would surely be a shortcut in life. Who wouldn't want to take a shortcut? After all, human nature is inherently lazy. Chapter 16, The First and Last Man of the Senior. "Sir, how was your dining experience? Were you satisfied with the dishes and service?" smiled the restaurant manager, approaching Subai as he prepared to leave. "Quite satisfied. The seafood was delightful, though the beef was a tad rich. However, that might simply be the nature of the meat," Subai replied. "Next time, you might want to try our sunite lamb chops. They are lighter compared to the M9 beef." "Sounds good. I shall return." As Subai approached the counter, he noticed a promotion at the sushi restaurant. A deposit of 5,000 yielded 600 bonus. 10,000 gave 1,500, and 20,000 offered 4,000. Upon inquiring about the system, he learned that cashback was available. He promptly deposited 20,000, receiving a return of 60,000. Subai was a meat lover, and this restaurant offered a plethora of high-quality meat options, with many still untried, promising frequent visits in the future. You're becoming quite the addict, Junior. I never expected you to load a card, Zhou Jielu remarked. Not really. I want you to use it often. If I bring more people along to dine, it will be more enjoyable, he replied, glancing at her. Next time, I'll invite you. Dining alone can be rather dull. Oh, I couldn't possibly. I can't keep mooching off you like this. That's easily resolved. Just offer me a little something in return, Subai teased. Oh, what sort of return does the junior desire? At that moment, they found themselves in the elevator. During the bustling midday rush at the mall, the elevator was crowded. And Subai and Zhou Jielu stood in a corner as more people boarded. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Jielu wrapped her arms around his, feeling the warmth of the senior. Subai's hands were not idle either. Zhou Jialu's eyes sparkled with mischief. Little did she expect the junior to take the initiative, yet still. Upon exiting the elevator, they arrived at the underground parking lot. Zhou Jielu continued to link her arm through Subai's, and in a secluded area. She suddenly covered her mouth in amusement. Junior, you're not entirely heartless, are you? Indeed, Subai replied, somewhat resigned. Senior, given your current demeanor. If I don't reciprocate in some way, wouldn't that be rather disrespectful? The Sigma aura gave Subai an advantage when engaging with the playful senior. However, he could not maintain a facade of profoundness for long. In truth, he was quite eager to explore a deeper connection with her. Just like in a game. The ultimate goal of the tug-of-war is to achieve a kill. Subai felt that the time had come to shift from defense to offense. Thus, he slipped his arm around Zhou Jialu's waist. Her slender waist contrasted sharply with her voluptuous figure. Zhou Jielu visibly stiffened, yet she made no effort to resist. Despite her body tensing, she willingly leaned into Subai's embrace. Trying to appear nonchalant, she raised her head to question him. Junior, how does Sister's waist feel? Superb, Subai replied, gazing into her eyes. However, it is essential for the waist to exert some strength. I wish to experience that aspect as well. With a silver tongue, Zhou Jielu quickly averted her gaze, sighing inwardly. She found herself utterly outmatched by his charm. Subai silently chuckled. She was truly a delightful contradiction. Utterly adorable. Once they were in the car, Subai drove with one hand, his right hand continuously engaging with the senior. Overwhelmed, Zhou Jielu decided to hold his hand, preventing any further mischief. This was quite pleasant. Her hand felt soft and warm, almost as if her entire being exuded that tender sensation. At the JW Marriott, as they entered the lobby, they immediately captured the attention of those around them. The striking combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman was always eye-catching. Moreover, the man appeared even younger than the woman, a rarity in a hotel where even a standard twin room starts at over 900. After completing the check-in process, they ascended to the 27th floor. Upon unlocking the door to the Ocean View Executive Suite, the luxurious and elegant decor dazzled Zhou Jielu, prompting her to rush inside. Her high heels clicking on the floor. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, the expansive vista before her momentarily left her in a daze. Is this what it feels like to be wealthy? Yes, indeed, it is a true delight. Gazing once more at the opulent and grandiose chamber, she mused that if she were to diligently toil at her job, it would likely take her many years, until age had rendered her less desirable, before she could afford to reside in such luxury. This was, indeed, an exceedingly optimistic notion, given the current economic climate. Merely securing a full-time position post-graduation and avoiding unemployment could be deemed a notable achievement. While Zhou Jielu was lost in a myriad of thoughts, Subai gently closed the door behind him. The sound of the door clicking shut jolted Zhou Jielu back to reality, her cheeks flushing as she stammered, Junior, I can accompany you for a brief tour of the room. I must return to work later this afternoon. Sure, Senior, feel free. Subai replied with a smile, opting to say little more. Many young women possess an irresistible allure to high-end luxury, particularly those who have already entered the workforce, where their material desires often swell beyond those of their academic days. Subai perceived the wavering resolve of his senior. It is only human nature. One could even argue that Zhou Jielu maintaining her innocence until now is nothing short of miraculous. Such an exquisite enchantress ought to have no shortage of suitors, especially among the affluent. Thus, it seemed that there was indeed some serendipity between the senior and himself, their frequencies seemingly aligned. After all, with her emotional intelligence, she surely would not have agreed to accompany him to a hotel otherwise. As adults, the implications of a man and woman visiting a hotel alone are unmistakable. Zhou Jielu excitedly meandered around the room, touching this and observing that, capturing a plethora of photographs. Senior, surely you jest, Subai chuckled, bemused. How could I possibly afford to stay in such an extravagant room? Since I am here, I must savor it thoroughly. That is not quite what I meant, he continued. In truth, if you enjoy it, you can visit frequently. Subai stepped closer to Zhou Jielu, encircling her with his arms. leaning down to inhale the fragrant scent of her hair, a delightful aroma mingling with her uniquely intoxicating pheromones. "Junior, what are you doing?" Zhou Jielu gasped, her heart racing as she turned to face him, only to find Su Bai seizing her delicate face, leaning in to kiss her. In an instant, Zhou Jialu's mind went blank. By the time her senses returned, they had moved to the plush embrace of the expansive sofa, nestled in the warmth of Su Bai's arms. Zhou Jialu bit her lip, her emotions a tumultuous blend as she murmured, "Junior, you might not believe this, but this is my first kiss." "I do believe it. Why would I not?" Su Bai replied. "Hadn't you already followed me on Douyin? Surely you have seen the comments. They all claim I am quite the heartthrob. And there are rumors about me at school that are hardly flattering. Those are merely others' opinions. I have my own judgment," he reassured her, playfully pinching her cheek. Aware that her shyness suggested a lack of prior encounters with men, a wave of unadulterated joy washed over Zhou Jialu, akin to sweet syrup drenching her heart. She buried her face in Su Bai's chest. "Indeed, Junior, you are my first man, and you shall be my last." Chapter 17, Newly in Love. The innocent senior learns to protect her heart. "Wait, dear friend, this is just the beginning. How can you declare him your first and last so soon? After merely sharing a kiss, if anything else were to transpire, would we not be fast-forwarding to a lifetime commitment?" Su Bai could not suppress his laughter. "What are you laughing at, you incorrigible junior?" Zhou Jialu playfully swatted at him, her touch gentle and harmless. "Oh, how innocent you are, senior. It's clear you possess no experience whatsoever." At this juncture, Zhou Jialu found herself unashamed to admit the truth. Knowing well that many men are acutely aware of their partner's past, she was uncertain whether Su Bai would be concerned. But she resolved not to fabricate tales for the sake of her own fleeting pride. "I appreciate such a senior as you," he declared, lifting her chin once more. "Let us venture out for a stroll. After all, we have the afternoon free." "Absolutely." After a prolonged moment of tenderness, both felt the hotel room growing stifling and decided to explore the nearby streets. Compared to the bustling IKC Plaza where they had dined earlier, this area was less opulent, yet boasted a few distinctive shops. Su Bai was intrigued by a newly opened Chinese bakery, which advertised its unique offerings, claiming their products strike a perfect balance of sweetness, devoid of cloying richness, and infused with enzymes to aid digestion. Having indulged in a hearty meal at noon, it was indeed wise to allow for proper digestion. Zhou Jielu, hand in hand with him, radiated happiness tinged with shyness. Such emotions graced the visage of a captivating seductress, stirring envy among passers-by. "If only I had such a stunning girlfriend, I would gladly trade a decade of my lifespan. Better not. Dating such a siren is bound to shorten one's life. One might find themselves in dire straits." Indeed, Zhou Jialu felt quite aggrieved by the absurd chatter of onlookers. Was she truly that fearsome? Surely. It was Su Bai who posed the greater threat. Merely embracing and kissing him had left her breathless and dazed. Throughout the entire experience, it was Su Bai who had taken advantage of her innocence. Yet, she relished being playfully teased by him, especially in the luxurious surroundings of the JW Marriott. Su Bai's hands were large and slightly calloused, but when enveloped in his grip, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. Experiencing the world through her boyfriend's perspective for the first time, every glance in Su Bai's direction filled Zhou Jialu with awe. "What is it? Is there something on my face?" he inquired. "I just realized how tall you are. You must be 185 meters, right?" "Indeed," he confirmed. Seeing those 185-meter stars on screen had seemed trivial, but standing beside Su Bai made him feel like a towering giant. "That is quite natural. Scientific studies suggest that girls tend to underestimate the size of distant objects while overestimating their own height. In other words, girls may perceive themselves as taller while viewing others as shorter. Such studies exist?" "Junior, you are so knowledgeable," Zhou Jialu remarked, admiration evident on her face, prompting a chuckle from Su Bai. "Ah, perhaps this is the allure of wealth." Back in high school, when he had shared this with his female classmates, it had incited their wrath, accusing him of gender discrimination, resulting in a flurry of punches that left him bewildered. Truly, the disparity between a gentleman and a rogue can often be measured in numerical terms. Oh, how splendid. As they sat in the bakery indulging in pastries, Su Bai perused the critiques that Chun Yuxing had sent him earlier, delivering a scathing assessment. Meanwhile, Zhou Jialu seized the opportunity to request a leave of absence from Manager Gua at the dealership. He expressed understanding and suggested that if she had future car buying plans, she should subtly persuade Mr. Su to consider the Mercedes brand. "What do you mean by subtly persuading? We have barely begun." "Oh, it is only a matter of time. Our dear Zhou possesses boundless charm, and your junior will undoubtedly be satisfied with you." Zhou Jialu set her phone aside and asked Su Bai, "Junior, are you satisfied with me?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would I have brought you to see the hotel room?" "I have secured the afternoon off from work, so I can accompany you the entire time." "I too. Have been skipping classes this afternoon without a care. Zhou Jielu smirked. You're quite the naughty junior, aren't you? Just a few days into the semester, and you've mastered the art of truancy so effortlessly. Will you still manage to graduate? No worries. Subai replied, if I fall behind, I'll just ask my senior for some tutoring. With that, he reached his hand out from beneath the table. Zhou Jialu's body quivered slightly, though she had grown accustomed to it more than at the beginning. She coyly whispered, it seems you have quite the fondness for stockings. Indeed. I do. No wonder you're always so hands-on. In truth, my interests lie elsewhere, but in a public setting, it's not quite convenient. How vexing. Following Su Bai's gaze, Zhou Jialu instantly grasped his meaning, lowering her head as her cheeks flushed. She felt a sense of pride within. For that particular aspect was her most treasured asset. Ever since childhood, she had developed more prominently than her peers, and as she matured, her figure became exquisitely shaped and strikingly upright. Ding. Detected that S-class goddess Zhou Jialu's affection for Su Bai has surpassed 80 points. Intimate relationship binding successful. Reward, 1 lottery draw. Now, spending on Zhou Jialu to indulge her desires will also grant the host a 10 times cashback. Oh, Su Bai summoned the system interface. According to the system's definition of affection, 20 points signifies ordinary friends, 40 points denotes important friends, 60 points allows for romantic involvement, and anything above 80 points indicates a profound and passionate love. As for 90 points, it represents an unwavering bond until death. Scanning Zhou Jielu. Su Bai discovered her affection had soared to 85. They were not far from that eternal commitment. Yet, they had only known each other for a few mere hours. One could only describe it as love at first sight. They had simply clicked. Thus, Zhou Jielu was not the typical image of a frivolous woman. Beneath her lively and enthusiastic demeanor lay a heart capable of fierce love and hate. Once she set her sights on someone, she would unreservedly dive into her feelings. To be fair, Zhou Jielu's discerning eye was indeed remarkable, as she had instantly recognized the charm of Su Bai, who was accompanied by the system. Su Bai would undoubtedly not disappoint her. The traditional Chinese pastries were indeed delightful. Su Bai purchased a few extra for Zhou Jielu to take back to her roommates. At that moment, Su Bai was unaware that Zhou Jielu's dormitory was famously known as the Goddess Dormitory. Among its 4 members, he only recognized Lu Yuan and Qin Yuxing. For Lu was Xuetao's girlfriend, and Chu Mingzhi constantly mentioned Qin Yuxing. Zhou Jielu refrained from bringing this up, aware that her roommates were equally as beautiful as she was. Thus, she preferred to avoid letting Su Bai encounter them, even though they had just begun their romantic journey. Already, she harbored protective instincts regarding her affections. Chapter 18. I want all these limited editions. After strolling along the street for a few paces, Su Bai suddenly spotted the LV store. Louis Vuitton, a brand renowned far and wide. It must be a highly regarded luxury brand in the eyes of women. Su Bai knew little of luxury goods, having focused solely on academics, gaming, and watching humorous videos before university. In truth, this was likely the case for most young men of this generation, merely the fundamental elements of diligent labor. However, from a woman's perspective, such a man could seem rather dull, even pedestrian. Su Bai's slight familiarity with LV stemmed from idle moments in middle school, when he had read novels by Gui Jingming brought by his deskmate, which had left an imprint of luxury brands upon his impressionable mind. The simplicity of the LV name and logo had made it memorable. Moreover, a girl from the opposite house, a peer he had known since kindergarten, had spoken at length during summer break about working to save for an LV bag. What became of her was unknown, as she had inexplicably severed ties with Su Bai in August. He felt no particular ripple of emotion regarding this. It was only upon seeing the LV store that he recalled the incident. He also thought of the newly unlocked feature in the system. After testing it while purchasing pastries for Zhou Jielu, where he spent over 100 and received 500 back, he confirmed its efficacy. Noticing Zhou Jielu gazing intently at the window display, her eyes sparkling with desire, he suggested, shall we go in and take a look, senior? I'd like to buy you a bag. Zhou Jielu paused, then quickly shook her head. No need, my current bag is quite sufficient. I don't have an urgent desire for an LV one. Where there is no demand, one must create demand. Come on. Su Bai momentarily disregarded her objections and pulled her inside. Welcome to LV. May I ask if this gentleman is purchasing something for his girlfriend? The sales associate greeted them with a polite smile, devoid of any condescension typically associated with luxury retailers. This was largely due to Su Bai's relaxed and composed demeanor, which sharply contrasted with the typical image of impoverished students merely window shopping. Despite his humble attire, one could no longer judge a person's financial standing solely by their clothing in this day and age. A more holistic assessment was necessary. Furthermore, the woman by his side was youthful, beautiful, and alluring, making even the seasoned sales associate take notice. Yes, I'd like to choose a bag for her. Su Bai declared generously. Certainly, sir. May I inquire about your preferences? It would also be helpful to discuss your budget, as we have the most comprehensive selection of LV products in the entire Jiangxing store, catering to all price ranges suitable for the young lady. What do you think? Zhou Jielu, Su Bai asked. After a moment of contemplation, she replied without pretension, if we are to buy, it would be wise to choose something with a high resale value, like the classic monogram style, as it would be easier to sell secondhand. Of course, Junior. I doubt you need to consider that. Indeed. Additionally, if there happen to be any rare limited editions, those would be worth acquiring. Let us go for the limited editions then. It would satisfy my collector's itch. Su Bai formulated a plan and turned to the sales associate. Please show us the limited edition items that are currently in stock. I'm willing to spend up to $1 million. Certainly, sir. The associate did not take the $1 million budget seriously, yet she maintained a professional smile, leading them to view several newly arrived rare items, with prices ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000. The associate was keen to offer a wide array of choices, even if the final selection ended up being the least expensive item. It was essential to cater to the customer's desire to impress, ensuring that if the gentleman chose to leave for another luxury brand, he would not depart feeling unsatisfied. This, indeed, was the hallmark of an exemplary sales associate. The associate speculated that this young man would likely purchase a bag for his girlfriend worth a few tens of thousands at most. Being so young, he was probably a rich heir, spending his parents' money, hence not likely to go overboard. Jiangcheng, this locale, epitomizes a quintessential second-tier city. It does not boast the abundance of affluent individuals seen in the imperial and magical capitals. The so-called scions of wealthy families, on average, might expend a cash flow of approximately 50,000 yuan monthly, which would be considered a sign of substantial familial affluence. Furthermore, this sum encompasses all expenditures, with only a portion allocated to women. The sales assistant's insights are derived from years of experience as a sales associate. Yet, Su Bai is undoubtedly an entity that transcends conventional experiences. He leaned closer to Zhou Jialu's ear and said, Senior, heed my counsel. Disregard the price and select what you truly desire. Junior, I recognize your generosity and that you are quite pleased with me. But the items presented are rare limited editions that have just arrived, not the kind that can be procured for merely 20 or 30,000 yuan. The finest pieces are priced around 200,000, she replied. 200,000 it is, as long as it pleases you, Senior. You know, aside from the constraints imposed by my family before I entered university, there is an expectation I must never treat my partner poorly, as that would be a disgrace to our family honor, Su Bai asserted with utmost seriousness. Zhou Jialu was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress her imagination. Goodness, it seems this junior is even more enigmatic than I had initially thought. To speak candidly, the limited editions presented by the sales assistant were items Zhou Jialu had long coveted, having seen them on social media and desiring them immensely. Clothing, handbags, and jewelry have always been her favorite possessions. She openly admits to being a somewhat vain, superficial, and materialistic young woman. There is no shame in such honesty. After all, isn't it true that the vast majority of people harbor similar inclinations? The reason they seldom admit it is merely a matter of pride. How many truly profound individuals exist in this world? Material desires themselves are not to be feared, provided one can maintain control. As long as one upholds self-respect and self-love, there is no issue. Zhou Jialu's values align closely with this perspective. Now, having firmly resolved to accept Su Bai, she decided to heed his advice, despite finding it quite absurd. This one, and this one. Among these three, choose one, Junior. You select. The bag is for your use, not mine. Oh, but I must consider how it looks on you as well. I should let my junior enjoy the view, shouldn't I? Zhou Jialu said, playfully tugging at Su Bai's hand. Her demeanor, reminiscent of a delicate young lady, was endearing to Su Bai. He waved his hand grandly, declaring, we'll take all three. Charge it to the card. These we shall acquire, he stated. Such phrases are typically encountered by the sales assistant while leisurely reading romance novels at home after work. In reality, one seldom encounters individuals who spend money without a second thought. In truth, the wealthier one is, the more frugal they tend to be. Those older men who bring mistresses to purchase LV often wish to covertly substitute counterfeit goods for genuine ones, in order to sell them to their mistresses at retail prices and pocket the difference. Of course, such scenarios are unlikely to occur, as those young women who rely on older men have developed a keen eye for authenticity. They can easily discern genuine luxury items from replicas. Yet, Su Bai truly acted upon his words. Not only did he speak boldly, but he also pulled out his card to make the payment. Sir, are you certain? Absolutely. Very well, sir. These three models are discontinued and rare, extremely difficult to procure on the market. They are all first-hand items sourced through special channels, but rest assured, all certificates are verifiable. Based on current secondary market prices, they are approximately 160,000, 200,000 and 180,000 yuan, respectively, totaling around 540,000 yuan. Understood. While Zhou Jialu remained in a state of shock, Su Bai swiftly completed the transaction, eagerly anticipating the system's cashback rewards. Ding! You have purchased 3 coveted LV rare bags for Zhou Jialu, fulfilling her aspirations set before turning 30 sooner than expected. Triggered 6-fold cashback, rewarding 24 million yuan. Nice. Su Bai realized that his senior was indeed his lucky star. It seemed that whenever he was with her, the cashback multiples were significantly larger. Junior. This is simply too much, Zhou Jialu exclaimed in disbelief. You really bought them all. I told you to trust in my capabilities. I would never engage in actions that would lead to overextending myself, nor would I neglect those close to me. Those close to me. Zhou Jialu gazed at Su Bai anew, her eyes reflecting a flicker of gratitude, though they had known each other for a brief period. For some inexplicable reason, Su Bai had instilled in her a unique sense of trust that resonated deep within her soul. Elated, she embraced Su Bai for a moment before beginning to try on the bags with the assistance of the staff. She felt a bit apprehensive, given that it was her first time using such expensive items. Su Bai, though entirely unperturbed, was aware that the system had the capability to scan items. According to the system's assessment, these 3 bags were indeed rare commodities with high secondary market values. The first was a handbag from the Takashi Murakami collaboration series, featuring the iconic monogram pattern infused with vibrant colors and artistic design, complete with a detachable shoulder strap, a golden padlock, and a bao key pouch, merging classic and playful aesthetics. Since Takashi Murakami has concluded his collaboration with LV, this series falls under the category of limited edition collectibles, rare in the second-hand market and possessing potential for appreciation. The second was a rare leather custom version of the LV capucines, with little more to say. The third was a hardshell suitcase, a style made popular in runway shows. These 3 women's bags correspond to lively casual, elegant, and vintage styles, suitable for pairing with the respective attire for outings. As for which one is the best, that is a challenging determination. Zhou Jialu indeed found it difficult to make a choice, which is why she sought Su Bai's assistance. She never anticipated that he would opt to purchase them all. Spending 500,000 on bags for her seemed rather abstract. Yet, Su Bai executed this seemingly abstract act with an air of indifference. In truth, Su Bai was not entirely devoid of emotion. Deep down, he felt a surge of excitement. Spending 500,000 in one go was a first for him. More importantly, this transaction had earned him nearly 3 million yuan. Junior, do you know? When I first saw this bag online, I thought to myself that once I achieve success in my career, I must find a way to buy one as a reward for myself, Zhou Jialu mused, admiring herself in the mirror while holding the bag. Feeling a bit bashful, she glanced at Su Bai and said, Am I being too frivolous? There is nothing frivolous about it. Everyone ought to have aspirational goals, no matter the nature of those goals. As long as they are lawful, they are commendable. Junior. You truly have a sweet tongue. As she spoke, Zhou Jialu rose on her toes, wrapping her arms around Su Bai's neck, bestowing upon him a tender kiss. The intertwining of gentleness and allure was immensely gratifying for Su Bai. The store staff discreetly averted their gazes, yet they could not suppress their envy. Where on earth could one find such a lavish, generous boyfriend, who is also young and handsome? If it were not for the overwhelming presence of Zhou Jialu's beauty and physique, the several young ladies in the store would likely have been contemplating poaching her. 500,000 in cash is a sum that any self-proclaimed affluent individual could readily produce. However, spending such an exorbitant amount on merely 3 handbags is utterly absurd. It is a scene that most people would never encounter in their lifetime. After indulging in flirtation for a while, Zhou Jialu and Su Bai finally became aware of their surroundings, feeling a wave of shyness wash over them in the presence of so many onlookers. Consequently, they hastily gathered their belongings and made their escape from the store. Yet, just as they were about to exit, Su Bai suddenly uttered a statement that shattered the staff's perception of reality once again. Since we're here, why not purchase a few watches as well? They would perfectly complement your new bags. Wait, my friend, are you speaking in Chinese? What do you mean by buying a few watches? Are we stocking up on Casio electronic timepieces here? The staff pondered, considering that, based on the spending habits displayed with the bags, the budget could very well exceed 1 million. Where did this young man spring from? It's as if a money printing machine has come to life. They were unsure, but felt he possessed an alluring visage and spoke with remarkable politeness, perhaps a scion from a distinguished family. How terrifying. Does the young master's family still require maids? I am available. You? What are you saying? They would want someone who looks good when smiling. Have you even looked in the mirror? Although I may not smile beautifully, I certainly appear amusing. Outside, Zhou Jialu urged, let us not purchase anything else. I am already quite satisfied with these. After all, we have only just begun our journey together. and I haven't contributed much for you yet. All right then, we can discuss it another day. After meandering for a while longer, the two returned to the hotel. Zhou Jialu once again retrieved her bag and admired herself in the mirror. She decided to set aside the vintage and elegant bags for now, opting for the vibrant one for her daily use. After all, she was still a university student in her early 20s, and there was no need to force a wealthy matroness style like those social media influencers. Subai likely preferred a more natural look as well. Dear Junior, you have now purchased my dreams of striving, and I fear my life may lose its purpose. How will you take responsibility for that? Placing the bag aside, Zhou Jialu perched on Subai's lap, filling his vision with her ample charms. Well, let us not confine our aspirations to merely making money. Instead, seek out endeavors you are passionate about, and I shall support you. As he spoke, Subai picked up his phone and promptly transferred 100,000 yuan to her. Is 10,000 a month sufficient for your expenses? Indeed, it will surely suffice, he. Though she knew she should maintain a semblance of modesty at such moments, Zhou Jialu could not suppress her giddy laughter. Oh, it seems life has entered a mode of ease. I no longer need to fret about employment or saving money. However, she was acutely aware that being Subai's woman came with its own set of obligations. Then I shall inform the dealership tomorrow that I am resigning. By the way, I also plan to discontinue my Douyin account and will delete all videos promptly. Subai looked somewhat taken aback. Senior, you are quite decisive. Have you arranged everything so swiftly? Of course, with how well you treat me, I must demonstrate a bit of resolve. Leaning closer to Subai's ear, she planted a soft kiss and, with a sultry tone, whispered, from now on, my affections will be reserved solely for you. The impact of her words was overwhelming, even for Subai, who possessed an aura of confidence. Senior, I apologize, but I fear I am about to make a mistake with you. Chapter 20. From online companionship to offline engagement, a couple's private room. It was somewhat regrettable that Zhou Jialu did not yield to Subai today. She felt they had only just met, and it was all happening too quickly. The first time should carry a sense of gravity. Perhaps this is what girls refer to as a sense of ceremony. Subai agreed, as it was also his first experience. While he verbally concurred, his mind entertained an alternative notion. The final step could be postponed, but the enjoyment of other aspects must not be sacrificed. The display panel suggested that Zhou Jialu also harbored similar thoughts, likely a result of her repressed desires from the first 3 years of university. Subai planned to proceed gradually, employing various intimate methods to win over his senior. They had agreed that, in a little over a month, coinciding with Zhou Jialu's birthday, she would offer herself to him. In truth, it might take only a few days, depending on Subai's technique. Good things should be savored slowly. There's no need to rush. Subai resolved that, by that time, he would make Zhou Jialu beg him to complete the final step prematurely. An insidious, yet delightful plan began to take shape in his mind. In any case, after a period had passed, Subai reclined on the sofa, exhaling a breath of relief. He felt rejuvenated, his mind momentarily adrift in contemplation of the universe, life, and the inevitable entropy that comes with it. Zhou Jialu returned to campus, claiming she had dinner plans with her roommates. That was fine. Subai intended to further explore other cashback methods during dinner. Some of these methods were simply not suitable for engaging with Zhou Jialu. Among the 3 bags he had purchased for her, 2 were temporarily kept at his place, as bringing them back to the dorm felt insecure. Only the bright, casual bag, suitable for everyday use, did Zhou Jialu carry with her. She declared that by flaunting such an expensive bag, all men would recognize her commitment and be deterred from harassing her. But what if others think you're being kept by someone? Subai queried. That's of no concern. Rumors have circulated about me being spoiled by wealthy old men for ages. I fear no slander. Zhou Jialu nuzzled against Subai, radiating joy at the thought of being supported by her junior. Reflecting on the way Zhou Jialu spoke those words, her expression was one of blissful femininity, which greatly satisfied Subai. While Subai contemplated the intricacies of life, the system chimed once more. Ding. Zhou Jialu's affection level has risen, current affection level, 90. Detection of affection level surpassing 90. Rewarding 1 lottery opportunity. Total lottery opportunities now amount to 2. Wait a minute. Is this unwavering devotion already in place? It remained unclear whether it was due to Subai's generous spending or Zhou Jialu's inherent innocence, or perhaps the inexplicable nature of love at first sight. Likely, various factors contributed, as emotions are inherently complex. Regardless, it was time for a lottery. The prospect of 2 consecutive lottery opportunities had Subai eagerly rubbing his hands together. Hold on, I should take a shower first and refresh myself before the draw. In general, in slightly larger cities, non-chain hotels in the suburbs often possess bathtubs, albeit with questionable hygiene. However, establishments of Marriott's caliber ensure that their bathtubs are meticulously maintained. Subai luxuriated in a bath, donned a bathrobe, and offered a respectful nod toward the river, honoring the spirit of wealth before clicking on the lottery interface. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a cash prize of 1 million yuan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a basic body enhancement serum. Note: the basic body enhancement serum will restore the host to a state of complete health, elevating all physical fitness indicators to the excellent standard of an adult male, while also amplifying original strengths. This is quite promising. The past year of intense preparation for the college entrance examination had left Su Bai's body in a somewhat suboptimal state of health. In this day and age, it is quite common for high school students to suffer from chronic gastritis, cervical spondylosis, and herniated discs. Such ailments are unavoidable, given the intense competition for college entrance examinations and the arduous nature of academic pursuits. It is no wonder that people often refer to the current university students as fragile college students. The rigorous high school environment inevitably takes a toll on one's physical well-being. With the advent of this enhancement liquid, there lies an opportunity to ameliorate health issues. Furthermore, Su Bai eagerly anticipates the boost in physical fitness it promises. After all, which man does not yearn for a robust physique? Upon reviewing the detailed instructions of the enhancement liquid, Su Bai promptly summoned it. The glass vial, reminiscent of a small bottle of cola, contained a transparent, colorless liquid. He consumed it in one swift gulp. The sweet, refreshing taste seemed to be absorbed instantaneously. Subsequently, Su Bai reclined on his bed. There were no sensations of fever, expulsion of black sludge, or the cracking sounds of bones, which are often associated with side effects. After a brief slumber of about an hour, Su Bai awoke to find the world around him subtly transformed. His vision and hearing had sharpened significantly. Moreover, a vibrant energy coursed through his body, a feeling he had not experienced since before high school. Since diving into the relentless grind of studying and problem-solving, his physical condition had deteriorated day by day, yet now, he felt as if he had returned to his peak. No, he was even stronger than before. Gazing into the mirror, Su Bai admired his notably enhanced physique and struck a few poses reminiscent of bodybuilders, feeling thoroughly satisfied. While there may still be a gap between his fitness metrics and those of true fitness enthusiasts, he preferred a more aesthetically pleasing and harmonious appearance over the exaggerated musculature of some. Su Bai had no desire to sculpt his body into that of a figure like Arnold Schwarzenegger. He simply wished to embody a more refined version of strength. As dusk settled outside, Su Bai felt a pang of hunger. He decided to indulge in the hotel's room service and ordered a Western-style dinner, intrigued to sample its flavors. Since he planned to drive out later in the evening, he opted against wine. The classic three-course Western meal consisted of an appetizer, soup, and a meat dish, accompanied by bread. Although the exquisite ingredients were paired with mild seasonings, the meal was not particularly exceptional. Before he could finish his dinner, a message from Chen Yuxing arrived. Yuxia, are you gaming tonight? Su Pai da Bai. Yes, I'll let you know when I'm ready. Yuxia, all right. Yuxia, I'm heading out to find a place. It's inconvenient with my roommate in the dorm. Su Pai da Bai. That's fine, da Bai is okay. Yuxia, cat rolling. Su Bai contemplated that he intended to stay at the hotel tonight. His gaming laptop remained in the dormitory, and he was too lazy to retrieve it. Using an Apple laptop to play League of Legends felt rather peculiar, akin to the incongruity of reading web novels on a high-end e-ink reader. Thus, he searched the map and discovered a nearby internet cafe just downstairs from the hotel. This cafe was reputed to have an excellent environment, with reviews praising the absence of smoke, the new machines, and the ample availability of seats even during peak hours. Su Bai reasoned that the cafe's relative distance from Jiangda's main campus, combined with its higher fees, likely deterred most students from frequenting it. Additionally, the surrounding residential area was an upscale community, further diminishing the need for internet cafes among its residents. Perfect. He would spend the night gaming here. He wondered if the cafe had any recharge promotions that might yield him a few thousand yuan in cashback. Having grown accustomed to the mindset of a lavish spendthrift, Su Bai eagerly awaited Chen Yuxing's confirmation of readiness before heading downstairs, following the address on the map to the internet cafe. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a familiar figure at the payment counter. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and it was Su Bai who broke the silence. Wait a minute. Are you really here to game so far from school? Isn't that precisely why we seldom run into acquaintances? Chen Yuxing's cheeks flushed as she replied. You're the one. How come you're here? Oh, I'm staying at the hotel upstairs tonight and decided to game here, he explained. The hotel upstairs seems rather upscale. I imagine it costs over 1,000 per night. Chen Yuxing mused, her lack of familiarity with such accommodations evident. Yet, given Su Bai's affluence, a 5-star hotel stay was hardly surprising. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she brightened, saying, since we've coincidentally met, why not book a couple's room? This cafe has them. Realizing the potential awkwardness of her suggestion, she lowered her head, a tinge of shyness enveloping her. Chapter 21. Now that he's a lavish spendthrift, why bother with traditional romance? The couple S room does have its merits. It features 2 computers side by side. A small space brimming with intimacy. Once the door is closed, it becomes a sanctuary for just the 2 of them. Subai was aware that some classmates, particularly those with a penchant for gaming, favored internet cafes for dates, engaging in sweet, co-op gaming sessions. The bolder ones even saved on hotel costs. This concept has evolved into a more sophisticated form known as esports hotels, albeit at a significantly higher price point. Subai was untroubled by financial concerns at present. However, given Chen Yuxing's socially anxious nature, she might find the esports hotel difficult to accept. Nevertheless, after a brief hesitation, she followed Subai into the couple S room, mainly due to his generous upfront payment of 5,000 yuan at the front desk, where a promotion offered a matching bonus. Subai then expressed his intent to frequent this cafe for gaming sessions, effectively utilizing the funds on his card. Initially, Chen Yuxing hesitated, but Subai gently persuaded her, stating, "Since I've hired you, I must provide you with suitable working conditions. Spending my money at the cafe is akin to a boss paying for office space rental. It's only reasonable, right? Would a company expect employees to cover the rent of the office?" After some contemplation, Chen Yuxing thought, well, that does make sense. As a pragmatic engineering student, she valued logic. Thus, having been swayed by Subai's reasoning, she dutifully stepped into the couple S room with him. "Let us power up," he said. "Wait, did you pick up your car this morning?" "Yes. What did you do in the afternoon?" Chen Yuxing inquired, her cheeks flushed, adding, "I'm not prying. I'm just curious. We can chat casually. If you don't wish to share, that is fine. It's all good. We're friends. Sharing daily life is quite normal. I went shopping this afternoon and picked up some pastries, which I brought along for when we get hungry while gaming." Subai placed the pastries from a local Chinese bakery on the table, positioned between their monitors. These trendy little pastries, if nothing else, certainly looked appealing. Chen Yuxing audibly swallowed, though she maintained a stoic expression. "I'm not hungry. Oh, I'm logging in now. I'm ready too, let us go." Thus commenced their delightful gaming session. The exhilarating hours flew by, and before Subai realized it, their 2-hour gaming appointment was nearly at an end. The room service dinner was far from filling, and despite it being only a little past 9 in the evening, he felt hunger pangs. Reaching for the pastry box, he was met with an empty container. "What? Wait, when did you eat?" Subai exclaimed, utterly oblivious to Chen Yuxing's stealthy indulgence. As his gaze fell upon Chen Yuxing, she feigned ignorance. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment under Subai's scrutiny, she murmured softly, "I'm sorry, I accidentally finished everything." "What is there to be embarrassed about? Did you come over without having dinner?" "I did eat," she replied, "but perhaps not enough." "Really? Have you reached a point where money is so tight?" "It's not that I can't afford a meal. I've just been busy lately, and Haven Tea had much of an appetite." "Your snack was delightful, though?" Chen Yuxing licked her lips, her expression lingering with the satisfaction of a cat that had been starved for days. Her adorable demeanor sharply contrasted with her cool exterior. A thought struck Subai, "Then let me whet your appetite. Come, let us grab a late-night snack together." Initially, Chen Yuxing intended to decline. Subai was treating her to supper, which would incur additional expenses. Though it was evident that Subai was not lacking in funds, her pride held sway. Since her mother fell ill, Chen Yuxing had become acutely aware of society's malice, while paradoxically, Subai had been nothing but generous. Good people should not be treated with disdain, and good men should not be regarded as mere ATMs. Faced with Chen Yuxing's internal conflict, Subai's solution was to open WeChat and transfer her 400 yuan. "What?" she exclaimed. "I'm sending you a bill. Accompany me for hot pot, and we'll calculate it as 2 hours, the same rate as gaming." "That feels inappropriate." "What is inappropriate about it? I want to be consuming you." "It's not that I'm concerned about that." Fine. Chen Yuxing relented. If Subai wanted hot pot, it probably wouldn't be too expensive. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot of the building, the sound of unlocking a Mercedes GLE accompanied by flashing headlights revealed a formidable silhouette in the shadows, exuding an aura of dominance. For those unaccustomed to luxury vehicles, especially SUVs with their elevated stature, there is indeed an inexplicable sense of intimidation. "Is this the car you drove this morning?" "Yes. It's stunning." Chen Yuxing suddenly thought of something, pausing beside the car to ponder. "May I sit in the passenger seat?" "What is stopping you?" Subai chuckled. "I've heard that the passenger seat is reserved for girlfriends or wives and shouldn't be casually occupied by other girls." "So what? I don't have a girlfriend." At that moment, the image of Senior Zhou Jialu inexplicably flashed in Subai's mind. To be fair, he had never actually stated she was his girlfriend. With wealth like his, who needed traditional romance, wouldn't it be better to have a few close female friends? Chen Yuxing was adorably naive, accompanying him in gaming, while Zhou Jialu presented a contrasting charm, joining him for shopping. You have long legs. She has a plump figure. Each occupies a different lane, undisturbed by the other. How beautiful indeed. In matters of love, Su-bai was a firm reformist. You don't have a girlfriend? No, so it's nothing to worry about. Only then did Chun Yuxing feel at ease to enter the vehicle. If Su-bai had a girlfriend, she would certainly have maintained her distance. But with his declaration of singleness, an array of unnecessary thoughts began to stir within her. Lost in her musings, the car soon arrived at the hot pot venue. Observing the grand entrance of the restaurant before her, Chun Yuxing quipped, "Is this really a place for hot pot? It doesn't seem like it. What does it resemble then? A place that serves overpriced and poorly made Western cuisine." "Ha ha ha, indeed." Su-bai laughed, "But I consulted a friend. And this restaurant is reputed to be delicious. They specialize in a unique sour soup hot pot, a distinctive flavor from the southwestern region, which can help stimulate your appetite." Oh. Upon entering the establishment, Chun Yuxing immediately caught the tantalizing aroma of sour soup hot pot. Her stomach audibly lamented its emptiness. Feeling slightly shy, as it was her first time in such an upscale dining venue, she lowered her head and fell silent. Social anxiety often manifests in such ways. "It's no matter. Su-bai has everything arranged. Let us order everything that looks appealing on the menu, a lavish feast." High-end hot pot had been popularized by the luxurious establishments of Shanghai. And though the format might vary, such as the sour soup specialty, the core elements justifying the price remained unchanged: an elite dining environment, top-tier service, and premium ingredients. As Su-bai placed the order, Chun Yuxing remained withdrawn due to her social anxiety. It wasn't until several plates of seemingly extravagant seafood were served that she realized this hot pot experience vastly differed from her initial expectations. "This is quite an extravagant display." "What extravagance? Besides, I wanted to eat. You're merely accompanying me. Why should you concern yourself with what I consume? Adjust your perspective." Chun. Noticing Su-bai's deliberately serious expression, Chun Yuxing recognized that he wished to alleviate her worries about the cost. She swallowed hard and began to eat alongside him. Soon, the broth arrived, the vibrant orange-red sour soup glowing under the warm lighting, releasing an enticing aroma of ginger and spices that wafted into the air. Now, she truly felt the urge to salivate. Observing Chun Yuxing's fingers twitch with anticipation yet restrained, Su-bai placed a plate of delicacies before her. "Start with this. You eat too. I had this seafood for lunch. I'm not particularly hungry now. You can enjoy it." "Oh." Chun Yuxing glanced down at the elegant blue and white porcelain tableware. The plate was large but held only a modest amount of food, a small mound of golden fried delights. "Is this seafood?" "Indeed, it contains king crab legs. Prepared in tempura style. I thought it was small fried meat." She took a bite, her eyes sparkling, her mouth moving incessantly. Su-bai watched her with a warm smile until she became aware of her own uncharacteristic behavior and blushed. "With me, you need to feign demureness. If you want to eat, then eat. Only a full stomach will give you the energy to keep me company in gaming." Thank you." As the meat and vegetables joined the pot, Chun Yuxing gradually loosened up, her mindset shifting to a more carefree attitude. After all, having already devoured Su-bai's box of snacks, her foodie tendencies were laid bare. There was no need for further pretense. Moreover, the unusual interest she shared with Su-bai, which they seldom showcased, seemed to converge. Enjoying a hot pot with him didn't appear to be such an insurmountable thing. After all, he was indeed wealthy, so taking advantage of him felt less burdensome for Chun Yuxing. Girls inherently possess a strong sense of morality. They are often reluctant to experience guilt, and even if they cannot reciprocate kindness, they seek a psychologically acceptable excuse to pacify themselves. This is not a critique. It is simply human nature. The meal lasted an hour and a half, during which both were satiated and engaged in an intense discussion about a recently released niche detective manga. As the waiter served the dishes, they overheard the two attractive individuals debating the intricacies of a crime scene, prompting the waiter to regard them with a look of reverence before discreetly withdrawing. "My goodness. I initially thought they were just a couple of wealthy students, but it turns out they are a top-notch enforcer and a princess of the underworld. My apologies for the misjudgment. Let me drive you back to school." After dinner, Su-bai led Chun Yuxing to the side of the Mercedes-Benz GLE and suggested he drive her home. Without waiting for her consent, he entered the driver's seat and gestured for her to get in. Chun Yuxing bit her lip and acquiesced. The meal had left her pleasantly full, and she felt drowsy. The mere thought of squeezing onto the subway and then walking back to school filled her with a profound sense of lethargy. At that moment, with a spacious, comfortable, and luxurious Mercedes before her, and the gentle smile of Su-bai instilling a strong sense of security, her internal struggle waned. Tomorrow was Friday, and she had quite a few classes to attend during the day, likely spending the evening gaming. Su-bai remarked. "All right, I'll come by in the evening." Chun Yuxing nodded. "What would you like for a late-night snack?" "No need to rush your decision. Just message me on WeChat when you think of something, and I'll make the reservation in advance." Looking on the bright side, in Su Bai's view, this late-night snack could be considered a working meal. Oh, this work experience is quite delightful, Chen Yuxing mused silently. The gaming cafe's computers were impressively configured, featuring a 4070s graphics card, far superior to her own laptop's 3060. Not to mention the exquisite late-night meal they had enjoyed. She had seen the bill, which amounted to over 8,000. What a ridiculous sum. Of course, considering that the minimum expenditure for that private room was 3,800, it seemed reasonable, given Su Bai's spending habits. It was unlikely he would ever skimp on expenses. Speaking of which, Su Bai's consumption patterns were rather enigmatic. He would wear shoes costing just over 100 while indulging in 8,000 yuan hot pot, exuding an air of nonchalance as if he could do as he pleased. This carefree attitude had, to some extent, influenced Chen Yuxing, making her feel at ease in his presence. It was indeed a rare and enjoyable time. Su Bai drove to a small entrance on the west side of Jiangqing University. The area was sparsely populated, making it reasonable for socially anxious Chen Yuxing to be dropped off there, and it was not far from the female dormitory. As she was leaving, Chen Yuxing appeared somewhat reluctant, glancing back once more. The car remained parked until her figure had completely vanished into the campus before it resumed and departed. A rare smile graced the girl's lips. At that moment, near the small west gate, a boy dressed in sportswear stared in shock at the receding Mercedes GLE, rubbing his eyes vigorously. If he wasn't mistaken, the girl who had just exited the car was none other than Chen Yuxing from the goddess dormitory? This couldn't be right. It was late at night. Instantly, the boy's imagination conjured a plethora of gossip-worthy scenarios. Yet, he kept these thoughts to himself, refraining from broadcasting them on any public platform. After all, there was nothing substantial to share, aside from the average-looking Lu. What was her name again? He had forgotten. Most of the other three goddesses were subjects of various malicious rumors. Many girls envied them, and those who witnessed the gossip automatically dismissed it as falsehood. Furthermore, even if the goddesses were indeed pursued by wealthy suitors, it wasn't an entirely unacceptable situation. Such was the nature of the world. Perhaps they would merely lament a little, venting their emotions. What truly concerned the boy was that a high school classmate of his, who also attended Jiangqing University, was infatuated with Chen Yuxing. Thus, he sought out his classmate on WeChat. Bro, I was out running and just saw Chen Yuxing get out of a luxury car. She seemed quite happy. What? Damn, how did you reply so fast? Haha, didn't he expect it, huh? I've got a plugin on my phone that alerts me with a special sound whenever messages mention Chen Yuxing. The power of the computer science department was truly frightening. The boy was astonished. His classmate quickly responded, "You must have seen wrong. There's no way Chen Yuxing would be returning to school this late. At this time, she's definitely working in the lab." No man, I really didn't see wrong. Did you take a picture? I didn't have time. Without a picture, you're just talking nonsense. I'm off to study. Don't you dare malign my goddess. Seeing this, the boy could only smile helplessly and shake his head. Hopeless romantic. Chapter 23. Just how wealthy is the senior's boyfriend? Some time ago, at the school cafeteria, Senior, over here, Lu Yuan, who had reserved a spot in advance, waved to Zhou Jialu. Her graceful figure attracted countless gazes. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. If only I were as beautiful as Zhou Jialu. Then I would surely have many quality boys surrounding me, allowing me to leisurely select my ideal partner before graduation. Unlike now, where, during her first year, she had encountered so many boys, all of whom were either unattractive or from impoverished families. Well, Xuetao wasn't exactly a catch either. But she could tolerate him for the time being, as she had no better options. Lu Yuan believed that a girl's youth was fleeting, and she needed to seize the time to enjoy it while simultaneously seeking better prospects, a pragmatic approach. Xuetao was merely a temporary stepping stone for her. However, it seemed that Senior Zhou was not even interested in a stepping stone. She claimed that she had never truly encountered someone she liked. Oh, it seems that beautiful women always have lofty standards. Just as Lu Yuan pondered this, Zhou Jialu approached closer, allowing Lu Yuan to see the colorful bag she was carrying. It was vibrant yet tasteful, exuding a unique artistic flair that complemented Zhou Jialu's lively and cheerful demeanor. Wow, Senior, is this a new bag? It looks stunning. Zhou Jialu blushed at the compliment. My boyfriend gave it to me. Lu Yuan's eyes widened in shock. Wait, what? Just moments ago. I was wondering why you weren't dating anyone, and now I find out you have a boyfriend? Indeed, the elders were right. Jiangqing had an air of mischief about it. Are you serious? When did you get a boyfriend? This feels so sudden. Oh, I thought it was sudden too. Let us sit down and talk while we eat. I'll go get my food first. All right, I'll be waiting for you to fill me in. Lu Yuan obediently nodded, sitting down with an eager expression. The fact that Zhou Jialu had found someone worthy enough to enter a relationship so quickly piqued her curiosity about the man's exceptional qualities. Soon, Zhou Jialu returned with a plate of vegetables, having skipped the rice. She had indulged in seafood with Sue Bai earlier, leaving her too full for a hearty meal. Though she took pride in her curvy figure, she knew she couldn't afford to become bloated. She had to maintain her shape. Senior, let me ask you right off the bat, your boyfriend must be quite wealthy, right? This question was perfectly in line with Lu Yuanyuan's personality. During their late-night chats in the dorm, she had repeatedly mentioned her intention to find a wealthy boyfriend in the future. In her eyes, financial strength constitutes the essence of a man's value. As long as his wealth is substantial, considerations such as appearance, character, or educational background become trivial. Indeed, Zhou Jialu shyly nodded, acknowledging that such an admission might seem somewhat materialistic. However, since she had returned with that Takashi Murakami co-branded handbag, her true intention was to flaunt it. I knew it. That bag of yours is from LV, and it certainly looks quite expensive. I believe I've seen it somewhere before. Wait, let me find it. Lu Yuanyuan busily maneuvered her phone. Suddenly, she gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Oh my goodness, Senior, this model can't possibly be the one. The super expensive collaboration that has already been discontinued, right? The resale price in the secondary market exceeds 150,000 yuan. This is the first time I've seen such an extravagant bag in real life. Calm down, Yuan. Don't scare the students passing by, Zhou Jialu replied nonchalantly, secretly relishing the moment. He does have a considerable financial capacity. We just established our relationship today, and he mentioned wanting to buy this for me. Truth be told, I wasn't particularly interested, but he insisted that carrying this bag would naturally deter other suitors. That makes sense. Lu Yuanyuan, who dreamt of marrying into wealth, quickly grasped Zhou Jialu's implication. This price point for a handbag bore no relation to its utilitarian value. It was merely a plaything for the affluent. Yet, Zhou Jialu's spending habits had always been akin to that of an ordinary girl. Suddenly donning a 160,000 yuan bag would certainly lead others to assume she had landed a remarkably wealthy boyfriend. However, your candidness invite gossip from those with ulterior motives, such as insinuations that you're dating an older man. Lu Yuanyuan's concerns echoed the sentiments of the general populace. In today's society, it was increasingly challenging for young people to achieve success. While rich second-generation individuals existed, they were few and far between, and their spending was generally not so extravagant. Most people still associated financial support for female university students with balding, pot-bellied middle-aged, or elderly businessmen. Zhou Jialu laughed lightly. I'm not worried. Let them envy me. I'll simply enjoy my life. Lu Yuanyuan, feeling enlightened, became increasingly excited. Senior, from what you've said, your boyfriend must possess other commendable qualities as well. Well, yes. Quite handsome, Zhou Jialu replied cautiously, fearing that Lu Yuanyuan might experience a heart attack right there in the cafeteria. After all, Yuanyuan was her only close friend at school, and the thought of her collapsing was distressing. Once Lu Yuanyuan had calmed down a bit, Zhou Jialu continued, moreover, he is younger than I am. At this, Lu Yuanyuan truly lost her composure. After discovering the price of the handbag, she had initially assumed that Zhou Jialu's boyfriend was at least in his late 20s or nearing 30, likely in his 30s. To spend 160,000 yuan at once indicated that his monthly expenditures were likely in the hundreds of thousands. Lu Yuanyuan speculated he must be a notable company owner, possibly from a well-off family. However, the revelation that he was younger than Zhou Jialu left her utterly astonished. Did that mean he was still a university student? This was almost unfathomable. Lu Yuanyuan was well aware of how much pocket money affluent students typically received each month and the corresponding family asset situations. She had discussed this with some finance-savvy seniors and researched related information on social media. High-net-worth families often saw basic living expenses exceeding 10,000 yuan. However, beyond that, parents usually monitored the use of funds, often permitting their children to utilize credit cards under their names, ensuring transparency in every expenditure. While discretionary funds might extend to 5 or even 10,000 yuan, persuading a wealthy second-generation individual to spend 160,000 yuan on a handbag for a girlfriend was another matter entirely. Affording such luxury was one thing, but the willingness to indulge in such extravagant spending was quite another. Furthermore, this was merely a single gift. Considering all of this, Lu Yuanyuan deduced that Zhou Jialu's boyfriend must have a monthly allowance starting at 1,000,000 yuan. Once her thoughts were clarified, Lu Yuanyuan had an epiphany. No wonder Zhou Jialu had been radiating sweetness since their meeting. Her life was undoubtedly becoming delightfully sweet. Chapter 24. Lu Yuanyuan confronts her boyfriend. Senior, could you possibly reveal whether your boyfriend is also a university student? Is he from our school or another? Lu Yuanyuan inquired with curiosity. Zhou Jialu had already contemplated how to respond to this question for some time. Given Su Bai's demeanor, it was clear he preferred to remain low-key. If he wished, he could easily adorn himself in a manner that would unmistakably signal affluence, even to those unfamiliar with luxury brands. Yet, he chose to dress like most university students, opting for affordable fast fashion brands like Uniqlo and H&M, or even items from Taobao. Thus, Zhou Jielu decided to withhold introducing Su Bai to anyone at school for the time being. There were underlying motives as well. After all, Su Bai was exceptionally outstanding, and keeping him under wraps would prevent other girls from harboring inappropriate intentions. I'm sorry, Yuan, but my boyfriend is quite low-key and doesn't flaunt his wealth, so I won't disclose specifics about him. I can only tell you that, his school isn't particularly prestigious, but he has a wonderful personality, and we get along very well. Ah, I understand. No worries. Lu Yuan chuckled innocently. If I were dating a remarkably exceptional boyfriend, I would probably keep him under wraps too, not wanting to introduce him to my friends. Now come on. Eat a few bites. The food is getting cold. Oh, I lost track of time chatting with you, senior, and now I'm starving. At that moment, Lu Yuan felt a sudden pang of hunger and wasted no more time chatting, quickly devouring her meal. Zhou Jielu even shared some trendy snacks with her. While eating, Lu Yuan didn't forget to snap a photo of the outrageously expensive handbag and send it to her boyfriend, Shuai Tao. The senior in my dorm is in love. Her boyfriend gifted her a stunning handbag. Sigh, when will I ever be able to afford something of this caliber? Although Zhou Jielu indicated she wouldn't introduce her boyfriend to them, her intention was to proactively signal that she was already taken. Thus, Lu Yuan's message to her boyfriend aligned perfectly with Zhou Jielu's wishes. At that moment, in dormitory building 7, room 510, Chu Mingjie was busily connecting his phone to his computer. Dude, why are you still working so hard after class? What code are you writing? Shuai Tao couldn't help but ask. Damn, it's just the beginning of freshman year. Is someone already trying to outdo the rest of us in the dorm? Chu Mingjie smiled faintly. I've created a little plugin to remind me to keep an eye on Chun Yuxing. Don't you already monitor your goddess constantly? Why the need for reminders? If someone mentions Chun Yuxing in the group chat or private messages, or if there's relevant content in their moments, the plugin will trigger a special alert sound. Chu Mingjie earnestly asserted that the timeliness of information is paramount. Sometimes, pinpointing the right moment can seize fleeting opportunities and unlock the heart of a goddess. What a preposterous notion. Shuai Tao scoffed, rolling his eyes. This is absurd. The extent of the other sycophant's obsession pales in comparison to Chu Mingjie's almost artistic behavior. He disdainfully remarked, what fleeting opportunities. It's all nonsense. If you ask me, wooing women in college is quite simple, provided you are willing to spend money and offer certain conveniences. For instance, owning a car is essential. Driving a girl out for an outing is incredibly convenient, instantly setting you apart from other suitors. Take me, for instance, I drive a Volkswagen Magotan, a spacious and comfortable mid-range vehicle. At that moment, Wang Haoran, who was engrossed in his studies at the desk, subtly shifted, suppressing a laugh. He had already anticipated the smooth transition of Shuai Tao's advice on seducing women. Within 3 sentences, the conversation would inevitably shift to his beloved Magotan. Indeed, Wang Haoran had thoroughly grasped the personalities of his 2 roommates. Besides being a local, Shuai Tao bore another conspicuous label, the Magotan. He loved to flaunt it, sometimes, even for a mundane trip from the dormitory to the other end of the campus for ideological education activities. He would insist on driving his prized vehicle. Consequently, alongside his local moniker, classmates occasionally referred to him as Brother Magotan. However, one must acknowledge that for a college student to own a car worth nearly 200,000 yuan is indeed impressive. After all, the costs associated with acquiring, maintaining, and parking a car in the city constitute a considerable financial burden that an average family might struggle to bear. This vehicle had undeniably granted Shuai Tao an advantage. Shortly after their military training concluded, inquiries from female students of other majors about Shuai Tao began to surface. It can be said that Shuai Tao's ostentatious style certainly has its admirers. Wang Haoran recalled that Su Bai mentioned his intention to acquire a car, although the specifics of its caliber remained unknown. However, given Su Bai's current financial prowess, it was likely to surpass the Magotan. Just as Shuai Tao was expounding on his insights into wooing women, a message from his girlfriend, Lu Yuan, arrived, causing his brow to furrow and his expression to shift dramatically. Why did the local guy stop? Continue. Wang Haoran inquired, eager for more amusement. Well, do you remember the senior from my girlfriend's dormitory? Shuai Tao exclaimed. Of course. Zhou Jielu, one of the 3 goddesses, now in her senior year. Reputed to be the most alluring campus belle in Jiangxing University. Chu Mingjie was well acquainted with the details of the goddess dormitory. What about her? Zhou Xuejie is in a relationship. Oh wow. Both Chu Mingjie and Wang Haoran responded in surprise. It was rumored that this senior had high standards. Despite being pursued by countless admirers over 3 years at Jiangxing University, She had remained single until now, suddenly revealing a boyfriend. Where did that come from? I hadn't heard any rumors. Wang Haoran speculated. She probably found someone exceptionally wealthy. Today, she returned with an LV bag. Isn't that brand quite pricey? Wang Haoran remarked. Even he, unfamiliar with luxury goods, had heard of LV's esteemed reputation. Expensive indeed. The basic models range from several thousand to tens of thousands. And unique designs can soar to several tens of thousands, Shui Tao sighed. Lu Yuanyuan sent me this message, and the implication couldn't be clearer. She wants one too. Shui Tao pondered. While I could ask my parents for some extra pocket money to afford an LV basic model, the question remains, does Lu Yuanyuan deserve it? After spending so much on outings, including that Japanese dinner this weekend, does she really expect the bag too? Frustration bubbled within him. Yet he didn't dare vent his anger towards Lu Yuanyuan, for she was a hard-won girlfriend, albeit not on par with the three goddesses, but still a beauty in her own right, allowing Shui Tao to hold his head high among classmates. He could only send her a message to placate her. Haha, really? That bag is quite beautiful. Right. This model is a collaboration with the renowned designer Takashi Murakami, featuring. Lu Yuanyuan launched into an elaborate exposition on design language and artistic flair. Shui Tao struggled to comprehend her words and, upon her conclusion, replied, that's lovely. But I still think an LV is a bit extravagant for a student. I believe Miniso also has some decent options. Lu Yuanyuan. Those tacky bags from Miniso are only suitable for junior high school girls with pocket money under 50 yuan. How can you be so clueless? It's infuriating. I truly can't expect even a hint of aesthetic sense from a straight man. Lu Yuanyuan, I'm done talking to you. I'm off to study. Shui Tao was momentarily taken aback. Then a mix of anger and frustration washed over him. Is this really an issue of taste? It's about money. Zhou Xuejia is exceptional, even worthy of comparison to online celebrities, and she fits perfectly with LV. What is Lu Yuanyuan even thinking? She should take a good look at herself. In Chapter 25, The Extraordinary Dormitory, he thought of asking for a high-end drink. Observing Shui Tao's expression of impotent rage, Chu Mingzhi leaned in, curious about the commotion. What's wrong? Did you have a spat with your girlfriend? Shui Tao recounted the exaggerated account of Lu Yuanyuan's request for a bag, concluding with righteous indignation, nowadays, female college students generally settle for brands like Zara or CK. Which is perfectly acceptable, perhaps even a Coach bag at most, but LV? Absolutely not. You're absolutely right. Wang Haoran chimed in. Lu Yuanyuan has truly lost her mind. Expecting a local to buy her an LV. Does she even comprehend the reality of his finances? Despite being the esteemed owner of a Magotan 330. When it came to disposable income, Wang Haoran was undoubtedly in a superior position. Chu Mingzhi expressed his thoughts. Indeed, the entry-level models of LV are far too common, lacking taste, and the truly appealing designs are exorbitantly priced. Wow, for once, your opinion aligns with mine, Shui Tao exclaimed, slapping his thigh as if he had found a kindred spirit. He quickly enlarged the image of the bag and held his phone up for Chu Mingzhi to see. However, to his surprise, he did not receive the anticipated affirmation from Chu Mingzhi. Pushing up his glasses, Chu Mingzhi scrutinized the image with keen interest, his voice trembling with excitement. This is the Louis Vuitton x Takashi Murakami collaboration Speedy Bandolier 25. What on earth? Shui Tao was bewildered. What on earth are you babbling about? This bag is a limited edition, and you can't buy it even with money at the store. You must wait for it to be released on the secondary market or hope that a store manager happens to acquire it. Chu Mingzhi explained with an air of expertise. Do you know the recent transaction price? Wait, dude, your expression is too exaggerated. Even if it's a limited edition, how expensive can it be? It's just a bag. Shui Tao scoffed. Huh, you know nothing of the wealth of the elite. Chu Mingzhi replied, shaking his finger. From what I know, last month this bag sold for 157,800 yuan, and it may have appreciated slightly since then. A conservative estimate would be starting at 160,000. Wait, what? 160,000 yuan. Shui Tao exclaimed in disbelief. Shui Tao's worldview has truly been expanded. To be fair, his relatives occasionally indulge in luxury goods for appearances, with bags costing several thousand, even tens of thousands, which falls within Shui Tao's realm of understanding. However, a mere handbag, gaudy and extravagant, priced at an astonishing 160,000, has genuinely opened his eyes. Is it possible that these affluent individuals have money blowing in from the wind? Shui Tao lamented. I suspect that Zhou Xuejia's boyfriend is a top-tier second-generation rich kid from Jiangxing. Even in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, he would be quite formidable, analyzed Chu Mingzhi, who couldn't resist adding a sly remark. After all, a bag he gifted is worth more than your car. Nonsense. I drive a Magotan 330 TSI Luxury Edition, with an official guide price of 179,900,000. It's certainly not cheaper than a bag. Shui Tao's voice suddenly rose. His face flushed, and his demeanor indicating he had hit a sore spot. In truth, he was indeed struck by the truth of Chu's observation. The official price was 179,900,000, but in the past 2 years, due to the surge of domestic new energy vehicles, car prices have generally decreased. During the summer vacation, Shui Tao's parents took him to pick up the car, just in time to capitalize on a discount. After some negotiation with the salesperson, they saved 350,000, and the final price came to 449,000. You wouldn't believe it, but it's actually less expensive than Zhou Xuejie's LV bag. Of course, if you factor in the purchase tax and insurance, then Shui Tao's Magotan 330 slightly edges out. But what significance does that hold? It doesn't alter the stark reality. Zhou Jialu's boyfriend stands in a far superior financial and social stratum compared to Shui Tao. Alas, in comparison to that man, I am merely a pauper, no different from Wang Haoran. Shui Tao sighed. Wang Haoran, sweating bullets. Chu Mingzhi snorted with satisfaction, declaring, as I suspected. Zhou Xuejie is the type of girl with high material desires that ordinary wealthy individuals cannot satisfy. Haha. Coincidentally, I have no interest in her. What difference does it make whether you like her or not? She certainly doesn't fancy you, Shui Tao retorted. Enough with the prattle, Chu Mingzhi said sternly. That is not the point. The crux lies in the fact that Chen Yuxing will undoubtedly not be such a gold-digging girl. Huh. Shui Tao could not be bothered to argue. He realized that old Chu was simply a lovesick fool, impervious to reason. Instead, he had wisely leveraged his advantages and, within just a month of the new semester, had already won over the lovely Lu Yuan. Reflecting on this, Shui Tao found himself sinking into melancholy once more. While he bantered with his roommate, he did not forget to send messages to Wu Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan completely ignored him. It seemed she was genuinely upset. To placate her, he would undoubtedly have to make some sacrifices. Surely, he couldn't actually buy her an LV bag? Yet, many times, girls are like that. When their close friends receive certain material perks, they feel compelled to match them. How vexing. Unable to think of a solution, Shui Tao begrudgingly opened his computer to play Super Smash Bros. Fortunately, Shui Tao's frustration did not linger for long. Soon, Chu Mingzhi encountered a misfortune of his own. Around 10 o'clock, Chu Mingzhi's phone emitted a distinctive notification sound. After a brief conversation, he tossed his phone aside, sitting cross-legged on his bed, staring blankly at the stark, white walls of the dormitory. When Wang Haoran went to the bathroom, he was suddenly called by Chu Mingzhi. Brother Haoran, what do you think it means if Chen Yuxing returns from off-campus in a luxury car at this hour? Huh. Wang Haoran was momentarily stunned. Shui Tao perked up. What else could it mean? She's dating someone, just like Zhou Xuejie. Oh no. Chu Mingzhi clutched his head, letting out a painful wail. It's not like that. It's not like that. No, we must analyze the situation specifically. It mainly depends on how luxurious that so-called luxury car really is. What is there to discuss? Wang Haoran queried, puzzled. If it's merely a 34C level entry-level luxury car, then she could just be taking a ride from a ride-hailing service. Goodness, old Chu, how skilled you are at self-comforting. Shui Tao chuckled. Do you even believe what you just said? Chu Mingzhi replied coldly. It's not about whether I believe it, but rather that I have faith in Chun's noble and proud character. Shui Tao was left speechless, thinking, kid, you're invincible, noble and proud. Are we engaging in ancient poetry reading comprehension here? Wake up, high school is over. Wang Haoran, with a straight face, struggled to suppress his laughter, indulging in the gossip. How fortunate we are in room 510 to have both Ha Qi Shui and Ha Qi Chu, the pair of dragon and phoenix. If Zhou Xuejie's dormitory, building 2, room 321, is the goddess dormitory, then our male dormitory, building 7, room 510, is undoubtedly the abode of extraordinary individuals. I wonder if your dormitory boasts such remarkable people? Truly divine. Suddenly, there was a knock at the dormitory door. Wang Haoran went to answer it, revealing a well-proportioned woman clad in sportswear. It was their counselor, Xia Lin. Good evening, Counselor Xia. Good evening, students, Xia Lin greeted with a poised smile. I just had a run on the field and happened to pass by the boys' dormitory to check in on you. Where's Su Bai? Isn't he here? Chapter 26, Xia Lin, who lost sleep over Su Bai's physique. Su Bai, he hasn't returned yet. He is probably playing basketball, Wang Haoran replied nonchalantly. Then sent a message to Su Bai, notifying him that the counselor had come to inspect the dormitory. Wang Haoran's instincts told him that Bai Gu was likely to spend the night out. Typically, it wouldn't be necessary to report to the counselor, but unfortunately, Bai Gu ran into Counselor Xia during her patrol of the boys' dormitory. Xia Lin stepped into the room, instinctively taking a sniff. The dormitory emitted the distinct aroma typical of a boys' dormitory, not particularly foul, but certainly not pleasant either. The overall disarray showcased scattered personal belongings. Underwear and socks hung from the bed rails. as a graduate student and senior. She had encountered such situations frequently during her undergraduate years while accompanying the student council for inspections, so her face remained unfazed. However, Xue Tao and Chu Mingzhi felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. After all, Xia Lin was quite attractive, perhaps even more so than Xue Tao's girlfriend. Lu Yuan, not at the pinnacle of beauty, but certainly deserving of the title of goddess. Dressed in form-fitting athletic wear, she bore a faint sheen of perspiration from her recent run. Her hair, dyed a deep brown, was tied into a high ponytail, exposing her long, fair neck and her slightly pink-tinted ears. Xue Tao and Chu Mingzhi even found themselves reluctant to look at her. Conversely, Wang Haoran, typically more introverted, felt indifferent. To him, all women in the three-dimensional world seemed the same. They paled in comparison to the realm of virtual characters. Your hygiene situation is acceptable. Xia Lin advised Xue Tao and Chu Mingzhi. Make sure to tidy up regularly, especially take out the trash daily, as it can easily breed bacteria and lead to illness. Understood, Counselor Xia, both replied, feeling somewhat ashamed to have their untidy state observed by such an attractive counselor. Not to mention, Subai's bed is kept so tidy. Counselor, that is not neat. He simply has fewer things. Chu Mingzhi could not help but interject, attempting to justify himself. Though my space appears disordered, it is merely due to the abundance of my belongings: men's skincare products, English novels, a capsule coffee machine, and a ukulele. Oh, by the way, Director Xia, do you play the ukulele? I do not, Xia Lin replied, casting a bewildered glance at Chu Mingzhi. Why was this child suddenly listing off his possessions? He resembled someone who, despite lacking social finesse, felt compelled to flaunt his diverse hobbies during a blind date. Director Xia, don't be misled by Su Bai's tidy desk. He is, in fact, quite similar to us, Xue Tao chimed in, perhaps inspired by Chu Mingzhi's remarks. All my dirty laundry is what I plan to take home to wash this weekend. My home washing machine does a splendid job, especially since I have a car. It's quite convenient for a local to drive home. Oh, Xia Lin replied nonchalantly, inwardly rolling her eyes. Who asked you? She could not help but silently lament that both Xue Tao and Chu Mingzhi were just as ostentatious as her classmates had claimed. It was undeniable that their family backgrounds were among the more affluent in the Jiangxing University student body. Yet, what were they, barely adults, parading around, lacking the demeanor of students? They were not even the type who flaunted wealth recklessly. All right, there's nothing else, so when Su Bai returns, please remind him not to be too late. With that, Xia Lin exited the 510 dormitory. The group exhaled in relief. Phew, the pressure from the counselor was quite palpable, although she has a pleasant temperament. There's always a shrewd and capable air about her. Chu Mingzhi pondered. I heard that Director Xia was heavily involved in student activities during her undergraduate years and excelled academically. She truly possesses a leader's charisma. Xue Tao suddenly had a whimsical thought. If I could date Director Xia, it would be quite impressive. After all, she is merely 4 years my senior, quite suitable. Suitable? Chu Mingzhi scoffed. She is the epitome of an accomplished career woman. How could she possibly be interested in a nouveau riche? What's your problem? Just as a new round of banter between the locals and the outsiders commenced, Xia Lin finished checking on the other dormitories and stepped out of the building. After a moment's reflection, she decided to call Su Bai, just to check in. After all, she had run into him at the cafeteria earlier, when he mentioned he planned to skip class for a workout. Now, he was returning quite late, giving off a rather rebellious vibe. Identifying the troublemakers among students is often straightforward. In the 510 dormitory, while others exhibited a degree of trepidation in front of the counselor, Su Bai remained unflinching. Of course, Xia Lin did not genuinely intend to punish Su Bai. Even if he were to stay out all night, it was not a grave offense. It was merely a gentle reminder to be cautious and avoid causing trouble. Xia Lin located Su Bai's WeChat and initiated a video call. After a brief wait, the call connected. The screen swayed momentarily before revealing a pool scene, seemingly luxurious, reminiscent of a high-end hotel. Then, the image shifted to the front camera, displaying Su Bai clad only in swim trunks, his tall and athletic physique on full display. Director Xia, did you need something? He asked. Not particularly. I just checked the boys' dormitory and noticed you weren't there, so I wanted to inquire about your whereabouts. Oh, I'm staying at a hotel tonight. I was swimming and didn't check my messages. Sorry about that. Su Bai replied with a smile, casually waving his room key in front of the camera. That's fine. Just be mindful and stay safe. Xia Lin quickly terminated the video call, her heart racing as she pressed a hand to her chest. The sight of Su Bai's impressive physique had left a significant impact. This boy had an extraordinary body. The unexpected visual of him swimming had struck Xia Lin with a powerful impression. Given her fondness for fitness, she placed considerable importance on a man's physique. Su Bai's form was undoubtedly the finest she had encountered in her 4 years at Jiangxing University. over 6 feet tall, impeccably proportioned, and robust without being excessive. Moreover, it was noteworthy that Su Bai not only boasted an enviable physique, but also possessed striking features. Recalling the stunning image from the recent video, Xia Lin swallowed hard, relieved she had ended the call in time. Otherwise, she would have surely embarrassed herself. How mortifying it was that she almost found herself captivated by her own student. Yet, according to Jiangda's traditions, the relationship between a counselor and students is more akin to that of seniors and juniors rather than a traditional teacher-student dynamic. Finding a junior attractive is not entirely unreasonable, Xia Lin reassured herself. Then, she suddenly realized something. The hotel key Su Bai had displayed bore the name JW Marriott. It was likely the one not far from Jiangda, just 2 subway stops away. A standard room there would cost around 800 to 900 yuan a night, and during peak tourist seasons, that price could easily double. If Su Bai's relatives were staying at such a prestigious hotel, it suggested they were quite affluent. Yet, Su Bai appeared so unassuming. Was his family background truly modest, or was he simply a person of humility? That remained uncertain. That night, Xia Lin found herself inexplicably preoccupied with thoughts of Su Bai, leading to sleeplessness. After finally drifting into a hazy slumber, she dreamt of swimming alongside him. Chapter 27. A loyal girl deserves investment. The following morning, in the graduate dormitory, a roommate groggily woke up to use the restroom and was surprised to find Xia Lin busy at the sink. Upon closer inspection, she exclaimed, "Xiao Lin, you are exceptionally diligent, getting up early to wash your intimate garments." It's nothing much," Xia Lin replied with a smile, feeling a bit embarrassed. Her roommate, oblivious to Xia Lin's unusual demeanor, continued to ramble. "Xiao Lin, you work so hard and are so capable. Whoever marries you will truly be fortunate." "Not that exaggerated. I'm just average," Xia Lin replied, feeling bashful at the praise. After all, her early morning laundry was not a display of diligence, but rather a necessity after waking from a dream to find her clothes soiled. How utterly embarrassing. The key issue was that the dream left a vivid impression in her mind, filling Xia Lin with guilt. In truth, she had been aware of Su Bai since the military training. He was a calm and composed young man, notably more mature than his peers. In terms of looks, he was undoubtedly the most handsome in their class, and according to Xia Lin's aesthetic preferences, he could easily be deemed the most attractive in the computer science department. His features were distinctly masculine and robust, diverging from the delicate aesthetics favored in today's entertainment industry, reminiscent of old-school Hong Kong stars. During military training, when the counselors were observing, Xia Lin would often find her gaze lingering on Su Bai, who stood tall in his military stance, like a pine tree. However, she had not anticipated that beneath his uniform, his physique was so impressive. As she washed her garments, Xia Lin's thoughts wandered uncontrollably, her cheeks flushing. Hanging the little clothes out to dry, Xia Lin found herself devoid of the inclination to return to bed. Instead, she aimlessly fiddled with her phone. By some twist of fate, she ventured into her private chat with Su Bai. The profile picture of a plump white goose and the username Crispy White Goose clearly indicated his fondness for the bird. After a brief internal struggle, Xia Lin ultimately began to type, "Summerlin, Su, remember to return to school on time for class today, and do let me know when you're back." Indeed, this was merely the duty of a counselor, concerned for her students' well-being and ensuring Su Bai's safety. Nothing amiss there. After a moment of self-reassurance, Xia Lin sent the message. To her surprise, Su Bai replied almost instantly, "Crispy White Goose. Sure, I'll head back around 9 for my second class, and we'll let you know when I arrive." Summerlin, all right then. Summerlin, Su, you woke up quite early. Crispy White Goose, I was exhausted from swimming last night, and went to bed early. Summerlin, haha, that's great. Early to bed and early to rise is beneficial for your health. Summerlin, you go on with your tasks. I must head to the research group as well. Crispy White Goose, the plump white goose waves goodbye. Crispy White Goose, thank you for your hard work, Xia. At that moment, Su Bai had just sprung out of bed, stretching his limbs. He felt invigorated, brimming with untapped energy. Last night, he had indulged in the luxurious pool at the Marriott. He even encountered 2 young ladies who attempted to engage him in conversation, only to be politely rebuffed. They exuded a somewhat questionable aura, leaving him with an uneasy feeling. Moreover, Su Bai had scanned them with the system, and upon witnessing their astonishing romantic histories, he felt further justified in his decision to decline their advances. Ultimately, Su Bai preferred the freshness and cleanliness of new experiences. What man doesn't at his core? After his swim, Su Bai visited the administrative floor and ordered 2 cocktails from the lounge. They were quite delightful, with a modest alcohol content that left him pleasantly tipsy. Upon returning to his room, he initially intended to rest for a while, but ended up falling asleep instead. He estimated that he had drifted off around 11 and slept soundly until 7:30 the next morning. The quality of his slumber was exceptional, akin to that of an infant. This alone confirmed that the system had indeed enhanced Su Bai's physique through the basic body reinforcement fluid. An ideal 8 hours of sleep left him unable to doze off any longer. This was the condition of his body he aspired to achieve. Too much or too little sleep indicated some underlying issues. Furthermore, the system had mentioned that the reinforcement liquid would amplify Su Bai's inherent strengths. Yesterday, he had been somewhat puzzled about what those strengths were. Now, glancing down, he suddenly understood. Alas, it was too early to seek assistance from anyone. He figured his senior sister was still asleep. Thus, he left a message for Zhou Jialu and proceeded to swim again. After his swim, he enjoyed a sumptuous buffet breakfast. The hotel breakfast was indeed quite lavish. He had seen reviews claiming it could become monotonous if indulged in excessively. Su Bai had yet to experience the sensation of dining there for several consecutive days and planned to savor it fully in due course. This was precisely why he was spending a week at the Marriott, to evaluate whether long-term hotel living was comfortably feasible. Additionally, he aimed to utilize this time to spend, earn cash back, and accumulate funds, allowing for more options when selecting future accommodations. While he was enjoying breakfast, Zhou Jialu replied to his message, stating that she intended to resign from her position at the 4S dealership and would come to find Su Bai at the hotel. Crispy white goose, I'll come to pick you up. When do you think you'll finalize everything? Jialu, very soon. Resigning as an intern isn't too complicated. And I had already discussed the necessary procedures with the manager last night. Crispy white goose, the plump white goose gives a thumbs up. Crispy white goose, your decisiveness is impressive, senior sister. Jialu. Oh, I just didn't want to dawdle and give the junior a chance to overthink. After all, being a luxury car salesperson while in a relationship is quite inappropriate. Crispy white goose, indeed. Jialu. Hee, I'm very devoted. From now on, my tenderness will belong solely to you, junior. Not bad. A girl like Zhou Jialu, with such dedication, is indeed a rarity in this era. It is true that her loyalty stems, at its core, from Su Bai's affluence and his willingness to spend on her whims. Yet many girls, even when entangled with wealthy men, remain restless, seeking to leverage such relationships for a more glamorous existence. Even worse, some engage in affairs while being materially supported, lamenting the monotony of their lives. Don't be fooled into thinking affluent individuals are immune to infidelity. Some gold diggers truly lack integrity, as the vernacular goes, exhibiting a poor sense of service. No matter how well they are treated, they can always find excuses to justify their disloyalty. Boundaries? They possess none. In contrast, Zhou Jialu, through Su Bai's observations and the system's assessments, has proven herself to be genuinely pure-hearted. Only those who remain loyal and consistently provide emotional value will earn Su Bai's devotion. By 8 o'clock, Su Bai was prepared and drove his Mercedes GLE to the 4S dealership he had visited the day prior. This time, however, his objective and mindset were entirely different. Chapter 28. Buying a car for my senior sister, the frugal and family-oriented senior. At the Mercedes 4S dealership, Zhou Jialu, on the brink of resigning, found herself surrounded by several female colleagues. Taking advantage of the quiet morning, they engaged in hushed gossip, inquiring about her boyfriend's status with keen interest. Each of them wore an expression of genuine concern. After all, who among the saleswomen here hadn't fantasized about being whisked away by a wealthy man? Embarking on a life of luxury devoid of work? Working closely with the affluent often breeds such inclinations. Some of these women had previously experienced innocent campus romances before graduation, only to feel the weight of reality pressed down upon them, altering their desires. It wasn't that they no longer liked their school boyfriends. Rather, their aspirations had expanded, demanding more than mere emotional sustenance. They sought material security as well. During their school days, with government subsidies for meals and accommodation, they hardly spent a dime. It wasn't until they entered the workforce that they realized the substantial costs involved, just in monthly rent alone. In Jiangcheng, things were relatively manageable in larger cities. Renting a room in the suburbs could easily start at a couple of thousand per month, not to mention the later expenses of buying a home, a car, and raising children, each a significant financial burden. Therefore, upon learning that Zhou Jialu's boyfriend was still studying, her colleagues were filled with envy. She was fortunate enough to have secured both youth and material comfort. Wait, ladies, does this Su Bai really live up to the hype of being tall and handsome? One saleswoman asked, heavily made up. Her name was Feng Liyun, who had missed work the day before and thus hadn't seen Su Bai before Zhou Jialu's arrival. She had been responsible for producing new media promotional videos, but had lost her position to Jialu. There was no contest. Jialu was a natural beauty, excelling in every aspect from looks to figure and even charisma. To be honest, Feng Liyun felt secretly pleased that Zhou Jialu had successfully captured a wealthy partner. If this younger sister truly secures a permanent position at the store, it would indeed be a tragedy. How long would Feng Liyun have to endure such suppression? She has long awaited the arrival of a wealthy patron to whisk her away. However, in her mind, it was only fitting that a middle-aged, somewhat greasy uncle would be the one to claim Zhou Jialu, which would provide her with a sense of balance. Feng Jia, it's true. Just yesterday, I happened to be on shift and found myself gazing at that boy for quite some time. I must admit, it was simply because I found him handsome, nothing more. Jialu, you wouldn't be upset, would you? A salesgirl jested. Hee, no worries. It's not illegal to admire a handsome guy, Zhou Jialu replied with a cheerful smile. Go ahead and look. After all, you can gaze but not possess. Oh dear, it seems our Jialu has already had her fill. How much did you indulge last night? Did it satisfy you? Stop it. In a public place, saying such absurd things. The girls playfully bantered amongst themselves. At that moment, Su Bai, tall and striking, strode into the 4S dealership. The chattering girls immediately fell silent, subdued by the aura of the handsome young man. It is quite common for a good-looking gentleman with an air of affluence to quiet a group of chatting girls, who would then steal glances at him, only to erupt into excited conversation once he had passed. Good morning, everyone. Su Bai greeted broadly, approaching his senior and enveloping her in a warm embrace, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. Zhou Jialu looked pleasantly surprised and reciprocated with a light kiss on his face, prompting the girls to erupt in cheers. Oh my! Someone is spreading dog food so early in the morning. Just kill me now. Jialu, you might as well put me out of my misery. This single dog is about to explode from jealousy. Su Bai exchanged a few pleasantries with them before turning to Zhou Jialu. Senior, have you completed your resignation procedures? Yes. All done. I can leave with you at any time, Zhou Jialu replied, taking Su Bai's hand, her face radiating sweetness. Meeting a junior like him was indeed her fortune. Su Bai nodded, retrieving his phone to summon Manager Gua. Manager Gua, I intend to select a car for Jialu. Since she has resigned, we'll need your assistance to go through the process. Haha, no trouble at all. Who would complain about business? Manager Gua replied, waving his hands. Junior, are you really buying me a car? That seems unnecessary. I don't really need one. Zhou Jialu interjected, her expression betraying her surprise despite her words. Of course, I'm buying it. There will be times when you need to move about on your own. Jiangcheng is quite vast, and having a car is convenient, Su Bai insisted. Having formed a close bond with Zhou Jialu, he saw fit to indulge her, knowing it would yield returns. All right then, if you think it's necessary. I'll accept it, but let us not go for anything too extravagant. It would be a waste. One could commend Zhou Jialu for her emotional intelligence. Had she been a greedy girl, she would have chosen the most expensive option without hesitation, as it was not her own money at stake. Yet, Zhou Jialu was different. She thought it would feel odd if her car surpassed Su Bai's in value, appearing inconsiderate. Even a car of similar worth felt inappropriate. What level are you at to drive a car of the same price as a junior? Zhou Jialu had a clear understanding of her position. She was Su Bai's little woman, and it was only natural to maintain a humble stance. The more she enjoyed his affection, the more she needed to be aware of her own worth. After some contemplation, she quickly made her choice. Having spent time in sales, she was quite familiar with the Mercedes-Benz product line. The entry-level C260L would suffice. There was no need for a higher configuration, as it was well-equipped across the board. Is that so? Su Bai, however, thought that the cashback from this model was insufficient. How about we go for the E-Class? It looks more appealing. Not that one. The E-Class has dropped in price to nearly 500,000. It's unnecessary. Honestly, if I weren't concerned about losing face in front of you, I'd be perfectly happy driving a 30,000 yuan car. It's just a means of transportation. Zhou Jialu stuck out her tongue playfully, her innocent demeanor radiating charm, making her irresistibly captivating to men. Su Bai couldn't resist pinching her cheek. Senior, you are quite the frugal one. Of course, I'm yours now. It's only right I help you save money. Manager Gua maintained a professional smile while internally rolling his eyes. For heaven's sake, just get the car and leave already. Enough of this lovey-dovey nonsense. It's enough to make a single dog envious. Complaints aside, the process of acquiring the car was swift, as the C260L, a classic entry-level luxury vehicle from Mercedes-Benz, was well-stocked. Furthermore, since Su Bai was paying in full, there was no need to navigate the loan process. With the insurance sorted, they were nearly done. By 9 o'clock, Su Bai and Zhou Jialu were already on the road, heading towards the JW Marriott Hotel. Watching the two brand-new cars depart the dealership in splendid fashion, Feng Liyun found herself momentarily entranced. He truly was a handsome man. The moment she laid eyes on Su Bai, her heart fluttered, and she was tempted to make a move. However, she lacked the confidence to act in front of Zhou Jialu. Ah well, who could blame her? Jialu was naturally beautiful and fortunate. It was enough to make anyone envious. Chapter 29. Why does Su Bai have the right to sit beside her? As a car salesperson, Zhou Jialu was quite adept at driving. The two cars parked side by side in the underground parking lot of the JW Marriott looked rather fitting together. The C260L was exquisite, while the GLE exuded a powerful presence. Subai embraced Zhou Jialu, admiring the two vehicles with great satisfaction. Senior, your car cost a total of 280,000, and you've struck an 8-fold cashback, totaling 240,000. It seems you are indeed my lucky star. It appears that moving forward, whenever Subai anticipates making a significant purchase, he should bring Zhou Jialu along for the cashback. Will you use a temporary license plate for now, or shall I accompany you to get it registered this morning? But don't you have a compulsory class? Yes, but I could ask for leave if necessary. No need. It's not urgent. You go ahead to class, and I'll stay at the hotel. I can entertain myself with my phone and watch some shows. I want to be bored. Zhou Jialu began to display her obedient side again. Her service mindset was leagues ahead of those socialites who merely acted frivolously. Subai nodded in approval, leaning closer to Zhou Jialu's ear. Then let us head up first. Senior, help me unwind a bit before I return to school. Okay, Zhou Jialu replied softly, glancing at Subai, who was already showing signs of eagerness. Oh dear, his talents are astonishing. I dread the thought of being unable to get out of bed after my birthday. Yet, for a woman, this was indeed a delightful dilemma, especially after a while. Once she had helped Subai unwind, Zhou Jialu sensed that his prowess seemed inexplicably stronger than the day before, stirring a wave of anticipation within her. If this continues, even if her junior has the patience, she might not be able to wait until her birthday and would find herself wanting to take things a step further. Alas, if it comes to that, she would simply go with the flow. Gradually, Zhou Jialu began to relax her self-imposed limitations as they drove back to school. Subai found a parking space in the open lot of the South District of Jiangxing University. Many faculty members park their vehicles here, including a few local students with their own cars, such as Shui Tao. The dormitory area lies to the north, while the classrooms are situated towards the west, making the parking lot a bit of a trek away, approximately a 10-minute walk. Shared bicycles are available, which renders the distance less of an issue. With a physique enhanced by the body-strengthening serum, he pedals furiously on the small bicycle and successfully arrives at the advanced mathematics classroom just before class begins. As Subai enters, he glances towards the back of the classroom. As expected, he spots his 3 roommates in the last 2 rows, but unfortunately, they have already occupied all the seats, failing to save one for him. It is well known that in large university lecture halls, the last 2 rows are considered prime real estate. The farther one is from the instructor, the more comfortable one feels. Wang Haoren also notices Subai and makes a classic gesture reminiscent of a famous basketball star, arms outstretched, signaling his helplessness. He also sends a message on WeChat. Wang Haoren is feasting on the agile spirit mushrooms from the mountains today, silly son. There were only 3 seats left when we arrived. You're on your own. Wang Haoren is feasting on the agile spirit mushrooms from the mountains today. You big silly, yo chung teifi. Supai dabaye, the big white goose gives a middle finger. Subai scans the entire classroom and finds that only the front row has available seats. However, sitting in the front row means becoming the target of the old professor's interactions and enduring his relentless scrutiny. No, thank you. Suddenly, Subai is pleasantly surprised to discover an empty seat at the edge of the middle section of the classroom. Upon closer inspection, he realizes it is next to Chen Yuxing. In the large amphitheater-style classroom, the seats are relatively close together. To the right of Chen Yuxing is a wall, while the left side remains vacant, making it quite peculiar given that all nearby seats are filled. Subai can roughly understand the reason behind this phenomenon, the intimidating aura of the aloof academic goddess. This class is advanced mathematics for freshmen, which means that most attendees are first-year students who have only recently transitioned from high school and are generally quite timid. It is entirely natural for them to be hesitant about sitting next to Chen Yuxing, especially since she does not have any female friends. At this moment, Chen Yuxing also spots Subai, her lips curling into a subtle smile, though she quickly composes her expression. She dares not show too much enthusiasm. Yet her actions convey her intentions. She unfolds the chair beside her and beckons to Subai. Oh my! This gesture ignites a wave of suppressed murmurs. A few classmates who were observing Chen Yuxing are taken aback to see her actively inviting the newly arrived male student to sit beside her, causing quite a stir. What is going on here? Isn't the goddess Chen Yuxing one who is oblivious to worldly matters, solely devoted to her studies? Is she not one to avoid male company and focus solely on research? The notion of her inviting a boy to sit with her seems impossible. Surely, they must be mistaken. Yet reality delivers a shocking blow to these doubters as Subai naturally takes his seat next to Chen Yuxing. Immediately, Chen Yuxing leans in closer to whisper in his ear, "From now on, you can sit with me in this advanced mathematics class. I usually have no one beside me." What a splendid idea. Subai thinks it is fantastic, as it alleviates his worries about securing a good seat. In truth, the middle section of the classroom is also a decent spot, Sometimes, the instructor might give additional attention to the students in the last 2 rows, thereby turning the tables. The dynamic between teachers and students is always one of strategic interplay. Chen Yuxing secretly breathes a sigh of relief, fearing that Su Bai might refuse her. Yet, she genuinely enjoys being with him, feeling remarkably at ease. She can also chat with him discreetly during class and share amusing things she encounters online. Chen Yuxing, in essence, is a bit of an internet addict, lacking sufficient interpersonal interactions in the real world and showing little interest in ordinary social engagements. However, Su Bai particularly resonates with her. Moreover, Su Bai is affluent. Since her mother fell ill, Chen Yuxing has increasingly recognized the significance of wealth. She has long understood that money is important. After all, she is introverted, not foolish, and has learned about the value of currency from her high school textbooks. However, the stark realities of life are more palpable in a hospital setting. If I were to become Su Bai's girlfriend, I would no longer need to worry about the funds for my mother's treatment. She would receive proper care, and I wouldn't have to fret about making ends meet. Chen Yuxing's peripheral vision catches Su Bai's upright posture and his sun-kissed, handsome face, and suddenly this thought springs to mind. She immediately chastises herself inwardly for such musings. What am I thinking, Chen Yuxing? Entering a relationship with such utilitarian motives is rather unethical. I assent it. It seems unlikely to yield a positive outcome. Furthermore, even if I were to become Su Bai's girlfriend, I have no right to demand such substantial financial support for my mother's treatment. Rationally, Chen Yuxing considers her earlier thought to be rather absurd. Yet, on the other hand, she and Su Bai truly seem to connect on a profound level, enough to be considered soulmates. Pursuing a relationship with Su Bai would be akin to true love. Wherein lies the issue? Caught in a whirlpool of adolescent emotions, Su Bai, meanwhile, is notifying his counselor, Xiao Lin, via his phone that he has returned to class, aiming to set her mind at ease. One must say, this counselor is quite diligent and responsible, striking a rare balance between strictness and leniency. Such a combination is indeed hard to find. Encountering a reliable counselor is undoubtedly a significant boon for university life. At the back of the classroom, Chu Mingzhi glares at Su Bai and Chen Yuxing with a vacant stare, utterly incredulous. He cannot fathom why Chen Yuxing would allow Su Bai to sit beside her. Chapter 30. No whispering among young couples in class. In response to Chu Mingzhi's astonishment, Wang Haoren remains unfazed. So what? Baigu isn't a plague. What is so strange about Chen Yuxing sitting next to him? Brother Haoren, you may not have noticed the details. Chu Mingzhi adjusts his glasses, exuding an air of sagacity. It was Chen Yuxing who invited him over, and after Su Bai sat down, she even whispered something in his ear. Su Bai? That is a significant detail, which leaves Wang Haoren speechless, only able to break out in a nervous sweat. Keep it down, don't act insane here. Shui Tao interjects, feeling both awkward and dissatisfied. If you're not embarrassed, we certainly are. Shui Tao takes a certain glee in the situation, yet finds it hard to fully enjoy it. Although seeing Chu Mingzhi so disheartened is amusing, Su Bai and Chen Yuxing do appear rather intimate. Shui Tao cannot help but ponder. When did these two become acquainted? In Shui Tao's recollection, Su Bai and Chen Yuxing have never exchanged a word. Could it be that, in some obscure corner, they have developed a bond, a connection? However, therein lies the conundrum. Su Bai, apart from attending class, primarily stays in the dormitory, engrossed in his phone and gaming. He is not the type to roam about socializing. It is said that Chen Yuxing is quite similar, only moving between her dormitory, classroom, and laboratory. So, how exactly has this clandestine camaraderie blossomed? To speak candidly, Shui Tao is indeed envious. A girl as beautiful and accomplished as Chen Yuxing is, after all, the only child of a local demolition household in Jiangqing, making her the prime choice for any suitor. Unfortunately, Chen Yuxing is simply too exceptional for Shui Tao to even dare to dream of. Moreover, she has not been rumored to have any significant relationship with that boy. Yet, it turns out that Su Bai is making the most rapid progress. This is undeniably hard to accept. Shui Tao concedes that Su Bai is somewhat handsome, but the truth is, there are plenty of handsome men vying for Chen Yuxing's affection. Furthermore, Su Bai's financial situation is rather dismal, to put it bluntly. He might even qualify for welfare assistance. In contrast, Shui Tao enjoys a monthly allowance exceeding 10,000 yuan, and he drives a Magotan as a freshman, with 4 properties to his name. Where, then, does the problem lie? It should be noted that while Shui Tao has a penchant for showing off, he is not devoid of intelligence. After all, one cannot gain admission to Jiangqing University without a modicum of intellect. After contemplating for a while, a sudden realization struck him. Could it be that Wang Haoren and Su Bai met Chen Yuxing through gaming? Wang Haoren, who was engrossed in his mobile game, looked perplexed. You're asking me? Yes, don't you usually play with Su Bai? Not always. He often plays ranked alone, while I primarily indulge in the world of anime. Wang Haoren replied with a shy smile, his meaning quite apparent. Don't ask me. I have no idea. Well, that is peculiar. In the middle of the classroom, Chen Yuxing remained oblivious to the murmurs around her, or perhaps she simply did not care. Her thoughts were wholly consumed by Su Bai. Throughout the mathematics class, she was entangled in a dilemma. Deep down, Chen Yuxing was certain that she liked Su Bai, but did he feel the same way about her? If she were to pursue him and request financial assistance, he might think her a gold digger. Alas, when it comes to romance, Chen Yuxing was entirely inexperienced and had never contemplated the notion of love. She had always been sensible, focused on her studies, tinkering with computers, climbing ranks in solo play, watching abstract videos on Bilibili, and engaging in discussions on forums. Perhaps her interests were too niche for a girl, and she had never formed any close friendships. The boys who approached her often harbored impure intentions, which she consistently rebuffed, leading to the development of her aloof demeanor. It was only that day in the cafe, when she conversed extensively with Su Bai, that she was pleasantly surprised to discover a kindred spirit in him. Such was the essence of love at first sight. However, from a realistic standpoint, did Chen Yuxing truly deserve to be in a relationship with Su Bai? Her father had abandoned the family after the divorce, and her mother was gravely ill in the hospital. Her home life was already in tatters. Sheng, are you free this afternoon? I'd like to send you a gaming companion order. Su Bai's voice interrupted Chen Yuxing's musings. She paused momentarily. Then her expression shifted. What did you just call me? I thought Xing sounded nicer. If you don't like it, no objections, you can call me whatever you wish. Really? Indeed. After all, we aren't strangers, nor are we overly formal. Exactly. I feel we are on the level of soulmates. Chen Yuxing found the term too ambiguous, but lacked the energy to refute it. Thus, she acquiesced. What kind of gaming companion are you referring to? Help me buy a computer. We discussed this before. You mentioned you know the computer market by the south gate of the school inside and out, ensuring I won't be swindled and can procure prices lower than e-commerce. Okay, so, help me assemble a gaming computer. The budget should be more cost-effective than Baijian. Upon mentioning this, Chen Yuxing recalled that her initial conversation with Su Bai had stemmed from her warning him about a potential poor computer purchase. In essence, this was the opportunity she had used to strike up a conversation with him. Astonished, if we exclude online companionship, their acquaintance had actually begun with Chen Yuxing initiating contact with Su Bai. The thought was rather bizarre, considering her social anxiety. Perhaps this was what one might call fate intervening. All right, no problem. Chen Yuxing readily agreed. The payment will be based on the companionship rate, 200 per hour. Sure. Given the need for discretion, the conversation remained a closely guarded secret between Su Bai and Chen Yuxing, prompting her to draw near to him, their proximity bordering on intimate. Ahem. The teacher at the podium could no longer tolerate the scene and addressed the couple near the window. Be mindful of the classroom atmosphere. Refrain from whispering during lectures. Curious glances from their classmates turned toward them. Chen Yuxing felt her face flush, her mind momentarily blank as she focused on her fingers, remaining silent. From her neck to her ears, she blushed a deep crimson, looking exceedingly lovely. Meanwhile, Su Bai grinned and apologized. Yes, teacher, I acknowledge my mistake. Red bean paste is a private matter. His unabashed demeanor could be described as sunny or, more bluntly, shameless. Perhaps it was precisely his lack of shame that allowed him to win Chen Yuxing's favor? Many classmates shared similar thoughts. In this moment, it would not seem out of place to label them a couple. They were indeed a match made in heaven. Furthermore, even after being called out by the teacher, Chen Yuxing did not distance herself from Su Bai. Instead, once the attention had subsided, they continued their intimate exchange. At the back of the classroom, Chu Mingzhi suddenly struggled to rise, clutching his chest and staggering toward the exit. Brother, what is wrong with you? Wang Haoran inquired. I need some fresh air. Ugh. My heart aches. I can't breathe, brother. Chapter 31. Chen Yuxing's affection exceeds 80. Su Bai harbors a bold idea. To prevent a potential crisis, Wang Haoran gallantly accompanied Chu Mingzhi to the infirmary. Clearly, he had been affected by the closeness of Su Bai and Chen Yuxing. If left unattended, he might have been in serious trouble. The young man had no significant health issues, just a weak spleen and stomach. He needed to avoid late nights. At the campus clinic, the doctor smiled as he put away his stethoscope and withdrew his hand from taking Chu Mingzhi's pulse. He then added, less Taoism. Chu Mingzhi. For safety's sake, let us conduct a blood test. If you still feel unwell, I can prescribe moxibustion treatment. If everything checks out, you can go. Wang Haoran was perplexed. Doctor, are you practicing traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine? Does it matter? In any case, Hu Yi is fine, and that is what counts. Sitting on a bench outside the emergency room, Chu Mingzhi stared blankly ahead. Suddenly, he murmured, why? Damn it. Why is Chen Yuxing so warm toward Su Bai? Well, emotions are unpredictable. Don't think too much about it. Wang Haoran offered a word of comfort, though his thoughts were entirely different. He was well aware of Su Bai's hidden strengths, wealth, a pleasant disposition, and good looks, clearly a fitting match for Chen Yuxing. At the south gate of Jiangxing University, the computer market was evidently in decline. In this era of social media, everyone was aware of the unscrupulous merchants who would deceive the unwary. Half the time, newcomers would be swindled, while familiar faces would hit the jackpot. Claims of i9-level CPUs, military-grade motherboards, and server-grade memory were exaggerated to the hilt, masking the fact that these were merely repurposed electronic waste assembled into deceptively high-end computers designed to dupe the uninformed. A computer with a 600 yuan cost would be sold to you for 5,600, netting a profit of 5,000 yuan. In this day and age, those who frequently indulge in science popularization videos generally avoid being taken advantage of in computer markets. However, Chen Yuxing is an exception. She possesses a profound understanding of both hardware and software principles, as well as the prevailing market prices, having previously assisted Professor Luo with procurement. Consequently, she is capable of acquiring bargains in the computer market, effectively circumventing various intermediaries, resulting in prices slightly lower than those found in e-commerce. This is indeed a testament to Chen Yuxing's prowess. It is no wonder that Professor Luo frequently extols the virtues of this remarkable freshman. After all, she can write code, manage procurement, and possesses an honest and straightforward character, devoid of any greed. Su Bai even harbors doubts about Professor Luo potentially exploiting her labor. Thus, Su Bai need not exert any mental effort, simply trailing behind Chen Yuxing and admiring her bargaining skills. Undoubtedly, Chen is a high achiever with social anxiety. Yet, when it pertains to her favorite field of study, she exhibits a decisive and assertive demeanor. Occasionally, she turns to inquire about Su Bai's needs, then negotiates with the vendor of computer components accordingly. Before long, they have assembled an entire configuration, gathering the components at a shop that has long collaborated with Professor Luo's laboratory for on-site assembly and debugging. Hey Xiaochun, this computer doesn't look like it's for laboratory use at all, with all those RGB light strips. Professor Luo might think you're gaming in the lab, remarked the amiable shopkeeper, a kind elderly lady, as she cracked seeds. It is for gaming, specifically tailored for him, Chen Yuxing replied, glancing at Su Bai with a busy demeanor. The glimmer of affection in her eyes did not escape the shopkeeper's notice. The shopkeeper chose not to confront the situation directly, merely chuckling softly as she appraised Su Bai. Not bad. This young man is quite handsome. If he can afford a computer worth tens of thousands, his family must be doing well. Oblivious to the shopkeeper's scrutiny, Su Bai remained focused on Chen Yuxing as she skillfully assembled the computer. Her proficiency was undeniable, far surpassing his own, despite her claims of lacking practical skills. It was evidently a humble assertion. In comparison to her other talents, this was merely a matter of self-deprecation. What are you staring at me for? She asked. I'm just fascinated by your assembly skills. To be honest, before I met you, I never imagined I would be assembling a computer with a girl. It's quite cool. Stop chatting and come help, she urged. The two collaborated to disassemble the partitions and tighten screws, their fingers inevitably brushing against each other, fostering an atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Chen Yuxing's mind was abuzz with Su Bai's words. It seemed she held a special place in his heart as well. Before long, the computer was fully assembled and powered on. Following the installation of the operating system and relevant drivers, it was time to run a benchmark test to verify the computer's prowess. The scores exceeded Su Bai's expectations, leaving him slightly bewildered. Chen Yuxing explained, I configured a set of overclocking parameters, which will enable better performance than the standard settings. That sounds impressive, but it won't explode, will it? He inquired. Not at all. The power supply and cooling systems have ample capacity to handle it. After all, your budget is fully utilized, and I selected only the finest components. Chen Yuxing reassured him confidently. The extravagant eye of the beast that Su Bai initially wished to purchase would have cost around 70 to 80,000. But Chen Yuxing deemed it not cost-effective. Instead, the configuration she procured for him totaled a staggering 100,000, which seemed slightly absurd, yet undeniably more powerful. Its aesthetic was equally appealing, embodying a technological elegance that would be the dream of any gaming enthusiast. After completing the payment, Su Bai found a cardboard box lined with plastic foam to transport the computer to his car. The hefty desktop tower felt remarkably light on his shoulder. He then carried a high-end monitor, along with a keyboard, headset, and other peripherals, completing the entire setup, which amounted to over 100,000. With a cashback of around 500,000. Where to next? Chen Yuxing inquired. It surely can't be the dormitory. This setup requires more power than the limited supply there can provide. Certainly not. I'm currently staying at a hotel near the school. I'll take it there for now, and once I find a long-term residence, I'll transport it again, Su Bai replied. Oh. Chen Yuxing immediately considered that Su Bai's hotel must be quite upscale. Indeed, when they arrived at the JW Marriott, she recognized the brand as luxurious. However, Upon entering the riverside suite, she felt little awe at its opulence, contrasting sharply with how she felt when entering Zhou Jialu's domain. After all, Chen Yuxing held no interest in such material extravagance. Her concerns lay elsewhere. If the room were filled with AI research cards, she might have felt as exhilarated as she did in Zhou Jialu's company. After assisting Su Bai in setting up the computer, it dawned on her that she was alone with him in his hotel room. Typically cautious about being alone with men in confined spaces, she felt utterly at ease with Su Bai, devoid of any wariness. Chen Yuxing, who valued logical precision, analyzed this phenomenon and concluded that Su Bai's significance in her life transcended mere friendship. Perhaps, as Su Bai had suggested, they were soulmates. Oh dear, she lamented inwardly. I have, hopelessly, fallen for him. Ding, ding. Detection of S-class goddess Chen Yuxing's affection for Su Bai surpasses 80 points. Intimate relationship successfully bound. Reward, 1 lottery draw. Now, spending on Chen Yuxing can satisfy her indulgent desires, enabling the host to receive a 10 times cashback. Oh, this has also exceeded 80 points? Su Bai was not particularly surprised, as he genuinely felt a strong connection with Chen Yuxing. However, concerning a girl with such a strong sense of pride and seemingly complex family background, he knew he had to proceed with caution, taking his time to win her over. To his astonishment, she had developed feelings so swiftly, plunging into a deeply etched romance. Thus, he gently coaxed, Sheng Sheng, I have a bold idea. Chapter 32. The girl's shyness surpasses 1,000 words. What do you intend to do? Chen Yuxing exclaimed, her heart racing. Instinctively, she took a half step back, gripping the sides of her chiffon dress, appearing both vulnerable and endearing. If Su Bai were to make an outrageous request, she might entertain the notion. The girl's mind was flooded with peculiar and daring thoughts. Yet, in the next moment, Su Bai uttered something entirely unexpected. How about upgrading your equipment as well? This way, it will be more comfortable for you when we game together in the dorm. Is that your bold idea? She replied, perplexed. What's wrong? Nothing. Chen Yuxing felt an inexplicable irritation surge within her, biting her lip in confusion. She was annoyed at herself for thinking inappropriately. Su Bai was, after all, quite earnest. So, what do you think? Let us open JD and pick out a computer. A desktop setup 1T suit the dorm's limited power supply. And you'll need something portable. Do not say that you do not require it. The sentiment remains the same. My intention is to satisfy my emotional needs. Consider this. If you were experiencing lag while gaming alongside me, would you not be rather displeased? Is that not the essence of the matter? While the rationale holds true, Chen Yuxing's inner turmoil does not stem from this aspect. Observing Su Bai's earnestness in assisting her with selecting a computer, Chen Yuxing could no longer contain her thoughts and blurted out, Su Bai, do you not enjoy gaming with me in a couple's room? What? Su Bai was taken aback. What did a couple's room have to do with anything? Then, by switching out my computer, are you implying that you wish to play with me in the dormitory and prefer not to see me in person? What an absurd interpretation of not wanting to see you. Su Bai couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. You do not have the luxury of visiting me every day to play. This merely ensures that you have a suitable device at your disposal whenever you wish. Your current computer has quality control issues, and the after-sales service is unhelpful. It occasionally lags unexpectedly, something you yourself have admitted. Wait a moment, does that mean you actually prefer gaming together in a couple's room? Su Bai's lips curled into a knowing smile. The sight made Chen Yuxing feel flustered. She hastily declared, I have things to attend to. I shall take my leave, and fled the JW Marriott's Riverside suite in a flurry. Oh, how delightful. Chen, the academic prodigy, appeared quite bashful. The shyness of a young woman surpasses all expressions of human language. This sentiment resonated profoundly with Su Bai as he observed Chen Yuxing. Junior, I am back. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the graceful Zhou Jialu reappeared before Su Bai. Not much time had elapsed since Chen Yuxing's hasty departure. Zhou Jialu had returned to school earlier that afternoon to attend a class for a subject she had previously failed, which she needed to retake in her senior year. Some instructors were particularly stringent with students who were retaking courses, making attendance imperative. Su Bai had cleverly capitalized on this time gap to prevent any encounter between Chen Yuxing and Zhou Jialu. A masterful maneuver indeed. Yet, in truth, Su Bai was entirely unaware that the two were roommates. Zhou Jialu had never mentioned her roommate to him, and Su Bai's knowledge of the goddess dormitory was limited to Lu Yuan and Chen Yuxing. Upon noticing an imposing new computer in the Riverside suite, Zhou Jialu curiously inquired, Junior, did you purchase a computer this afternoon? Yes, I assembled one that I am quite pleased with. Hee, it must be a thrill to play games on it. Unfortunately, I am not well versed in gaming. If you do not mind, could you teach me? Zhou Jialu seemed to gravitate towards Su Bai, her demeanor reminiscent of a parasitic soft-bodied creature. She appeared to relish teasing Su Bai, enjoying the way he struggled to maintain his composure in the face of her charm. Subai astutely sensed this. It seemed that the senior had always desired acknowledgement for her allure, yet at her core, she was a woman of reserve and self-respect. It was no wonder some referred to her as fiery. However, her quest for validation was now firmly centered on Subai alone, and the happiness that ensued was palpable. Thus, Subai indulged in yet another round of Zhou Jialu's attentions. Relaxing on the couch, he opened a beverage from the hotel refrigerator. Meanwhile, Zhou Jialu examined the elegantly packaged Evian water, a staple in various artistic works depicting extravagant lifestyles. A 330-milliliter gift-sized bottle, priced at 200 yuan. As for the taste, quite pleasant indeed. But does it warrant such a price? One might argue otherwise. After a while, they descended to find a nearby Cantonese restaurant for dinner, as their recent meals had been rather rich, necessitating a change in flavor. Although the system would mitigate the negative effects of indulgence for Subai, his palate still yearned for diverse culinary experiences. In truth, Subai simply enjoyed the finer things in life. A foodie's nature is to relish every opportunity when wealth permits. During dinner, Chen Yuxing sent a cat emoji peeking out. Subai refrained from prolonging the conversation, directly informing her that they would commence gaming at 8 o'clock. Based on his estimates, Zhou Jialu would surely depart by then. Indeed, before 7:30. Zhou Jialu announced her intention to return to the dormitory to chat with her friends and left. Primarily, she feared lingering too long and succumbing to laziness, thus remaining with Subai. After taking a bath, Subai logged on promptly at 8. Tonight, Chen Yuxing seemed unusually subdued, hardly engaging in conversation, and only occasionally unmuting to speak. She was evidently still grappling with her emotions. This was entirely normal, according to the system's observations. Chen Yuxing had completely developed feelings for Subai. Her personality type, once enamored, would inevitably undergo a significant emotional upheaval. Just grant her a little time. As the saying goes, good things come to those who wait. Subai genuinely cherished Chen Yuxing. Following 2 hours of gaming, just as he exited the game, Chen Yuxing messaged him. Yuxia, are you upset? Subai to Bai, not at all. Yuxia, oh. Yuxia, I am not upset either. Yuxia, I have not been angry at all today. I simply have a sore throat, which is why I spoke less. Subai to Bai, understood, cheers to you. Da Bai, Subai to Bai, I ordered you the ROG Gun God 8+. The delivery address is set to a nearby Cainyao station relative to your building. It should arrive by tomorrow morning. Remember to pick it up once you receive the message. Yuxia, okay. Yuxia, thank you. Indeed, their aesthetic sensibilities were in perfect harmony. Although Chen Yuxing had insisted that the ROG brand was overpriced, it was precisely this model of laptop that had long piqued her interest over the summer. However, its top configuration cost over 30,000 yuan. There was no need to squander money when it was better saved for her mother's medical treatment. Subai was exceedingly kind to her. Coupled with his teasing earlier that afternoon in the hotel, it was evident that Subai was aware of Chen Yuxing's feelings. Why did it feel as though this man possessed an air of a rogue? Yet, she genuinely found him irresistible. Chen Yuxing silently mused as she snuggled into bed, continuing her conversation with Subai. At this moment, the goddess dormitory found itself with all 4 members present, besides the 2 goddesses entangled with Subai and Lu Yuanyuan, who was entwined with Subai's roommate. The 4th member was Jiang Qiran, a student from the broadcasting and hosting department. Chapter 33. Are you referring to Subai? The one and only. Jiang Qiran, though not particularly tall, possessed a doll-like beauty that could evoke a protective instinct in any man. Having practiced dance from a young age, her posture exuded an alluring grace. Her petite, delicate figure, complemented by modest curves, created a captivating charm that transcended mere innocence to embody the modern ideal of pure allure. With a youthful, vibrant smile perpetually gracing her face, her every expression radiated a freshness reminiscent of a delicate underclassman who had just leaped from the pages of a Japanese anime. In fact, among the 3 goddesses residing in the dormitory, Jiang Qiran attracted the most suitors. Chen Yuxing is too cold, while Zhou Jialu is too fiery. There is an elusive quality that feels almost unmanageable. Yet, amidst them is Jiang Qiran, an unassuming boy, who cannot help but fantasize about the possibility that the illustrious Jiang might uncover the beauty within him, igniting a spark of connection. At this moment, Jiang Qiran has just concluded a club activity. Typically, the clubs at Jiangxing University commence recruitment only after the National Day holiday, but as an art student, he managed to infiltrate the anime club alongside a senior from the broadcasting department, primarily engaging in amateur voice acting, where he enjoys considerable popularity. Oh dear, I'm utterly exhausted. Wait, what is that delightful aroma? Clad in a JK uniform with a pleated skirt and stepping into the room in wedge-heeled shoes, Jiang Qiran is assailed by the rich scent of food. Lu Yuanyuan exclaims, the The senior has brought back some treats. Come, let us share. Wow, the senior is so thoughtful. She just brought us snacks yesterday. This time it's fried goodies, made with a special healthy oil that one tea easily contribute to weight gain. Zhou Jielu speaks with a hint of pride, for these treats, like the snacks from yesterday, originate from a trendy local eatery in Jiangcheng, one that is hardly affordable for the average student. She has been fortunate lately, with a monthly allowance of 100,000 yuan, plus various luxurious gifts from Subai. It's only natural for her to occasionally bribe her roommates with snacks to maintain good relations. After all, jealousy can brew into malice if left unchecked. Those with high emotional intelligence adeptly transform such negativity into something intangible. Well then, I shan't be polite. Thank you, senior, Jiang Xiran replies, her mouth watering. Nevertheless, she is vigilant about maintaining her figure and typically refrains from indulgence in the evenings. Zhou's purchase is perfect for her. Surprisingly, despite being low-fat, the flavor is quite delightful. In truth, she had longed to try it, but the eatery is located quite far from Jiangxing University, in a bustling commercial district, and is exceedingly pricey. For instance, fried mushrooms, a common ingredient, might cost merely a handful of yuan elsewhere, yet this establishment charges 58. Reflecting on her impressions since starting at Jiangxing, Jiang Xiran recalls Zhou as being rather frugal with her spending. Why the sudden shift in her spending habits? While lost in thought, her face betrays no emotion. Occasionally, some girls disparage her, branding the new campus beauty as a green tea. However, most classmates perceive her as genuinely kind, especially since Jiang Xiran never flaunts her connections with any boy. In reality, it is merely that her thoughts run deep, and she is disinterested in the mundane antics of typical green tea behavior. She is not an ordinary green tea. Her ambitions stretch far beyond. Therefore, until she encounters a worthy suitor, Jiang Xiran must uphold her persona, an ethereal, innocent beauty from the second dimension. At that moment, Lu Yuan, wearing a gossip-laden expression, declares, Xiran, let me tell you, our Zhou has found her ideal partner. Oh, the senior is actually in a relationship? Jiang Xiran responds, astonished. Yes, she met someone she really likes. It was love at first sight. Speaking of love at first sight, Chen Yuxing, lying on her bed, can't help but glance over. What a coincidence. She too has experienced such a feeling, suggesting that perhaps fortune is favoring the dormitory lately. Look, this LV bag was a gift from Jielu's boyfriend. Lu Yuan continues. Wow, it's stunning. It must be quite expensive, right? Jiang Xiran feigns innocence, appearing entirely oblivious to the world of luxury goods. Yet internally, she is screaming, "Aw!" The Louis Vuitton x Takashi Murakami Collaborative Speedy Bandolier 25. Its allure, rarity, and price are the epitome of what young women dream of. When Lu Yuan reveals the bag's price tag of 16,000 yuan, Jiang Xiran appropriately displays her shock, her eyes widening and lashes fluttering. Heavens, senior, your boyfriend is incredibly generous. Yes, he treats me quite well, Zhou Jielu responds, slightly bashful. If only they knew that Su Bai had gifted her 3 bags of the same value, totaling over 500,000 yuan, they would be utterly astounded. To be fair, Su Bai's financial prowess is indeed astonishing, fully satisfying Zhou Jialu's vanity and affirming her belief in her choice. Having known him for only a few hours, she had already given him her first kiss. It may sound overly eager, but for such an exceptional man as Su Bai, a girl ought to make an effort. The 3 girls chatter away, while Chun Yuxing observes in silence. She genuinely cannot comprehend why a bag could be worth such a sum. It seems purely like a tax on intelligence. Yet, this absurd spending habit inexplicably conjures thoughts of Su Bai. If he were to buy her a bag, she would much prefer to exchange it for graphics cards instead. Ugh, why would Su Bai buy her a bag? They are merely they share a connection of kindred spirits, not a romantic one. With that thought, Chen Yuxing opens Jingdong and finds the page for a 30,000 yuan laptop. It would arrive tomorrow. Which brings her joy, for she has a genuine love for electronic gadgets. Were it not for the necessity of funding her mother's medical treatment, she would happily purchase various electronics to tinker with in the dormitory. Senior, when will you introduce us to your boyfriend? Lu Yuan inquires. Her curiosity piqued about the identity of the wealthy gentleman. Perhaps at a later date. Our relationship is still developing, and he is quite low-key, preferring not to attract attention. Oh, I see. Senior is concerned that with so many beauties in our dorm, we might compete for her boyfriend. What nonsense. Don't say such things. Zhou Jielu flushes. Jiang Xiran teases, don't worry, senior. We are all good friends, and certainly want to compete with you. Exactly. Senior, you're overthinking it. Lu Yuan chimes in. I already have a boyfriend. As for Xiran, she is not currently seeking romance, and Yuxing has Su Bai. Huh, me? Chen Yuxing, caught off guard by her roommate's comment, quickly denies, I'm not. I don't have a boyfriend. Su Bai and I are just ordinary friends. Wait, Wait. What is happening that I'm unaware of? Jiang Qiran exclaims, excitement bubbling within her. Could it be that the icy academic Chen Yuxing is also on the verge of entering a relationship? Today, Yuxing sat next to a boy in class. This is unprecedented. I even heard from someone in the computer science department. Oh, it seems there's something brewing, there's nothing brewing. Don't listen to their nonsense. Chen Yuxing defends herself awkwardly before retreating into her blankets, feeling overwhelmed. At this moment, Zhou Jialu's expression shifts slightly as she feigns nonchalance, inquiring, "The Subai you're talking about, which Subai is that?" "Subai, the freshman in the computer science department, same class as Yuxing," Lu Yuanyuan replies, oblivious to Zhou Jialu's unusual demeanor. However, Zhou Jialu's heart skips a beat upon hearing Subai's name. She only knew he was a freshman in the computer science department, but was unaware that he and Chen Yuxing were in the same class. Even more, she had no inkling of how close their relationship was, to the point of sitting together in class. In ordinary circumstances, attending classes together does not signify much. After all, they are university students, not elementary school children who giggle at the sight of boys and girls walking together. The issue lies in the fact that Chen Yuxing is no ordinary individual. She has always maintained a certain distance from any male classmates. Moreover, when Subai was mentioned earlier, the visible blush on Chen Yuxing's face was unmistakable. No, it wasn't merely visible to the naked eye. Even a blind person could discern it. Logically, Subai is quite low-key at school. Perhaps some girls might approach him due to his good looks. Yet Chen Yuxing does not strike one as a mere superficial admirer of appearance. Could it be that she has also discovered Subai's substantial wealth? Such a notion is unbearable. Zhou Jialu's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, feeling quite unsettled. However, she refrained from asking further questions, as uttering her thoughts would be too obvious. She did not wish for anyone at school to know that her boyfriend is Subai. That Subai, though he appears to come from a humble background, is undeniably handsome. If only my boyfriend, Xue Tao, were as attractive. Lu Yuanyuan continued to grumble, lamenting that Xue Tao not only lacks charm, but also possesses a poor character. I merely glanced at Subai a few more times while dining in the cafeteria, and look how upset he became. Jiang Qiran uncertainly remarked, Subai and Xue Tao seem to be in the same dormitory, right? Indeed. And there is also a wealthy student from the computer science department, Chu Mingzhi, in that dormitory. He hails from the magical city of Shanghai. Qiran, are you interested? Haha. Senior, I don't have any plans for a romantic relationship at the moment. Zhou Jialu pretended to be engrossed in her phone while eavesdropping on their conversation. It turns out that Lu Yuanyuan's boyfriend is Subai's roommate. This is beneficial, as it allows Zhou Jialu to subtly gather information about Subai through Yuanyuan. To Zhou Jialu's amusement, it seemed that Lu Yuanyuan was quite the fan of Subai, incessantly praising his tall and handsome stature. It appears that, aside from the outsider Jiang Qiran, the remaining three in the dormitory harbor fond feelings for Subai. Zhou Jialu sensed the brewing tension. After a while, the goddess dormitory fell into a temporary silence. Jiang Qiran climbed into her bunk and drew the curtain. Once in solitude, her vibrant countenance was instantly shrouded in a veil of melancholy. Will you truly be happy with Chen Yuxing? The next day, in the early morning, Subai drowsily heard the sound of someone swiping a card to enter the room, followed by the familiar fragrance of his senior wafting in. Good morning, my dear junior. Upon opening his eyes, Subai was greeted by the alluring visage of Zhou Jialu, mere inches away. With a gentle peck, Subai stretched his arms to lift the covers, allowing Zhou Jialu to slip into his embrace. Today, she wore a refreshing t-shirt and a denim A-line skirt, a classic ensemble for university students during the late summer in this riverside city. However, her figure was so exquisite that even a simple fitted t-shirt accentuated her curvaceous form and notably slender waist, stirring fervor within him. It was indeed a bit overwhelming so early in the morning. After being held for a while, Zhou Jialu, feeling the warmth of his embrace, mischievously inquired, Junior, do you need any assistance? Yes, indeed. Details omitted. Subai was in the spacious and luxurious bathroom, refreshing himself. Through the reflection in the mirror, he noticed Zhou Jialu leaning against the bathroom door, observing him, and asked, Senior, is there something you wish to discuss? Oh my Junior, how astute you are. If you have something to say, please don't hold back in my presence. Well then, may I ask if you know Chen Yuxing? Yes, we play games together. Subai replied candidly. She lives in the same dormitory as me. I see, no wonder it's the goddess dormitory. So, when you were gaming with Chen Yuxing last night, Senior, you were actually nearby? Haha, thinking about it gives me an inexplicable thrill. Subai was well aware that he was not the type to be exclusive. After activating the wealthy system, his harem instincts had been awakened. After drying his freshly washed face, he playfully regarded Zhou Jialu, anticipating her next words. Feeling shy under his gaze, Zhou Jialu couldn't help but voice her thoughts. snuggling back into his arms and teasingly saying, "If you want to play games with a girl, I can join too. I can learn any game you enjoy." My, look at this service attitude. Those who find a boyfriend and restrict him from gaming simply because they themselves aren't interested should take notes from Zhou Jielu. Subai chuckled. "Senior, your willingness to do this moves me greatly, but the situation is not as you imagine. When I play with Shengsheng, it's not me leading her, it's she who leads me." Huh, she's exceptionally skilled at gaming. Oh, Zhou Jielu even perceived admiration in Subai's gaze. It's no surprise. Boys often admire girls who excel at gaming, especially when the girl is as stunning as Chun Yuxing and an academic achiever. Particularly, Subai's affectionate nickname for her, Shengsheng, was far more intimate than what the other dorm members used. "What's this, senior? Are you feeling a bit jealous?" "Just a smidge. Only a tiny bit of jealousy." Zhou Jialu's cheek rested against Subai's chest, her tone tinged with a hint of wistfulness. However, before Subai could respond further, she lifted her head, her beautiful eyes gazing tenderly at him. "Actually, I've long been mentally prepared. A remarkable man like you could hardly have only one woman. I just hope to occupy a unique place in your heart." "A unique place? Senior, you are my first love." "Really?" "Indeed, my first love and first kiss belong to you." Suddenly, Subai recalled something, bursting into laughter, and the first time doing that. "Doing what?" He pulled out his phone and opened Douyin to show Zhou Jielu his history. "Senior, you were the first beauty blogger I followed on Douyin. Back then, your account was still relatively unknown, as you simply shared your life, occasionally posting dance videos with very little exposure. But I was young and couldn't explain why I found you so captivating, leading me to my first mistake while watching your videos." Subai's candid confession left Zhou Jielu speechless, her face flushed. After a long pause, she stammered, "Junior, you're so naughty. Thus, the fate between me and Senior can only be described as destined. I am your ideal type, and you are mine. That term white moonlight seems a bit inappropriate." Subai pondered for a moment. Then his eyes lit up as he found a more fitting expression. "Senior, you are my mischievous moonlight. You're insufferable." Zhou Jielu was completely amused by Subai, laughing uncontrollably, her body shaking with mirth as they playfully tussled. Once they regained their composure, Subai had already lifted her onto the bed. The two gazed into each other's eyes, and then, almost instinctively, they shared sweet smiles. "Meeting you is truly wonderful." Chapter 35. Subai has truly given so much. "Junior, what are the plans for today?" After indulging in affection for a while, Zhou Jielu inquired. Subai pondered for a moment and replied, "I have no particular plans for today. It will depend on my mood. I won't need to return to school until tomorrow afternoon." "So, what do you need to go back to school for tomorrow afternoon?" she inquired. "There's a class meeting to attend, which shouldn't take long. After the meeting, I'll grab dinner at school," he explained. "In the meantime, all that time is yours." While saying this, Subai playfully pinched Zhou Jialu's nose. She smiled brightly and, leaning into his affection, murmured, "I, too, have no other commitments this weekend, so I'll focus entirely on being with you." "That sounds wonderful. However, when I return to school tomorrow afternoon, you should also take a moment to visit your dormitory. Don't let romance overshadow our friendship. Otherwise, people might accuse you of prioritizing love over friendship," he teased. "Hee. Isn't it simply because you're too irresistible?" she replied, her voice light with mischief. As their conversation unfolded, Zhou Jielu suddenly grasped the implication of Subai's suggestion for her to return to the dormitory on Sunday afternoon. Was he subtly implying that she stay with him at the hotel tonight? Immediately, a warm flush spread across her skin. To be honest, she yearned to stay here, to lie beside Subai, to fall asleep in his embrace, and to awaken to his handsome visage. Every woman recently enamored would crave such intimacy. Yet, she feared that if she took that step, she might be unable to resist advancing their relationship further. She preferred to reserve her first time for a more meaningful occasion. After considering her options, Zhou Jielu decided to test Subai's feelings. "Junior, would you welcome me to stay here tonight?" she asked tentatively. "Of course, I would be delighted. If you wish to stay, it would bring me immense joy," he replied, locking eyes with her and breaking into a grin. "Are you worried that I might lose control and sweep you off your feet?" "Well, to be honest, I share a hint of that concern," she admitted, her eyes shimmering with a dreamy gaze. "If you truly can't resist and wish to claim me, I wouldn't mind." Subai chuckled ambiguously at her words. Zhou Jielu was a rare gem, both academically gifted and exceedingly considerate. She deserved the utmost celebration. Moreover, when the time came, a grand occasion filled with meaningful rituals would be in order. Extravagance would only amplify the experience. Observing her slightly dazed expression, it was evident that she was struggling to contain her burgeoning emotions. Throughout the day, Subai and Zhou Jielu found themselves cozily ensconced in the hotel, indulging in television dramas or relishing each other's company. Zhou Jielu realized she was becoming somewhat addicted to this time together. After growing weary of remaining indoors, they ventured out to explore the nearby area, enjoying a leisurely evening. After their dinner stroll, Su Bai led Zhou Jielu into a Chanel boutique, intending to purchase several outfits worthy of complimenting her exquisite bags. "Great. You choose for me, and I'll wear whatever you like," she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. For her, shopping for clothing was far more exhilarating than acquiring bags, given the myriad of combinations available. Su Bai, however, shook his head and said, "No, you should select. I'll simply admire. I'll buy whatever you fancy. You're so generous." Zhou Jielu beamed, though she was acutely aware of the financial implications. The prices of clothes and bags must align. Selecting 4 or 5 outfits would likely cost tens of thousands, potentially totaling between 500,000 to $1 million. She quickly jotted down a rough budget on her phone and showed it to Su Bai, who nodded in approval. "Let us proceed with that." "All right." Zhou Jielu gleefully set off to choose her outfits. Watching her vivacious figure, Su Bai felt satisfied. Zhou Jielu indeed possessed exquisite taste in her spending, which was a boon. After all, her indulgence would also reflect positively on him, yielding generous returns. Ding! Detected Zhou Jielu's purchase of a Chanel ensemble, totaling approximately 680,000 yuan, triggering a 9x cashback, rewarding 120,000 yuan. Detected host savings surpassing 10 million yuan, rewarding 1 lottery draw. Su Bai made a single payment for the clothing, contemplating the prospect of a lucrative cashback multiplier. To his delight, his expectations were met. Following this expenditure, his savings had indeed crossed the 10 million mark. While this amount paled in comparison to the true elite for a carefree freshman, it was an asset substantial enough to indulge in a lavish lifestyle. Having concluded their shopping, the hour grew late, prompting Su Bai to return to the hotel, open his computer, and prepare to game with Chen Yuxing. She had received the new computer he purchased for her, and she even recorded an unboxing video in her dormitory. From their earlier chats, it was evident she was thrilled with her new device, despite previously advising him against purchasing such extravagant items. It appeared she had a fondness for the brand, but its high cost had restrained her desires. "Hey, are you planning to game with Yuxing?" Zhou Jielu asked playfully. "Yes. I'll be using my microphone. Don't worry. I once let her know there are other women around you," he reassured her. "Your awareness is quite impressive." She replied, "Of course. You've spent over 1 million on me these past few days. With such a formidable man, expecting exclusivity seems rather unrealistic. Regardless, I'm yours." "Just a carefree moonlight," she chuckled, her contentment evident. With that, Zhou Jielu placed a soft kiss on Su Bai's lips and retreated into the bedroom, closing the door to allow him to concentrate on his gaming session in the living room. Su Bai found himself momentarily entranced. More than Zhou Jielu's thoughtfulness, he was astonished to realize he had indeed spent 1 million on her in such a short span. Upon calculating, he confirmed the figures: bags, clothes, and a Mercedes-Benz C-Class. 1 million yuan. How long would it take an average person to save that amount? In Jiangcheng, the typical monthly salary for a university graduate hovered around 5,000 yuan. And with the current economic climate, salary increases were slow. Even with an optimistic estimate of 8,000 yuan per month and 2 months of year-end bonuses, the annual income would be 112,000 yuan, requiring nearly 9 years of frugality to save that amount. Even a star salesperson at a car dealership would need at least 5 years of diligent work to amass such savings. How many 5-year spans could one have in a lifetime, especially considering the fleeting years of a young woman's youth? With these thoughts in mind, Zhou Jielu's lack of jealousy over Su Bai gaming with other girls began to make sense. After all, he had given her so much. Chapter 36. The first night embracing a girl in the bedroom, Zhou Jielu pressed her ear against the door, faintly hearing Su Bai's gaming sounds from outside. It was thrilling, matching perfectly with her expectations of how boys played video games. It appears that the junior has aspects similar to his peers, which inevitably endears Zhou Jielu to him. After all, most of the time, Su Bai presents a demeanor that is overly mature and sophisticated. It is quite refreshing to witness an occasional glimpse of youthful exuberance. When it comes to gaming, Zhou Jielu humbly acknowledges that she cannot compete with Chen Yuxing, having recognized from the very beginning of the semester that this junior dorm mate possesses remarkable gaming skills. Thus, it seems prudent to let Su Bai engage with her in gaming. One should not be overly greedy, as Zhou Jielu feels confident she excels in fashion, shopping, and rehearsals. Wow, Sheng, your gameplay tonight is astonishing. It feels like you've leveled up compared to before. Su Bai couldn't help but exclaim after following Chen Yuxing to secure a couple of kills. Oh, really? Chen Yuxing replied, a hint of uncertainty in her voice, as she didn't quite feel any different. Absolutely. It seems you've almost grasped the threshold of a professional player. Perhaps it's due to the change in equipment. This computer is indeed quite efficient. It doesn't drop frames at all, and my eyes don't strain even after prolonged use. Right? I told you it was essential to get you a good computer. It's a pity if such beautiful eyes as yours were to suffer from nearsightedness due to excessive screen time. At that moment, Chen Yuxing was in the study room of Dormitory Building 2, engrossed in her game. Each building at Jiangxing University is equipped with study rooms, which tend to be overcrowded as finals approach. However, at the start of the semester, with exams still far off, the rooms are relatively empty, making it an ideal setting for Chen Yuxing to enjoy her gaming in the evenings. Hearing Su Bai compliment her eyes elicited a wave of shyness within her. She had heard similar flattery from other boys before, but at those times, it merely repulsed her. This time, however, it felt entirely different. Far from being displeasing, it brought her a sense of joy and pride. Su Bai appreciated her appearance. That implies that Su Bai might harbor romantic feelings for her as well. Upon reflection, while Su Bai claimed to spend money on her for emotional value, could it truly be as simple as that? Surely, there were ulterior motives to his generosity. The thought of becoming a couple with Su Bai intrigued her. Chen Yuxing's lips curled into a genuine smile. Despite often feeling inadequate in comparison to Su Bai, human nature tends toward complacency. Lately, working as Su Bai's gaming companion has proven lucrative, providing her with delightful treats and access to a splendid computer. Financial worries have become a non-issue. Even the aloof academic elite is human, subject to their own laziness, as the saying goes. It is easier to slip from frugality into extravagance than to descend from extravagance into frugality. Moreover, her interests and personality align so well with Su Bai's. In her heart, Chen Yuxing slowly began to entertain unwholesome thoughts about him. After 3 hours of gaming companionship that evening, as they were about to log off, Chen Yuxing abruptly said in the voice chat, "Su Bai, can I call you something other than Su Bai?" "Sure, what would you like to call me?" Su Bai replied, slightly puzzled. I'll call you Big White Goose." "Ha ha ha, that is fine. What, do you think it sounds bad?" "No, on the contrary. You know I've always had a fondness for the Big White Goose." "Why, you ask?" "Because they're so beautiful and possess incredible strength. The geese raised in rural homes guard the gates better than guard dogs. Oh, so from now on, I shall be Big White Goose." After a brief pause, Chen Yuxing solemnly added, "Good night, Big White Goose." She then exited the voice chat. Su Bai was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head with a smile. "Hakashing, you sly one." As another version of himself, Su Bai quickly deduced Chen Yuxing's line of thought. This unique moniker signified an elevation in intimacy, since Su Bai referred to her as Shangsheng. She could not address him by a mundane name. For Chen Yuxing, this felt like a proactive hint. Indeed, for someone with a slight social anxiety, this was quite the bold gesture. In good spirits, Su Bai took a shower, wrapping himself in a towel as he entered the bedroom, only to find Zhou Jialu reclining against the headboard, engrossed in her phone. Remarkably, she had already changed into her pajamas, a purple, delicate, spaghetti-strapped nightgown that exuded allure. The semi-transparent fabric created an ethereal quality, perfectly complementing Zhou Jialu's curvaceous figure, rendering it utterly captivating. What held Su Bai's gaze even more was that Zhou Jialu seemed to have set a seductive trap, striking a sultry pose on the bed, her alluring eyes blinking mischievously at him. Su Bai stood frozen for a few seconds before candidly expressing, "Senior, you look incredibly enticing." "Hey, what are you saying?" "I'm so embarrassed." Zhou Jialu struggled to maintain her composure, hastily diving under the covers. The previous act of seduction had already drained much of her courage, and she found herself shy once again. The primary reason for her bashfulness was that Su Bai had just emerged from the shower, his upper body bare, clad only in a towel at his waist, radiating an irresistible masculine charm. This scene left Zhou Jialu equally stunned, matching the effect of her nightgown on Su Bai. However, Su Bai was not about to let her off the hook. With agility, he dove into the bed, initiating a new round of playful exercises. Ding. Frequency of dormitory exercises detected as excessive. This is truly indulgent. Even for a first romantic relationship, such excessive behavior is quite extreme. Awarded 1 lottery draw. Glancing at the system panel, Su Bai noted he had accumulated 3 lottery draws. He planned to save up for a few more opportunities, aiming for a grand draw. At that moment, Su Bai held Zhou Jialu, who lay atop him, her breath noticeably labored. Clearly, she had been thoroughly exhausted by their antics for quite some time. It was impossible to recall how many times they had engaged that evening. When one is caught up in sheer enjoyment, clarity of thought tends to elude them. Now, Zhou Jialu felt completely dazed, her body languid and soft all over. How could this be? She had bested Su Bai in their playful exercises several times. Yet he appeared to possess boundless energy, while she felt on the brink of surrender. Unbeknownst to her, the system automatically negated any negative effects of indulgence on Su Bai, ensuring he could maintain peak energy levels regardless of their escapades. Zhou Jialu could barely catch her breath, evidently in a state of complete capitulation. Yet, after a brief interval, She sensed Su Bai's renewed vigor, causing her heart to race with both trepidation and a strange sense of pride. The junior truly harbored deep feelings for her. Senior, are you aware of Chen Yuxing's financial situation? Su Bai suddenly inquired. I haven't had a conversation with her, but as her roommate, I've observed enough to make some guesses. It seems she is quite short on funds. Indeed, this is a sentiment only those of us sharing the dormitory have sensed. She rarely displays it outwardly. What do you think is the reason for her financial struggles? I'm not entirely sure. We suspect it might be due to a serious illness in her family, or perhaps debt. I see. This aligned with Su Bai's suspicions. Observing Su Bai lost in thought, Zhou Jielu playfully chided, You rascal. Here you are holding me while inquiring about another girl. You're her roommate. My inquiry signifies my trust in you. Doesn't matter. You're still a rascal. Zhou Jielu playfully smacked Su Bai, adopting a feigned innocent demeanor. Ah, this senior truly knows how to be charming. Su Bai pretended to be angry, saying, It seems the intensity of our exercises is still lacking. Wait. Zhou Jielu hastily pleaded for mercy, exclaiming that she had lost all her strength. Oh dear, Junior, please spare me. Was it appropriate to address him as Junior while begging for mercy? After adjusting her emotions, Zhou Jielu shyly called out, Darling. This tender utterance sent a delightful shiver down Su Bai's spine. Ignoring the senior's pleas, Su Bai insisted on rehearsing once more with her, finally finding satisfaction. At this point, Zhou Jielu could no longer withstand it. She mumbled incoherently, clinging to Su Bai's arm, and soon drifted off into a sweet slumber. Coincidentally, Su Bai also felt a bit drowsy, and thus embraced the senior, closing his eyes. It was Su Bai's first experience of sleeping beside a girl, and it was utterly delightful. Chapter 37. Secretly buying a nightgown as dawn broke. Zhou Jielu gradually awoke from her fatigue. To call it fatigue would be an understatement. It was more akin to the refreshing sensation one feels after a vigorous workout followed by a long, restorative sleep. Habitually rolling around in bed, she found herself atop a warm and sturdy body. The alluring scent of masculine pheromones instantly roused Zhou Jielu, prompting her to open her eyes. Oh. She recalled that she had spent the night with her junior. Gazing at Su Bai's face, which was so close, a sense of affection washed over Zhou Jielu, filled with myriad emotions. Just a week prior, she had been anxious about whether she would secure a permanent position after graduation, what job she might find if laid off, and whether to pursue further studies or examinations. In short, it was all about survival. Although Jiangxing University was a prestigious 985 university, the job market for liberal arts majors, particularly in marketing, was rather bleak. Especially in the past 2 years, positions suitable for liberal arts graduates were undergoing significant layoffs, let alone hiring newcomers. Yet, merely a week later, she found herself lying on a hotel bed that cost nearly 2,000 a night, beside a man who had spent over $1 million on her in just a few days of acquaintance. Even before graduation, Zhou Jielu possessed limited edition handbags worth hundreds of thousands, high-end Chanel outfits, and a meticulously crafted Mercedes-Benz C260L. My goodness, could this all be a dream? Zhou Jielu suddenly felt inexplicably anxious, reaching out to pinch Su Bai's face. Phew, Junior, does your face hurt? Not at all. Why do you ask? Su Bai, still groggy from sleep, took a few seconds to process before bursting into laughter. What is so amusing? Am I that funny? Senior, you're just too adorable. Zhou Jielu, flustered and indignant, buried herself beneath the covers, only to have Su Bai pull them back teasingly. Their playful banter naturally transitioned into a morning rehearsal. In the past, Zhou Jielu had heard some female friends talk about the demands placed on husbands after marriage, and some women even strayed due to unmet desires. At that time, Zhou Jielu found it hard to believe. Was that truly so enticing? It wasn't until she experienced the joy for herself that she finally understood. Being intimate with someone you adore can indeed be addictive. After a while, Su Bai playfully patted the rounded backside of the senior resting on him, jesting, This nightgown looks absolutely splendid. But I'm curious, don't you feel embarrassed wearing this in the dormitory with your roommates around? It was well known that Zhou Jielu was inherently innocent. It was hard to imagine such a shy girl wearing something so close to risque attire in the dormitory. In response, Zhou Jielu smiled sweetly, Of course not. I'll let you in on a secret. I actually bought this nightgown yesterday while shopping, when you were busy getting ice cream. What? Su Bai was taken aback. When did this happen? How did I miss it? At that time, you went to get ice cream, and I was at the Chanel store, which was nearby. Wow. Su Bai exclaimed, What a clever senior you are. Upon reflection, the scenario seemed rather plausible. A lingerie store opened near a luxury brand boutique. The wealthy gentleman buys the lady luxury items and casually picks up a consumable for the night as well. Makes perfect sense, as long as she enjoys learning. That's all that matters. Zhou Jielu nuzzled against Su Bai, her expression brimming with adoration. As they cuddled, Both their stomachs began to rumble almost simultaneously. It was time to order breakfast. The previous evening's meal had been rather light, focusing on health. After several rehearsals, fatigue had taken over, and they had skipped late-night snacks. Subai pondered for a moment and decided to order breakfast delivery from a Cantonese restaurant, which included a variety of dim sum. It would serve as both breakfast and dinner. Conveniently, the restaurant offered a nourishing goji berry and pig liver soup, so Subai ordered 2 servings, knowing they both needed a good replenishment. Though the system would eliminate the negative effects of indulgence, he still felt a psychological emptiness. Moreover, choosing nutritious food would ultimately benefit their health. In the afternoon, Zhou Jialu drove out of the hotel first. Subai had to return to prepare for a class meeting, which required him to freshen up and wash away any lingering scent of her from his body, especially since he would be seeing Chen Yuxing. Thus, Zhou Jialu dutifully allowed Subai some time alone. Upon arriving at the underground parking garage and slipping into the Mercedes C260L, Zhou Jialu's phone rang. It was her roommate Lu Yuanyuan calling. "Hello, Jialu Sr., where are you right now?" "I'm still outside. I should be back at school shortly." "Is something wrong?" Zhou Jialu sensed urgency in Lu Yuanyuan's voice and feared an unexpected situation. "Senior, do you remember Zhang Kong from the finance department? The one from the student council who used to bother you?" "Yes, what about him?" "Last night, he somehow found out that you didn't return home and went off the deep end, insisting on meeting you. I'm currently messaging him on WeChat to keep him calm. He initially wanted to come to our dorm building, but I suggested a different meeting place." "Yes, we should definitely change the location. Meeting outside the dorm would be inappropriate." Zhou Jialu took a deep breath, remaining remarkably composed. "Yuanyuan, thank you for your help. It's invaluable. Tell him to meet me at the parking lot in the south district of the school, and I'll clarify things with him there." "All right, senior. I'll head over right away." After hanging up the phone, Zhou Jialu shook her head in exasperation. Zhang Kong from the finance department was someone she had worked alongside in the student council, so they were at least acquaintances. He came from a relatively affluent family and had a rather pretentious demeanor. Upon their first meeting, his lecherous gaze had betrayed his unsavory intentions, as he incessantly pursued Zhou Jialu, trying to convince her that girls should capitalize on their youthful beauty, implying that he, Zhang Kong, was the perfect opportunity for such a transaction. However, Zhou Jialu had no feelings for him and had repeatedly rejected him. Yet, Zhang Kong remained undeterred. This time, he had likely inquired through other girls in the neighboring dormitory and learned of her romantic involvement, which must have infuriated him. As Zhou Jialu arrived at the South District parking lot, she spotted Zhang Kong standing by the roadside, his expression one of impotent rage, speaking with Lu Yuanyuan, whose demeanor was equally unsavory. After all, she was not one to be trifled with. "I have repeatedly informed you all that Zhou Jialu will never find anyone better than me. I urged you to keep a close watch on her. Yet now she is entangled with some inconsequential, scruffy-haired fool who has inexplicably emerged from nowhere. Ah, it is truly a waste of resources." Zhang Kong lamented, rubbing his temples in frustration. Lu Yuanyuan couldn't help but chuckle at his outburst. "Seriously, buddy, are you out of your mind? How can you say she won't find someone better? You severely underestimate our esteemed senior, Jialu. Is it not true? She hails from a rural background, studying a field that offers no lucrative prospects, and has even struggled academically to the point of nearly failing to graduate. In this day and age, a mere ordinary graduate from a 985 university in Jiangsheng is hardly worth a second glance." Zhang Kong unabashedly displayed his disdain, asserting that a person of my caliber is already among the top tier of men willing to engage in a serious relationship with her. Do you understand? Yes, perhaps some wealthy men might not mind being her temporary lovers, but that is an entirely different nature of relationship. Sigh, I genuinely wish to pursue a relationship with her. Chapter 38. The commanding senior, Su Bai is her backbone. With that, Zhang Kong patted the engine hood of his vehicle behind him, a slightly worn BMW 320. But so what? It is still a BMW, after all. My father's company boasts a valuation of over 100 million and operates throughout the province. Upon graduation, I was gifted a BMW and have the means to purchase a wedding home outright. With such credentials, what could Zhou Jialu possibly find unsatisfactory? No one has mandated that a senior must fancy you. Lu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes, thinking Zhang Kong was being particularly dim-witted, feeling that his mindset was hardly superior to that of Shui Tao. Sigh, I suspect Zhou Jialu has simply encountered a handsome fellow and has fallen victim to the allure of male beauty. Once she truly steps into society and faces its harsh realities for a couple of years, she will come to realize how misguided her choices are, not to casually surrender her precious first time. As Zhang Kong continued to grumble incessantly, a brand new Mercedes-Benz C260L glided into the adjacent parking space, albeit at a slight angle, yet executed with an air of effortless grace. The door swung open, and Zhou Jialu stepped out in high heels, clutching a pack of tissues gifted from the dealership, which she flung in Zhang Kang's direction. Smack! The tissues struck Zhang Kang squarely in the face, the rigid paper causing him to yelp in pain. Who do you think you are? My choice of partner, and whom I choose to give my first time to is none of your business. Zhou Jialu approached with a commanding presence, jabbing her finger at Zhang Kang as she scolded him. You are nothing more than a stray dog on the street. I usually ignore your incessant barking. But now you've pushed your luck and expect to disrupt my life? Crawl away. Zhang Kang shrank back, aware that she was not just any woman. She was one who maintained her dignity even within the sales ranks of a luxury car dealership. It was clear that a woman capable of achieving such a feat could not possibly possess a meek disposition. Softness is reserved for a husband. When dealing with a cur, one must strike hard. Momentarily stunned by Zhou Jialu's formidable demeanor, Zhang Kang eventually regained his composure, incredulously stammering, Zhou Jialu, do you dare to hit me? I am hitting you. Consider this a lesson. Stay far away from me. If you dare to harass me again, I will retaliate. Huh, you. A poor rural girl from another province. Where do you derive such audacity? Zhang Kang's facade began to crack as he resorted to cold threats. However, Zhou Jialu remained unfazed, retorting with a scoff, who do you think you are? What is so impressive about having a bit of money? Driving a second-hand BMW. And you think you're something special? Look at this. With that, Zhou Jialu raised her LV handbag, waving it in front of him. Your car, if sold, wouldn't even fetch the price of this bag. Zhang Kang's smile abruptly froze as he recognized the bag. Memories flooded back of a conversation he had with a barista at a club who had mentioned it. He had even accompanied her to the LV boutique, where she had shown him the very same item. His initial reaction was to dismiss it as a counterfeit. Yet upon closer inspection of Zhou Jialu's attire, an entire ensemble of Chanel, not the basic styles typically favored by college girls, his heart sank. Could it be that Zhou Jialu's new boyfriend is actually quite affluent? Zhou Jialu then pointed to the Mercedes behind her. This car? It was also gifted to me by my boyfriend. Huh. I suspect that vehicle is merely registered to the company and is temporarily loaned to you. Zhang Kang scoffed, still clinging to his bravado. Don't believe me? Allow me to enlighten you on how a real wealthy man courts a woman. Zhou Jialu retrieved the car's ownership certificate, prominently displaying her name. When the document was flung at Zhang Kang's face, his expression darkened entirely. At that moment, disbelief washed over him. A car worth 300,000. Purchased just like that? Zhou Jialu had remained single until now, meaning her boyfriend must have entered the picture quite recently. The cost of her attire, the car, the handbag, it all added up to a staggering sum. Spending money with such abandon could easily attract women. If Zhang Kang dared to pilfer from his parents to fund such extravagance, he would surely face dire consequences. In an instant, Zhang Kang's complexion shifted dramatically, a tumult of frustration and jealousy swirling within him. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, Tisich, Zhou Jialu, I knew you were a materialistic gold digger. The only reason you ignored me is that I lack wealth. And so what? Zhou Jialu was entirely unperturbed by his venomous words, responding with calm conviction, I embrace materialism. But I am devoted to my husband, faithful and not promiscuous. Unlike you, Zhang Kang, who thinks I am oblivious to your flirtations with your student council subordinates and your escapades at bars. You are the true gold digger here. Never show your face to me again. I have no interest in you. Your prideful BMW is nothing compared to the car my husband casually bought for me. Should you continue to pursue me, my husband will not sit idly by. You know his temper is far more volatile than mine. With that, Zhou Jialu turned away, elegantly returning to her car. Zhang Kang's face turned pale, utterly speechless. Zhou Jialu's words struck a nerve. The immense power and resources of her boyfriend were not to be underestimated. One wrong move, and his family's business could be jeopardized. Realizing this, Zhang Kang felt a wave of dread wash over him, cold sweat trickling down his back. The fleeting thoughts of revenge against Zhou Jialu extinguished rapidly, as he dared not provoke her further. After all, risking his family's legacy for a woman was hardly a prudent decision. It could be said that Zhou Jialu's decision to spare him a reckoning rather than unleash her boyfriend upon him was already a generous concession. In comparison to true affluence, Zhang Kang was merely a small fry. $1 billion in assets sounds impressive, yet statistics reveal that owners of traditional manufacturing businesses typically earn between $1 to $3 million annually, rendering him significantly better off than the average worker, but still a far cry from the true elite. The predicament lies in the fact that Zhou Jialu's boyfriend, having just embarked on their romantic journey, has already lavished her with extravagant gifts amounting to hundreds of thousands. In contrast, the annual income of her boss must also account for the maintenance of social ties, living expenses, and educational investments for his children. After deducting all these obligations, the disposable income he possesses is considerably limited. To put it succinctly, Zhou Jialu's boyfriend is an insurmountable presence that Zhang Kang cannot hope to rival. How infuriating. I had thought myself to be a formidable contender among her suitors, only to find myself suddenly eclipsed. Simultaneously, Lu Yuanyuan followed closely behind, joining Zhou Jialu in her vehicle. The car set off, leisurely making its way out of the campus. Zhou Jialu exhaled deeply, regaining her usual vibrant and spirited demeanor. I must have made a fool of myself in front of the junior. Let me treat you to dinner tonight. Choose any delightful eatery near the school. Thank you, senior. Lu Yuanyuan exclaimed with joy, her eyes sparkling with admiration. You were so impressive just now, senior. If I were in your shoes, dealing with someone as troublesome as Zhang Kong, I wouldn't know how to handle it. Ah, he is indeed a nuisance. He comes from a modestly affluent family, is involved in the student council, and curries favor with the teachers. For an ordinary girl without support, he would indeed pose a significant challenge, Zhou Jialu reflected, her expression shifting to one of happiness. Fortunately, I have a formidable boyfriend. He is my source of confidence. Chapter 39. How to bind Subai for a lifetime. What Zhou Jialu stated may seem somewhat superficial, yet it is undeniably true. In navigating through this society, wealth serves as one's foundation of confidence. Why did Zhang Kang's expression betray a hint of fear upon leaving? It was undoubtedly due to the financial prowess displayed by Zhou Jialu's boyfriend, which instilled a sense of trepidation within him. In truth, Zhou Jialu herself remains ignorant of Su Bai's true background, yet she is certain that it far surpasses that of Zhang Kong and his ilk. Ever since receiving the phone call from Lu Yuanyuan, Zhou Jialu had meticulously devised a plan to address the events of the day. This time, it was imperative to thoroughly intimidate Zhang Kong, thereby eliminating any future provocations. Otherwise, Zhou Jialu would find herself irritated, and Su Bai would be vexed as well. If such matters were to upset Su Bai, it would inevitably diminish his perception of her. This perception primarily concerns her social acumen. Wealthy individuals are not devoid of wisdom. They place great importance on a woman's emotional intelligence. Zhou Jialu aspires to be bound to Su Bai for life, to bask in the glory of wealth by his side eternally. One must ponder if she cannot independently resolve even the harassment from someone like Zhang Kong. What right does she have to enjoy Su Bai's affection for the long term? Although Zhou Jialu possesses both beauty and an enviable figure, the truth is that mere superficiality is not a scarce resource in this world. What is truly rare is a person like Su Bai, young, affluent, and handsome, possessing a wealth of attributes. Fortunately, this matter was swiftly and effectively resolved. Zhou Jialu could not help but feel a sense of pride. Indeed, her frequent participation in various internships during her academic years had been immensely beneficial, equipping her with the skills necessary to navigate social interactions and handle individuals like Zhang Kong adeptly. Moreover, she was grateful for Lu Yuanyuan's timely assistance in confronting the situation. Casting a glance at Lu Yuanyuan beside her, Zhou Jialu said, "Thank you, Junior. You did exceptionally well today." "Hee, I didn't do much. It was all you, Senior. But do you think Zhang Kong will speak ill of you behind your back, or even spread malicious rumors?" Lu Yuanyuan suddenly expressed her concern. "It matters not. He wouldn't dare act too boldly. At most, he'll engage in some discreet gossip," Zhou Jialu replied nonchalantly. "Such trivialities do not concern me. Ever since high school, my reputation has been less than stellar. I have long ceased to care about others' opinions." On the contrary, she hoped Zhang Kong would hasten to spread the word, ensuring everyone knew she was being courted by a wealthy benefactor. In this regard, Zhou Jialu stands in stark contrast to ordinary girls. She unabashedly embraces her materialistic inclinations. The thought of others using derogatory terms to describe her affluent relationship, expressing disdain mingled with envy, made Zhou Jialu's cheeks flush with excitement, eliciting a soft hum of delight. This peculiar thrill of being supported by a powerful man invigorates her. As for becoming Su Bai's possession, that notion fills her with a profound sense of security. Deep down, she embodies the essence of a delicate woman, outwardly assertive and resilient, yet inwardly tender and reliant. Compared to those self-proclaimed independent women who spend a man's money while simultaneously claiming to be self-sufficient, Zhou Jialu's character is a refreshing divergence. "Senior, your inner strength is truly admirable. I am in awe of you," Lu Yuanyuan praised sincerely. "Oh, spare me the flattery. It feels rather embarrassing. Let's quickly open Mate 1 and decide what to eat." Meanwhile, Su Bai drove back to the university, having purchased some snacks for an evening in the dormitory. He planned to collaborate with his friend Wang Haoran on a gaming session, savoring the richness of life rather than being overly attached to his senior. Delayed for a while, he missed the dramatic encounter between his senior and Zhang Kong in the parking lot of Jian University's South District. The class meeting was scheduled in a specific building where the counselor, Xiao Lin, had reserved a classroom. Students were to arrive promptly at the designated time. A mere hour was allocated for this meeting. Xiao Lin communicated in the class group that she would organize everything from now until the National Day holiday, indicating that the next class meeting would not occur until October. Su Bai appreciated her efficient and decisive style. Inside the classroom, Xia Lin had taken a seat on a stool behind the podium, holding an old iPad displaying research papers, projecting an air of diligence. Xia Dao, you are so hardworking. Even during class meetings, you remain committed to your research. It seems the graduate scholarship for our department this year is destined for you. Shui Tao remarked as he entered and spotted Xia Lin engrossed in her papers, plastering a sycophantic grin on his face. Xia Lin frowned slightly and retorted, our department is relatively well-funded. Generally, graduate students receive scholarships without the need for exceptional merit. Oh, haha, I guess I was unaware of the situation. Shui Tao chuckled awkwardly before adding, well, I wish you continued success in achieving that Youth Scholar recognition. The Youth Scholar Award is evaluated by faculty members. It has nothing to do with me, Xia Lin replied, exasperated and bemused. Enough with the flattery, please take your seat. Understood, teacher. After 2 failed attempts at flattery, Shui Tao felt a tinge of embarrassment but complied, awkwardly making his way to the back row. Meanwhile, the astute Wang Haoren had already logged into the game and completed 3 instances, prompting admiration. A new card pool had been released in a game yesterday, and upon Wang Haoren's suggestion, Su Bai promptly invested a substantial sum. Indeed, he treats money with the utmost nonchalance. Incredible, truly. Serving as Bai Ji's proxy gamer was the right choice. Isn't this far more enjoyable than playing on my own? Chu Mingzhi, adorned with high-end in-ear headphones, was lost in the melodies of classical music, appearing utterly entranced. Shui Tao observed his 2 roommates and couldn't help but shake his head. So immature, lacking any understanding of social nuances. Currently, the counselor remains unfamiliar with the students in the class, seizing the opportunity to showcase himself in front of Xia Lin, hoping to secure a recommendation to work in the Youth League Committee for the next semester. This is Shui Tao's plan. As a mature local, one ought to meticulously plan for their university life. This involves not only the Youth League Committee, but also the student union, various clubs, and associations. Life must be enriched. At the very least, it should appear fulfilling on social media to exude an air of sophistication. Shui Tao himself admits to enjoying the spotlight, aspiring to become a prominent figure on campus, thus providing him the chance to interact with more exquisite women. Lu Yuan is quite agreeable. Yet Shui Tao yearns for something beyond that. While Shui Tao fantasizes about his illustrious 4 years, Su Bai enters through the front door of the classroom. Instantly, the few girls in the class fix their gaze upon him, vaguely sensing the transformative change in Su Bai. The gender ratio in the computer science department is rather exaggerated, with only 6 girls among the 25 students. Aside from Chun Yuxing, who is engrossed in her studies and financial pursuits, the other 5 girls have, to varying degrees, taken notice of Su Bai over the past month. After all, he is the class heartthrob. However, through their observations, they discovered that Su Bai's financial situation is quite average, and his personality leans towards introversion, preferring to spend time alone in the dormitory. Consequently, their interest in him has waned. For female university students often yearn for a vibrant life, and those capable of creating such a life typically hail from well-off backgrounds. Yet, in recent days, the Su Bai scene in class seems to radiate an enigmatic aura, perhaps a newfound confidence or a composed assurance. Chen Yuxing glanced at Su Bai, wishing to sit beside him, but the 6 girls had already clustered together, making her hesitant to stand out and voice her desire. Hello, counselor. Hello. Xia Lin's gaze lingered on Su Bai, her eyes wandering over his physique, rendering her somewhat parched. For 3 consecutive nights, Su Bai had resided off campus, sending her short videos each night to confirm his stay at a hotel, essentially a safety report. While this might not seem problematic, Su Bai, whether intentionally or carelessly, often featured himself in somewhat suggestive contexts, either by the pool or freshly showered, or in a bathrobe that subtly highlighted his robust physique while lounging in an executive lounge. These luxurious settings, complemented by his enviable build, left Xia Lin restless as she watched his videos before sleep, ultimately leading her to dream of him several nights in a row. This was utterly inappropriate. Now, as she faced Su Bai, memories of those fragmented and absurd dreams flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. To make matters worse, Su Bai donned a fitted athletic t-shirt today, accentuating his broad shoulders and upright stature, exuding a distinctly masculine charm. Xia Lin felt an irresistible urge to look, yet a sense of guilt tugged at her, leaving her in a state of inner turmoil. Ding. Detected Xia Lin's affection level rising, current affection level, 51. Su Bai had discovered the information regarding Counselor Xia Lin's affection level 2 nights prior. After sending her a safety report video, the system notification had popped up, indicating a gradual increase in her affection over time. The same occurrence transpired last night, prompting Su Bai to speculate on whether Counselor Xia Lin harbored feelings for him. Before heading out today, he reviewed their chat history and deduced a pattern. All 3 videos were filmed in luxurious hotels and conveniently showcased his physique. enhanced by bodily enhancement liquid. Thus, he deliberately wore attire that accentuated his figure today. And indeed, upon encountering Xiaolin, it was evident that she exhibited signs of emotional fluctuation, with her affection level now at 51. Just 9 more points would indicate her willingness to enter a romantic relationship with him. Is it true, counselor? Looking at the seemingly solemn Xiaolin, Subai was taken aback to discover her fascination with physique. This could be advantageous, he mused. It was rumored that Xiaolin hailed from a scholarly family with considerable background, a lineage that surpassed mere local prestige, as she was a native of the metropolis. Certainly, her status overshadowed that of those like Chu Mingzhi, who were merely affluent. Engaging more with Xiaolin could prove beneficial. If her affection continued to rise, surpassing 80, binding her as a consumption target would open up additional avenues for the indulgence system. After all, indulgence implies deriving genuine pleasure, and each individual's source of enjoyment varies. Thus, collecting diverse styles of romantic interests could indeed contribute to Subai's financial accumulation. Indeed, no fault in that. It's all for profit. Subai contemplated, opting not to linger in conversation with Xiaolin. He swiftly took a seat beside Wang Haoran in the back of the classroom. Hey son, have you completed the main quest for me? Finished. I'm working on the event now. It's quite challenging, and players on the forum are lamenting about it. Is there any difficulty with my account? None at all. The newly released 65-level character is fantastic, especially with the abyssal environment boost. It's a breeze. Good then. In truth, Subai did not care much for the rewards from difficult levels within the game, as those resources were merely for gacha pulls, which could be acquired with money. However, since he was engaged in a mobile game, he intended to approach it with a collector's mindset. Much like gathering romantic interests, what a delightful endeavor. Having overheard their gaming conversation, Shui Tao interjected, Subai, you've been living off campus these past few days, huh? Yes. A relative came to visit. Oh, I see. What is up? Need something from me? Nothing, just curious. To be honest, Shui Tao found Subai's recent behavior rather enigmatic. New Apple phone, frequent late nights, and now he was friends with Chen Yuxing. Rumor had it that the entire computer science department was abuzz with the news of Su by playing League of Legends with her. Given the department's skewed gender ratio, where the male-to-female ratio was heavily imbalanced, the suppressed yearning for romance among the male students was palpable. A beauty like Chen Yuxing, amidst such a crowd, shone like a diamond. Many sought to get close to her, including Chu Mingzhi, who racked his brain devising various strategies, some sophisticated, others unexpectedly extravagant, and even some who resorted to sheer financial prowess. One affluent fellow, for instance, reserved a table with a 2,000 yuan meal at a nearby Western restaurant, inviting Chen Yuxing to dine. To avoid making her uncomfortable, he even suggested she bring her roommates along, offering to stay out of sight. Truly remarkable. Yet, Chen Yuxing completely ignored him. On the other hand, Subai was enjoying a close friendship with Chen Yuxing, which was quite enviable. By the way, what is it like playing games with the goddess Chen? Surely you must be exhausted. It seems that beautiful girls who play games are often both inexperienced and troublesome. Shui Tao inquired. I feel quite well. She is not inexperienced, Subai replied earnestly. At that moment, Chu Mingzhi removed his headphones. His expression one of melancholy as he said, Subai, I understand you are of the silver rank, known for their carefree and free-spirited nature. But promise me, when you play with her, take good care of her and show her some consideration, will you? I will do my best, Subai responded, beginning to sweat nervously. Is it true that no one in our class knows that Chen Yuxing is a king in the Korean server? Observing Chu Mingzhi's expression akin to constipation, Subai found it difficult to assess. It seemed the fellow had been deeply affected by some sentimental literature. Fortunately, Summerlin soon announced the commencement of the class meeting. After addressing a few trivial matters, the instructor led the students into a discussion of the day's most significant agenda. Next week, during the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, the school is organizing a vlog activity for new students. Those who remain on campus during the holiday can choose to team up with a few classmates to explore the surroundings of Jiangxing, capturing the experience on video to create a vlog. The school's Youth League Committee will collect and evaluate the vlogs, with cash prizes for the winners, as well as credits for quality practice. What? Earning money while traveling during the Mid-Autumn Festival, and it also counts for credits? Upon hearing this, the students became instantly animated. The once mundane class meeting now invigorated everyone. There are numerous attractions around Jiangxing, and many had already planned to take advantage of the holiday to enjoy themselves. Given that the Mid-Autumn Festival coincides with the weekend, students living far away would likely not consider returning home. It was the perfect opportunity to have fun while capturing a vlog, and if luck was on their side, they might even earn some money and credits. If not, they still had a good time regardless. Seeing the enthusiasm of the students stirred, Summerlin further announced, I have arranged for a class from the Art Institute to collaborate with our class on this event. Shortly, I will create a large group chat on WeChat. where students can find partners and form teams freely. Those wishing to visit the same places can group together. Of course, ideally, a team should not exceed 8 members. If anyone wishes to take on the role of captain, feel free to message me privately. Wow, there's even a social event! Exclaimed many boys, their eyes sparkling with excitement. The stark gender imbalance in the computer science department was well known. Introverted and shy, these boys often struggled to meet new girls. Now, with this outing activity, they had the perfect opportunity to connect with their female counterparts in the group chat. It was likely that the girls from the Art Institute were thinking along the same lines, albeit with the opposite situation, more girls than boys. Summer Lin, you are truly amazing. We admire you. Shuetao began to flatter her. Enough with the flattery. Save your energy for engaging with the girls in the group. Summer Lin chuckled. Come on, buddy, you already have a girlfriend. Why are you so excited? Chu Mingzhi quipped. Shuetao shot him a glance. His expression self-righteous. Who says having a girlfriend means I can't socialize with girls from other classes? It's just a casual outing. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Right, Subai? As for me, I have no objection, Subai replied nonchalantly. He was indifferent to the event, seeing it as an opportunity to meet potential beauties among the art students, preferably those with an allure that could earn him some rewards. If the event were not happening, he might have invited Chen Yuxing or an upperclassman to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival together, ensuring he would not be lonely. Wealthy individuals seldom find themselves in solitude when seeking companionship. Shuetao's idea was sound. However, he wondered if the girls from the social event would even notice him. Artistic girls usually have high material standards. He was uncertain if he would catch their interest. What significance do the art students hold? They tend to be rather materialistic and rather empty-headed. Chu Mingzhi lamented, once again espousing his discerning taste. I have no interest. After a while, Summer Lin established the group chat for the two classes' social event. Chu Mingzhi discreetly perused the girls' friend circles, and after a brief review, he changed his tune. Actually, this activity might be quite enjoyable. Oh my, weren't you just saying you had no interest, Hugo? Shuetao teased. That's incorrect. I glanced at some of the girls' profiles and found that they possess quite a refined taste. For instance, this one knows how to use Sennheiser headphones. Girls who understand Sennheiser are certainly of good taste. Average girls only mindlessly purchase Apple products. It's just a pair of headphones. What does that signify? Shuetao retorted, leaning over to glance at Chu Mingzhi's phone. Oh, this girl is also from the Goddess Dormitory, Jiang Qiran. I remember she's a first year in the broadcasting and hosting department. I didn't expect our classes to be paired for this social event. Indeed, I had always thought Jiang Qiran was one of those superficial art students. Who would have guessed that she has such an understanding of music? Shuetao's expression darkened slightly. In truth, Jiang Qiran was the girl Shuetao had first set his sights on when he entered the school and encountered the Goddess Dormitory. It was said she had initially studied dance from a young age before switching to broadcasting and hosting in high school, quickly excelling in the field and ranking first in her major during the entrance exams at Jiangxing University. Thus, she possessed the exquisite figure of a dancer along with an angelic voice that could enchant anyone. Her doll-like face, coupled with a slender and graceful silhouette, perfectly embodied the essence of beauty. Any young man who caught sight of her would be captivated. In fact, a wealthy young man, whose family assets exceeded 1 billion, had confessed his feelings to Jiang Qiran on the very first day of school. It was precisely for this reason that although Shuetao found her alluring, he dared not entertain any delusions about Jiang Qiran. The competition was simply too fierce. He felt himself lacking. The wealthy young man was rumored to drive a Porsche. Considering Chu Mingzhi's remarks, Shuetao couldn't help but wonder if he too harbored an interest in Jiang Qiran. It was not entirely improbable. After all, given that Chen Yuxing had recently grown closer to Subai, perhaps Chu Mingzhi had shifted his focus. Upon hearing the name Jiang Qiran, a knowing smile crept across Subai's lips, although he refrained from engaging in the discussion between Shuetao and Chu Mingzhi. At school, he had to pretend not to know Jiang Qiran. It was an unspoken agreement between them. The class meeting had effectively concluded, yet many students lingered in the classroom. Engrossed in the group chat, the boys were showcasing themselves one by one. Shuetao and Chu Mingzhi had become the titans of the group chat. A battle between Hu Gu and the locals, extending from their dormitory into the social group. Soon, keywords like local Jiangcheng, for sets of houses, first year, Magotan, high-ranking executives from Shanghai, and scholarly families flooded the chat. The atmosphere in the group was lively and cheerful. Subai couldn't be bothered to change his group name. He was going with the flow. Rain stops. Big white goose, are you going? A message from Chen Yuxing appeared. It was brief, yet Subai understood it implicitly. This outing activity was voluntary. It was no concern if one chose not to participate. Initially, Subai believed that due to Chen Yuxing's introverted nature, she would surely refrain from joining. Yet now, she suddenly privately messaged Subai, revealing her underlying intentions. Flaky big white goose. I wish to go, Will you accompany me? Flaky big white goose, transferring 150,000 yuan. Rain stops. Rain stops. Why are you transferring me money again? Supai to Bai. I thought you might not enjoy traveling, but I genuinely wish to accompany you. So here are the travel expenses, akin to companionship fees. Yuxia, why is it so expensive? Supai to Bai. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. This is the market price. If you don't believe me, search for Sanya companionship online. For 3 days and 2 nights, the price is approximately this. Yuxia, cat with a skeptical expression. Chen Yuxing searched online, and what she found made her eyelids flutter and her breath quicken. What kind of companionship is this? It seems utterly improper. Yuxia, cat feels scared. Yuxia, the kind of companionship you mentioned includes those sorts of services. But Supai to Bai. I assure you, I would never ask you for such things, rest easy. Yuxia, but companionship without such services shouldn't cost this much, right? Yuxia, to Bai, I cannot accept this money. It is far too much. This adorable and clever scholar is quite astute. Subai just needs to continue employing his logical reasoning skills. Supai to Bai, however, the emotional value you provide is equivalent to what Sanya companions offer their clients. I find great joy in accompanying you. Supai to Bai, accepted. You know my approach to spending is rather unconventional. Yuxia, but I feel Supai to Bai, I do not need your feelings. I only require my own. Yuxia, alright then. Yuxia, cat rolls around. Chapter 42, forming a travel group, inviting Jiang Shiran. In the front row of the classroom, Chen Yuxing clutched her phone, her expression one of indecision. However, the glimmering waves in her cold, enchanting eyes betrayed her genuinely elated mood. Subai's analogy involving the Sanya companionship had stirred a vivid imagination within Chen Yuxing's heart. She did not feel averse to it. Rather, she looked forward to the possibility of something subtly romantic transpiring between her and Subai during their journey. Glancing at the freshly deposited 15,000 yuan in her account, which would cover her mother's medical expenses next month, she felt a sense of relief. This meant that Chen Yuxing could afford to skip a few trips to the lab and allow herself some much-needed rest. Working in the lab was indeed quite exploitative. Those in the know understood. Professors received substantial fees for corporate projects, but only allocated a meager portion to students. They took advantage of undergraduates having no other means of income and mercilessly suppressed wages. There were even students caught up in this competitive mentality, willing to pay to work for professors. Under such sycophantic behavior from these diligent students, Professor Luo's lab required a certain number of hours logged each week to issue stipends to working students, akin to a regular job. Chen Yuxing found herself utterly speechless at this situation. Of course, despite her frustrations, she lacked bargaining power in front of the professor. She was indeed a prodigious talent. But as a freshman, still in the developmental phase of her genius, she faced numerous restrictions. In contrast, the cost-effectiveness of working for Subai was simply astonishing. This extraordinary value clearly encompassed Subai's ulterior motives toward her. Yet Chen Yuxing harbored her own ulterior motives regarding Subai. It was decided she would not work in Professor Luo's lab next month. With that free time, she could better serve Subai, utilizing the saved hours to focus on her personal coding projects. It would be both relaxing and enjoyable. Thus, for this companionship, Chen Yuxing secretly resolved to convey her feelings to Subai. For someone with social anxiety like her, this posed quite a challenge. However, with a 2 to 3 day trip ahead, she could muster the courage to find the right moment. Worst case, she could simply embrace him and kiss him. And her long, alluring legs should appeal to any man, right? Chen Yuxing fell into a whirlwind of peculiar fantasies, gripping her phone, her slender, fair neck flushed with a lovely pink hue. On the podium, Xia Lin observed all of this with keen interest, blinking her beautiful eyes. She felt a surge of curiosity about the gossip surrounding Subai and Chen Yuxing that had circulated among the students lately. From Xia Lin's perspective, these two students appeared quite compatible. Yet, recalling the few videos Subai had sent her, and witnessing Chen Yuxing's expression akin to a girl in love, Xia Lin was unexpectedly overwhelmed by a wave of jealousy. Suddenly, she snapped back to reality, followed by a deep sense of shame. After all, Subai was merely providing her with customary safety updates. As a counselor, how could she misinterpret his intentions? Embarrassed, Xia Lin cleared her throat and said, "Students, feel free to discuss among yourselves. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Thank you for your hard work, Counselor Xia. Goodbye." As the counselor exited the classroom, Chen Yuxing regained her composure. She glanced around and noticed that the classroom was nearly empty before hurriedly approaching Subai. Chen Yuxing tugged at Subai's clothing and whispered, "We should go register, Chu Mingzhi." The expression on Chu Mingzhi's face changed rapidly, displaying a spectrum of colors. His trembling hand reached toward his chest. Just then, Wang Haoran, engrossed in his game, sensed something amiss and quickly looked up at Chu Mingzhi. Oh no, this guy is about to faint. Just as Wang Haoran thought he would need to escort Chu Mingzhi to the infirmary again, Su Bai asked in confusion. Register for what? To register with Counselor Xia. I'm in your group for the trip. Oh, I can handle that with her. You needn't worry. MHM. Chen Yuxing paused for a moment, then mustered the courage to say, I'm really looking forward to traveling with you. After saying that, she bashfully covered her face and ran away. The surrounding male students cast murderous glares. Damn it. I should have left the classroom with Counselor Xia. Look at this. Is this even reasonable? It's only been a few days since school started, and Su Bai has actually gotten involved with Chen Yuxing. I thought it was just a rumor, but it seems like Chun, the goddess, is the more proactive one. Why is that? Su Bai is merely somewhat good-looking. In all other respects, he is utterly ordinary, unremarkable. There are several guys better looking than him pursuing Chen Yuxing, and they are all genuine high-class, wealthy types. Why on earth did they lose to Su Bai? What Chen Yuxing had just said to Su Bai would undoubtedly spread among the students, causing quite a stir. At that moment, Chu Mingzhi was clutching his chest. At least he could breathe normally now. Initially, upon hearing Chen Yuxing mention registration, he thought she meant to register for marriage with Su Bai. It turned out to be for a travel activity. Haha. Su Bai, I believe we should maintain camaraderie among our dorm mates. Let us keep 510 united, along with Chen Yuxing, and perhaps recruit a few from the School of Arts. Chu Mingzhi suggested. I have no objections, but are you truly all right with this? Su Bai was somewhat skeptical. If Chu Mingzhi witnessed any of his flirtations with Chen Yuxing, the guy might just drop dead on the spot. Absolutely fine. Chu Mingzhi declared resolutely. I want to witness the sweet moments between you and Chen Yuxing. It would also help me let go. Sigh. In truth, I've nearly accepted reality. Now I believe Jiang Qiran is more my type. After all, she buys Sennheiser headphones and has great taste in music. No way. Hui, can't you have a little self-respect? Shui Tao interjected, displeased. What is integrity? I call it adapting to circumstances and being flexible. Moreover, Chen Yuxing is already involved with Su Bai, while Jiang Qiran remains single, with not even a hint of romantic interest. Naturally, I must pursue such an innocent girl. Truly, Hui, you possess a profound sense of pure love. Su Bai mused. Remarking that this is indeed a positive development, young people ought to harbor ideals of pure love. After all, it cannot be said that everyone is morally corrupt, can it? By the way, Chen Yuxing and Jiang Qiran happen to be roommates. We could enlist Chen Yuxing's help in inviting Jiang Qiran to join our team. Chu Mingzhi gazed intensely at Su Bai. Brother Su, you will assist me, won't you? That would depend on Shengxing's wishes. How charming, Chu Mingzhi exclaimed, clutching his head in disbelief. What is the current status of your relationship? Shui Tao, however, wore a grim expression, contemplating a different angle. Damn it. Are we really going to let this rascal Chu Mingzhi pursue Jiang Qiran? What if it actually happens? It's not impossible. I've heard Jiang Qiran hails from a poor area in the province and might yearn for a residence permit in the Magic City. Plus, with Chu Mingzhi's artistic pretensions, he might inadvertently succeed. Suddenly, Shui Tao felt a strong sense of crisis. Thus, he decided to join the expedition. When Wang Haoran saw this, he thought, well, I might as well join too. Chapter 43. What? Su Bai actually bought a car? Logically, for such optional outings, a genuine homebody would undoubtedly choose to abstain. Yet, on the other hand, this could potentially count as credits for practical experience. Moreover, since it was a chance to enjoy a leisurely outing with Bai Ge, who would pass up an opportunity for a free meal? After all, it wouldn't hinder my gaming. I could simply bring along a couple of power banks. Consequently, the travel team rapidly expanded to 5 members, the 4 from the boys' dormitory 7, room 510, plus Chen Yuxing. As for who would serve as the team leader, a considerable dispute arose between Shui Tao and Chu Mingzhi, both convinced of their suitability. Their debate began in the cafeteria and continued until they reached the dormitory. Ultimately, by 8:30 p.m., they managed to determine the hierarchy. The reasoning behind this outcome was rather fortuitous. Chu Mingzhi and Shui Tao boisterously announced in their social group that their travel team had already grown to 5 members, for boys plus Chen Yuxing, and they were looking to recruit a few more girls. Chu Mingzhi emphasized his extensive travel experiences since elementary school, having visited over 10 countries, and shared numerous photographs he had taken. To be honest, Chu Mingzhi's photography skills were quite commendable. Hui indeed possessed a certain taste. This successfully attracted several girls from the art academy to join him for discussions on travel and photography. After all, being able to travel abroad from a young age often suggests a well-off background, and possessing photography skills implies a sense of enjoyment, easily piquing the interest of many girls. Regrettably, the quality of those girls left much to be desired. As Chu Mingzhi perused their photos and social media, he revealed a look of disdain. What else with these so-called art students? I expected better. I thought the broadcasting and hosting major would have some standards regarding appearance. It was rather disappointing. Is it really that exaggerated? Wang Haoran, feeling bored, leaned over to take a look and remarked, they seem alright to me. That's after makeup and retouching. I can't even imagine what they look like without it. Ah, I see. I'm just not discerning. All three-dimensional women appear the same to me, Wang Haoran expressed, displaying his obliviousness. Shuetao also took a glance before suddenly exclaiming, Hu Yi, why are they all adding you just for casual chats, refusing to join our travel team? I have no idea. What is going on? Chu Mingzhi was equally perplexed. Despite chatting with several girls, whenever travel was mentioned, they politely declined, citing other commitments. What is your take, Bai Ge? Wang Haoran inquired. Su Bai pondered for a moment, lazily stating, they probably find our group too peculiar. 4 boys plus Chen Yuxing. Chen Yuxing, being the aloof, academic type, naturally exudes an aura that keeps other girls at bay. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Su Bai's analysis. Though Su Bai typically maintained a low profile, he occasionally displayed remarkable insight. Shuetao, feeling disgruntled, remarked, damn it, it must be because you're too cursed, Hu Yi. I'll take charge. Thus, it fell upon Shuetao to rally in the group chat. Dear classmates, our team's most distinctive feature is that we plan to embark on a self-driving tour. After all, the attractions around Jiang City are rather inconvenient for group tours, and taking public transport is not ideal. Self-driving is undoubtedly the most suitable option. I humbly possess a readily available Magotan 330. It must be said, though the local display of wealth was somewhat forced, it did yield results. A girl with a glutinous rice dumpling icon chimed in. Is there really a car? That is fantastic. We don't want to cram into the subway. The crowds during the Mid-Autumn Festival will surely be overwhelming. A self-driving tour would be the best. Shuetao perked up, quickly sending a private message to the girl. After a brief exchange, he learned her name was Wan Xinyan, and she had a twin sister named Wan Xinyue, both in the same class. The two sisters had both gained admission to Jiang City University's broadcasting and hosting program, which was quite rare. The sisters were accustomed to acting together and were contemplating which group would provide a more comfortable experience for their outing when they stumbled upon Shuetao boasting about his Magotan 330. Having a car in college is indeed uncommon. A quick search revealed it wasn't an exceptional vehicle, but it was adequate for their travel needs. Thus, Wan Xinyan accepted Shuetao's friend request. After a brief exchange, she found him quite enthusiastic, although he appeared somewhat dim-witted. Not being smart is advantageous. It makes him easier to manipulate, she thought, and they quickly struck an accord. However, Wan Xinyan did raise a concern. If we join, it will be 4 boys and 3 girls. One car might be too cramped, right? Shuetao had anticipated this and replied, not a problem. I plan to rent another car. One of our roommates can drive. With 2 cars, accommodating 7 people will be a breeze. Wan Xinyan replied with satisfaction, that's great. You've thought this through well, Shuetao. Most boys aren't this mature. Receiving praise from a girl made Shuetao feel buoyant, and he chuckled to himself. Hee. Do you think both sisters might fall for me? You've watched too much Liu Bei. Do you really think they'd both be interested in you? You're overestimating yourself. Chu Mingzhi doused him with cold water. In any case, our travel team was beginning to take shape, with just these 7 people. They were good to go. Adding 1 or 2 more girls would be ideal since 2 cars could comfortably seat 10 individuals. Watching Shuetao revel in his success, Chu Mingzhi felt a pang of envy. Why did this old rascal get to show off? Surely, his youthful travels to 17 countries and his artistic sensibilities should attract girls as well. But never mind, it was of no consequence. Chu Mingzhi had another important task ahead, inviting Jiang Qiuran to join the team. Truth be told, he felt quite uncertain. After all, he had no prior connection with Jiang Qiuran, who was constantly courted by affluent suitors and was considered the most popular presence in the girls' dormitory. However, it is precisely because this task is exceedingly arduous that Chu Mingzhi is determined to find a way to accomplish it. In doing so, he will undoubtedly overshadow the local talents. Little brat, let me show you the prowess of Hu Yi. Just as Chu Mingzhi's ambitions were ignited, Su Bai, who had remained silent for quite some time, suddenly spoke up. Just now, Shengxing informed me that Jiang Qiuran took the initiative to ask her if we could all hang out together during the Mid-Autumn Festival. I've agreed on behalf of everyone. Hold on, buddy, why on earth did she take the initiative to come? Chu Mingzhi's expression turned sour. Oh, should I refuse then? Su Bai shot him a sidelong glance. Shuetao quickly interjected. Refuse? Nonsense. Welcome indeed. After saying this, he cast a curious glance at Su Bai. Although he was unsure why Jiang Qiuran wished to join them, her presence was certainly a boon. After all, she was the epitome of perfection in Shuetao's eyes. Chapter 44. Seeking life guidance from the counselor late at night. With 2 goddess-like dormitory members and a pair of beautiful twin girls, this excursion was indeed highly anticipated. Even if he couldn't win over Jiang Qiuran, Wan Xinyan and Wan Xinyue were quite the eye candy as well. Earlier, Shuetao had seen pictures of the two delightful girls in Xinyan's social media, both of whom embodied a fresh and adorable charm, despite their youthful appearances. Their figures, however, were impressively notable. Truly, they could be described as petite yet curvaceous. Lost in thought for a moment, Shuetao suddenly recalled something pertinent and asked Su Bai, "Su Bai, I remember you got your driver's license over the summer, right?" "Indeed. Then let us rent a car for the trip, and you can drive? You've been plotting this all along, haven't you?" "TSK, how can you call it plotting? It's simply mutual assistance among roommates. Look, we have 4 lovely ladies accompanying us this time. It's a rare opportunity." Detecting the teasing undertone in Su Bai's words, Shuetao felt a bit embarrassed and hastily defended himself. Su Bai, uninterested in pursuing the matter further, waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine, I understand your intent. However, let us skip the rental. I recently purchased a car, so it's perfect for our trip." "What? You bought a car?" Shuetao rubbed his ears in disbelief. This broke college student actually bought a car? The dialogue between Shuetao and Su Bai piqued Chu Mingzhi's interest. He had already donned his beloved Sennheiser headphones but promptly removed them, exclaiming in astonishment, "Brother Su, buying a car is no trivial matter. Such a significant expenditure should have been discussed with the group." "I simply bought one that caught my eye," Su Bai replied nonchalantly, thinking to himself, "You're not my father. Why should I discuss it with you?" Yet, Hu was the type to share his opinions whenever someone in the dormitory was about to make a purchase, showcasing his taste. As Su Bai had anticipated, Chu Mingzhi solemnly stated, "Purchasing a car is something that requires careful consideration. With the current trend favoring new energy vehicles, young people should indeed opt for them. However, there are many nuances to consider. A car symbolizes a person's character. For instance, a young person driving a traditional gasoline vehicle may come off as outdated." "Who are you pointing fingers at?" Shuetao retorted, bristling. "Outdated? Some of us are doing just fine. Besides, these electric cars have only emerged in the past few years and are still unstable. What if I buy one that frequently breaks down? It has to be German engineering. Only those who drive a Magotan are true mature men." With that, Shuetao turned back to Su Bai and continued to inquire. "Oh, I remember now. You mentioned you had come into a bit of money recently. That must be what you used to buy the car, right?" "Sort of," Su Bai replied. "What kind of car?" "An SUV, quite spacious." "Oh, that is pretty good. Now that you're dating Goddess Chen, having a car will certainly make things more convenient. But, can your family support the ongoing expenses of car ownership?" Shuetao pressed on, clearly skeptical that Su Bai could afford the costs associated with maintaining a vehicle. "No problem. In any case, I'll drive it for our trip. It's settled," Su Bai replied succinctly, then put on his headphones and began queuing up matches with Wang Haoran. Having been frequently carried to victory by Chen Yuxing, he was feeling a bit jaded from all the wins and decided to experience the raw thrill of competition with Wang Haoran instead. Feeling ignored, Shuetao stepped back, muttering to himself. It seemed that Su Bai's recent windfall might not be as minor as he initially thought. Did he win the lottery? Or perhaps he had a stroke of luck with some foreign financial products that skyrocketed overnight. Shuetao was not well versed in investments. Nonetheless, it appeared that Su Bai's financial situation had indeed improved. First, he upgraded to an Apple Pro Max, and now he had bought a car. This stirred a sense of unease within Shuetao, as he had always been the one to shine in their dormitory and even in their entire class. Sharing the spotlight only with Chu Mingzhi, he had been the sole student with a car. Now that Su Bai also owned a vehicle, it diluted his uniqueness. However, Shuetao quickly reconsidered. Given Su Bai's spending habits, he likely sought value for money and probably purchased a domestic SUV that cost less than 100,000 yuan. Perhaps a Chery, Great Wall, or Chang'an brand. In contrast, his own Magotan 330 was a bona fide joint venture B-class vehicle. They were not comparable at all. The impression a girl would have when stepping into a domestic Haval H6 would be entirely different from that of stepping into a Magotan. He imagined a goddess of Chen Yuxing's caliber riding in a domestic vehicle, and it struck him as profoundly discordant. Shuetao surmised that Su Bai and Chen Yuxing were likely still in the ambiguous phase of their relationship, with a considerable distance yet to traverse before officially dating. Perhaps Chen Yuxing would gradually lose interest upon sensing Su Bai's less-than-ideal financial situation. With this thought, Shuetao found his mental balance restored. Otherwise, if Su Bai truly ended up dating Chen Yuxing, he would be consumed by jealousy. Why on earth would such an exquisite goddess be interested in Su Bai? The fellow was merely somewhat handsome. Aside from that, he was entirely lacking in qualities that would make him appealing. Ding. The host has neglected their professional coursework in favor of immersing themselves in the Summoner's Rift, a most indulgent choice. Reward, 1,000 yuan. Su Bai and Wang Haoran were engaged in fierce competition for cash, battling furiously. After a moment of reckoning, he realized he had even lost points. No matter. After all, Sheng would carry him back to victory. Before bed, Su Bai went to wash up, and Wang Haoran followed suit. Seizing the opportunity to ask Su Bai, "Brother Bai, why does Jiang Qiran want to travel with us? I recall Hu Yi mentioning that she has a mediocre relationship with Chen Yuxing. Is that so?" "I'm not aware," Su Bai admitted honestly. He truly had no knowledge of the dynamics between Jiang Qiran and Chen Yuxing. Before today, he had even been unaware that Jiang Qiran was a member of the goddess dormitory. According to their agreement, upon entering college, Su Bai and Jiang Qiran had pretended not to know each other. To make it more convincing, he had even deleted their QQ and WeChat accounts, severing all ties completely. They had once been childhood sweethearts, growing up next door to one another. He couldn't fathom what Jiang Qiran must have been thinking at the time. Nonetheless, Su Bai had no lingering feelings for this childhood companion. It was simply a matter of moving on. He had felt a twinge of sadness at first, but it had faded quickly. In retrospect, Su Bai's ability to forget was indeed thorough. He was even too apathetic to inquire which dormitory Jiang Qiran resided in. "I am unafraid of forgetting." Alas, it was just the way Su Bai was, an inherently indifferent man. For instance, he was currently enamored with a senior while simultaneously enjoying a lively rapport with Shengxin. With an utter lack of shame, it seemed perfectly natural for Su Bai to behave in such a manner. He indulged in a moment of imagination and remarked to Wang Haoran, "Perhaps Jiang Qiran's social skills are rather average. Those delicate and pure-looking girls might possess numerous superficial acquaintances, yet they are often easily isolated by various cliques." "Oh, is that so? I truly fail to grasp the complexities of female relationships," he mused. "But it's fine. Traveling is about enjoyment. Having more people to share the fun is beneficial. We can eat, play, and at one tea hinder our experience." Indeed, Su Bai climbed onto the iron bunk bed in the dormitory, lying back to scroll through his phone, finding an unexpected sense of comfort, even more so than when he was in a hotel. This prompted Su Bai to engage in some self-reflection. Was he the type who felt uneasy after frequenting lavish places? That shouldn't be the case. Deep down, Su Bai yearned for the opulence of a life filled with extravagance. Which man does not aspire to be impressive, to flaunt his success? Not to mention the thrill of treating a senior at a luxury goods store. Relishing the envious glances of the salesgirls, in those moments, Su Bai felt utterly exhilarated. However, there seemed to be an inexplicable discomfort associated with hotel stays. This dilemma appeared rather philosophical. After much contemplation, Su Bai resolved to discuss this matter with someone. For his confidant, he chose the unconventional route and opted for Counselor Xia Lin. The system panel indicated that Xia Lin's favorability towards Su Bai had surpassed 50, providing a solid foundation for their discussion. After all, which counselor would entertain such peculiar philosophical inquiries if there were no rapport? Moreover, everyone claimed Xia Lin was a wealthy beauty, hailing from an affluent family. Based on Su Bai's observations, Xia Lin's demeanor, as well as her possessions, exuded a sense of refinement and were undoubtedly expensive. Her taste seemed even more discerning than that of the local elite. Thus, among the young women Su Bai could engage with, Xia Lin was the most suitable for delving into this issue. "Su Bai, Counselor Xia, I have a perplexity I wish to discuss. Do you have a moment?" "Xia Lin, I do. Go ahead. What troubles you?" "Su Bai, logically speaking, staying in luxury hotels every day is a dream for many. Yet after a few days, I find myself feeling somewhat fatigued. This is a nearly 2,000 yuan per night riverside suite, after all." Xia Lin. Chapter 45. Sending a selfie to Counselor Xia, luxurious service apartment. Graduate dormitory. Xia Lin chuckled as she read Su Bai's message. "Can you believe this? You find luxury hotels tiresome? Most people would struggle to afford to stay there." However, considering Xia Lin's background, Su Bai's seemingly absurd concern was not entirely unfounded. From a young age, she had accompanied her parents to five-star hotels costing over 1,000 a night, and had even experienced ones that were far more extravagant. Once, during a summer vacation when her mother returned to her hometown and her father was on a business trip, she spent half a month at the Hilton. Xia Lin had ample authority to speak on Su Bai's dilemma, having recently been captivated by his physique. After a moment of thoughtful consideration, she composed her response. "Xia Lin, although hotels are luxurious, they are still just hotels, lacking a sense of homeliness, and prolonged stays can lead to a feeling of emptiness." "Su Bai, that makes sense." "Su Bai, so, it seems that long-term stays require a more traditional rental approach." "Su Bai, but hotels offer assistance with maintenance, which is an undeniable convenience that rentals cannot match." Xia Lin, what? Are you planning to move off campus, Su Bai? "Su Bai, yes. I am considering it and wanted to inform you first." Xia Lin, you're quite the diligent student. Thumbs up. Su Bai, sheepishly scratching head. "Su Bai, by the way, is there a possibility of a high-end rental option that provides hotel-like services?" Xia Lin, such options do exist in the market, but they tend to be quite expensive, typically beyond the means of average students. Su Bai, Counselor Xia, do I strike you as an average student? Su Bai, Sends images. Seizing the opportunity, Su Bai sent Xia Lin a series of photos showcasing his abs. Taken earlier while in the washroom. The body-enhancing serum he received truly worked wonders, sculpting a physique that rivaled male models. Xia Lin, blushing emoji. Xia Lin, why the sudden sharing of images? Save those for your girlfriend. Don't go overboard with your counselor. Su Bai, I thought you might appreciate them. You didn't seem to mind the last ones I sent. Su Bai, if you dislike them. I won't send any more. Xia Lin, honestly, they are indeed impressive. Su Bai, you must have put in considerable effort to achieve such a physique. Haven't you? Xia Lin, an avid fitness enthusiast, naturally had a keen interest in maintaining a good figure. After discussing fitness for a while, they returned to the main topic. Xia Lin, what you're describing, a blend of the comfort of a rental with hotel services, is known as a service department. Xia Lin, this concept originated from a business model abroad and has gained significant popularity in recent years in our country, especially among high-end business professionals. Xia Lin, let me ask in advance, what is your budget, Su Bai? Su Bai calculated his finances. He currently had over 10 million in savings. The system indicated that for indulgent rental expenses, he could pay up to a year's worth in advance. Thus, a monthly rent of no more than 100,000 would suffice. Su Bai, no more than 100,000 a month. Xia Lin, dog emoji hitting someone. Xia Lin, with that budget, are you aiming to live in a palace? Su Bai, a palace won't do. I've heard places like palaces, castles, or ancient towns have poor internet, and I enjoy gaming too much. Xia Lin, dog emoji with a mischievous grin. Xia Lin, hold on a moment. I'll find you a few links to reputable service departments that have branches in Jiangxing. Before long, Xia Lin sent several webpage links. Su Bai browsed through them, feeling quite satisfied. A service department, as it turned out, was akin to a hotel, managed by a specific brand and operated independently within a large building. The decor and design resembled that of upscale residential flats. With kitchens, bathrooms, walk-in closets, and parking facilities, all the amenities were comparable to those in a personal home. Yet, one did not have to worry about renovations. Additionally, there was 24/7 concierge service for cleaning, maintenance, and even dining requests, making it an unparalleled living experience. Furthermore, service departments also included private gyms, swimming pools, Western and Chinese restaurants, lounges, audiovisual rooms, and bars. Some even come with extravagant amenities such as golf courses and racetracks. Naturally, the pricing is not comparable to a modest 1D apartment costing 2,000 to 3,000 a month. The starting point is a 100 square meter unit, with daily rates surpassing that of the luxurious Riverview suite at the Marriott where Su Bai resides. For larger accommodations, the price begins at 3,000 per night, amounting to a staggering 100,000 a month. Of course, the actual contracts are monthly, and discounts can be availed for longer commitments, with even greater reductions for annual payments. Nevertheless, even with discounts, this renting method is unfathomable for an average office worker. For Su Bai, money is not the issue. The crux lies in the quality of living. He seeks both luxury and a sense of everyday comfort. After perusing the link sent by Xia Lin, Su Bai had an epiphany. This is precisely a top-tier long-term rental in the city center, complete with an array of thoughtful services. He resolved to select the most exquisite service department for a year, anticipating a cashback of several hundred thousand. Once his savings increased, he would directly scout for a mansion in Jiangxing, gradually renovating it according to his vision. Once the renovations are complete, he would then relocate to the mansion. As Su Bai's thoughts flowed, he swiftly solidified his plan. Su Pai Da Bai E. Thank you, Director Xia. This information is invaluable. Su Pai Da Bai E. I feel that Ascot is a commendable brand. Although it is somewhat pricey, it has a branch very close to the school, adjacent to the river, boasting excellent location and scenery. Xia Tian De Lin. Your taste is quite discerning, Su. If budget isn't a concern, this establishment truly is the most suitable for students. Su Pai Da Bai E. I intend to check it out tomorrow. Director Xia, will you be free to accompany me? Inviting the counselor to view properties together? You bold lad, Su Bai. Xia Lin felt a bit flustered. Yet it quickly transformed into a delightful intrigue. After all, being a girl from a wealthy family, she had seen much of the world. It was evident that Su Bai's family was quite affluent, starkly contrasting with his simplicity in daily expenses. He is indeed a modest young master, possessing a fine physique, revealing that the university demographic harbors hidden talents. Xia Lin mused to herself, unable to resist clicking on the images Su Bai had sent her, now saved in her album, which made her mouth water. Oh dear, I might drool. To be frank, Xia Lin was genuinely captivated. Over the years, she had not engaged in any romantic relationships. Given her family background, she had no need to seek anything from men through love. She could be described as having been raised with a silver spoon in her mouth. However, Xia Lin did not relish flaunting her wealth. She had consistently focused on her studies, pursuing graduate education and self-improvement without any grand ambitions, merely aiming to be a useful member of society. Suddenly, she realized that Su Bai resembled her in many ways. Both belonged to the understated wealthy class, living honest lives. Furthermore, Su Bai's impressive physique suggested he was fond of sports, which coincidentally aligned with Xia Lin's own passion for fitness. They seemed like a match made in heaven. Apart from the slight awkwardness stemming from her role as a counselor and his status as a freshman, Xia Lin shook her head, deciding not to overthink it for now. They could simply be friends. Consequently, she promptly accepted Su Bai's invitation and arranged to visit Ascot together the following morning. Chapter 46. Xia Lin dressed up for Su Bai. The next day, on Monday morning, Xia Lin only had one elective class, which could be easily skipped. Su Bai arrived punctually at the cafeteria at 9 o'clock to meet Xia Lin. From a distance, he spotted her in athletic attire. Despite being in a less conspicuous corner of the cafeteria, she stood out among her peers like a crane among chickens. As a graduate student, her years of development had bestowed her with a solid foundation, and her skill in dressing only enhanced her allure. The fitted sports top and yoga pants, designed in deep hues, showcased Xia Lin's athletic physique to perfection, with a subtle touch of natural makeup on her face. She appeared as a striking beauty of the athletic variety. "Director Xia, you look stunning today," Su Bai casually complimented as he approached with his breakfast tray. Xia Lin's face displayed a hint of awkwardness, but she responded nonchalantly, "Really? I feel like I look the same every day. That indicates your makeup skills are exceptional. Ensuring your appearance remains consistently admirable." Su Bai openly assessed Xia Lin, acknowledging the finesse of her natural makeup. "Hey, you little rascal, you know about natural makeup? Is it strange? Not many boys are familiar with such things. Previously, quite a few thought I was going without makeup," Xia Lin chuckled. As a counselor involved in various committee roles, Xia Lin found it inconvenient to wear heavy makeup. Yet, like any girl, she cherished beauty, favoring a fresh, everyday look. Occasionally, when busy or feeling lazy, she would forego makeup altogether, provided she wasn't meeting someone she cared about. Today, as she was to accompany Su Bai to view properties, she inexplicably woke up early, dedicating nearly an hour to her grooming. Xia Lin was well aware of the underlying reason. At just over 20, she was no longer the naive girl fresh out of high school. Her parents had consistently sought suitable partners for her, yet none met her standards. They were either too old, had problematic personalities, or, more often than not, lacked the physical attributes Xia Lin found acceptable. Although their appearances were tolerable, their physiques often betrayed a lifestyle of indulgence, leaving few who could maintain a fit body. Su Bai happened to hit the mark on what Xia Lin valued most: those broad, strong shoulders and that well-defined abdomen. Just thinking about it made her feel warm inside. Moreover, Su Bai's other qualities were equally commendable. Notably, his spending habits mirrored hers. Both belonged to the discreet wealthy class, uninterested in ostentation but willing to indulge in material pleasures. This aspect was crucial for developing a long-term relationship. Compatibility in economic conditions was paramount. In Jiangqing, finding a young man who could match Xia Lin's financial standards was exceedingly rare, coupled with the constraints of physique and age. Such individuals were as scarce as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, making someone like Su Bai a true find. Xia Lin intended to seize this opportunity and see if she could capture Su Bai's affection. A young man as admirable as him should not be overlooked. When Su Bai praised her makeup, Xia Lin could not help but feel a swell of pride. She picked up a sweet potato ball from her tray and offered it to Su Bai. "Try this. It's a new flavor at the breakfast window, taro." Su Bai paused momentarily, taken aback, as Xia Lin was not using chopsticks, but rather pinching the sweet potato ball between her thumb and forefinger, feeding it to him. Realizing what was happening, he kept his expression steady and opened his mouth to accept the treat, inadvertently tasting the tips of Xia Lin's fingers. "How does it taste?" "Delicious. You're so sweet." As Xia Lin felt the sensation of Su Bai's lips against her fingers, she did not shy away like a typical girl. Instead, she smiled contentedly, her eyes narrowing in warmth. Her appearance was bright and graceful, the kind that would make one think she was a perfect match for a successful man. Known as a prosperous wife look, when she smiled, her eyes curved beautifully, and her brows were particularly appealing. This woman seemed destined to be a fitting wife. Su Bai silently assessed her in his mind. As the two engaged in conversation while finishing their breakfast, they made their way to the school parking lot. "Shall I drive?" "Su," I offered. "No need. I'll take the wheel. If I end up living there, I can conveniently transport a few belongings." "All right." Upon seeing Su Bai unlock his Mercedes GLE with the key, Xia Lin felt no surprise, considering it entirely natural. Luxury vehicles worth several $100,000 or even millions were commonplace to her. After all, she herself drove an Audi Q7. Su Bai had no intention of flaunting his wealth either. Once Xia Lin settled into the passenger seat, they set off. The journey was brief, taking merely a few minutes. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaolin provided Su Bai with a brief overview of the service department. Ascot is regarded as one of the more established high-end apartment brands in the country. The one we are visiting, however, is a newly opened branch from 3 years ago. Free from the lingering scent of renovation and equipped with modern facilities, representing the peak of its offerings. That sounds splendid. I must be quite fortunate, Su Bai remarked. Quickly correcting himself. No, I shouldn't say I'm lucky. I owe my thanks to you for facilitating this, Xia. It's merely a small matter. As a counselor, it is my duty to look after my students. Before long, they arrived at the Ascot apartment at Jiangxing University. Upon entering the lobby, Su Bai noticed several residents coming and going, some with foreign features, all exuding an air of social elite. According to Xiaolin, many scholars visiting Jiangxing University from abroad preferred to stay at Ascot, especially since their expenses would be reimbursed. The receptionist, with a professional smile, bowed slightly and welcomed them. Welcome to Ascot. May I inquire if you are here for retail check-in or long-term rental? Long-term, Xiaolin replied. The duration may be quite extended, and our requirements for the type of accommodation and services are rather high. Is your sales department manager available? Yes, right this way, please. The receptionist led them into the office located deep within the ground floor of the apartment. The manager, having just started his shift, perked up at the news of a long-term rental discussion. May I have your names? I'm Xia, and this is Su. He is looking to rent, and I'm here to assist him. Ah, you look familiar. Are you Xiaolin from Jiang University? Yes, that's me. Haha, I thought I recognized you. I remember you visited last year. The manager greeted her warmly, clearly familiar with her background. Xiaolin politely responded, I was quite satisfied with the apartments at that time. However, I felt that living alone in such a large space would be a bit wasteful. So I ultimately opted for the graduate dormitory to enjoy some lively company with my friends. Indeed, so is Mr. Su planning to live alone? The manager turned to Su Bai. Sort of, but I will likely have female companions over most of the time. Su Bai cleared his throat and stated his requirements. I wish to select the largest and most luxurious apartment, with all the accompanying perks maximized. The price is of no concern. I can budget up to 1 million a month. The manager was taken aback. Such demands were indeed rare. There are generally two types of residents at Ascot. The first are true affluent individuals who, due to personal interests or business matters, need to stay in Jiangxing for a few months. They tend to be meticulous with their budgets, wealthy, yet careful not to squander money. After all, they are all elites in society and know how to calculate costs. Negotiating prices with such customers can be quite exhausting. The second group consists of those on a corporate account, like the foreign visiting scholars Xiaolin mentioned. Their expenses are reimbursed by their respective universities or Jiang University, allowing for straightforward agreements without much hassle. These customers are low maintenance, but typically choose the most economical apartments while demanding various complimentary perks, resulting in minimal profit margins. Together, these two scenarios largely constitute the clientele of high-end service departments. However, it was abundantly clear that Mr. Su represented the remaining 1%, the so-called rich individual who indulges in life without financial constraints, opting directly for the best and maximizing every amenity. The manager, understanding the unspoken implication, flipped through a gilded brochure and immediately pointed to the last section. Mr. Su, I would like to recommend the Supreme Mountain Water Duplex Suite, featuring a total area of 302 square meters across 2 levels. After listening to the manager's vivid description, complemented by images in the brochure and a 3D video on the manager's phone, Su Bai's eyes lit up. This was sheer indulgence. Initially, Su Bai had anticipated renting the finest flat, but he had not expected such a high-end apartment to offer a duplex option, from layout to decor and each functional room. The understated luxury and comfort perfectly aligned with Su Bai's long-term living needs. The system even prompted a notification in his mind, indicating that this expenditure aligned with its definition of indulgence. It was indeed rather outrageous. Who would expect a university student to occupy 300 square meters? Perhaps Xiaolin also found it somewhat extravagant, as she smiled and inquired, Your parents won't disapprove of you living in such a large space? Not at all. My family is quite lenient, and besides, it's not excessively expensive. I saw it listed for just over 5,000 per night. Just over 5,000. The manager quietly gasped, maintaining a cheerful demeanor as he started tapping away on his calculator. Mr. Su, if you choose the Supreme Mountain Water Duplex, all the amenities you desire will be complimentary. If you opt for monthly payments, it would be at an 8% discount off the retail price of $5,299, making it approximately $127,000 per month. Monthly payments are too cumbersome. Can I settle it annually? Paying in full at once would alleviate future concerns. Certainly. If that is your preference, we would be more than happy to accommodate. The manager's mind raced as he added, Please hold on. I will call the regional headquarters to inquire about potential discounts for annual payments. In reality, the mountain water duplex was quite challenging to rent out. After all, wealthy individuals in Jiangcheng were still relatively few compared to first-tier cities, and most preferred to invest in a villa in the countryside. Such luxurious business-style apartments in the city center generally appealed to a younger demographic, but the question remained, how many young people had substantial funds at their disposal? The manager stepped out to make the call. Subai could have simply requested an 8% discount, as he would ultimately receive a substantial rebate. However, he felt that such an act might come off as excessively ostentatious, especially in front of Xiaolin. She clearly exuded the poise of a cultured and refined individual who would likely disdain the behavior of a showy nouveau riche. When it came to wooing women, one must cater to their preferences, discuss ideals with Chun Yuxing and finances with the senior sister, while maintaining an air of sophistication in Xiaolin as presence. Su, living in such a spacious apartment, don't you feel lonely? Xiaolin asked seemingly nonchalantly, though her concern was evident regarding the female companion Subai had mentioned. Which girl would he be bringing along? The image of Chun Yuxing flashed in Xiaolin's mind, and her instincts suggested that there might be something brewing between them. However, Chun Yuxing appeared to be quite conservative. It was unlikely that their relationship had progressed to that level yet. Humph, this little rascal has female companions. He certainly knows how to play the field. A typical university boy would probably just say he was bringing his girlfriend to stay. The term female companion implied a sense of changeability, hinting at a more frivolous nature. Yet, Xiaolin found her fondness for Subai undiminished by this revelation. The allure of a rogue is undeniable. It is precisely because he is a scoundrel that the thrill of conquest brings a sense of achievement. As a white, wealthy beauty with a penchant for sports, Xiaolin harbors a wild spirit within. Despite her aversion to promiscuity, she remains a virgin at the age of 22. Yet she finds herself inexplicably drawn to men like Subai, who possess the majestic aura of a lion. When confronted with Xiaolin's inquiry, Subai grinned and replied, "If Director Xia is willing, you are always welcome to visit." "All right, what you say must be taken seriously," she teased. Subai, eager for her earnestness, pointed at the floor plan. "Look, this duplex has a small gym. Director Xia must excel in fitness, right? Well, during my undergraduate years, I took a brief elective in bodybuilding. I understand the fundamentals, but my own practice is rather amateurish. Excessive professionalism might not be appealing for a girl." "I see. Moderation is key. Your current physique, Director Xia, is, in my eyes, absolutely perfect," Subai sincerely complimented. Truth be told, he considered both Xiaolin and her peers, Chun Yuxing and Zhou Jialu, to be equally remarkable in their own rights. However, given the direction of their conversation, a little white lie seemed only natural. Indeed, Subai's flattery greatly pleased Xiaolin, who covered her mouth and giggled. "What perfection! It's merely all right. You are too exaggerated, Su." Yet she added, "If you are genuinely interested in fitness, I could offer you some guidance. I am curious to experience what the best room type at Ascot is like, especially the private gym." Thus, it was joyfully decided that they would arrange to exercise together when time permitted. "Sounds good." They both agreed, their shared laughter revealing a hint of an adult understanding in their exchange. The returning manager happened upon the flirtatious gaze shared between Subai and Xiaolin, causing a slight flutter in his heart. Oh dear, it seems the eldest daughter of the Xia family shares an extraordinary bond with this young man. He refrained from questioning the nature of their relationship, understanding that some inquiries are best left unasked. After all, one's emotional intelligence must remain intact in the business realm. "Mr. Su, I just consulted with my superiors. If you opt for an annual lease of the Supreme Mountain Water Duplex, the maximum discount can reach 30. Additionally, we will provide you with a special service, a dedicated housekeeper to cater to your living needs, available 24/7. "That sounds excellent," Subai nodded appreciatively. For a 300 square meter residence, having a housekeeper to manage the upkeep is essential. Otherwise, the task of organizing alone could be exhausting. In fact, during his recent hotel stays, he had noticed how troublesome it was to tidy up even a simple riverside suite, often requiring assistance from the front desk staff. The manager, adept in business, knew precisely how to pitch the exclusive housekeeper service. Following an on-site inspection of the apartment, Subai decisively completed the payment. Chapter 48, Special Attribute Points. Audemars Piguet Royal Oak. Ding. Payment successful. The retail price of $5,299 for the Supreme Mountain Water Duplex totals 1,335,348 yuan. But the manager generously offered a discount, bringing the final payment to 1.33 million. According to reports, celebrities who live in hotels throughout the year spend merely a few $100,000 at most. Subai's chosen residence was priced nearly double that of a star's treatment. The manager, seasoned in the industry, had witnessed countless high-value transactions. Yet never had he seen a youthful university student like Subai swipe over $1 million without a flicker of hesitation. What struck the manager most was Su Bai's nonchalant demeanor. What kind of illustrious family could cultivate such poise in an 18-year-old? In truth, it was the system that bestowed Su Bai with this confidence. Ding. Detected indulgent spending. Long-term lease of a Scott Supreme Mountain Water duplex, 1-year term, expenditure of 1.33 million yuan. Triggering tenfold cashback, returning 13.3 million yuan. Su Bai's heart leaped with joy. He had struck the highest cashback multiplier, causing his savings to soar to over 20 million. With a little more indulgence, he could soon consider acquiring a grand villa. If one disregards the system's cashback, an annual expenditure of 1.33 million is indeed extravagant. However, the living experience offered here is unparalleled, transcending that of luxury hotels. Not only does it boast opulence, but it also provides a homely atmosphere conducive to restful slumber, complemented by integrated leisure and entertainment facilities at a Scott Plaza. After settling the payment, Su Bai took particular interest in the kitchen and bathroom of the duplex. Having lost his parents at a young age, he was raised by a neighbor's aunt, indeed, the very same aunt who is Jiang Qiran's mother. With her busy work schedule, Su Bai often found himself cooking at home, becoming quite adept in the culinary arts. The kitchen in this luxurious duplex features a globally renowned design, equipped with all necessary amenities: a massive oven, embedded dishwasher, steam oven, air fryer, and a grand 4-door refrigerator. Alongside an 18-piece set of top-tier German cookware, Su Bai felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of showcasing his culinary skills. As for the bathroom, it naturally warranted attention, being a place of rejuvenation. All right, I've wrapped things up here. I have matters to attend to at school, so I'll be heading back. Xia Lin bid farewell to Su Bai. Okay, thank you, Director Xia, he replied, a hint of regret in his voice. He had intended to treat her to lunch as a token of gratitude. No worries. I'll swing by once I finish my work at school. It won't hinder your invitation, she jested, signaling a willingness for further interaction. Generally, if someone assists without accepting an immediate invitation, it implies a future engagement for a meal. Her return visit clearly indicated her growing affection for Su Bai. He understood this nuance and smiled lightly. Then I shall await your return, Director Xia. Do wait. Xia Lin departed gracefully, her yoga pants accentuating her figure, igniting a warmth within Su Bai. He promptly made his way to the private gym attached to the duplex for a workout to expend some energy and cool off, taking a leisurely bath afterward. Su Bai found himself increasingly drawn to this indulgent ritual since acquiring the lavish system. It bestowed upon him a profound sense of relaxation, perfectly aligning with his theme of indulgent living. Reclining in the spacious bathtub, capable of accommodating 3, Su Bai accessed the system interface. Over the past few days, he had accumulated 3 lottery chances. Now, in this moment of solitude, it was the perfect time to draw. Lottery. 3 consecutive draws. Drawing rewards for you. Congratulations. You have won 1 million yuan in cash. Congratulations. You have won 3 special attribute points. Congratulations. You have won a watch. Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Offshore AP15500 ST stainless steel with a blue dial, valued at 615,000 yuan. For Su Bai, the cash prize of 1 million was of little significance. He could easily recoup that amount with a few expenditures. It felt more like a consolation prize. The 3 special attribute points appeared to enhance a certain aspect of his physique. Upon reviewing the brief description, Su Bai's expression turned peculiar. Hold on a minute, my friend. I'm already quite exceptional in that regard. Do I really need further enhancement? Indeed, it is not an unfavorable circumstance. After all, in the foreseeable future, young Su Bai is bound to face challenges. With ample leisure and wealth in university life, it is only natural that he indulges in the pursuit of romantic conquests. A rigorous enhancement would also enable Su Bai to acclimatize to more intense battles. The final reward is a wristwatch. This timepiece is quite exquisite. Belonging to the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak collection, a high-end model which supposedly requires a reservation. Purchasing one independently would indeed be quite a hassle. Yet Su Bai had already contemplated acquiring a fine watch for himself. How thoughtful of the system to facilitate this for him. Curiously, Su Bai clicked to view the image, revealing a silver stainless steel octagonal bezel with a seamless bracelet, powered by an in-house movement, embodying both athleticism and luxury. It is a paragon of high-end sports watches, ideally suited for those who pursue exceptional craftsmanship and unique design. Priced at over 600,000, wearing it would undoubtedly confer a sense of status. Its casual sporty style aligns perfectly with Su Bai's everyday attire. Had it been a more formal watch, it would have felt rather out of place, as he is not one to don a suit daily. Upon clicking to extract the item in the system, a phone call immediately came through, establishing contact with Su Bai. The caller introduced himself as a representative from the Audemars Piguet flagship store in Shanghai. announcing that the watch had already arrived in Jiangxing and would be delivered to Su Bai's location within 15 minutes. Su Bai mused that the system's arrangements were indeed quite harmonious with the realities of the world. After all, he had just searched on his phone's map and found no Audemars Piguet store in Jiangxing. Many luxury brands lack outlets in second-tier cities, as the local purchasing power does not justify their presence. It is akin to the Supreme Mountain Water duplex that Su Bai recently rented. It would be quite challenging to lease it out in Jiangxing. Perhaps this particular design was intended to elevate the store's prestige or was merely a miscalculation by the management. In any case, it had led to Su Bai's fortunate acquisition. A little over 10 minutes later, a voice announced, "Mr. Su, here is the watch you ordered. Please take a look." The complete set of certificates and accompanying accessories were presented. If it is convenient for you, you may try it on now. We have brought professional tools to adjust the strap to fit the contours of your wrist perfectly. The delivery was made by a sales manager and a watch technician. The technician, who appeared to be of considerable age, bore a kind expression as he measured Su Bai's wrist and skillfully adjusted the strap using specialized tools. The process was swift, completed in mere minutes. This was Su Bai's first time witnessing such a procedure, and he found it quite fascinating. He recalled seeing old films where protagonists purchasing expensive watches would seek out dedicated technicians to adjust their straps. He had heard that in some European countries, this adjustment process could be quite tedious, though it was not particularly complex, merely an ostentatious ritual to create an air of sophistication. Yet here in our country, the adjustments were done with remarkable efficiency. "Thank you for choosing Audemars Piguet. Wishing you a delightful life," the representative said as he handed over his business card. "You may add my WeChat number later for any future needs." After bidding farewell to the Audemars Piguet staff, Su Bai admired himself in the mirror while wearing the watch, momentarily lost in self-admiration. Indeed, this type of sports watch harmonized splendidly with his carefree and irreverent demeanor. Suddenly, his phone buzzed incessantly with WeChat notifications. Curiosity piqued. Su Bai discovered a newly created group. Group 510, Mid-Autumn Festival Revelry with the Ladies. Chapter 49, Shui Tao, just a rustic fellow. Su Bai is the true man of wealth. This was the group of travel companions discussed yesterday. As Su Bai had anticipated, the group was initiated by Shui Tao, who, after all, was the captain and took this trip very seriously. With the presence of two campus beauties, Chen Yuxing and Jiang Qiran, alongside the adorable twin Loli with youthful features, such a glamorous lineup would certainly provoke a strong desire among locals to flaunt their status. Of course, Hu Yi would not be outdone, yet another spectacle was about to unfold. A smile crept upon Su Bai's lips. While naive classmates continued to chastise Shui Tao for his ostentation, Su Bai and Wang Haoran had already begun to revel in the experience. "Shui Tao, ladies, I plan to purchase some supplies in advance for our trip. If you need anything, please send me a private message, and I will do my utmost to accommodate you." Smiling face, smiling face. Shui Tao, a selfie with sunglasses leaning against my Magotan 330. To be fair, the local's vehicle was rather impressive. According to national statistics, most privately owned cars among residents are around the 100,000 yuan mark. Not to mention, many students are so financially constrained that they cannot even indulge in cafeteria luxuries. Yet every time Shui Tao flaunted his wealth in the group, it exuded a rather villainous aura, giving off an annoying vibe. The crux of the matter is that he truly managed to attract Lu Yuan with his car and pocket money. Many boys felt disgruntled by him, but refrained from confronting him directly for fear of being labeled as envious losers unable to find girlfriends. In the engineering department, especially as freshmen, the number of those who could find partners was indeed quite limited. Not long after Shui Tao posted in the group, one of the twins, Wan Xinyan, responded, "Red bean paste glutinous rice ball, really? Shui Tao, you are so considerate. Red bean paste glutinous rice ball. Could you prepare some snacks for us? Hee. My sister and I have quite the appetite, and we might snack a lot on the way. Green bean paste glutinous rice ball, shy. Green bean paste glutinous rice ball. Not too much though. Red bean paste glutinous rice ball. Thank you, big brother Shui Tao. Hands together. Shui Tao, excited, drooling. Shui Tao, I promise to fulfill the task. Wang Haoran, today I am inspired by the agile mushrooms in the mountains. Click the link to receive the Genshin Impact Preview Live Broadcast Benefits XWS 34YU. Wang Haoran, retracted a message. Wang Haoran, sent it by mistake, sorry. Shui Tao, playing Genshin, picking nose. Snow in Hokkaido. Sennheiser Autumn New Product Review. Second issue. Shui Tao. Hu Yi, why are you posting your headphone reviews? Who cares? Snow in Hokkaido. Jiang Qiran. Level 25 Broadcasting Host. Jiang Qiran. Level 25 Broadcasting Host. What is happening? Why did someone suddenly mention me? Puzzled. Snow in Hokkaido. Hee nothing. Su Bai immersed himself in the unfolding drama in the group, thoroughly entertained. However, it seemed the locals abruptly remembered him. Shui Tao, crispy white goose, where are you wandering? When you have time, come back and accompany me to the supermarket to buy things. Goodness, you want to charm the ladies with your own wallet while dragging me along as a lackey, do you? At that moment, Su Bai was still wrapped in a bathrobe. He stood up and took a selfie in front of the mirror, showcasing his tall stature, subtly defined muscular contours, and the opulent bathroom background. He selected another picture from his album, taken during his recent workout. The two images were then shared in the group 510 Mid-Autumn Festival Revelry with the ladies. Crispy white goose. Image. Crispy white goose. I'm busy. You can go by yourself. Shui Tao. Meanwhile, in the university parking lot, as Shui Tao was preparing to set off, he stumbled upon a photograph of Su Bai, which caused his expression to shift dramatically, revealing a grimace. In truth, his inquiry had been casual, primarily aimed at establishing his authority as the team leader. Such is the nature of courting. One must cultivate an image of a leader within a small circle to truly captivate the hearts of potential romantic interests. Naturally, it would be ideal if Su Bai could lend him a hand in transporting goods from the supermarket. After all, Shui Tao had no intention of visiting the small supermarket on campus, which lacked variety. He planned to make an extensive purchase at Walmart, stocking up on imported snacks and beverages that invariably appeal to the ladies. Then, Su Bai sent over a couple of selfies. It appeared that he was in a luxurious hotel, or perhaps not quite. The backdrop seemed somewhat different. Shui Tao found himself perplexed. This revelation stirred a sense of anxiety within him. How could Su Bai venture to places beyond his comprehension? According to Su Bai's own words, he had recently come into some fortune, prompting him to indulge in material pleasures. Of course, he was flaunting it in the group chat, likely motivated by the presence of several stunning women, a stark contrast to his otherwise modest demeanor. Shui Tao chuckled derisively, deeming him juvenile. Indeed, Su Bai's actions were exceedingly naive. The four campus beauties in the group were well versed in the ways of the world. Modern girls are not easily deceived, and a mere stay at a Hilton would not suffice to win their affections. Such clumsy tactics were bound to fail. However, unbeknownst to Shui Tao, in a classroom not far away, a pair of adorable twin sisters sat side by side at the back, feigning attentiveness while secretly engaging in their chat. Their appearances were nearly identical, yet their demeanors were strikingly different. One was quiet and reserved, while the other was lively and spirited. Wow sis, look at this Su Bai. He is staying at the Escot. Wan Xinyan exclaimed suddenly. Wan Xinyue, seated beside her, inquired softly, Escot? What is that? It's a rather expensive service department, typically inhabited by the wealthy, or at least high-ranking professionals. Since Su Bai is also a freshman like us, his family must be quite affluent. How do you know so much? Wan Xinyue questioned, bemused by her sister's confident assertions. Just from a photograph, you can deduce all that? In truth, Wan Xinyue could only discern that Su Bai was tall and handsome, the kind of striking individual who would catch one's eye on the street. It's simple. His bathrobe bears the Escot emblem, and in another photo, there's a gym background that closely resembles the Riverside Escot. Wan Xinyan wore an expression of wisdom as she accurately pinpointed the location of the Escot Academy branch on her phone map, leaving her sister astonished. Xinyan, I think you should consider a career in detective work. Of course, I'm quite clever, Wan Xinyan replied proudly. And look at the watch Su Bai is wearing. Though I don't recognize the brand, my intuition tells me it must be expensive. Wait a moment. Let me use an AI image recognition tool. Observing her sister's fervor, Wan Xinyue felt genuine admiration. I had no idea there were so many intricacies involved. I thought Shui Tao was the wealthy one. Shui Tao? Huh. He is just a rustic fool, merely a tool, was Wan Xinyan's disdainful retort. In her tone was a palpable contempt, starkly contrasting with the lively persona she had displayed during her interactions with Shui Tao in the group. This was entirely natural. Girls often wear different masks depending on their relationships. Wan Xinyan had joined Shui Tao's travel group because she quickly recognized him as a simpleton eager to flaunt his material wealth to impress women, which suited her and her sister's needs perfectly. A self-driving trip, with someone else taking care of the details, was far more comfortable than a crowded bus tour. The experiences of various travel styles are wholly distinct. The reluctance of many young people towards traditional domestic travel stems from a reluctance to spend exorbitantly, with travel services flourishing. If one has a generous budget, they could fly first class and enjoy a high-end escort to manage their itinerary upon arrival, returning each evening to a 5-star hotel to play cards with a beautiful companion. Believe me, who wouldn't relish such travel? However, joining Shui Tao's group did not imply that the twins would fall under his spell. While elder sister Wan Xinyue might appear somewhat naive, Wan Xinyan was seasoned in the art of social maneuvering, particularly adept at charming men. A few coy remarks and flattering voice messages would leave Shui Tao feeling invigorated. Oh dear, what a handy tool he is. Yet, at this moment, Wan Xinyan found herself genuinely intrigued by Su Bai. After a flurry of activity on the AI image recognition app, her expression turned blank. Curious, her sister leaned over for a look, her eyes widening in astonishment. The watch brand was Audemars Piguet, with a base valuation of 500,000. Wan Xinyan was taken aback. How could a fellow student at the same university possess such an expensive timepiece? Was this AI image recognition software reliable? Could it be a counterfeit? Wan Xinyan felt a flicker of disbelief, for it was quite common for individuals to flaunt fake luxury items. Perhaps it is real, perhaps it is not. I cannot claim expertise in watch authentication, Wan Xinyan replied, shaking her head. Despite her cunning nature, both sisters hailed from humble rural backgrounds. With their tuition for broadcasting studies still financed through loans, their decision to pursue an arts education stemmed from their average academic performance. This path offered them a chance to attend the prestigious Jiangxing University. Here, the likelihood of encountering exceptional young men was significantly higher than at ordinary institutions. Indeed, the objective of the Wan sisters in attending university was to target a wealthy second-generation heir. Given their intellect and background, striving for affluence through sheer effort seemed exceedingly challenging. Conversely, their naturally charming faces and figures provided them with a distinct advantage in the marriage market. At this juncture, Wan Xinyan thoughtfully analyzed. Setting aside the authenticity of the watch, if Su Bai truly resides at the Escot, he is undoubtedly a hidden affluent figure among our peers. Let me probe into his reality. Opening WeChat, she noticed a friend request from Xue Tao. Her brows knitted together in disapproval. This Xue Tao was quite lacking in perception. After having ignored his friend requests twice, he still persisted? This exemplified a lack of social acumen. In the adult world, many matters follow unspoken rules. Clearly, young Xue was still somewhat childish. Ignoring Xue Tao's request once more, Wan Xinyan clicked on the cartoon white goose avatar and actively chose to add a friend. After some time, the request was accepted. Hello, what can I do for you? The white goose tilts its head in confusion. Hello, Su Bai? I saw the photos you posted and got the impression that you were quite athletic. Red bean paste glutinous rice ball. Fortunately, during our mid-autumn holiday itinerary, there is a mountain climbing activity. My sister and I wish to acquire some climbing gear and would like to invite you to accompany us on a shopping excursion to help us select the best options. Red bean paste glutinous rice ball. If you have some free time, we hope you can assist us. If not, it's no trouble at all. We can reach out to you online later with a few questions. Thank you. Red bean paste glutinous rice ball, little rabbit emoji. At this moment, Su Bai in the Shanshui duplex apartment had just changed into his attire and was preparing to step out to find Senior Zhou Jielu. Upon seeing the message from Wan Xinyan, he felt a bit bewildered. Not that, my friend. I merely showcased a little. Simply couldn't tolerate the locals flaunting themselves and sought to humble them a bit. How did you deduce my proficiency in sports from that? Su Bai sensed that this girl might just be using this as an excuse to invite him shopping. Could she possibly be a seasoned gold digger? Discerning his capabilities merely from those two photographs? With this thought in mind, Su Bai opened Wan Xinyan's moments. Oh, not bad. It turns out that youthful beauty truly exists. The notion of the two-dimensional world was not without merit. Although the beauty of these twins might not quite reach the level of campus goddesses like Zhou Jialu or Chun Yuxing, their distinctive figures were quite rare, making them stand out as charming little beauties. If we were to draw a culinary analogy, the former might represent a national banquet, while the latter is akin to a local delicacy. Both are worthy of savoring. Only then can one be deemed well-rounded. Su Bai readily accepted the invitation. Puff pastry big white goose. Sure, I'll accompany you for a stroll. How about tomorrow afternoon? Red bean paste glutinous rice ball. That works for us. We're free. Puff pastry big white goose. Let us finalize the specific time later. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave for now. Puff pastry big white goose. Big white goose dashes off. Red bean paste glutinous rice ball. Okay, you attend to your business. Thank you. Today, the senior was still lounging at the JW Marriott Hotel. Entirely unfazed by any monotony, Zhou Jielu had a character easily satisfied. She did not demand emotional value from her boyfriend, but was content with material pleasures, becoming gentle and considerate in return. When Su Bai returned, she was engrossed in a web drama. Hearing the door open, Zhou Jielu sprang up excitedly, her ample bosom quivering, and ran to Su Bai, suddenly displaying a bashful demeanor as she lowered her head, wrapping her arms around his waist and nuzzling her nose against his chest. Junior, I missed you so much. How could you miss me after just one night? Su Bai chuckled. I just do, but I'm not complaining. Living in such a splendid room by myself is quite enjoyable. Hee hee. Although it does feel like something is missing. As she spoke, Zhou Jialu's fingers traced over Su Bai's abs, descending lower. Ah, this little vixen. Since being with Su Bai, Zhou Jialu's alluring charm remained undiminished. Previously, she enjoyed flaunting it for everyone to see, deriving pleasure from their envy. Now, however, her allure was solely directed at Su Bai. For an 18-year-old boy just stepping into the world, the intensity was overwhelming. If it's nourishment you're lacking, I shall provide it now. Su Bai swept Zhou Jialu off her feet and tossed her onto the bed, eliciting a gasp and a burst of playful, sultry laughter. Chapter 51. The power of money turns a campus goddess into a love-struck fool. After a while, Su Bai leaned against the window, holding the fragrant shoulder of the beauty in his embrace. In the past, he had little empathy for literary descriptions of fragrant shoulders, having never experienced it himself. Now, however, he felt that the term was profoundly apt. A wave of happiness and excitement surged within him. Was this the feeling of possessing a girl's wholehearted love? The sensation of first love? Truly delightful. As Su Bai was resting, Zhou Jialu suddenly got up. What's wrong? Su Bai inquired. Aren't you going to rest a bit longer? We still have time before lunch. You wretched junior, you've ruined my makeup. I need to retouch it quickly, otherwise, if I get hungry and rush out, it will be too late. Zhou Jialu glared at Su Bai in a charmingly exasperated manner before heading to the bathroom. Su Bai couldn't help but recall the unexpected scene. Zhou Jialu's makeup had indeed been smudged. After about half an hour, Zhou Jialu finally emerged, having restored her appearance, and sat back on the edge of the bed. Seeing Su Bai about to get mischievous again, she quickly chided. Let us consider what we'll have for lunch first, or perhaps we should go out for a stroll now. Engaging in such activities constantly isn't good for your health, Junior. You're so considerate of me. Of course, you are my future support, so you must take care of your health, Zhou Jialu said with a cheerful smile, her seemingly carefree words expressing her genuine affection. She was not seeking a fleeting thrill but intended to remain by Su Bai's side for the long haul. Su Bai felt quite satisfied, thus gently kissing the smooth forehead of the senior and suggesting, then accompany me to move. Afterwards, we can find a place to eat. Moving? Have you found a long-term residence, Junior? Zhou Jialu's eyes lit up. Yes, a service department not far from the school. Without further ado, Su Bai began packing his belongings from the hotel, calling upon 2 attendants at the front desk to assist in loading them into the vehicle. There wasn't much to carry, mainly Zhou Jialu's clothing and that expensive computer worth 100,000, while the rest consisted of trivial daily necessities, mostly brought over from his dormitory in recent days. After all, he would be residing outside frequently. The dormitory was only for occasional visits. In such moments, the practicality of an SUV truly shone, facilitating the transport of goods effortlessly in one trip. Why is the renowned Porsche Cayenne favored by contractors and factory owners? Because its spacious interior and load-bearing capacity are exceptional, making it perfect for hauling items in emergencies, functioning like a small pickup truck without any issues. The Mercedes-Benz GLE is also commendable, at least for Su Bai. It certainly meets the demands for travel and camping. On the way, Zhou Jialu inquired about the apartment's price. Curiosity evident in her voice. Junior, this apartment must not be cheap. What is the monthly rent? I rented it annually, 1.33 million inclusive. What, senior? Do you find it strange that I, being so affluent, still choose to rent? Not at all. Your rental situation is entirely different from that of an ordinary person. Zhou Jialu teased. 1.33 million is enough to purchase a new house for marriage in the suburbs of Jiangxing, colloquially known as getting on the property ladder. Perhaps the location isn't ideal or the size a tad small, but it's sufficient for a young couple to settle down in Jiangxing. Yet many fresh graduates struggle financially, unable to gather enough for a down payment and often seeking parental support. However, for Su Bai, this was merely a year's worth of rental expenditure, pure enjoyment. Regarding living arrangements, the expense of a year's comfort equated to the years of frugality that ordinary couples would need to endure. Moreover, he decided to rent without any hesitation. Appearing entirely unperturbed, this inevitably stirred a wave of astonishment within Zhou Jialu, deepening her understanding of Su Bai. Comprising 2 levels and spanning 300 square meters. The exquisite decor, along with the plethora of accompanying services. Zhou Jialu suddenly comprehended the situation. From Su Bai's perspective, acquiring a residence undoubtedly meant opting for a premier property, and he would certainly want to oversee the renovation personally. Ordinary houses were beneath his consideration. It was better not to purchase at all. Both the selection of the property and the renovation demanded time and effort. In the short term, the hillside duplex at Ascot was indeed an excellent choice, primarily for its hassle-free nature. During the remaining hours of the morning, Zhou Jialu accompanied Su Bai in tidying up the apartment. This marked Su Bai's first foothold in Jiangxing, and one could hardly argue against calling it home. The Marriott Hotel hardly counted, being excessively businesslike. Indeed, as Director Xia had remarked, prolonged stays there left one feeling unanchored, almost ethereal. As for Zhou Jialu, She seized the opportunity to embrace the role of the hostess, wandering through the expansive 300 square meter space spread across 2 levels. "Senior, I'll be having lunch with someone else. Could you perhaps order takeout?" Once everything was in order, Xia Lin's message arrived, indicating that she was wrapping up and driving towards Ascot. Thus, Su Bai sought Zhou Jialu's opinion. Her expression flickered with surprise before swiftly transforming into a smile. "No worries, I'll just order takeout for myself. I'll be waiting for you to return." With that, she wrapped her arms around Su Bai's neck, rising on her toes to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek, her eyes shimmering with a reluctant fondness. A mischievous grin crept onto Su Bai's lips. "You don't even ask who I'm dining with." The junior's silence suggested a desire not to disclose. However, it mattered little to her. She had previously mentioned that she harbored no monopolistic aspirations regarding his romantic life, as long as she held a place in his heart. How obedient! Su Bai couldn't help but praise, ruffling Zhou Jialu's hair. This, indeed, was the power of wealth, transforming a campus belle into a seemingly hopeless admirer, willingly lowering her status and refraining from interfering with Su Bai's interactions with other women. Truth be told, it was nothing to hide. The individual in question was their class counselor, Xia Lin, who had accompanied him to view this property that morning. Director Xia's family seems quite affluent and is rather well acquainted with this matter. "Oh, Xia Lin, I know her," Zhou Jialu chuckled slyly. She was also a campus beauty during her undergraduate days, pursued by many, though none succeeded. The fact that she agreed to let you treat her to a meal indicates she holds you in high regard. Just a token of gratitude for her assistance. Su Bai replied dismissively. Indeed. The junior is a paragon of virtue, harboring no ulterior motives towards the ladies around him. Zhou Jialu teased, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. Exasperated yet amused by her antics, Su Bai thought it amusing how quickly she became smug after a compliment. A punishment is in order. Afterward, Su Bai set off to join Xia Lin for lunch. Chapter 52. Xia Lin's blind date scared off by Su Bai. "Xia Lin, wait a moment." "Xia Lin, don't come in yet. I've run into someone I know, and I need to handle this first." The agreed-upon dining venue was a Western restaurant located near Ascot. The plethora of upscale dining options surrounding the service department underscored the affluent clientele that the establishment catered to. Just as Su Bai approached the restaurant entrance, he received Xia Lin's message. If it were merely a casual acquaintance, she likely wouldn't have requested him to avoid the situation. Hence, it could be inferred that the individual was of a troublesome nature. This ignited a potent curiosity within Su Bai. According to the system's assessment, Xia Lin had never been in a romantic relationship, so this troublesome acquaintance was likely either a suitor or a bothersome relative. While a diligent student might heed the counselor's advice, Su Bai was evidently not the type to comply. He pocketed his phone, feigning ignorance of the message, and strode directly into the restaurant. As expected, seated in a booth against the wall was Xia Lin, her expression polite yet tinged with impatience. A sharply dressed man stood a few meters away, attempting to ingratiate himself with her. "Xia Lin, I'm unsure what has displeased you to the extent that you would deny me even a chance to dine together on this blind date. As fate would have it, here we are. Why not sit down and have a proper conversation?" "Xiao Yanqing, I distinctly stated on WeChat that I have no interest in blind dates, nor am I considering such arrangements at present. You cannot blame me for the intermediary's haphazard matchmaking." The man chuckled wryly. "Let us not be so absolute. Just sit down and get to know each other. I believe you'll have a different impression of me. I possess a solid overseas educational background and have navigated the business world for several years. I'm quite accomplished, really. I've already expressed my disinterest. My lack of interest in blind dates has nothing to do with your accomplishments," Xia Lin remarked, half amused, half exasperated. This individual was introduced by one of her aunts, and while he was indeed commendable, his overly formal demeanor was simply not to Xia Lin's taste. Moreover, being 33 years old, he was a full 11 years her senior. One could only wonder what her aunt was thinking. Although Xia Lin appeared mature and dignified, effortlessly exuding the charm of a refined woman in her mid-20s, she certainly did not need to settle for an older man. If given the choice, who wouldn't he prefer youth? Just as the conversation reached an impasse, Su Bai arrived, plopping himself down opposite Xia Lin and tilting his head to regard Xiao Yanqing. "Director Xia, and who is this uncle?" Xiao Yanqing felt a pang of frustration, muttering, "Young man, you look of age. Why address me as uncle? It's merely a recognition of your mature and composed demeanor." Su Bai replied with a grin. "I have an uncle who looks about your age." "Well, not quite. He's around the same age, and his child is 5 years old. However, in terms of composure, he pales in comparison. You clearly exude the aura of a corporate executive." "Hey, you little rascal!" Xiao Yanqing's irritation subsided slightly as he turned to Xia Lin. "Is this young chap your relative?" He instinctively assumed Su Bai was some sort of cousin, given Su Bai's casual demeanor and familiarity with Xia Lin, seamlessly joining their conversation. It was well known that unfamiliar men often felt intimidated in Xia Lin's presence, as she radiated the refined elegance of a well-educated lady, a quality that most men struggled to match. To his surprise, Xia Lin smiled and introduced him. Su Bai, my student. He is accompanying me today to handle some affairs. Student? I thought you just became a counselor. Is he a freshman? Xiao Yinqing's demeanor shifted, his guard rising. Given Xia Lin's character, it was rather unusual for her to dine with a student in such a romantically charged atmosphere. Su Bai was well aware of the restaurant's pricing. Starting at 1,500 per person, even a single bottle of decent wine would escalate the expenses significantly, while Xia Lin could undoubtedly afford it. The implication of a student, could he possibly be one of those young men she was financially supporting? Indeed, I've only just enrolled, and I'm grateful for Director Xia's guidance. Today, she is helping me look at long-term rentals at a Scott. Oh, by the way, uncle, what is your connection to Director Xia? Are you two dating? No, haha. I'm merely the blind date she has been set up with. Oh, perhaps you should reschedule your meeting with Director Xia for another day. Today, I have already made arrangements with her to enjoy some drinks and catch a movie after dinner. She likely won't have time for a blind date with you. Xiao Yinqing's expression darkened considerably. Xia Lin seized the opportunity to deliver a sharp retort. He is quite right. As a counselor, one must fulfill the commitment to assist students. Haha, indeed. I shall not intrude further. See you later. Xiao Yinqing made a hasty retreat, flustered. That Su Bai has quite a sharp tongue. Do not be deceived by his sunny, handsome appearance, which seems harmless. Knowing he was on a blind date with Xia Lin, he was audacious enough to send him packing without a hint of hesitation. Typically, a mere pretty boy would never be so assertive, for that would tantamount to overstepping his bounds and making decisions for Xia Lin. Nevertheless, throughout Su Bai's speech, Xia Lin maintained a subtle, affirming smile, occasionally casting him approving glances, indicating a certain intimacy in their relationship. This also attested to Su Bai's capabilities. As a freshman residing in a high-end apartment and sporting an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak watch, he could not possibly hail from humble beginnings. Xiao Yinqing noticed the watch adorning Su Bai's left wrist, although he could not identify the exact model. The Royal Oak series by Audemars Piguet starts at a price point exceeding 300,000 yuan. While Xia Lin was affluent, her character would never allow her to purchase such lavish luxuries for a mere pretty boy. One cannot discount the possibility that Su Bai's family background may be even more formidable than Xia Lin's. The mere thought of Su Bai sharing lunch with Xia Lin, indulging in drinks, and later watching a movie together plunged Xiao Yinqing into a deep pit of jealousy and resentment, his expression collapsing. I must investigate this fellow's background. But I cannot be too overt. What if I provoke a powerful figure behind him? Perhaps I shall discreetly inquire within our circle. That would be less likely to offend anyone. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, a young lady dressed in a server's garb began to uncork a bottle of red wine. Xia Lin had already placed an order for the meal. Su Bai glanced at the wine list, employing the system to discern the flavor profiles of each wine, ultimately selecting one that appeared to align with his palate. He was uncertain if it would be to his liking, although he did enjoy the taste of red wine. Previously, he had only sampled the more affordable varieties sold in supermarkets. As the server operated the decanter, Xia Lin's charming eyes sparkled, and her mature, melodious voice chimed in. Su Bai, you are quite audacious. You've taken it upon yourself to arrange our counselor's afternoon itinerary. Huh, did I? I don't recall having made plans with you to watch a movie this afternoon. Chapter 53. Only a clever woman is fit to be a virtuous wife and mother. The server poured 2 shallow glasses of wine, placing them beside Xia Lin and Su Bai. Xia Lin lifted her goblet, gently swirling it, her posture impeccable, a testament to the upbringing by her elders. Her every movement exuded an elegance far beyond what could be instilled in a mere debutante. It was clear she had been cultivated from a young age. Moreover, Xia Lin's demeanor was notably more reserved than that of many socialites. It was no wonder her suitors were so enamored with her. Even among the privileged offspring of the wealthy, many exhibit questionable character and looks. Yet Xia Lin stood out as a paragon. Diligent and amiable, she was undoubtedly an ideal candidate for marriage. As she swirled the red wine, her gaze scrutinized Su Bai, her interest unmistakable. Watching a movie is merely a pretext to evade that uncle, Su Bai remarked nonchalantly. I felt Director Xia was rather bothersome, so I spoke out to send him away. Why do you still refer to him as uncle? He's barely in his 30s. He's a whole year older than me. What's wrong with calling him that? Nowadays, there's a generation gap of 3 years among the youth. Even high school freshmen call me uncle. Who am I to reason with that? Su Bai shrugged innocently. Ha ha ha, indeed. Xia Lin was amused by Su Bai's banter. This lad had quite the knack for conversation. She perceived a rare sense of ease in him, not the pretentious kind often adopted by the bourgeois, but a genuine nonchalance that exuded a carefree spirit. Life with such a person would undoubtedly be delightful. The appetizer soon arrived, a molecular gastronomy salad. Molecular cuisine involves inducing unique physical and chemical transformations in the ingredients during preparation, deconstructing, and reconstructing their characteristics. For instance, foamy potatoes resembling caviar like lychee, though an occasional novelty. The restaurant's specialty lay in its meat dishes. Su Bai, with a hearty appetite and a fondness for meat, had Xiao Lin order lamb chops, steak, and fish fillets, along with side dishes, ample enough for him to indulge. The quality of the top-tier ingredients, paired with red wine, was simply exquisite. The selected wine, Sassicaia, hails from the Tuscany region of Italy, blending the structure of Bordeaux with the terroir characteristics of Tuscany, infused with aromas of blackcurrant, cedar, and tobacco. Its complexity improves with age. Su Bai opted for the 2015 vintage, a premium choice priced at 36,000 yuan. After all, it was a meal to thank Director Xia. So a more extravagant wine was justified. This flavor suits my palate splendidly. Though I seldom indulge in such fine wine, today I shall enjoy yours. Xiao Lin toasted with Su Bai. Not a problem. I, too, was craving something exquisite. With Director Xia accompanying me, enjoying good wine adds to the joy. Actually, if you're in good spirits, we could indeed go watch that recently released art film this afternoon. I haven't had the chance to see it yet. May I interpret this as an invitation from Director Xia to watch a movie? Yes, indeed. Will you join me? Xiao Lin stated candidly, displaying no hint of shyness. Her smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze, devoid of any hint of frivolity. Yet her athletic physique, complemented by her delicate, fair skin, sparked a certain allure. If Zhou Jialu was the kind of temptress who made one want to do mischief at first glance, then Xiao Lin was the quintessential wife type, evoking fantasies of her adorned in pristine white bridal attire. After some contemplation, Su Bai replied, "Watching a movie sounds good, but I prefer not to go to the cinema. By the way, the private screening room at Yasi Pavilion can also showcase films currently in theaters, correct? Indeed, that's a perk for residents. Then let us go and see if they have the film Director Xia wishes to watch." Sounds splendid. With plans for the movie set, both hastened their dining pace in unison. Xiao Lin felt quite eager about the film. Her upbringing had been strict, making it somewhat challenging to overtly pursue or entice a man. However, the private screening room provided an excellent opportunity for them to enjoy each other's company in solitude. Similarly, Su Bai was keen. Having successfully dispatched the bothersome suitor, Xiao Lin's fondness for him had already soared to a score of 68. He aimed to further elevate her affection past the 80-point threshold, after which she would become one of the system's coveted cashback subjects. Su Bai was curious whether there might be even more enticing cashback opportunities associated with Xiao Lin, perhaps related to her family business. Would investing in it count as indulgence? By the end of the meal, the total expenditure hovered around 40,000 yuan, with 36,000 attributed solely to the wine. It must be said that high-end beverages significantly contribute to the overall cost of a meal. Su Bai settled the bill with his card, receiving a triple cashback, netting him a profit of 80,000. The exhilarating sensation of indulging in gourmet dining while earning money was simply delightful. It is essential to recognize that for many affluent individuals, their wealth is not easily acquired, and spending it can evoke a sense of regret. They may present a facade of nonchalance when settling the bill, yet internally, they may not feel as relaxed as they appear. In contrast, Su Bai's ease emanates from a genuine sense of calm, which, in Xiao Lin's eyes, reflects the poise instilled by her upbringing. She cannot help but speculate about Su Bai's background. In fact, at the beginning of the semester, she had perused Su Bai's dossier. Both of his parents were ordinary workers in a company and passed away at an early age, leaving him under the guardianship of a neighbor. It seems unlikely that he possesses the means to sustain such a level of expenditure. Xiao Lin surmises that the individuals referred to as his parents may not necessarily be his biological ones. Such melodramatic narratives are not uncommon among wealthy families. However, that is a discussion for another time. For now, Xiao Lin's focus is on enjoying a film with Su Bai. Initially, she had planned to play tennis with her close friend in the afternoon, but she rescheduled to accommodate this film outing. She intends to leverage this opportunity to elevate their relationship into a subtly flirtatious realm. An element of ambiguity is desirable, yet it must not be overly forceful. A true affluent beauty knows how to be steady, precise, and decisive in her approach. The private cinema of the Aristocrat Pavilion is nestled within the same complex as her apartment, encircled by an artificially carved stream. According to Xiao Lin, the exterior design of this establishment incorporates a contemporary Chinese style. What constitutes a contemporary Chinese style? It is essentially a blend of our traditional ethnic aesthetics with some rather peculiar elements that would leave a seasoned garden designer quite aghast. As for me, I do not fully comprehend it. I merely find it visually appealing. The flooring material must be quite costly, I presume. Indeed, it is marble, and in terms of quality, it surpasses that of the average five-star hotel. Xiao Lin's lips curled into a subtle smile. The place I recommended certainly meets the standards befitting your status. What status do I possess? I am quite unaware, Su Bai feigned ignorance, sensing Xiao Lin's probing intent. The essence of a lie thrives on obscurity and ambiguity, enhancing its deceptive allure. There is no need for clarity. Su Bai's spending habits will naturally speak on his behalf. Failing to elicit a response from him, Xiao Lin swiftly pivoted to another topic with remarkable grace, avoiding any hint of awkwardness. Su Bai silently appraised her intelligence. Being clever is indeed advantageous, as it is a hallmark of a virtuous partner. Chapter 54. The nurturing older sister type. Is Su Bai actually a master investor? The private screening room reminded Su Bai of the music training rooms in high school, characterized by somber tones and sound-absorbing walls that imparted a serene atmosphere upon entry. Of course, the materials used in the renovation of his high school back home could not compare to this. After conversing with the staff at the apartment, it was confirmed that the film Xiao Lin wished to see was readily available. Thus, the screening commenced seamlessly. Is this your first time watching a movie with a girl, Su Bai? Xiao Lin casually inquired while twirling a strand of hair that fell across her forehead. Sort of, if we exclude childhood friends. Su Bai replied with a gentle smile. I had a childhood friend who lived across the street. I remember being taken to see a movie at a young age. If memory serves, it was an American blockbuster, though the details have faded. It seems less engaging than those animated features. Children often lack the patience to appreciate films, which is why theaters are frequently filled with their boisterous chatter. That certainly doesn't count. Childhood friends rarely transition into romantic relationships, given their intimate familiarity, she remarked. Indeed, Su Bai reflected on the many memories shared with Jiang Qiran, a faint smile gracing his lips. He pondered her motivations for wanting to join their travel group. Did she not assert that they would act as strangers in college? Yet, here she was, encroaching upon his space. It was rather peculiar. Oh well, Jiang Qiran has always been unpredictable. I can hardly be bothered to speculate anymore. In the past, he was disinclined to guess. Now, he felt no need to do so, as the financial prowess of a wealthy benefactor should be sufficient for beautiful women to contemplate Su Bai's intentions. All right, the opening credits have passed. The movie is officially starting. Xiao Lin poked Su Bai's arm, signaling him to quiet down, and then turned her full attention to the film. To be honest, Su Bai found it challenging to appreciate artsy films. He preferred action-packed adventures or comedic narratives. However, with Xiao Lin by his side, enveloped by the delightful fragrance of her presence, he felt at ease. The dimly lit private cinema afforded an exceptional level of privacy. Unlike conventional theaters, this venue lacked surveillance. The affluent gentlemen residing in luxurious apartments often employed this setting for dates. Yet, Xiao Lin was entirely different from those superficial individuals. Thus, Su Bai remained unhurried, occasionally stealing glances at her. The refined contours of her aristocratic features, illuminated by the flickering screen, were undeniably captivating. After a few such glances, Xiao Lin finally caught him in the act and turned her head to meet his gaze. Why do you keep staring at me? Because you are beautiful. Xiao Lin did not display any signs of bashfulness. Rather, her bright eyes sparkled with an enchanting allure. You know, I've always desired a close friend with a younger brother dynamic, someone to share fun moments and engage in deep conversations. Alas, the young men I encounter are often rather superficial. Do you perceive me as someone of depth in your eyes? Absolutely. You are no ordinary lad. So, how about acknowledging me as your elder sister? I would be more than willing. Then come a little closer. Su Bai inched towards Xiao Lin, positioning himself closely enough to feel the sweetness of her breath. From now on, I shall call you Little Bai, and you may refer to me as Sister Lin or simply Sister. All right, Sister Lin, lie down now. Allow you to experience my tenderness. Resting your head here. Xiao Lin patted her thigh, inviting Su Bai to recline. Is this the legendary lap pillow? The curve of her thigh was smooth, and due to her active lifestyle, it appeared quite toned. As his head rested against it, he was instantly enveloped by an indescribable sense of delightful elasticity. I noticed you had red wine with your lunch. It seems to have gone to your head a bit. Let me give your head a gentle massage. Is this kind of treatment typical? Su Bai was somewhat astonished, realizing that Xiao Lin was indeed attempting to foster a closer connection. After all, it seemed she had feelings for him. One should not assume that a wealthy beauty is immune to the allure of wealth. On the contrary, those from affluent backgrounds with strict upbringing often place considerable importance on their partner's financial standing. They evaluate potential suitors based on their economic capacity before considering attributes such as appearance and character. Su Bai's looks and demeanor were undoubtedly top tier among wealthy peers, making Xiao Lin's attraction entirely reasonable. However, he had not anticipated that her method of drawing closer would involve a lap pillow accompanied by a head massage, truly a display of wifely charm. After just a few gentle presses, Su Bai emitted a contented hum. Is the pressure too much? Not at all. It's just right, very comfortable, Su Bai replied candidly. Sister Lin, have you studied massage as well? Mother taught me that when I marry, I must take good care of my husband and ensure he feels the warmth of home. Only then can we cultivate a long-lasting and blissful marriage, Xiao Lin remarked, playfully pinching Su Bai's nose. This is the treatment reserved for your future husband, so consider yourself fortunate, she teased, eliciting a silly grin from Su Bai, who said little in response. Undeniably, such a degree of insinuation was the most candid expression Xiao Lin could muster, given her traditional notion of being a devoted wife. In her presence, Su Bai experienced a long-sought feeling of being cared for by an older sister, a sentiment he found immensely comforting. Having lost his parents at a young age, such nurturing experiences were scarce in his life. Despite his independent and resilient character, who does not appreciate being looked after? In his mind, Su Bai began to compare Xiao Lin with Zhou Jielu. Interestingly, Jielu was merely a year younger than Xiao Lin, one in her final undergraduate year and the other in her first year of graduate studies. However, during his interactions with Zhou Jielu, he did not perceive her as possessing a greater emotional maturity. Instead, he sensed a more delicate, wifely aura about her. At her core, Zhou Jielu embodied the essence of a refined lady, though her strikingly alluring figure obscured her true nature. In contrast, Xiao Lin was the epitome of a reliable big sister. An aristocratic lady versus a refined gem, he mused, but he realized he need not concern himself with such comparisons. After all, they would eventually belong to him. To be candid, Su Bai felt slightly dizzy from the wine and immensely relaxed by Xiao Lin's head massage. The artsy film they were watching was quite hypnotic, and within moments, he succumbed to slumber. Ding! The system has detected that the host has fallen asleep on the lap of an S-rank goddess, categorizing this as a special indulgence behavior, rewarding 1 million currency and the skill finance and financial management, master level. If he had fallen asleep watching an artsy film with a literary girl, he would undoubtedly have faced her wrath. However, Xiao Lin was not such a girl. Their visit to the private cinema had a purpose, and now that objective had been achieved. Seizing the opportunity while Su Bai slept, she contemplated engaging in some amusing activities. Just as she was about to lift Su Bai's t-shirt, his phone, resting nearby, lit up with a notification. Construction Bank, your account ending in the last 4 digits has received a deposit of 100 million yuan, investment portfolio yield settlement. Instantly, Xiao Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 55, The Senior's Concern. Xiao Lin swore to the heavens that she had not intentionally snooped on Su Bai's phone. She had no bad habit of prying into others' privacy. She had merely caught a glimpse accidentally. Yet, the information she gleaned ignited her curiosity. An investment portfolio settlement implied that this young man had been dabbling in investments, and it appeared the scale was quite substantial. A profit in the millions suggested a capital base of at least several tens of millions, if not potentially over 100 million. A typical freshman was unlikely to possess such vast sums of money. Xiao Lin considered a possibility. Perhaps Su Bai's family had entrusted him with a portion of their funds as a means of training. Of course, it was improbable that he would consistently earn profits, as investments are inherently volatile. Nonetheless, this indicated Su Bai's capabilities. In elite families, those in charge are not fools. They would not entrust their finances to someone lacking competence. This revelation also elucidated why Su Bai's pocket money seemed so ample. Exceptional juniors are never overlooked by prestigious families. On the contrary, they are often treated with great generosity. Genetics is a lottery. One cannot guarantee that a child will grow into an outstanding individual, no matter how illustrious the lineage. When a capable individual does emerge, they are surely lavished with affection. Su Bai likely exemplified this scenario. Xiao Lin's imagination had transformed her newly recognized younger brother into a financial prodigy. Consequently, her gaze upon the slumbering Su Bai softened further, and she felt immensely gratified with her decision to grow closer to him. Why, you may ask? Did Xiao Lin choose to assume the role of an older sister? It is well known that extraordinary young talents like Su Bai often indulge in the pleasures of life for several years before considering marriage. Although Xiao Lin, with her traditional disposition, felt a twinge of melancholy about this, she resigned herself to accept it. After all, good men are in high demand. She could not possibly insist that Su Bai marry her right away, as that would only provoke his rebellious instincts and diminish his affection for her. Coming from a prominent family, Xiao Lin had witnessed similar situations numerous times. Rather than courting frustration, it was wiser to initially adopt the role of an older sister, remaining by Su Bai's side until he matured and was ready to settle down. Throughout this process, Xiao Lin would subtly integrate herself into his life, ensuring he grew accustomed to her presence, thereby binding him to her in a gentle, unnoticeable manner. Thus, she would ultimately emerge victorious in the end. With her plans firmly in mind, Xiao Lin ceased her contemplation and focused on admiring the handsome young man before her. Time passed, and eventually, Su Bai stirred from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he found Xia Lin gazing down at him, her face adorned with a beaming smile. "Ah, I actually fell asleep. How long was I out?" he questioned, realizing the movie had concluded. Xia Lin gently pinched his ear. "Wake up. Your sister's leg has gone numb from being your pillow." "Apologies," he replied sheepishly. "No worries. Taking care of you is part of being an older sister," she said, assisting Su Bai in straightening his collar. The sensation was undeniably delightful for him. While he relished this nurturing attention, he lamented that Xia Lin had to return to school, and thus their date had to come to a temporary conclusion. After parting ways with Xia Lin, Su Bai noticed the changes in the system. First, he had received a special indulgence reward for sleeping on Xia Lin's lap, netting him $1 million in cash. However, the more significant reward was the skill finance and financial management master level. Su Bai's thoughts raced as a torrent of profound knowledge and experiences flooded his mind, bringing him immense joy. He had no need to rely on finance for income, as it carries risks. However, this indulgent reward posed no risk and was a truly lucrative venture. Yet, as he aspired to become a wealthy individual, interactions with various elite members of society were inevitable. Su Bai had been somewhat ignorant of the upper echelons of society, but the system's skill rewards would rectify that shortcoming. With the master-level skills in finance and management, he could confidently engage in business discussions with influential figures without any hindrance. What an excellent skill, Su Bai thought, feeling his mind whirl with possibilities. "Xia Lin, if you ever have any problems, whether on or off campus, or if you need someone to talk to, feel free to reach out to your sister." Upon reading the message on his phone, Su Bai couldn't help but smile. Having an older sister to look after him was truly wonderful. "Su Bai, I won't hold back then. If I ever have trouble sleeping, I'll come find Sister Lin." That nap was incredibly refreshing. "Xia Lin, haha, is that so? Your sister is quite happy to hear that." As he chatted with Xia Lin, Su Bai strolled through the plaza of the Yashije apartment complex, making his way back to his residence in the Shanshui tiered building. Upon entering, Zhou Jialu leapt into his embrace, evidently having heard the elevator's sound, and rushed to the door in anticipation. This inevitably reminded Su Bai of his pet cat, which would eagerly wait at the door upon hearing its owner's return. "Junior, isn't it a coincidence that I just woke from my afternoon nap when you arrived?" "Indeed. What a coincidence. I too indulged in a brief slumber." "Is that so?" Zhou Jialu's expression suddenly shifted. She took a deep breath and leaned closer to Su Bai, inhaling his scent. A look of vigilance appeared on her face. "What's the matter? You smell of another woman." "That's quite normal. I had dinner with Director Xia, and then we watched a film. It was so tedious that I dozed off." "Oh, you fell asleep leaning against your counselor. Didn't you?" Zhou Jialu pouted, her voice laced with jealousy. Su Bai remained unfazed. "Huh? I didn't notice. I slept quite soundly. Perhaps Director Xia did something to me while I was asleep? It's hard to say. After all, given my charm, it's only natural for others to take advantage." No. My dear Junior has caught the attention of other women." "Boo-hoo," Zhou Jialu wailed, adopting a demeanor that sought reassurance. Su Bai's mind sparked with a thought. "Huh?" Zhou Jialu was momentarily taken aback by Su Bai's peculiar train of thought. In truth, she merely sought to express a playful annoyance, hoping for Su Bai to console her. Who would have expected Su Bai to utter such audacious words? "Let us go out shopping later. I'll buy you a necklace." "Oh dear, Junior, you're incorrigible." Zhou Jialu shot him a sidelong glance, exuding charm in abundance. Chapter 56. The most beautiful treasure of the senior, secured in advance. Such an exterior coupled with her easily flustered nature was simply enchanting. Ding. Detected that the host enjoys the affection of the senior. This is utterly indulgent. Reward, 50,000 cash. Notice, Zhou Jialu's current emotional state has met the criteria. Finally, she confessed to Su Bai. "Junior, I can no longer suppress my feelings. I wish to give myself to you in advance." The sincerity in Zhou Jialu's eyes took Su Bai by surprise. "Oh dear, weren't we supposed to have a sense of ritual and romance?" Su Bai knew well that such notions were merely a girl's whimsical folly. It was unexpected that Zhou Jialu would be the first to lose her composure. The reason behind this was quite simple. In the brief days spent with Su Bai, Zhou Jialu had come to deeply appreciate his financial prowess and the admiration he garnered from other girls. Not only the aloof academic achiever Chen Yuxing, but even the demure and poised Xia Lin showed interest in him. In terms of looks, Zhou Jialu was confident she could hold her own against them. It was difficult to determine superiority. Each possessed their own merits. However, when it came to family background and talent, she fell notably short. She could be said to have neither. Thus, Zhou Jialu resolved to seize the initiative. Casting aside her youthful fantasies about first times, she opted for a pragmatic approach. To seize the moment, right now, and become Su Bai's first woman. Any man would invariably hold a soft spot for his first woman. Though they had been together for less than a week, Zhou Jialu's decision seemed somewhat hasty. Yet, given Su Bai's exceptional qualities, one could hardly label it as rash. It was decisive. Is a sense of ritual still necessary? Boo-hoo, Junior. There is no need for any special ceremony. Your presence in my life is the grandest and most exquisite ritual of all. Ding. Detected S-Class Goddess Zhou Jialu's affection level at 4. Current affection level, 95. Reward, for lottery draws. You have obtained the most precious treasure from the S-Class Goddess for the first time, granting the special skill, Emperor. Emperor. Su Bai was overjoyed by the 4 lottery opportunities when more good news followed. This skill, well, one could only say it was exceedingly practical for the affluent. Glancing at Zhou Jialu, who was curled up under the blanket, Su Bai mused that she must be utterly exhausted. At that moment, Zhou Jialu buried her head in the blanket, not emerging for quite some time. Once she calmed down, her shyness reasserted itself, requiring some mental fortitude before she could face Su Bai again. The other reason for her retreat under the covers was indeed fatigue. Su Bai's conjecture was spot on. The physical enhancement serum had already elevated his stamina to an extraordinary level amongst humans. Coupled with the special attribute point he had drawn from the lottery, he was already exceptional, even when compared to athletes. Nestled in the blanket, Zhou Jialu clung to Su Bai, seeking his warmth. Suddenly, noticing him stir, seemingly about to leave, she quickly cooed, "Junior, please don't go. Let me hold you a little longer, okay? I'm not leaving. I'm just going to grab a cold cola." Su Bai reassured her. "Rest assured, I'll stay by your side. I merely wish for a can of cola afterward." Oh, while others might indulge in post-coital cigarettes, Su Bai preferred a can of cola. Such an amusing quirk. Perhaps it was this carefree and unrestrained nature that captivated Zhou Jialu. Soon, Su Bai returned, reclining against the headboard while sipping cola. The icy beverage slid down his throat, invigorating him. However, this refreshing sensation did not last long. After some time, Zhou Jialu had utterly exhausted herself, lying in Su Bai's embrace like a wounded fawn. In contrast, Su Bai appeared lively and vibrant, tenderly toying with Zhou Jialu's hair. He glanced at the system and discovered that her affection level had risen to a full 97 points. He now had 2 more lottery chances, totaling 6 draws. Su Bai decided to save up for 10 draws for a grand 10-fold lottery. Just then, Zhou Jialu, in a languid and alluring voice, asked, "Junior, do you think I'm a particularly vulgar woman?" "Vulgar? In what way?" "I initially didn't intend for things to progress so quickly. But when you mentioned buying me jewelry, everything just naturally unfolded. I'm not merely after money. I just feel so cherished by you, and given that, it seems only right." Zhou Jialu rambled, her words sticky and sweet, but she was interrupted by Su Bai, who planted a kiss on her cheek and gazed at her gently. "I like a senior who loves money. After all, I possess financial prowess." She paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. The worried expression on her face blossomed into a radiant smile. Indeed, she didn't resist being seen as materialistic. Yet she cared about Su Bai's opinion. Fundamentally, Zhou Jialu was entirely unconcerned about other men, having chosen Su Bai. Thankfully, the junior was also a broad-minded and open-hearted man, truly a match made in heaven. Half an hour later, the two found themselves on a nearby pedestrian street. They could have remained indoors, but Zhou Jialu felt a tinge of trepidation. Thus, she decided to venture out for a stroll. This led Zhou Jialu to question whether Su Bai was indeed a novice in such matters. It mattered little. After all, she was undoubtedly his first woman since entering university. And that was quite enough. Zhou Jialu's mindset was one of contentment. As for Su Bai, he was far from satisfied. He yearned to indulge further and pursue wealth. If one were to draw a parallel between the world of affluent elites and the professional realm of League of Legends, then Su Bai would undoubtedly be akin to Chovy, a master in the art of wealth accumulation. Su Bai resolved, before dinner, to purchase a necklace for Zhou Jialu. For a girl of her remarkable allure, an exquisite and opulent necklace would be the perfect complement. In addition to the necklace, Su Bai also had his eye on a brooch that strikingly suited the characteristics of Senior Jialu. His criteria for selecting jewelry relied solely on his aesthetic instincts, completely disregarding the price. With 2 necklaces and a brooch, he spent over 200,000. Zhou Jialu felt somewhat numbed by the experience. To her, money seemed merely a figure in Su Bai's world. What a blissful state of numbness it was. May I dwell in this bliss for all eternity. Zhou Jialu clung tightly to Su Bai's arm, making a wish. Her steps were slightly unsteady, somewhat awkward, yet those in the know would understand. Su Bai, attuned to this nuance, deliberately slowed his pace, allowing Zhou Jialu to revel in her delight. With time on their hands, Su Bai spotted a high-end hair salon on the street, where the stylists appeared exceptionally professional. Anticipating a group trip with the school's beauties in a few days, Su Bai decided it was time for a personal makeover. Though he had a fair degree of charm, his hairstyle was rather mundane. having been cut at a school shop for a mere 20 yuan, a lackluster affair devoid of any design. His attire was equally unremarkable, while he didn't seek out designer labels. Who wouldn't desire a touch more allure and swagger? He conveyed his thoughts to Zhou Jialu, who brightened at the idea. How about I take charge of your transformation? First, a haircut, then shopping for clothes. Trust me, I guarantee your handsomeness will elevate by 2, no, 3 tiers. Such an exaggerated claim. 3 tiers, wouldn't that qualify him for an idol debut? Su Bai jested. After all, you have a solid foundation. The current male idols in the entertainment industry are only as good as their packaging. Zhou Jialu responded, her expression revealing her disdain for the industry. She wasn't the type to be infatuated with celebrities. For her, watching dramas and variety shows was purely for amusement. If given the choice, she would prefer to revolve around her husband, as a devoted young wife would. Upon entering the salon, the head stylist, Tony, cast a quick glance at Zhou Jialu's attire and Su Bai's watch, immediately donning a broad smile. Welcome to La Lavina, the pinnacle of bespoke styling in Jiangsheng. May I inquire if you, sir, wish to craft an entirely new personal image? Indeed. Please consult with her. I'm not well versed in this matter. Come up with a plan. And I shall approve, Su Bai replied. In that instant, the head stylist began to sketch a portrait of Su Bai's personality in his mind. He appeared to be wealthy, somewhat averse to inconvenience, yet possessed a strong sense of self. Having worked in the service industry for years, he was adept at discerning customer personalities. Many affluent men, led in by women, often found themselves entirely directed by their whims. Some were even blatantly manipulated, conforming entirely to the preferences of their companions. However, Su Bai was evidently different. The woman by his side exuded both charm and a fiery spirit, an unmistakable force that commanded respect, yet she regarded him with tender admiration. This young man was undoubtedly formidable. Thus, the head stylist bypassed the usual sales pitches and engaged directly with Zhou Jialu, swiftly arriving at a conclusion. Sir, with your tall and robust physique, we recommend a ruggedly handsome style, perhaps an American-inspired crew cut. It's low maintenance, requiring just a bit of gel to style before heading out. Additionally, we can refine your eyebrows to enhance your sharp and commanding presence. For attire, we suggest an American collegiate style, perfect for casual outings and striking when paired with formal wear, exuding a suave yet rebellious charm. One must admit, this high-end stylist was quite in tune with current trends. He retrieved a tablet, utilizing AI to model Su Bai's virtual image, showcasing the anticipated effects of the new hairstyle. Su Bai, after viewing the design, nodded in satisfaction. Let us proceed with this. After an extensive 40-minute haircut, Su Bai stood before the full-length mirror, momentarily dazed. Indeed, for those with a solid foundation, a new hairstyle could rival the effects of cosmetic surgery. The senior beside him was visibly captivated. The stylist's skill was commendable, creating a layered and dynamic look. However, the price was equally staggering, costing Su Bai over 1,300 yuan. Considering that male customers typically require less extensive care, the cost for female clients would soar even higher. Had Su Bai not been empowered by the lavish indulgence system, he would never have dared to step foot in such an establishment. 1,300 yuan, when compared to the 20 yuan average, could cover 60 haircuts. Even with a monthly visit, it would suffice for years. Although the 20 yuan cuts were not particularly flattering and could detract from one's appearance, youth and charm could not be traded for sustenance. That had been his mindset. Now, however, possessing a refined and appealing visage would facilitate his pursuits in romance, attracting more opportunities for indulgence. Following this, under Zhou Jialu's guidance, Su Bai acquired several outfits embodying the American collegiate style from a trendy boutique. Chapter 57. The Frustration of Xue Tao, rejected by multiple girls. As summer transitioned into autumn, Jiangsheng began to cool. It was the perfect time to purchase autumn apparel. Rather than succumb to the ostentatious attire of nouveau riche, Su Bai preferred a more youthful and vibrant aesthetic. This niche boutique was indeed impressive. Prices for garments or trousers of higher quality began at 2,000 to 3,000. It could be classified as a light luxury brand. He effortlessly acquired several ensembles, spending over 50,000 in one go. This shopping spree had culminated in nearly 300,000 spent, yielding a cashback of 150, an impressive return rate of nearly 5-fold. Zhou Jialu was indeed a fortunate star. It seemed that whenever he shopped with her, the cashback percentage was significantly higher. While Su Bai basked in the joy of his transformation, in the male dormitory, room 510 of Building 7, Xue Tao was engulfed in despair. The reason was simple. Even now, Wan Xinyan had yet to accept his friend's request. This was perplexing, given that she had originally sought to join the travel group, captivated by his charm. Now, she wouldn't even agree to be friends. He couldn't fathom her reasoning. Today's girls were utterly incomprehensible. With the Mid-Autumn Festival looming, There were numerous details to arrange for the trip, and communication was severely lacking. Just as he was grappling with his thoughts, Chu Mingzhi chimed in while fiddling with his earphones. What details could possibly require private messaging that can't be discussed in the group? Well, you just want to private message her to flirt, but she is not interested and sees right through you. Chu Mingzhi teased mercilessly. Shui Tao, caught in his intentions, felt his face flush with embarrassment, retorting defensively. What do you mean I want to flirt with her? I was just trying to be friendly. It's a different era. You're so old-fashioned, Puyi. As the saying goes, having one more friend is like having one more path to follow. Oh really? So, by adding one Xinyan, a student from the art academy, what path do you intend to tread? Chu Mingzhi quipped sarcastically. On the contrary, as an outsider, she has gained me as a friend, providing her with a lifeline during times of adversity. After all, I am a local, with 4 properties in my family and a brand new Passat since my freshman year. Shui Tao began to recite classic verses, leaving Chu Mingzhi utterly astonished. The unique perspective of a local truly is unexpected. No, my friend, you are being excessively narcissistic here. Truly believing yourself to be some highly coveted individual that everyone is vying for. After a spell of irritation, Shui Tao still could not obtain Wan Xinyan's approval for his friend request. Thus, he shifted his focus to Wan Xinyue. Though it appeared that among the twin sisters, Wan Xinyan was the more outgoing one while Wan Xinyue appeared rather quiet and shy. It is often said that every person has 2 sides to their nature. Perhaps beneath the surface, she is quite amiable, resembling a sweet and gentle girl. Clinging to this unrealistic fantasy, Shui Tao sent a friend request to Wan Xinyue, only to be met with an almost instantaneous rejection, accompanied by the message, I don't add strangers. Come on, sister. How am I a stranger? Shui Tao fumed, his teeth grinding in frustration, and quickly sent another request, explaining, classmate, I am the leader of our 510 Mid-Autumn Festival travel team, Shui Tao, the one with the Passat. That still doesn't warrant adding you. We can discuss matters in the group. Upon attempting to add her for the 3rd time, Shui Tao discovered he had been blocked. This dealt a significant blow to his pride. He declared, with fervor, his intention to expel the Wan sisters from the travel team. To be honest, he was somewhat fueled by a sense of impotent rage, although Wan Xinyue's demeanor was indeed rather cold. Since she had stated that discussions would take place in the group, it wasn't severe enough to warrant expulsion. At least, that was how Wang Haoran viewed the situation as he observed Shui Tao's frantic antics in the dormitory. Growing weary of Shui Tao's incessant pacing, Wang Haoran fanned the flames of his frustration, asking, are you really going to kick them out, bro? I also think fewer people would make for easier arrangements on the trip. Indeed, Chu Mingzhi adjusted his glasses, their lenses glinting with wisdom, asserting that as long as Chun Yuxing and Zhang Qiran were present, it would suffice. However, that would not be appropriate. To be fair, while the twin sisters may lack social grace, it is forgivable, considering they have just transitioned from high school and are still learning the ropes. Shui Tao fervently sought to justify himself. Wang Haoran, satisfied with his contributions, smiled slightly, donned his headphones, and resumed his gaming. A night passed in silence. The following day, Subai woke naturally at 8 o'clock. This statement may seem contradictory, yet since the enhancement of his physical condition, his daily routine has become quite regular. His senior was still indulging in slumber, having exhausted her energy the previous night. Let's act like a decent human being, Subai mused. Therefore, he refrained from waking her, opting instead to take a shower, change his clothes, and quietly step out to commence the day's endeavors. The first period of the morning had no class, while the second was designated for physical education. The attendance for physical education was strictly monitored, necessitating attendance. The state prioritizes the physical fitness of college students, and Jiangxing University has established rigorous attendance rules and examination standards. Subai, however, was unconcerned. Even prior to his physical enhancement, his fitness scores were respectable, and passing the examination should pose no issue. Now, he felt even less apprehensive. What warranted concern was Wang Haoran, the notorious homebody who seldom exercised. Yesterday, he had casually acquired 2 sets of athletic wear from a trendy store, suitable for running and basketball alike. As Subai departed from the Yasi Pavilion, he caught sight of his reflection in the building's glass facade, momentarily captivated by his own handsomeness. It feels like something is missing. He promptly opened his phone and searched for stylish sportswear on the Zaihongsha platform. One must admit, although some of the opinions expressed by the women on this platform can be contentious, when it comes to consumer insights, Zaihongshu is undeniably professional. One can conveniently find guides on what to purchase and where to travel. The ladies truly know how to indulge in shopping. Thus, Subai stumbled upon an advertisement featuring a male model donning vibrant headphones around his neck. Ah, now I see, Subai exclaimed, striking his thigh in realization. He indeed required portable Bluetooth headphones for his outings. According to netizens, while Bluetooth headphones cannot compare to wired ones in terms of sound quality, they offer the advantage of being wire-free. Wearing them around his neck would also look quite stylish when outside. Listening to audio via headphones is far more appropriate than using his phone's speaker. Moreover, high-end Bluetooth headphones often come equipped with noise-canceling capabilities. On his way back to school, Subai made a detour to a high-fidelity experience store, purchasing a pair of Panasonic AZ100 in-ear Bluetooth headphones and a Sony XM5 over-ear model. The total cost was under $4,000, and luck was not on his side with the cashback, receiving only double the amount. He also added the owner's WeChat. With system upgrades, the realm of audio equipment was also included in his extravagant spending. After all, Subai had a penchant for music and movies, leading to a high frequency of use for audio equipment. Furthermore, when it comes to audio devices, there are always sufficiently expensive options available if one is willing to invest. Just consider those audiophiles who delve into high-fidelity equipment. Their expenditures often exceed those who indulge in computers. Subai recalled having seen personal audio systems worth over $1 million on Bilibili. Once I find the perfect villa, I shall acquire a complete set, fully customized, aiming for a cashback in the tens of millions. However, the immediate task at hand remained the physical education class. Chapter 58. The Wan sisters came to watch Subai play basketball. The projects for physical education courses are selectable, and popular activities such as basketball, archery, and Go require students to compete for spots during the selection phase. Go is particularly enticing, allowing one to sit still without much exertion, perhaps only needing to jog a bit before class. It is immensely popular among lethargic college students. Subai had no interest in traditional Go. After all, what era are we in? He preferred the 8-player Go variant available on the computer. Play comprehend. Thus, he opted for basketball, a sport he could at least play reasonably well, having occasionally engaged in it with friends during high school for relaxation. Upon arriving at the basketball court, the teacher was organizing the students into lines for warm-up jogs. Subai joined the lineup, standing next to a fellow classmate, Zhang Zhishuan, from dorm 514, diagonally across from Subai's room. He wasn't particularly familiar with this individual, but he had vaguely heard that this guy had been in several relationships and was regarded as a love guru by his classmates, often dispensing dubious advice about girls. Well, not particularly useful, one might think. For many boys, such knowledge might prove irrelevant throughout their entire university years. How lamentable. Upon noticing Subai, Zhang Zhishuan leered and said with a mischievous glint in his eyes, "Today, we are certainly in for a treat on this playground." What do you mean by that? The girls' physical education class has a session on aerobics, practicing in the indoor venue on the north side of the playground today. As he spoke, Zhang Zhishuan could hardly contain his enthusiasm, his eyes gleaming with delight as he elaborated. "Once we have some free time, I absolutely must go and enjoy the view. It is well known that aerobics classes require participants to wear form-fitting attire. The sight of 18 or 19-year-old freshmen, all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, is enough to ignite the imagination. Hey, by Go, want to join me? You are remarkably handsome. If we were to sneak a glance and get caught, your presence would surely mitigate any anger." Zhang Zhishuan affectionately calls him Brother Bai, primarily due to Subai's tall and imposing stature, which naturally exudes a charismatic elder brother aura. Subai decisively shook his head, declaring, "I shall not go." "Why not? It's such a splendid opportunity. They might not even come here next week," Zhang Zhishuan countered. In truth, most girls tend to look rather unfortunate in form-fitting attire. Either they possess an unremarkable physique or are of shorter stature, or, well, you understand. Ha ha ha, your words ring true. Zhang Zhishuan chuckled. "However, I've done some research. In this class, there is a pair of twin sisters from the Art Academy, both possessing a youthful appearance and a striking presence. One Xinyan and one Xinyue." Subai interjected unexpectedly. "Oh, Brother Bai, do you know them?" "To some extent," he replied. Zhang Zhishuan nodded in understanding. If there is a semblance of acquaintance, the idea of sneaking a peek feels rather inappropriate and could lead to an awkward encounter should their paths cross. Yet, Subai was contemplating a different layer of logic. The current situation was that one Xinyan had proactively added him on WeChat, inviting him to go shopping. Perhaps she had discerned his capabilities. Thus, he merely needed to await her approach rather than forcefully insert himself into the situation. Moreover, he had already appreciated the allure of a sensual figure through Senior Zhou Jielu. Subai was not particularly enamored at the moment. All right, it's time for the announcements. After the National Day holiday, the school will prepare for the upcoming sports meet, with various events lined up. I encourage all students to actively sign up. The class primarily focused on restorative physical training. I assume everyone has endured the rigors of the third year in military training. Thus your bodies require recuperation. Warm up and run 5 laps around the playground. The basketball instructor was a retired city team player, towering even taller than Subai, likely around 1.9 meters, and exuding an air of athleticism. Yet, his pronounced beer belly suggested he had indulged in leisurely office meals. The mere mention of running 5 laps elicited groans from those with poor stamina. In the midst of the lineup, Wang Haoren, Xue Tao, and Chu Mingzhi were clustered together. The line was arranged by height, placing them in the middle. While Su Bai lingered at the back, Wang Haoren, with his lack of fitness, began gasping for breath after just 1 lap. Xue Tao fared little better, but maintained a strong facade for competition against Hu Yi. Chu Mingzhi appeared quite relaxed. This fellow often jogged after 10 o'clock at night. Clad in ostentatious attire adorned with fluorescent strips, claiming to be preparing to join some glow-in-the-dark running association. It was said that such an association was quite conducive to finding a romantic partner, revealing Hu Ye's rather hidden desires. After completing the 5 laps, some students were utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the grass. For instance, Wang Haoren lay sprawled like a lifeless creature, gasping for air until the physical education instructor lifted him up. Do not sit or lie down immediately after running. Take a stroll to allow your body to gradually recover. Chu Mingzhi sauntered leisurely, casting a disdainful glance at those he deemed unprofessional. Alas, it seems these individuals lack a fundamental understanding of sports. Such poor taste, he mused, his gaze landing on Su Bai, who was also strolling casually. Suddenly, he was taken aback. Wait a moment, my friend. What's with your attire? Since Su Bai was at the end of the line, Chu Mingzhi had previously overlooked him. Now, upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find that Su Bai had swapped his Uniqlo outfit for a rather niche yet trendy brand that Chu Mingzhi was familiar with. He held a fondness for this brand due to its aesthetic appeal and effectiveness in attracting attention, not to mention its premium pricing, which catered to Hu Yi's bourgeois sensibilities. Unfortunately, the brand's American street style was ill-suited for Chu Mingzhi's slender physique, which could be unflatteringly described as scrawny. In stark contrast, Su Bai resembled a model hired by the brand. Goodness, it appears Su Bai has truly struck it rich. The cost of his athletic ensemble today, including the shoes, must exceed 10,000. Su Bai, my friend, what's this? Have you begun to pay attention to your fashion? And I must say, your new hairstyle is quite impressive. I initially thought that you folks from outside the province lacked a sense of style, yet here you are, showcasing a refined look. Surely, that haircut wasn't he done at the school salon? Those barbers seem rather unskilled. Indeed, it was done outside, Su Bai replied. Ah, why the sigh, my dear Prime Minister? I once thought my sense of aesthetics was unrivaled among freshmen, yet it seems I now have a rival, Chu Mingzhi said, casting Su Bai a gaze that was both competitive and friendly, reminiscent of Sasuke in Naruto. This brought a smile to Su Bai's face. No need for that, my friend. He patted Chu Mingzhi's shoulder reassuringly. I'm no fashionista. It was a senior who assisted me. Now I understand. This revelation eased Chu Mingzhi's mind considerably. However, his curiosity soon resurfaced. Isn't Su Bai involved with Chen Yuxing? Why is there suddenly a senior in the picture? He pondered, feeling envious of Su Bai's apparent charm with the ladies. Had he known that the senior's assistance extended far beyond mere fashion advice, he would have been left utterly astounded. After the running session, the physical education teacher instructed the students to divide into groups for activities. Those lacking basketball skills followed him to learn the basic 3-step layup technique. Although some basketball stars may take more than 3 steps while laying up, beginners must still grasp the fundamentals, especially with a final exam approaching. Those proficient in basketball were allowed to engage in their own activities, which explained why many boys favored basketball or soccer classes. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhishuan, fixated on the prospect of encountering the aerobics girls, seized the opportunity to slip into the indoor gym on the north side. To his dismay, he found himself at a loss. After scanning the crowd for what felt like an eternity, he noted the presence of numerous girls training. Yet the Wan sisters were nowhere in sight. Reluctantly, he sought assistance from someone nearby, who informed him, today is free activity. Wan Xinyan and Wan Xinyue, along with a few others, have gone to the basketball court to watch the boys play. Zhang Zhishuan sighed. Well, that's a wasted trip. Chapter 59. As a local, how could I possibly lose to Su Bai? Returning to the matter at hand, it is not unusual for girls to watch boys play basketball. Many have experienced similar scenarios during high school. However, the issue lies in the fact that typically, only thrilling moments draw a larger female audience, such as a school team competing against another institution or at the very least, matches between class teams. Yet, this was merely an ordinary physical education class. What could possibly entice the girls practicing aerobics to venture out into the sun to watch the boys play basketball? After all, during physical education, girls prioritize sun protection. Who would willingly expose themselves to the sun? With these questions swirling in his mind, Zhang Zhishuan decided to retreat. A cursory glance at the girls in aerobics attire revealed a general lack of appealing looks and figures. Perhaps the more attractive ones had indeed gone to watch the boys play. On the basketball court, the students smoothly organized several 3v3 and 4v4 games. We happen to have 3 here. Shall we form a half-court team? Sure, I can do that. The atmosphere was relaxed, and the group was not particularly serious about their game, engaging in a playful manner. When they gathered for the match, it became evident that none were particularly skilled. Yet once the game commenced, their enthusiasm was palpable. Subai teamed up with his 2 roommates, though it should be noted that Wang Haoren was absent. Having succumbed to exhaustion after completing 5 laps, he was now occupied learning the fundamentals of a 3-step layup under the guidance of their physical education teacher. Subai, eager to seize the opportunity to connect with students from other classes, found himself being recruited by Xue Tao and Chu Mingzhi, who insisted on forming a team with him, claiming they were the dynamic duo of the backcourt in dire need of a center. Although Subai measured at 185 meters and did not consider himself a true center, in comparison to the heights of his teammates, he certainly seemed substantial. His robust physique provided a sense of security beneath the basket, prompting his agreement to join them. Subai's approach to basketball was rather laid back. He had a bit of skill in various aspects, primarily participating for the sake of physical exercise and to uplift his spirits. It was said that engaging in sports could stimulate the secretion of endorphins, thus fostering a positive mood. Furthermore, with the indulgence system at his disposal, he had no worries about potential injuries. "Hold on, let me take off my watch so it doesn't get scratched," he said, displaying a commendable level of decorum as he removed his Audemars Piguet Royal Oak, contemplating placing it beneath the basketball hoop alongside his phone, as everyone else had done with their belongings, trusting that nothing would go missing. Just then, a sweet, youthful voice chimed in from the side of the court. "Subai, may I hold your things for you if you don't mind?" Turning around, he was met with a delightful sight. A charming girl was trotting towards him, her smile infectious. The sweetness of her voice was almost disarming. In contrast, her figure was remarkably well endowed, an impressive sight that made Subai wonder if she was perhaps a size smaller than Zhou Jielu. The girl was undeniably captivating, embodying the essence of Subai's whimsical moonlight. Despite her petite stature, measuring perhaps below 1.6 meters, she exuded an exaggeratedly alluring presence, especially in her aerobics attire that accentuated her form. However, to avoid drawing undue attention, she had cleverly donned a semi-transparent sun-shielding jacket over her outfit, creating a stunning visual effect that would overshadow even the most popular streamers. In an instant, Subai recognized her. "You are Wan Xinyan, aren't you?" "Indeed. But how did you know my name and not just refer to me as sister?" she replied, playfully standing on her toes and leaning towards him, a gesture that highlighted her figure. Any ordinary boy, like Xiao Chu, might have found his heart racing and his words faltering in such close proximity. However, Subai remained composed, bolstered by his stable mindset and the aura of confidence surrounding him, merely casting a calm, appreciative glance at Wan Xinyan. "Where is your sister?" he inquired, gesturing towards a girl by the court who shared a similar appearance and outfit, rumored to be more reserved, contrasting with Wan Xinyan's vivacious nature. "I like both personalities. I am rather inclusive," she replied. Afterward, Subai entrusted her with his phone and watch. "Please keep an eye on these for me." "Thank you." "Not at all," she responded, their fingers briefly grazing each other, a moment charged with an almost electric tension. Wan Xinyan's gaze seemed to carry a hint of lingering allure, whether intentional or not. Beep. Detected S-class goddess Wan Xinyan. Affection level increased. Current affection level, 65. An initial affection level of over 60 was indeed staggering. This indicated that her feelings towards Subai had already reached a level of interest in a romantic relationship. It was clear that she intended to pursue him, a notion that was quite apparent. Yet, considering this was their first meeting, the rapid escalation in affection was perplexing. Subai, unwilling to dwell on it, thought that with such an opportunity presented before him, it would be foolish not to indulge, as long as he remained cautious not to be taken advantage of. Thus, he resolved to relish the experience fully, returning to the court amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. The 3v3 match commenced. Within mere minutes, the team from room 510 found themselves down 5-0. To be frank, Subai was genuinely attempting to protect the hoop, but the local players were proving to be quite adept, easily bypassing their defense. What could Subai do? Was he expected to defend against 3 opponents alone, while also assessing his own shortcomings? "Hey, are you 2 in a daze or something?" Subai exclaimed, glancing at the nearby sisters from the Wan family and a few other girls before musing. Could it be that the presence of so many beautiful spectators is making you nervous? "A bit," Chu Mingzhi admitted sheepishly. "Come on. Look at those guys on the other side. They seem to be energized just by seeing the girls watching. You can do the same." Xue Tao stared in contemplation before his expression shifted, a mixture of jealousy and confusion washing over him. "Subai, when did you meet Wan Xinyan?" "Just now. Why?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just found it a bit strange," he mumbled, recalling the flirtatious interaction he witnessed between Su Bai and Wan Xinyan, which had ignited a fire of jealousy within him. Was it fair? Why was Wan Xinyan, who had previously ignored his friend requests, suddenly so warm towards Su Bai? What was amiss? Xuetao couldn't comprehend it. Admittedly, he recognized that Su Bai looked somewhat handsome today, but he, too, was dressed in authentic basketball gear, sporting a LeBron James Lakers jersey paired with AJ sneakers. Moreover, being a local with a stable background, he drove a Magotan as a freshman. Why did it feel like he was losing out to Su Bai? Frustration mounted within Xuetao as he pondered the situation. Chapter 60. Let us have fun tonight. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was off. Su Bai had just claimed to have met Wan Xinyan for the first time. Yet, how could someone so new to him volunteer to hold his personal items? And Su Bai had actually accepted her offer. Xuetao's inquisitive nature got the better of him, and he couldn't resist asking Su Bai, "Have you two chatted on WeChat before?" "Oh, we exchanged a few messages," Su Bai replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "What? Should I report my conversations with her to you?" "No, that's not what I meant." Xuetao's initial inquiry held a hint of accusation, but upon encountering Su Bai's firm demeanor, he quickly backed down. Su Bai's masculine presence, further amplified by confidence, made it clear he wasn't to be trifled with. With a mischievous grin, Su Bai put his arm around Xuetao's shoulder. "Come on, focus on your game. The girls are watching. You wouldn't want to perform poorly and have them notice, would you? Imagine if you went on a trip and Wan Xinyan ignored you." "Hey, what kind of talk is that?" Xuetao chuckled awkwardly. "I just had an off game. This time, I'll definitely crush them." "All right, I'm counting on you," Su Bai replied, before turning back to converse with Chu Mingzhi, fully embodying the role of a strategic player. Although the extraordinary relationship between Su Bai and Wan Xinyan deeply affected Xuetao, it was precisely at this juncture that he needed to showcase his abilities and turn the tide. One must adopt a more optimistic perspective. After all, Wan Xinyan was merely assisting Su Bai in gathering items, not engaging in a verbal spar with him. Perhaps she was simply charmed by Su Bai's handsome visage, offering him a slight favor, akin to nurturing a pet fish. A young man like Su Bai, hailing from a modest background with little exposure, was likely to fall for such gestures. Alas, it was I, Xuetao, with my discerning vision and acute perception, who understood how to dominate in the realm of romantic entanglements. Victory. On the other hand, after being outperformed by Su Bai, Chu Mingzhi regained his spirits. He had come to a realization. While the Wan sisters were indeed striking, they lacked the sophistication to match a connoisseur of high fidelity like himself, an amateur host, a writer, a folk singer, a painter of oil, a percussion artist, a leather craftsman, a silversmith, and a disciple of Zen. After all, it was Wan Xinyan who was close to Su Bai, not Jiang Qiran or Chen Yuxing. The latter two were unlikely to be the shallow types who would come to the basketball court merely to admire handsome boys. Hence, victory was not out of reach. At the very least, they had not lost yet. The trio of 510 regrouped and faced off against the nameless trio of local bystanders. Both the locals and the players from Shanghai displayed their usual prowess. With his enhanced physical condition, Su Bai dominated the paint, grabbing rebounds and executing putbacks, astonishingly clinching the game with a score of 5-4. The final basket was scored by Xuetao, who benefited from Su Bai effectively blocking his defender, allowing him a clear shot. While reveling in the elegance of his scoring stance, the whispers of onlookers reached his ears. "That guy in the number 23 jersey. Why is he shooting with such an awkward split, like a giant monkey?" Xuetao nearly choked on his frustration. What a ridiculous analogy. This is called hang time, a display of grace and finesse. Following this, the teams exchanged victories in 2 more matches. This scenario was ideal. Both sides were evenly matched, leading to an exhilarating contest without a lopsided outcome. Regardless, Su Bai was thoroughly enjoying himself. Though his skills were rudimentary, his physicality compensated splendidly. After an exhilarating bout of jumping and running, the system unexpectedly chimed. Ding! The host has engaged in excessive physical exertion, reward of 1,000 yuan granted, and physical condition restored to peak performance. What an astonishing revelation. Su Bai was taken aback. This indulgent system mechanism was truly remarkable. It implied that by swiftly depleting his stamina, he could trigger his body as protective mechanisms for replenishment. Would this not render him invincible at the upcoming sports meet? Imagine entering a long-distance race and sprinting through the first lap. A moment of exuberance would lead to continuous exhilaration. "Su Bai, I bought you some cold drinks. Take a look and choose one." Wan Xinyan approached with a bulging plastic bag filled with numerous chilled beverages she had procured from a convenience store nearby the basketball court. Meanwhile, Su Bai's phone and watch had been transferred to his sister, Wan Xinyue, who had ingeniously acquired a large, hard plastic evidence bag, the kind used in criminal investigations to securely contain the devices. The transparent bag allowed a clear view of its contents, demonstrating that the sisters would not intrude upon Su Bai's privacy. Goodness gracious, this is quite the turn of events, Su Bai mused silently. Could it be that under the influence of monetary allure, every beautiful girl would transform into a service-oriented entity akin to Zhou Jielu? He casually grabbed a blue Gatorade bottle, twisted it open, and took a couple of refreshing sips, the icy beverage gliding down his throat. Blissful. Shui Tao, Chu Mingzhi, you two should grab a bottle as well. Wan Xinyan called out to them. Both boys expressed surprise. They had not anticipated being singled out, especially Shui Tao, who stammered. Do you, know me? Of course. You are Shui Tao, the one with the Magotan, she replied. These drinks are on me and my sister, considering you'll be preparing snacks for our trip. However, these beverages are rather inexpensive. Let us treat you to a meal later at noon. The spicy hot pot at the South District Canteen is quite delightful. Wan Xinyan chattered on, making arrangements with great enthusiasm. It was reasonable, leaving Shui Tao with no grounds for rebuttal. Yet, he was burning with curiosity about why she had not responded to his friend's request. Nonetheless, an instinctual apprehension warned him that voicing such a query in this context might render him a laughingstock. Resigned, Su Bai quietly sipped his drink, observing the spirited younger twin. She was a lively girl, possessing a touch of innocence that tempered her vivacity compared to Zhou Jielu. Yet, she was also quite astute, naturally flattering Su Bai and fostering camaraderie among the group without relying solely on her beauty to monopolize Shui Tao's attention. Excellent. The role of a companion was indeed vacant, at least for the time being, Su Bai reflected. Director Xia was the face of the group. The senior sister was a cherished partner, and Chun Yuxing was the soulmate. Just as he pondered, Chun Yuxing, a tall, graceful figure approached from a distance. Clad in characteristic black stockings, paired with a knee-length knitted sweater and a small jacket, she exuded a distinctly Japanese ladylike aura. However, combined with Chun Yuxing's cool and intellectual visage, along with her sleek, lustrous black hair, she embodied the essence of a genius young scientist from an anime. As Chun Yuxing strode purposefully towards them, her gaze fixated intently on Wan Xinyan, causing the latter to shiver, her heart racing. Yikes, what a fright. The onlookers were equally astonished. Who would have thought that the reclusive Chun Yuxing, often found within the confines of her laboratory, would come to watch the boys play basketball? They then witnessed her approach Su Bai directly, retrieving a tissue from her pocket to wipe the sweat from his brow. With a somewhat awkward yet resolute demeanor, she stated, "Let us hang out tonight." Chapter 61. The jealous academic takes initiative. Wow. Chun Yuxing's sudden appearance, her unexpected actions, and her abrupt statement sent ripples through the crowd. Her cool demeanor was taut, yet internally, she felt on the brink of unraveling. What on earth am I doing? Chun Yuxing could not help but question whether she had been possessed by some strange force. If someone had told her, just a month ago during the initial days of university, that she would be wiping the sweat of a boy in such a public setting as a basketball court, she would have scoffed at the notion. Ridiculous. She was not the type to fall for romantic cliches as portrayed in idol dramas. Well, not that she had transformed into a love-struck fool, but Su Bai had appeared in her life with a devastating impact. The proximity of their souls, coupled with his adherence to societal standards of the affluent and handsome, made him anything but ordinary. What Cinderella has not fantasized about being favored by a prince? However, due to Chun Yuxing's status as an academic achiever, she held herself to a higher standard, often dreaming of a more refined prince. One who shared her interest in gaming and abstract discussions online. Guess what? Indeed, she truly encountered him. Chun Yuxing discovered, through a post in the class group, that Su Bai was playing basketball during physical education class. The boys and girls had separate classes, and her selected course was not scheduled for today. However, the girls on the sidelines, particularly the pair of rather provocative twin sisters, clearly harbored ulterior motives. Impulsively, Chun Yuxing set aside her coding and made her way to the basketball court. Just in time, she witnessed Wan Xinyan passing a drink to Su Bai. The sight of Su Bai sipping the beverage caused a pang of anguish in Chun Yuxing's heart, leaving her breathless and unwell. It felt as if the liquid he consumed was not merely Gatorade, but rather Wan Xinyan's. Well, perhaps not that extreme. In any case, the studious Chun was decidedly displeased. In a fervor, she wiped the sweat from Su Bai's brow in full view of the onlookers. Once her reason returned, Chun Yuxing found herself frozen in awkwardness, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. However, due to the impression of her aloofness, her actions were perceived by others as cold and ruthless, as if she were a fierce competitor vying for a man's affection. Even the scheming Wan Xinyan misjudged the situation. It was heard that Chun Yuxing was quite close to Su Bai, but it seemed their interactions were limited to gaming together. Gaming, after all, was commonplace these days. Boys and girls playing together did not necessarily equate to developing romantic feelings. Yet, Wan Xinyan sensed a hint of danger in Chen Yuxing. It would be prudent to retreat for now. You must be Chen Yuxing, right? I am Jiang Xiran from the broadcasting and hosting department. I believe I'm your roommate. Wan Xinyan initiated a friendly conversation, mentioning their upcoming mid-autumn festival trip. It's nice to meet you in advance, hee. Oh, nice to meet you too, Chen Yuxing replied. Su Bai, I suddenly remembered I have an assignment to catch up on, so I won't be able to treat you to lunch. I'll take my leave now. All right. We can discuss it later. There will be plenty of opportunities. I'm off then, goodbye. The Wan sisters swiftly exited. Su Bai glanced at Chen Yuxing, amused. It turned out that even the aloof academic could feel jealousy. Since you're here, could you hold this for me? I'll play a bit more, Su Bai said, handing her a sealed bag containing his phone and watch before returning to the game. The system had just reset his stamina. It would be a waste not to play a little longer. To be honest, Chen Yuxing was so shy that she felt like fleeing. Yet Su Bai's request to hold his belongings left her no choice but to remain, her face taut as she stood still. Occasionally, she caught snippets of others' discussions regarding her, Su Bai, and Wan Xinyan's supposed rivalry. Ugh, these people were quite adept at conjuring narratives. There was no rivalry. It was merely a moment of impulse on her part. To Chen Yuxing, Su Bai's relationship with the Wan sisters seemed to be nothing more than a travel arrangement. That is fine. She would be going on that trip too. Upon returning to the court, Su Bai was taken aback to find Chu Mingzhi sitting despondently on the ground, clutching a basketball. What's wrong? Have you given up? Chu Mingzhi muttered strange phrases, looking up at Su Bai with exasperation. Brother Su, spare us a chance. Why does every beautiful girl seem to have a connection with you? Are you the protagonist of a Japanese light novel? Clearly, Chu Mingzhi could no longer continue the game. He could only substitute in Zhang Zhishuan, who was watching from the sidelines. This lad was also quite skilled at basketball and, unlike Chu Mingzhi, maintained a far better attitude. Though he wore an envious expression towards Su Bai. Hu Yi out. Zhang Zhishuan interjected. I didn't expect you to be so popular, Brother Bai. Managing to charm both the academic Chun and the Wan sisters. Not charm. We merely have a travel arrangement for the Mid-Autumn Festival. A class activity with many boys and girls participating, Su Bai replied earnestly. Do you expect me to believe that? Zhang Zhishuan, being more experienced, discerned that Su Bai was, in fact, a playboy. The physical education class concluded. Originally, it was Wan Xinyan who intended to treat everyone, but she was intimidated by Chen Yuxing's aura and fled. Thus, Su Bai ended up dining with Chen Yuxing in the cafeteria. Their solitary lunch was a scenario Chen Yuxing had long anticipated. However, due to the earlier events on the basketball court and some of her own thoughts, she merely focused on her meal, too timid to engage Su Bai in conversation. It was only when she had nearly finished eating that she set down her chopsticks, took a deep breath, and solemnly said to Su Bai, I have no classes or other commitments this afternoon. Oh, Chen Yuxing found herself at a loss for words again. She had never been particularly adept at expressing herself, especially when her intentions were not entirely pure. Thus, she bit her lip, gazing at Su Bai with a melancholic look. Hiss, too adorable. A ripple of affection surged within Su Bai, making him reluctant to tease her further. He chuckled warmly. Come with me to the internet cafe this afternoon. All right. Chen Yuxing's previously furrowed brows relaxed immediately, and she picked up her chopsticks to finish her meal. Ah, this adorably naive academic was truly easy to understand. Su Bai silently mused. In terms of coding and scientific research, Chen Yuxing was exceptionally talented. However, when it came to the nuances of social interactions, even 10 Chen Yuxings would struggle against Wan Xinyan. Speaking of Wan Xinyan, Su Bai had initially promised to go shopping with her in the afternoon. It seemed he would have to postpone that plan. He promptly sent her a WeChat message, explaining that he had something urgent and inquiring whether they could reschedule their shopping trip to the evening. Wan Xinyan quickly replied, saying it was no problem. Oh, how wonderful it is to have money. Under normal circumstances, if a boy were to suddenly change plans for a prearranged date, he would undoubtedly earn the label of a scoundrel. Who would have thought Wan Xinyan would be so accommodating? Chapter 62. The first kiss of the adorably naive academic. After satisfying her hunger, Chen Yuxing returned her tray and then, with a mischievous turn, exited through the side door of the cafeteria under Su Bai's curious gaze. Why take the side door? Well, Chen Yuxing inexplicably hummed, her watery eyes blinking. It was simply too conspicuous for her to walk alongside Su Bai, even during lunch. They had chosen a secluded corner, yet students continued to pass by, whispering about them. In truth, Chen Yuxing disliked being the center of attention. Moreover, she was not the type of girl who elevated herself due to her looks. In her worldview, her prowess in gaming and computer science held greater value than her appearance. Yet, others seemed to think otherwise. Of course, if Su Bai could appreciate her beauty, Chen Yuxing would welcome it. Perhaps that was love, where a woman's attitude towards her partner is always unique, a classic case of double standards. Will you feel shy walking with me? Su Bai, having deciphered her demeanor, asked deliberately. Chen Yuxing remained silent, merely focusing on her steps. The side door was indeed quite deserted, primarily utilized by the kitchen staff, and upon exiting, it was actually the furthest route back to the dormitory, requiring a considerable detour. Chen Yuxing found this agreeable. She wished to linger a while longer, enjoying Su Bai's company. She felt elated. Taking advantage of the absence of onlookers, Su Bai naturally took her hand. No ominous signs of crime, nor any subsequent feelings of astonishment. It seemed as natural as could be. Chen Yuxing symbolically struggled for a moment, yet Su Bai's grip remained unyielding. Her small hand and body gradually softened. Let us book a couple's booth at the internet cafe, play for the afternoon, and then I'll treat you to a sushi buffet tonight. Chen Yuxing, with her hand firmly held by Su Bai, trailed closely behind him. His hand was large and warm. So this is what it feels like to hold hands with a boy. The adorably earnest scholar appeared lost in thought. Their hands remained intertwined until they reached the car, where Su Bai started the Mercedes-Benz GLE and drove Chen Yuxing to the familiar internet cafe. If one intends to push the boundaries of a girl's comfort, it is best to do so in a familiar environment, where one tends to let down their guard. Inside the car, Chen Yuxing adjusted the air conditioning to a cooler setting, just enough to feel a slight chill after a while. By the time they parked at the internet cafe, her hands felt somewhat icy, her peripheral circulation not being particularly good. Thus, it became only natural for her to place her hand into Su Bai's. Perceiving Su Bai's somewhat disconcerted gaze, Chen Yuxing maintained an impassive expression and said, "Could you warm my hand? Otherwise, I want to be able to keep up with you in the game." "Wait, sister, your words make it sound like playing games with me is some sort of burden." "It is." Chen Yuxing stamped her foot. "If you don't want to, then forget it." "No, I do want to." Su Bai chuckled, refusing to let go of her hand. Chen Yuxing did not share in the laughter. That said, the girl's desire to hold his hand felt too contrived. It was incomparable to his recent acquaintances. Yet, it was this clumsily adorable side of Chen Yuxing that made her endearing. Su Bai rubbed her small hand as they cheerfully entered the internet cafe. The afternoon flew by in a flurry of gaming. Whenever Chen Yuxing's screen went black, Su Bai would touch her hand, claiming he was helping her accumulate winning energy. With such a serious demeanor, Chen Yuxing found it hard to refuse. Then, Su Bai took it a step further, placing her hand on his thigh, seizing the opportunity to savor the exquisite curve of her legs. Long and slender, they boasted a beautiful silhouette, imbued with a hint of softness. Even through the sheer white skirt, the allure was palpable, a stark contrast to the more robust, practical style of her senior, Zhou Jialu. It was difficult to compare. Chen Yuxing shot Su Bai a few warning glares, but he seemed oblivious. Shy words lingered on her lips, yet remained unspoken. Truth be told, Chen Yuxing quite enjoyed Su Bai's playful advances. If he held no interest in her beyond a platonic friendship, it would truly trouble her. Yet, the fact that Su Bai was paying for her company only rendered their relationship increasingly perplexing. Scoundrel. Lost in a whirlwind of odd thoughts, Chen Yuxing spent the afternoon gaming with Su Bai, who then took her to the sushi buffet. Compared to the lavish hot pot feast from a few nights prior, the price of over 1,000 per person no longer shocked her. However, it reaffirmed a fact. For Su Bai, these extravagant expenditures, which ordinary students could not even dream of, were merely part of his everyday life. Oh dear, she began to envision a plethora of morally questionable scenarios. At the street corner after leaving the sushi restaurant, Chen Yuxing suddenly seized Su Bai's clothing, standing before him with a fierce glare. You must clarify our relationship today, or else I won't let you touch my legs anymore." Su Bai feigned ignorance. "Did I? You can't play dumb." Seeing Chen Yuxing on the verge of tears made Su Bai find joy in teasing her. He decided to intensify his antics. Suddenly, he cupped her face, and before she could react, he kissed her. Chen Yuxing jolted, struggling fiercely. Unfortunately, her physical strength was insufficient to escape Su Bai's grasp. Coupled with the bewildering sensation of their first kiss, she found it difficult to breathe. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Eventually, Chen Yuxing slumped against Su Bai, her body soft and pliable. Su Bai, noticing the flush creeping up her ears, playfully blew warm air toward them, eliciting an unexpected sound from her. Her face grew increasingly crimson. Indeed, this was her sensitive spot. "You only know how to bully me. We were chatting so well on WeChat, and you seem to be..." "Seem to be what?" Chen Yuxing fell silent. Her true thoughts were that Su Bai was her ideal man, someone she yearned to connect with on both spiritual and physical levels. However, Su Bai's demeanor, along with his flirtations with other girls, truly vexed her. "Oh, about our relationship." Su Bai suddenly turned serious, yet the words that followed took Chen Yuxing by surprise. "Our relationship is, I wish to support you, so you will no longer endure the hardships of life and become someone who solely belongs to me." "Support? What do you mean?" "Yes. I've heard your mother is gravely ill and requires substantial funds for treatment. Don't worry, No matter the cost, I can afford it. Let me take on the remainder of your life. Su Bai paused, gazing earnestly into Chun Yuxing's eyes. I like you, but I cannot promise to love only you. So I believe this relationship is the best choice for both of us. Chapter 63. Being supported by Su Bai doesn't sound too bad, does it? Upon hearing this, Chun Yuxing's initial reaction was reminiscent of a famous line from an anime. You, a mere student, how dare you presume to bear another's life? Yet, almost immediately, she reconsidered. No, Su Bai was no ordinary student. This rascal was a top-tier wealthy heir. Suddenly, her emotions became exceedingly complicated. If any other man had proposed such a patronage, Chun Yuxing would have surely picked up anything nearby to throw at him. How could a proud person like her ever accept such an absurd proposition? Yet, this person was Su Bai, a man with whom she shared a profound spiritual connection, the only one capable of bridging her heart to his. And now, this scoundrel dared to treat her as a potential beneficiary of his wealth. Fine, Chun Yuxing knew better than to expect exclusivity from a man of Su Bai's caliber. He liked her, but could not promise fidelity, which she had anticipated. Nonetheless, it still irked her. To be confessed to in such a peculiar manner left her feeling both frustrated and delighted. Fundamentally, the overwhelming sentiment within her was one of excitement. A small devil whispered in her ear, just give in to him. Just give in to him. This man connects with you on such a deep level and is willing to spend money on you. How could there be such a good opportunity? She felt a pang of sadness. She had completely fallen into Su Bai's grasp. Who informed you about my family's circumstances? Chun Yuxing asked coldly, a hint of grievance evident in her demeanor. Her appearance was that of a hapless victim, devoid of intimidation. Connections, my dear, Su Bai replied persuasively. Many so-called terminal illnesses can, in fact, be managed effectively if sufficient funds are available and advanced treatments are administered promptly. However, any delay due to financial constraints can lead to dire consequences. Chun Yuxing bit her lip, momentarily enveloped in darkness. You are right. Therefore, you should accept my proposal. Being supported by me should be a joyous venture for you. Chun Yuxing, after a prolonged internal struggle, finally muttered, scoundrel, though her words were a negative appraisal. The tone was akin to playful reproach. Then it settled, Su Bai declared, asking for Chun Yuxing's bank account details and swiftly transferring her a sum of 100,000 yuan. Ding. S-Class Goddess cashback limit activated, triggering a six-fold cashback, awarding 60,000 yuan in cash. Chun Yuxing immediately began calculating, murmuring to herself, with 100,000, optimistically, it should last 5 months, pessimistically. What pessimism? This is your allowance. Let us go. I want to visit Auntie at the hospital. Do you really want to meet my mother now? Chun Yuxing felt a wave of anxiety. Meeting her is not essential. What matters is that I need to communicate with her attending physician and settle any outstanding payments. Su Bai firmly took Chun Yuxing's hand and led her towards the parking area. The senior had informed Su Bai, having inadvertently overheard some of Chun Yuxing's phone conversations, that her mother was afflicted with a rare disease. A rare disease implies that the treatment options are scarce and the medications exorbitantly priced. Generally, an entire treatment regimen is quite costly. Su Bai could hardly contain his excitement over the cashback. Naturally, he had not forgotten his original plans for the evening. Puff pastry big white goose. Apologies, an unexpected event has arisen. I must accompany a friend and can only join you for shopping tomorrow. Red bean sticky rice ball. No problem, small issue. Our schedule is quite flexible, so feel free to prioritize your needs. Red bean sticky rice ball. Have you encountered any trouble? If you need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Puff pastry big white goose. Not required for now, thank you. Though the allure of the adorable twin Loli was tempting, saving lives took precedence. In the girls' dormitory, as Wan Xinyan and Wan Xinyue both adorned themselves exquisitely, their roommate could not help but inquire, is there a significant event at school tonight? You both look so glamorous, one might think you are going on a date. Upon hearing the word date, Wan Xinyue immediately felt flustered. It is not a date. The more she denied it, the more their roommate became convinced of the contrary. These two certainly have something going on. In contrast, Wan Xinyan remained composed. We merely arranged to go shopping with a friend. But wait, it seems the friend has encountered an issue and cannot make it. It looks like it will just be us girls tonight. He has something else to attend to? Wan Xinyue felt a pang of disappointment. It appeared Su Bai was not particularly interested in accompanying them for shopping. Though Wan Xinyue appeared demure, internally, she harbored wilder aspirations. Today, seizing the opportunity to watch Su Bai play basketball allowed her to interact closely with him. Not only did she get to engage with Su Bai, but she also had the chance to touch the legendary 600,000 yuan watch. Coming from a rural background, such luxuries were foreign to them. Her desire for material wealth was even more intense than her sister's, yet she was aware of her own limitations and generally followed her sister's lead. Seeing her sister's despondent expression, Wan Xinyan consoled her, Do not lose heart. My intuition tells me he genuinely had something come up. Besides, perhaps this is a test of our worthiness. A boy like him surely has no shortage of girls vying for his attention and must be selective. That makes sense. Wan Xinyue felt reassured by her sister's analysis. Otherwise, she might have thought Su Bai was uninterested in girls like them. What? Did I hear correctly? You mean to say you arranged to meet a boy, and he stood you up, yet you are not the least bit upset? Their roommate was astonished. Nowadays, boys are quite conscientious about time. They would never dare to stand someone up, fearing being labeled as irresponsible. The Wan's sister's infatuation with this boy seemed utterly bewildering. Their roommate was ablaze with curiosity. Xinyan, I am genuinely intrigued. What makes the boy you arranged to meet so exceptional that you both are so invested? Primarily. It was a matter of chemistry. Really? I find that hard to believe. Believe it or not. Let us go to the school snack street and grab some milk tea. We cannot waste our makeup. At Jiangqing's Second People's Hospital. Xiaochen has arrived. In the office, a weary-looking middle-aged doctor received the pair. The doctor observed Su Bai with some surprise. This was the first time Chen Yuxing had brought someone else to visit her mother. And who is this? A friend, Su Bai replied, extending his hand to shake with the doctor before leaning towards Chen Yuxing and saying, You go keep Annie company. I will speak with the doctor privately. Okay. Chen Yuxing was uncertain of Su Bai's intentions, yet she trusted he meant no harm. Coupled with his calm, yet assertive demeanor, he exuded an aura of authority that she found inexplicably reassuring. She allowed Su Bai to take charge. To be cared for and guided by someone else was a sensation Chen Yuxing had not experienced in quite some time, leaving her heart feeling sweetly fluttered. Well, if being supported is part of the arrangement, then perhaps it is not so bad after all. Su Bai's mature and adept handling of the situation gradually captivated Chen Yuxing. Chapter 64. A mere 500,000. To put it bluntly, what can that even accomplish? Chen Yuxing's mother bore a striking resemblance to her daughter, both in looks and temperament. In the hospital room, the mother and daughter exchanged few words. Chen Yuxing merely raised the upper part of the bed to allow her mother to recline comfortably, while she busily massaged her mother's legs and offered her some fruit. Watching her daughter toil in silence, Chen's mother felt a pang of sorrow. She opened her mouth, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. Often, she contemplated whether it would be better to simply give up and spare her child further burdens. Most girls, upon entering university, indulge in the joys of youth. Few are like Chen Yuxing, who must concern herself with financial matters. Even those from less affluent families, who work part-time, typically only earn enough for their own living expenses, whereas Chen Yuxing bore the additional weight of her mother's medical costs. However, Chen's mother understood that she could not succumb to despair. She was her daughter's emotional anchor. If she were to relinquish her fight, her daughter would suffer even more. All right, let us push through. Perhaps my body's self-healing abilities will help me conquer this illness. The need for self-healing stemmed from the fact that she was afflicted with a condition for which a recently developed overseas treatment boasted a high cure rate and minimal side effects. The only drawback was its exorbitant cost. The entire process, including surgery and a comprehensive medication regimen, would amount to over 3 million yuan. This was far beyond what Chen's mother could afford. Thus, she had no choice but to pursue conservative treatment for the time being. Before long, Chen's mother fell asleep, prompting Chen Yuxing to gently lower the bed, cover her mother with a blanket, and quietly exit the room. As she traversed the corridor imbued with the scent of disinfectant, her emotions were in disarray as she hurried back to the doctor's office. Suddenly, Chen Yuxing found herself at a loss on how to confront Su Bai. Over half an hour had elapsed since Su Bai conferred with the doctor, and she surmised he must already be aware of the exorbitant costs associated with her mother's treatment. Chen Yuxing was inherently strong-willed and would never divulge the daunting challenges she faced to anyone. Yet, the difficulties remained an undeniable reality. Hence, when Su Bai sent her a list of entertainment options, she felt compelled to accept it. However, the expenses required to fully heal her mother far surpassed the realm of a college student's casual engagements. She pondered what Su Bai's reaction would be, speculating that he might view her as a burden or an inconvenience. After all, if a young man discovered that his girlfriend was encumbered with debts amounting to millions, he would likely contemplate fleeing, regardless of his wealth. Chen Yuxing had never even considered placing this financial burden on Su Bai, recognizing that he bore no obligation to assist her. Wealthy individuals are not frivolous with their finances. They are far from foolish. Having just visited her mother, Chen Yuxing's emotions were heightened, replaying her mother's frail appearance in her mind. She thought, since she had accepted Su Bai's support, she might as well earn money through him to fund her mother's treatment. Even if it was on a per-session basis, that would suffice. With this thought, a blush crept onto her cheeks. After regaining her composure, she knocked on the door of the doctor's office. Come in. The doctor, pouring tea for Su Bai, greeted her with a broad smile. Xiaochen, congratulations. Your boyfriend has already settled the payment. Starting tomorrow, We will conduct a comprehensive re-examination for your mother and provide the most advanced treatment available. Huh. Chen Yuxing was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. What do you mean? The payment is already settled. It means the best treatment plan has been fully paid for by Mr. Su. And he has even deposited additional funds to ensure there are ample resources, the doctor explained. After a brief silence, Chen Yuxing turned her gaze to Su Bai, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Why? What reason is there? As I mentioned, in our kind of relationship, it is only natural to help alleviate your concerns. Su Bai replied with an air of nonchalance. But it's far too expensive. Chen Yuxing bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. You absolutely do not need to. Expensive? It doesn't even amount to my monthly allowance. Don't overreact, Su Bai retorted casually, though the implications of his words were rather inappropriate. Chen Yuxing fell silent, and the doctor raised his eyebrows in astonishment. He had just witnessed Su Bai unhesitatingly swipe his card for the treatment costs of 3.78 million, followed by an additional deposit, rounding it up to a total of 5 million. Naturally, the excess amount would not be fully utilized, as hospitalization fees are not that exorbitant, and the remainder would ultimately be refunded to Chen Yuxing's mother. The significance of this round figure was unclear, yet Su Bai appeared somewhat regretful, muttering under his breath. Why was it only 5 million? Are you dissatisfied with the treatment fee being too low for your standards? The doctor internally scoffed, though he felt a surge of joy. During this period of her mother's hospitalization, he had come to know Chen Yuxing and felt a pang of sympathy for her. A beautiful, academically accomplished girl with admirable character, her fortune seemed to have turned with the arrival of a wealthy benefactor, which was indeed a cause for celebration. Furthermore, the benefactor was a tall, handsome young man, a perfect match for her in every regard. Aside from his tendency to show off, he appeared to have no discernible flaws. However, Su Bai's ostentation was not malicious. The advance payment was permissible under the system's guidelines, as Chen Yuxing had been designated as a pampered consumer. Providing her mother with the best hospital room and the highest medical standards fell within this indulgent framework. The total expenditure of 5 million was the system's certified limit. Any excess would not yield a refund. Ding. You have paid a substantial treatment fee for Chen Yuxing's mother, amounting to 5 million, triggering a tenfold cashback reward of 50 million. At this moment, Su Bai had already left the hospital and returned to his car. As he gazed at his bank balance, which had surpassed 70 million, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Excellent. He could now begin scouting for a luxurious residence. In Jiangcheng, a second-tier city, the finest villas typically retailed for around 50 million. Given Su Bai's current assets, acquiring one would be effortless. Of course, if he sought a property with special additional value, it would likely cost more than 50 million, but that was of little concern. If he found something appealing, he could always devise a way to generate more funds. It was inconsequential. The system would provide a cashback. As Su Bai prepared to start his vehicle, Chen Yuxing, seated in the passenger seat, suddenly spoke up. You don't need to take me back to my dorm. Let us, go to a hotel. Sure, he replied, amused by her sudden forthrightness. Chen Yuxing's demeanor was indeed unique. She hadn't uttered any words of gratitude, but had instead cut straight to the chase. She continued, You saved my mother's life, so from now on, you can do whatever you wish with me. Anything. Yes, anything. Everything about me belongs to you. With that, Chen Yuxing leaned in, gently pecking Su Bai's cheek with her lips, her eyes filled with a dreamy affection. Chapter 65. Big White Goose, I am yours now. To be honest, Chen Yuxing had not anticipated that Su Bai would so readily cover such a substantial sum. After all, we were talking about millions, not mere hundreds. Certainly, his immense wealth played a significant role in this, yet she still believed that his willingness to go to such lengths indicated that he harbored genuine feelings for her. With this realization, a ray of sunlight pierced through her mental clouds. She understood. Being pampered was indeed the most fitting term to describe their relationship. Given their respective identities, capabilities, and societal standings, it was apparent that they were ill-suited to be conventional romantic partners. Relationships thrive on equality, which fosters longevity. Conversely, a relationship based on pampering alleviated many of the usual concerns. Throughout her life, prior to meeting Su Bai, Chen Yuxing had never felt any romantic inclinations towards any man. The lack of a soul connection was one factor, but practical realities could not be overlooked. Her family was not affluent, and her personal aspirations revolved around academic pursuits and research. Coming from a single-parent household, her ailing mother was her sole caregiver. Moreover, her interests were somewhat unconventional, setting her apart from ordinary young women. Aside from her striking appearance, she likely presented a burden to most men, a fragmented and troublesome existence. Yet, Su Bai's extraordinary wealth obliterated all her anxieties and concerns. Moreover, her mother's illness could not afford to be delayed any further. From every conceivable angle, Accepting Su Bai's pampering was the most prudent choice. As an academic, she appreciated rational reasoning, and in the context of emotional considerations, it was evident that they shared an exceptionally harmonious compatibility. With this proof established, she swiftly embraced her new role as his pampered partner. Hastily, he drove to the JW Marriott Hotel. The Jiangjing suite had been booked for a week and was still unexpired. It remained vacant, as all of Zhou Jialu's belongings had been moved to the Escott's hillside duplex. While it was indeed available, Su Bai felt it fell short of his expectations. However, upon inquiring at the front desk, he discovered that a more luxurious presidential suite had just become available. The price was exorbitant, at 7,888 yuan per night, frequently reserved by the affluent. Seizing the opportunity, Su Bai decisively booked it for 5 days. Ding! The system has detected the host's indulgent spending. Checking into the presidential suite has triggered a 7-fold cashback, awarding 276,080 yuan in cash. Upon witnessing Su Bai's selection of the most opulent and extravagant suite, Chen Yuxing's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a wave of tranquility and happiness washed over her. Although she was aware of Su Bai's high spending habits, the fact that he could opt for the finest room to commemorate their initial encounter made Chen Yuxing feel valued by him. As they ascended in the elevator and swiped their cards to enter the room, Su Bai turned around, still in a daze, his thoughts adrift. Chen Yuxing, embodying an assertive demeanor, left Su Bai momentarily bewildered. He had initially expected a girl as pure as Chen Yuxing to display some shyness. To his surprise, she exuded an intensity that even made Su Bai feel somewhat bashful. Overwhelmed by the fervor hidden beneath her icy exterior, Su Bai, despite a fleeting moment of astonishment, quickly reciprocated her advances. Soon, both cast aside their distractions. "My darling goose, I want to be with you for a lifetime." After a while, the presidential suite's lighting shifted to a warm, romantic glow. The television flickered to life, displaying the latest anime series. The two young individuals, having just engaged in an in-depth strategic collaboration, nestled together, engrossed in the anime they both adored. Su Bai wrapped his arm around her delicate waist. Even now, he savored the delightful experience they had just shared, unable to resist exclaiming, "Sheng Sheng, you certainly know how to enjoy yourself." "Of course," Chen Yuxing replied, casting a proud glance at Su Bai. "The materials I've studied are no less than yours." Su Bai paused, realizing that her reference to study materials was not meant in the literal sense. Goodness, he had long acknowledged that Chen Yuxing was another version of himself, but he had anticipated that she would be equally adept in the art of appreciation in such matters. Su Bai had full faith in her abilities. In contrast to Senior Zhou Jialu, they were two entirely different extremes. Zhou Jialu appeared to be burning with passion, yet was pure at heart. She would blush at the mere touch on her cheek, a shyness that was intrinsic, even though she had completely surrendered herself to Su Bai. Chen Yuxing, however, was a different story, cold on the outside but passionate within. Once she had made up her mind about someone and invited them into her world, it became difficult to discern whether it was she who was playing the game or him. In customary fashion, Su Bai grabbed a can of post-activity soda. Shortly after finishing it, the anime episode on the television concluded. Chen Yuxing pressed the pause button. Su Bai exclaimed, "What? Watching just one episode? Come on. That's a bit excessive." He chuckled, bemused, as a single episode barely spanned 20 minutes. "Is it too much for you?" She replied, thoughtfully, seemingly re-evaluating Su Bai's stamina. How could Su Bai tolerate such implications? "I possess top-tier physical prowess and peak human attributes," he declared. Thus, they proceeded to binge-watch an entire season of 13 episodes in less than 5 hours, culminating in an astonishing 12-hour marathon from the evening until dawn's first light. During this time, Su Bai made a delightful discovery. Although Chen Yuxing had limited stamina, her endurance was remarkable. "Ah, you rascal." However, Chen Yuxing was ultimately still human. While Su Bai was endowed with the powers of a magnificent entity, which reset his stamina and energy after a night of indulgence, Chen Yuxing, on the other hand, managed to complete the final episode of the anime before collapsing onto the hotel's grand bed in fatigue. "My darling goose, you're amazing. I'm so tired. I need to sleep," she murmured contentedly, her head tilting as she drifted off. Chapter 66, 10 Consecutive Draws. Truth be told, Chen Yuxing's soft, slumbering demeanor was utterly adorable. This sight ignited a mischievous thought in Su Bai, who had just had his energy revitalized. Yet, he decided against any further advances, opting instead to remove Chen Yuxing's pantyhose. Ensuring she would sleep comfortably, she likely needed a deep, restful slumber. After tidying up the remnants of the night, Su Bai departed the Marriott, navigating through the morning rush hour. Thanks to the assistance of his extraordinary powers, he remained invigorated and ventured out for a stroll. It was just past 9 o'clock. Although it was still early for lunch, Su Bai felt an intense hunger gnawing at him. The reason was simple. The system's reset of his energy and stamina was not without its demands. It required the consumption of the energy stored within him. Even the magnificent entity adhered to the law of energy conservation. Thus, despite having dined the previous evening and ordering late-night room service while watching anime with Chen Yuxing, he was still quite famished. Around 9, he decided it was the perfect time to indulge in a Cantonese dim sum breakfast. Searching on his phone, he discovered an upscale dim sum restaurant with an average price of over 500 yuan per person, arguably the priciest Cantonese breakfast in Jiangxing. Compared to the lavish dining experiences he had recently encountered, this was relatively affordable. After all, dim sum was inherently a down-to-earth, comforting culinary tradition. No matter how high-end the establishment, it retained its essence. Nevertheless, Su Bai was intrigued by the leisurely lifestyle it represented. After years of relentless study, he had never found time to savor life during the morning hours when his mind was clearest. He usually dedicated that time to academics. However, with his life now in a mode of enhancement, the need for hardship was no longer necessary. Before heading to the tea house, Su Bai decided to send a private message to Zhou Jialu on WeChat, inquiring if she wished to join him for breakfast. The response was a firm, not going. The senior's body was still recuperating, and it was not suitable for her to walk outside. The pain and bleeding from their recent encounter had yet to heal. Soft-skinned big white goose. Please, your expression pack is quite weak. Little dear, who told you to be so outrageous? It was my first time after all. Little dear, I'm not intentionally avoiding you. I just want to rest at home and regain my strength so I can soon be back to a level where I can be intimate with you. In the end, Zhou Jialu sent a sweet voice message. Su Bai felt quite satisfied. He noted that she referred to the Escot's hillside duplex as home. Ah, splendid. She adapted to the role swiftly. As for Zhou Jialu, he had observed her more homebody nature. She preferred to nest at home rather than being the type that required constant entertainment and stimulation. She belonged to the grounded type who enjoyed a simple, stable life. Lying idly in the spacious house brings an effortless joy to one's heart. It is indeed a blessing to have such a virtuous woman managing the household. Zhou Jialu expressed her desire to continue indulging in her beauty sleep, prompting Su Bai to refrain from disturbing her and instead venture out for some morning tea. The tea house, adorned in a retro style, boasted an array of exquisite mahogany furniture, a tradition much revered in that region. Su Bai settled at a window-side table and ordered an extravagant selection of delicacies. As for the tea, he opted for the most luxurious variety available, aiming to elevate his expenditure for the day. Sipping his tea, Su Bai activated the system panel in his mind to review the spoils of the previous night. In truth, he had already heard the familiar chime of the system upon breaking through the barrier with Chen Yuxing, but was too engrossed in his playful dalliance with the adorably nerdy prodigy to pay heed. Congratulations, host has acquired the most precious possession of an S-rank goddess. Receiving a special reward, military combat skills, master level. Military combat skills, master level as the name suggests. It bestows upon the host comprehensive close-quarters combat techniques sufficient for battlefield engagement. The effectiveness of this skill is augmented by the host's physical attributes, and any subsequent enhancements to the host's physique will also reflect in this skill. Not too shabby. Su Bai nodded slightly. What boy has not fantasized about being a martial arts master, capable of defeating hundreds with ease? Setting aside such youthful fantasies, possessing some combat skills can be immensely beneficial in emergencies, allowing one to safeguard oneself and those around them. Often, when reason fails, one must resort to brute strength to make a point. Closing his eyes, Su Bai gently stretched his shoulders and arms, as his mind connected with the motor neurons, recalling an array of techniques. These moves felt as if they had been honed through countless battles, ingrained deeply within his very being. From Su Bai's perspective, this combat skill would be nearly unmatched in daily life. Detected an increase in S-rank goddess Chen Yuxing's affection level, current affection, 95, reward, 6 lottery draws. Current lottery draw stock, 12 times. It became clear to Su Bai that this system operated on a rather straightforward and blunt mechanism. Basic monetary gains primarily stemmed from indulgent cashback. To obtain exceptional rewards, one must either deepen their relationship with S-rank goddesses, which directly grants powerful special skills like Master of Techniques and military combat skills, or increase the affection level beyond 90, with each increment yielding a lottery draw. With his accumulated lottery opportunities surpassing 10, Su Bai decisively opted for a 10 draw. You have consumed 10 lottery chances, initiating 10 consecutive draws. Dun dun. Dun dun ding ding. A lively melody filled the air as the system interface before Su Bai illuminated with a radiant glow. Subsequently, 2 large characters materialized before him. Reading fortune. After a display of flashy, albeit vague effects, the results of the lottery were laid bare before his eyes. It turned out that the lottery system, much like other games, often yielded nothing but trifles. In this 10 draw, 7 of the results were cash prizes, totaling over 10 million. This was not what Subai desired. After all, with the cashback mechanism in place, he was never short on money. What he sought were the dazzling rewards akin to military combat skills. Fortunately, the remaining 3 draws yielded items of considerable utility. Swimming, Master Level grants the host exceptional swimming abilities along with enhanced cardiovascular and muscular capabilities, encompassing both competitive and survival swimming techniques. Porsche Panamera GTS 40T, customizable within the system. For details, please click. Universal Membership Card allows the host access to any venue requiring membership qualifications. When venturing out, your identity is what you make of it. Setting aside the swimming skill and momentarily bypassing the details of the Porsche's customization, Subai found himself utterly captivated by the Universal Membership Card. This item sounded akin to a whimsical concept lifted from a comedic manga. Yet, it is well known that the true power of such whimsical creations lies in their formidable capabilities. In venues requiring membership, the disparity in exclusivity can be substantial. The more commonplace venues might include libraries, Sam's Club, and amusement parks, annual passes, while the elite venues could encompass nightclubs accessible solely to the affluent and artistic salons frequented by high society women. Naturally, Subai held little interest in art, but the allure of wealthy women was somewhat intriguing. Regardless, this card ensured that Subai could travel the globe without hindrance. Anywhere with a membership system could be navigated with ease. This convenience was invaluable, as certain high-tier memberships could not merely be purchased on the spot. They often necessitated connections. The ability to secure entry through the Universal Membership Card might enable Subai to forge significant relationships. After admiring the depiction of the membership card in the system for an extended period, Subai finally shifted his attention to the newly acquired vehicle. The Panamera, a renowned luxury sedan. It seemed particularly favored by numerous internet celebrities and the young scions of affluent families. Though undoubtedly an expensive vehicle, it carried an inexplicable sense of ubiquity. Of course, this ubiquity was confined to the online realm. In Jiangcheng, a relatively modest second-tier city, even driving a vehicle priced at 400,000 to 500,000 would earn one a measure of respect. Only when Subai accessed the vehicle customization interface within the system did he realize the extraordinary nature of this reward. Chapter 67. Customized Panamera, Intelligence Master Wansinyan. It is well known that for luxury vehicles in the million-dollar range, the perceived prestige often hinges heavily on the level of configuration, particularly the optional features. The richness of optional configurations can result in price differences of tens of thousands, sometimes rivaling the base price itself. Some ostensibly impressive luxury cars, when stripped down to their basic versions or secondhand, might be surprisingly affordable, while some unscrupulous individuals might use this tactic to deceive young women. Subai had no need for budgetary constraints regarding vehicles. Rather, he sought to embrace the luxury and personalization they offered. The advantages of the system's luxury car rewards were evident in this regard. Within the customization interface, a plethora of options awaited. From the most fundamental panoramic imaging, 20-inch wheels, and heated seats, to practical performance selections like upgraded PDLS headlights, sport chrono components, and a 90-liter fuel tank. Furthermore, he could choose bespoke paint colors, carbon ceramic brakes, air suspension, and sports exhaust systems. While some options could be modified post-delivery, the factory versions were superior. Though the factory options might be pricier, it mattered little. After all, this was a vehicle obtained through the system, allowing for lavish choices. With a series of deft maneuvers, Subai maximized the customization options. The process was somewhat intricate, particularly the selection of the paint color, as it was a personalized hue that could be finely adjusted on the palette, reminiscent of a certain unnamed game's vehicle modification segment. Indeed, this system's vehicle customization far surpassed the freedom found in games. As Subai focused on the configuration of the Porsche, his gaze returned to reality. Before him lay several baskets of dim sum. The selection was quite similar to the ordinary dim sum he had previously enjoyed, yet in Subai's eyes, the disparity in price was primarily reflected in 2 aspects. Firstly, the quality and freshness of the ingredients. For instance, while both featured steamed chicken feet, the more economical dim sum establishments utilized frozen, pre-prepared dishes, whereas the upscale venues procured fresh chicken feet from the morning market at the slaughterhouse. Similarly, when it came to steamed fish, budget eateries opted for perch or small yellow croaker, while this establishment served premium grouper, unmistakably the more luxurious option. The second aspect pertained to certain tactics employed to artificially inflate prices. The ubiquitous caviar and black truffle, regardless of whether in Chinese or Western cuisine, were lavishly added, instantly multiplying the cost several times over. As for the flavor, it was indeed delectable. However, without the indulgent cashback, Subai would deem it not worth the expense. Having indulged in luxurious dining experiences, he had gleaned a modicum of insight into the underlying strategies. During this meal, Subai consumed a considerable amount. Having finished the first round of dim sum, he ordered 2 additional rounds, fixating on the high-priced ingredients. The total bill effortlessly reached several thousand yuan. Subai realized that since acquiring the system, his appetite had also increased. According to the explanation from his companion, the system absorbed a portion of energy, storing it for Subai's future needs. Goodness, was this the hidden energy source? He wondered if one day his companion might learn the art of the lightning whirlwind strike. Due to the sheer volume of dishes Subai ordered, the head chef assumed a company was conducting a team-building event and came out to investigate, only to find Subai dining alone, leaving him utterly astonished. Haha, this young man can really eat. Impressive, the chef exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Before leaving, Subai casually recharged his prepaid card at the front desk. In most dining establishments, recharging would trigger indulgent cashback. Subai had undoubtedly become a master in the art of recharging. Whenever he found a restaurant he fancied, he would always top up. After the meal, Subai received a WeChat friend request from a senior manager at Porsche's domestic headquarters. The manager informed him that his custom Porsche was now in production and was expected to arrive in Jiangcheng in a few days. Indeed, the efficiency of the system's mystical powers in arranging luxury vehicles was nothing short of remarkable. Anyone who has purchased a car knows that if one opts for a model with numerous and uncommon configurations, the wait can sometimes extend to 6 months. Ding! The WeChat notification chimed again, this time from Wan Xinyan. Her avatar, featuring a red-bean glutinous rice ball, showcased several messages and photos. She mentioned that she and her sister had just finished their morning classes and inquired if Subai had woken up, suggesting they go shopping together. Accompanying her messages were several selfies. In the photos, the petite Wan sisters donned exquisite JK uniforms, exuding a youthful charm. However, their figures starkly contrasted with their outfits, rendering the cute uniforms suggestively alluring. Particularly, the angle of the photos was quite clever, revealing enticing glimpses to Subai. Hakiyan, you are far too ambitious. Subai mused. Despite having stood them up twice yesterday, they bore no grievances and continued to ardently pursue him that morning. It seemed they had discerned Subai's true capabilities through observation or some source of intel. And indeed, they were correct. At that moment, the 2 sisters, having just finished class, strolled along the tree-lined path of the campus. Sister, do you think he will reject us again? Perhaps Subai simply doesn't fancy girls like us. Wan Xinyi lamented with a disheartened expression. However, Wan Xinyan confidently reassured her, Sister, don't fret. What do you mean by small potatoes? We are more like giant whatever lolas. I've inquired through connections, and Subai enjoys watching anime. Many characters in his favorite shows resemble us. Surely he would want to explore such a dynamic in the real world? Men are inherently drawn to such things. Oh really? Wan Xinyi's demeanor softened. Being rejected once or twice was insignificant after all. Subai was a catch worth pursuing diligently. Shortly thereafter, Wan Xinyan shared her latest intelligence with her sister. She had infiltrated a socialite group on a certain platform, diligently learning the intricacies of high society. She had also befriended several like-minded individuals. Yesterday, she had sent a selfie of Subai from the gym at the Yashije to a seasoned socialite sister for evaluation. Naturally, she had obscured Subai's identity, as his physique and looks would render even the most materialistic and appearance-averse socialites speechless. The response had informed Wan Xinyan that the private gym corresponded with the finest luxury apartments in Jiangcheng, where the annual rent exceeded 1 million yuan, enough to purchase a house in the suburbs of Jiangcheng. The difference was that Subai's indulgence was purely for enjoyment, while buying a house was an investment. Despite recent fluctuations in the market, losses were minimal for a wealthy individual of his caliber. What was the significance of rejecting them twice? It was well known that a girl's patience in dating a boy was directly proportional to his assets. As long as the wealth was substantial, even the most temperamental princess would transform into a docile little bunny. Subai has replied, asking us to wait for him at the small west gate of the school. He will arrive shortly. Wan Xinyan beamed with joy. See, sister, what did I tell you? There was no need for concern. Yesterday on the basketball court, I sensed a yearning in Subai's gaze towards me. She giggled. Oh dear, you're remarkable, sister. I couldn't even decipher that. All I know is that he is incredibly handsome and possesses an air of charisma, Wan Xinyi replied, blushing as she cast her gaze downward, shyly fidgeting with her toes on the ground. Chapter 68. The mysterious Ben's brother at the small west gate of the girls' dormitory. At Jiangcheng University, the small west gate remained as serene as ever, with few passers-by and clear skies. A young man, fortunate enough to have no classes that morning, jogged by wearing headphones and athletic attire. Breathing in the fresh air nurtured by the university's lush greenery, he could not help but display a look of pure enjoyment. This is wonderful, University life is indeed far more liberating than high school. If only I could find a girlfriend to accompany me on adventures, he mused. Just as this thought crossed his mind, two striking figures emerged from the small west gate, clad in JK uniforms paired with over-the-knee stockings, one in black, the other in white. The young man rubbed his eyes, suddenly recognizing them. Could they be the fabled twin beauties from the broadcasting and hosting department of the art college? Instinctively, he halted, captivated by their presence. After a moment, the twins stood by the roadside in front of the school gate. The young man intended to resume his run, but realized that continuing would mean passing right by them. Strangely, he felt a twinge of apprehension. He was the type of boy whose heart raced at the mere thought of speaking face-to-face with a girl. After a brief hesitation, he decided to pause at the last corner before the school gate. It appeared the twins were waiting for a taxi, likely heading out for some fun. Once they departed, he would continue his jog. Phew. Yes, that's right. I've already looked for a while, and my heart and breathing are slightly out of sync now. This is a perfect opportunity for a little rest, he thought to himself. Ah, such a beautiful girl, truly an existence that is both desired and unattainable. Nowadays, girls have exceedingly high expectations of boys. They must either possess wealth or exceptional looks, standing out in every way. Otherwise, they face the scorn of being labeled as mediocre. Boys are acutely aware of their own standing, fully cognizant that they are leagues away from beauties like the Yuan sisters. In this situation, one can only dare to admire from a distance. Before long, a formidable SUV appeared at the end of the road. As the vehicle approached, the boy instinctively turned his gaze, only to find his expression shifting to one of surprise. Wait, this car, why does it seem so familiar? He strained to recall, eventually dredging up the critical information from the depths of his memory. Hold on, isn't this the same car that the aloof academic Chen Yuxing got into that night? He had been jogging nearby and had witnessed Chen Yuxing exiting the small west gate and entering a black Mercedes SUV. At that time, he had even pointed it out to his high school classmate, Chu Mingjie, who was infatuated with Chen Yuxing, treating her as if she were divine. The boy's gaze remained fixed on the Mercedes as it parked by the roadside. Soon, the Yuan sisters approached, skipping joyfully as they flung open the doors of the passenger and rear seats, giggling as they climbed inside. The Mercedes roared back to life and, with a flourish, zoomed past the boy. He quickly pretended to continue jogging, but slyly glanced back. Indeed, the rear emblem confirmed it was a Mercedes GLE, the four-wheel drive version. After his serendipitous encounter with Chen Yuxing, his curiosity led him to investigate, and he discovered that the vehicle that had picked her up was indeed a Mercedes GLE, identical in model and color to the one that had just passed. Though he regretted not remembering the license plate number, the boy believed that such coincidences were exceedingly rare. This suggested that both Chen Yuxing and the Yuan sisters had caught the attention of the same wealthy gentleman. If this were to circulate among the students, it would surely be sensational news. After all, the intersection of a campus beauty with a wealthy suitor is a perennial topic of gossip among peers. However, the boy prided himself on his decorum. Even having witnessed the event firsthand, he refrained from spreading rumors. Instead, he nervously took out his phone and found his buddy's WeChat. Keyword: Chen Yuxing. What is up with Chen Yuxing? A swift reply. Truly bizarre, Chu Mingjie. The boy's lips twitched as he hastily typed. No, it's not about Chen Yuxing, though I can't say it's unrelated. Question mark. Well, it's like this last time. He recounted the incident. Haha, what is the big deal? I thought you had seen Chen Yuxing officially announce something with a man. No, my friend. That car has appeared at the small west gate twice already, picking up different girls. Isn't it obvious that it's a wealthy gentleman on the prowl? Incorrect. Clearly, it's a rich second generation driving a rideshare to experience life. The Yuan sisters and Chen Yuxing merely happened to catch this ride. If they were speaking face to face, the boy would have loved to punch Chu Mingjie, but whatever. Good advice often falls on deaf ears. Since Chu Mingjie was so obstinate, there was nothing more the boy could do. Farewell. At that moment, Shui Tao and Chu Mingjie were in an elective class. Attendance was not taken, so theoretically, one could skip. However, the course was known to be one of the more challenging electives for first-year computer science students. Many classmates hesitated to skip unless they were exceptionally self-motivated. Even those who did attend often found themselves lost, struggling to grasp the material, eventually succumbing to distractions on their phones. Perhaps this was the fate of university classes. The teacher, armed with outdated slides, delivered convoluted lectures that left students bewildered, all while they feigned engagement, secretly absorbed in their devices. Only Su Bai, blessed with exceptional skills, could confidently skip class and still acquire knowledge effortlessly. Shui Tao busied himself on his phone, crafting an itinerary for an upcoming trip. As the leader of the travel squad, he had to ensure reliability while sneakily inserting some personal interests into the schedule, such as thrilling sky bridges or ghost hunting adventures, activities likely to foster intimate interactions with the girls. Do you think there might be wealthy guys in the vicinity of Jiangxing University driving luxury cars for ride-sharing just to attract girls? Chu Mingzhi suddenly posed a philosophical question. Perhaps, Xuetao mused, uncertain. What's with you, Chu? Are you hoping your parents will buy you a car to impress the ladies? Let me tell you, when it comes to wooing, a decent car suffices. There's no need for something extravagant, as you probably can't afford the upkeep. What do you mean I can't afford it? My parents are both executives in foreign companies. Buying me a Tesla is certainly within their means. Then why haven to you? Chu Mingzhi stammered, bristling. They want me to focus on my studies in college and not mess around. Sigh. That's why my standards are so high. Do you understand taste? Only girls like Chun Yuxing and Jiang Qiran, those ethereal beings, catch my eye. All right. You're quite the elitist, Xuetao replied, uninterested in continuing the debate. Yet, Chu Mingzhi's thoughts spiraled further. What if Chun Yuxing truly had entanglements with the mysterious Mercedes driver? How would Subai react? Chu Mingzhi, lacking depth of thought, couldn't resist privately messaging Subai, subtly probing. Hey Subai, if the girl you like got into a Mercedes owned by an older gentleman, would you forgive her? After a while, Subai's response arrived. Stop watching too much Initial D, Hu Ge. Chu Mingzhi, Chapter 69. Can Brother Subai change our fate? Subai, upon receiving Hu Ge's nonsensical message, immediately understood. Could it be that someone had seen him escorting the Wan sisters into the car? It was plausible. Whatever. If someone saw it, so be it. It's not illegal. I, Subai, conduct myself with utmost integrity. What's wrong with having a few female friends? What? You say I've been hanging out with 2 different girls over the past few days? Oh, please. The atmosphere was simply conducive to such interactions. I was merely following the lady's lead. Subai, your car is quite spacious. It must not be cheap. Naturally, the front passenger seat was occupied by his younger sister. Wan Xinyan. Subai realized that whenever these 2 sisters appeared together, it was always the younger sister who took the spotlight, while the elder sister, in comparison, seemed almost robotic. There was indeed a sizable difference in their personalities. It's probably worth a few $100,000, he replied. What do you mean, a few $100,000? Back in my hometown, that could buy you a 3-story house. Everyone in the village would envy you. Where's your hometown? In the neighboring province to the southwest. It's a nationally recognized impoverished county that has even made the news. We owe it to the government as subsidies. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to attend such a prestigious institution as Jiangxing University. You've certainly worked hard. It's not too bad. The entrance scores for the Art Academy aren't excessively high. The benefit is that since we got in, we can leverage the school's reputation to find part-time work, such as hosting commercial events or voice acting, among other things. Wan Xinyan was remarkably loquacious, unabashedly revealing her humble origins in conversation. Even as she settled into the luxurious Mercedes, her excitement radiated honestly. Subai found this candor refreshing, as long as one articulates their desires. There is ample ground for discussion. The type of girl who seeks to ensnare wealthy men solely based on her youthful beauty was not of interest to Subai, not due to a lack of emotional intelligence, but rather because engaging with such individuals proved too cumbersome. Before long, the trio arrived at the bustling commercial district near the school, Baixiang City. Unlike the upscale IKC Plaza that Subai had recently frequented, this locale catered to a more modest clientele, often teeming with university students on weekends. However, being a weekday, the foot traffic was relatively sparse. Wan Xinyan first inquired if Subai had any preferred brands or items he wished to purchase. Upon receiving a negative response, they proceeded to their planned destination, Decathlon. This expansive, budget-friendly sporting goods store offered a wide array of products, from basic athletic wear and hiking boots to entry-level mountain bikes, essentially catering to any sporting endeavor, all while emphasizing exceptional value for money. Wan Xinyan was astute enough not to lead Subai to an expensive brand counter and imply that he should foot the bill. Such tactics were the hallmark of less sophisticated women. Besides, both she and her sister were youthful and vibrant, not requiring the validation of high-end brands. A glance exchanged between Wan Xinyan and her sister signaled the commencement of their plan. Her sister, Wan Xinyue, understood immediately and moved to the far end of the store. Feigning interest in hiking poles, Wan Xinyan selected a snug climbing compression top paired with tight sharkskin pants. After disappearing into the fitting room, she rustled around for a moment before poking her head out, her expression slightly embarrassed. Subai Gij, could you come help me? The casual tone of her plea, coupled with her thoughtful use of the term Gij, older brother, led the nearby sales assistant to instinctively assume a familial connection between them, especially since the triplet of attractive individuals seemed quite harmonious. Thus, when Subai entered the fitting room, where another girl was already present, the assistant did not intervene or think twice. Upon stepping into the confined space of the fitting room, Subai felt compelled to oblige the invitation. After all, he was a gentleman eager to assist. Consequently, he aided Wan Xinyan in resolving her dressing dilemma. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Subai asked, "How old are you and your sister this year?" "We're adults now. We'll turn 18 this summer." Wan Xinyan replied cheerfully. "Subai Gij, why do you ask such peculiar questions? Your skin looks so youthful. Why do you still call me Gij when we're the same age?" Subai chuckled, finding her reasoning amusing. "Because you give off such a reliable vibe. In this society, age doesn't equate to maturity." Wan Xinyan sighed. "For instance, you just turned 18 and are already driving such a fine car, yet you never boast about it. In contrast, some people, Her laughter was infectious, and Subai immediately grasped her implication. Indeed, the local celebrity was rather ostentatious, making it difficult for those acquainted with him to refrain from jesting. "My sister and I live frugally. We can't afford to splurge on expensive items. While other girls at the art academy flaunt Lululemon, we only dare to shop at Decathlon. Though some claim that all clothing is similar, the quality is undoubtedly different." "Indeed," he replied, noting the growing affection in her gaze. "Subai Gij, you know, girls like my sister and me, who hail from rural backgrounds and were raised by our grandmother, come to the big city with the singular hope of altering our destinies. Can you help us change our fate?" Wan Xinyan gazed earnestly into Subai's eyes, her cherubic face alight with hope. Chapter 70. The Wan sisters are a unified entity. As the saying goes, the children of the impoverished mature early. The Wan sisters exemplified this truth. Social media often abounds with sentiments suggesting that contemporary university students are naive and innocent. Despite being of age, they still harbor childlike qualities. Yet, Wan Xinyan was decidedly not one of them. She was unequivocally an adult. A clear illustration of this was her assertion that only children fall in love. Adults engage in seduction. Her methods may have been somewhat crude, yet they were imbued with a palpable yearning for a better life. Subai, having experienced poverty himself, recognized a kindred spirit in the depths of her eyes. "Well, that will depend on your performance," he replied. "It's not just my performance, it's our performance." Wan Xinyan emphasized with a playful smile. "What do you mean?" "My sister and I made a pact long ago that whatever good fortune we encounter, we would share it, and that we would face hardships together," Wan Xinyan declared proudly. "We are a unified entity." This led Subai to a subtle speculation. Did she and her sister intend to act in concert? Indeed, isn't it delightful to have twin sisters accompany you? Taking us out shopping would be quite the spectacle, and others would be envious. Her words, though tinged with a hint of narcissism, held a kernel of truth. Many men harbor fantasies of embracing multiple beauties, yet few ever realize such dreams, let alone brazenly parade two lovely women in public. However, for the Wan sisters, this became a unique advantage. Twin sisters embarking on joint escapades appeared entirely natural. If anyone were to delve into moral implications, they could simply state they were accompanying their sister for a day of fun. Of course, successfully managing both twins would require considerable skill. In reality, many twin sisters exhibit a tendency to compete for their partner's attention, often fostering a spirit of rivalry. Yet, the Wan sisters were genuinely united. Subai, intrigued, continued to inquire. "Have you discussed this plan with your sister?" "Of course. My sister has already given her consent. In fact, she is even more interested in you than I am." "Oh, and why is that?" "I can't tell you just yet," Wan Xinyan teased, her sweet, childlike voice devoid of artifice, which pleased Subai immensely. A few minutes later, Subai reluctantly exited the fitting room, with Wan Xinyan obediently trailing behind. She gazed at his retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought, captivated by his handsome, reliable demeanor. "Did you two come to an understanding?" Wan Xinyan asked anxiously as the two emerged, her attention fixated on her sister's interaction with Subai, even clutching the hiking pole she had pretended to examine earlier. "Yes, Subai Gij is interested in us, and said he wants to see how we perform," Wan Xinyan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Wan Xinyan patted her chest, her face brimming with longing as she exclaimed, "So, this means I can finally begin to showcase my talents?" Observing her sister's eager expression, Wan Xinyan quickly cautioned, "Sister, do hold back a little. We wouldn't want to frighten anyone away." Yes, I understand," Wan Xinyan replied. Casting a glance at Subai, who was meticulously selecting climbing shoes, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Standing at an impressive height of 185 meters, Subai was the epitome of masculinity, his unadulterated stature confirmed during physical assessments. In the city of Jiangcheng, where the geographical position is neither distinctly southern nor northern, such height was indeed remarkable among the boys. Furthermore, after undergoing the enhancement treatments, Subai's physique boasted a stunningly perfect proportion, akin to that of a male model. Adorned in high-end fashion, he embodied the very essence of a young girl's dream prince. While Wan Xinyan possessed a gentle demeanor, she differed from her sister in one aspect. Whereas her sister was solely enamored with wealth, she harbored an additional passion for tall men, the kind whose faces one must gaze upward to behold. Just a moment of imaginative contemplation left Wan Xinyue feeling optimistic about the future. Beep. Detected S-rank goddess Wan Xinyan. Wan Xinyue's favorability rating has surpassed 80 points, binding her as a cashback recipient. Current favorability, 82. Subai was momentarily taken aback. Wait, why are your favorability ratings calculated together? Are you truly inseparable? Truth be told, Subai had not anticipated the profound unity between Wan Xinyan and Wan Xinyue. Such solidarity was indeed rare. He recalled a pair of twin sisters from his middle school days who were perpetually at odds. It was nearly inconceivable to envision them accompanying a man on a shopping excursion. Nevertheless, since they were so eager to enhance their lives, Subai resolved to fulfill their aspirations and alter their destinies. A cashback opportunity presented itself. Surely, it would be foolish to decline. Moreover, the quality of these two young ladies was exceptional. From a traditional aesthetic standpoint, they might be considered slightly shorter, yet Subai was a man of broad appreciation. From the perspective of an anime enthusiast, the Wan sisters were a rare and legitimate embodiment of youthful charm. Speaking of which, it seemed that the number of women surrounding Subai had inexplicably increased, leading him to sense a budding inclination towards mastering the art of time management. Perhaps this was one of the inconveniences of a life steeped in luxury. Alas, even with the support of his affluent companion, Subai found himself grappling with challenges. Chapter 71, Lululemon, Enhancing Subai's Sensory Experience. May I inquire if you are satisfied with this particular piece, miss? The sales associate asked, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Wan Xinyan's ensemble. If you like it, might I suggest trying some of our sports series outerwear? For shorter girls. Athletic wear often yielded mediocre results, yet Wan Xinyan was evidently an exception, coupled with her sister, who bore an almost indistinguishable resemblance. The sales associate felt optimistic about securing 2 sales that day. Subai inquired, what do you think? I think it's wonderful. Subai Gij. You must have been quite pleased as well, right? Wan Xinyan's tone carried a hint of implication. Then let us proceed with the purchase. Shall we select a different color for your sister? Yes, my sister adores pink or perhaps a bright yellow. Anything in a vivid hue will do. This revelation took Subai by surprise. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed accurate. The vivacious Wan Xinyan favored cooler tones, while Wan Xinyue preferred softer, warmer shades. The preferences of girls, it appeared, were elusive and difficult to gauge. Fortunately, Subai no longer needed to decipher their inclinations. He approached each encounter with a sense of curiosity, ready to explore the hidden facets of each goddess. The compression shirt and leggings totaled over 300 yuan, and with the 2 outfits combined, the total came to just over 600. Wan Xinyue also picked out a few small athletic accessories, bringing the grand total to a mere 800 yuan. Beep. Detected indulgent spending of 832 yuan by the bound subject, triggering a 4-fold cashback. Reward, 3,328 yuan. Sighing, Subai mused that perhaps his perspective had become skewed. Upon seeing the price of over 800, his initial reaction had been that it was a bargain. Before binding to the system, 800 yuan would have sufficed for a month of meals at the cafeteria, with some change left over. After all, the budget-friendly cafeteria meal, a meat dish, a vegetable dish, and rice, cost only 6 yuan, while breakfast could be had for a mere 250 with a serving of hot dry noodles. The subsidies at a prestigious university's cafeteria were quite generous. However, Subai's palate had become quite spoiled. In the realm of higher-end purchases, 800 yuan barely covered a single pair of trousers from certain women's brands. Oh wait. Subai recognized a potential oversight. The Wan sisters had already secured their outdoor sports attire, but that did not preclude him from purchasing additional items for them. After confirming with the system, Subai exited the Decathlon store while proposing, "These inexpensive pants feel uncomfortable. Allow me to take you both to acquire something of superior quality." Wan Xinyan exclaimed in surprise, hastily waving her hands. "That's not necessary. You already helped us with the checkout. We are truly grateful. After all, my sister and I have yet to contribute to you." Subai Gij, with a teasing smile reminiscent of a mischievous sprite. Wan Xinyan rose onto her toes and whispered into Subai's ear, her breath carrying a sweet, candy-like fragrance. It was quite a marvel. Each girl seemed to possess a unique allure in their scent. Fear not. There will be ample opportunities for you to contribute later. Moreover, purchasing better quality yoga pants will enhance my user experience. The phrase user experience elicited a delightful laugh from Wan Xinyan. Subai Gij, do refrain from using such language with other unfamiliar girls. You might just earn yourself a warning for objectification. What? Does that upset you? Not at all. In fact, I eagerly anticipate being utilized by you. Subai Gij. With flirtatious glances, Wan Xinyan nestled closer to Subai's arm. To be honest, her charm felt somewhat unrefined compared to the innate allure of a certain petite vixen. Yet, considering that these twin sisters had only recently entered their freshman year. Their innocent charm was exactly what was desired. Su-bai reveled in the moment, chuckling heartily as he gestured for the sisters to follow him, playfully patting them on their backsides from behind. It was a dual-action maneuver, a first attempt that left him feeling a tad apprehensive. The act of embracing them on either side felt somewhat at odds with the moral teachings he had internalized over the years. Simultaneously, Su-bai sought to ascertain whether the sisters were truly prepared to embrace a buy-one-get-one lifestyle. The outcome was quite satisfactory. Wan Xinyan let out a playful squeal. Caught off guard, casting a mock glare at Su-bai, yet she tightened her grip around his arm. As for her sister Wan Xinyu, she expressed her enjoyment without any pretense. Wait, how did this escalate to enjoyment so quickly? It felt as though beneath Wan Xinyue's demure exterior lay something rather extraordinary. Thus, Su-bai strolled through the mall, one arm linked with each of the charming sisters, drawing the attention of countless passers-by. Most gazes were filled with envy, mingled with confusion. What is going on? Is he out shopping with two girlfriends? No, wait. These two girls look strikingly identical. Ah, I see. They must be related, an older brother out with his younger sisters. Many onlookers formed similar conclusions. The notion of twins being universally appealing remains an astonishingly unconventional thought in reality, a perspective many would scarcely entertain. However, Su-bai's prowess allows him to navigate such complexities with ease, a testament to the confidence bestowed upon him by wealth. Welcome to the Lululemon flagship store in Jiangxing. The brand, a veritable benchmark for yoga pants, is well known to those who frequent short videos. To Su-bai's surprise, this particular outlet is the flagship store of Jiangxing, despite the fact that Baixiang City caters to a more modest consumer demographic. Upon further reflection, it seems logical. A substantial portion of the brand's audience consists of fashionable, middle-class young women. Where, then, is this demographic most densely populated? Indeed, at Jiangxing University. In today's challenging job market, where financial stability is elusive, many working women are reluctant to splurge on elegant attire. Though some may indulge in the generosity of admirers, not every woman finds such benefactors. Statistically speaking, the majority of women's appearances and emotional intelligence levels do not attract particularly lavish suitors. Conversely, female university students, often free from financial burdens, are typically encouraged by their families to enjoy a comfortable lifestyle, often receiving ample allowances. Spending their parents' money brings them no remorse, thus their purchasing power is formidable. As Su-bai entered the Lululemon flagship store, he cast a cursory glance and noted a number of young female students trying on clothes. To his surprise, he even recognized a somewhat familiar face, likely from a common elective course. The visual appeal in the store was quite varied. Yoga pants, akin to aerobics attire, accentuate the figures of those blessed with a good physique, but fail to offer the same enhancement to those less fortunate. After a brief survey of the surroundings, Su-bai returned his gaze to the Wan sisters beside him. Indeed, they were the more captivating pair. Chapter 72. The innocent freshman is easily satisfied. A beautiful sales associate scrutinized Su-bai's attire, her eyes lingering on the Audemars Piguet royal oak adorning his wrist before breaking into a radiant smile as she approached him. Having spent years in retail, she had developed a professional smile, but was adept enough to discern who possessed substantial purchasing power. Su-bai's trendy outfit, composed entirely of the latest seasonal releases, suggested he was a man of means. Those who flaunt their wealth often opt for discounted or secondhand items. Moreover, the watch he wore was unmistakably expensive, though its exact value eluded her. Her expertise lay in recognizing potential customers rather than appraising items. Sir, are you here to select outfits for your sisters? The sales associate instinctively assumed the Wan sisters were Su-bai's siblings, given his tall, robust physique that belied his maturity and their youthful, innocent appearance. Before Su-bai could respond, Wan Xinyan chimed in. Yes. My brother is helping us choose yoga pants that are soft and comfortable. She presented a charmingly innocent demeanor, leaning against Su-bai's arm as if to garner his favor. The sales associate, without further contemplation or grasping the deeper implications of comfortable, began. If you seek the utmost in tactile sensation, I recommend this year's new Glow Up series. Inspired by wetsuits, it features a smooth, high-elastic fabric that offers a strong sense of support in key areas. The laser-cut hems reduce indentations, while the matte finish exudes sophistication, balancing support and comfort. Leading the trio to the samples, she added, do keep in mind that as a new release, the price is on the higher side, 1,200 yuan per pair. Not to worry, price is no object as long as you like them. Su-bai affectionately ruffled the sisters' hair, exuding a hint of indulgence. They did not shy away. Rather, they appeared delighted. With Wan Xinyu even nuzzling Su-bai's hand and playfully brushing her tongue against his palm. Let us head to the fitting rooms. After several rounds of trying on outfits, Su-bai was quite pleased with the yoga pants fit. The brand's reputation as an online sensation was well-deserved. Despite some believing the pricing exorbitant, the garments truly flattered those with enviable figures. Subai even took a moment to assess the effect on Wan Xinyan. Quite satisfactory. He noted the availability of matching sports tops, hoodies, and sports bras, and suggested, let us also try the other series of yoga pants. The sales associate recommended the Align and Instill series, which cater to those who prefer the feeling of wearing nothing and those seeking shaping and silkiness, respectively. Huh, do we need to try so many? I thought just one would suffice, Wan Xinyan protested. Yes, we shouldn't burden our brother too much, Wan Xinyue added. Their reluctance was not due to a lack of desire, but rather a wish to maintain a lasting relationship with Subai, emphasizing a steady stream of goodwill rather than a fleeting windfall. However, they clearly underestimated Subai's financial capacity. Since we've made the effort to come, let us purchase a few more items. This is my stipulation, and your opinions do not carry weight here, he stated nonchalantly. With the benefactor resolute, the sisters had no choice but to acquiesce. As they continued to try on outfit after outfit, several young women in the store cast envious glances and whispered amongst themselves. Her brother is so generous. One remarked. Surely, they can't purchase everything. They'll likely only select one or two of the best, another speculated. Still, I wish I could get the new styles, but with my membership discount, the older models are only about 700 yuan, nearly 500 less than the new ones. That 500 could cover half a month's meals at school. Among the shoppers at Lululemon were indeed many financially constrained students, some having saved from their meager allowances for months just to afford a basic pair of yoga pants. After making a purchase, they would invariably return to their dorms for a series of flattering selfies to share on social media, eagerly awaiting compliments from friends. Yet, hearing Subai confidently declare he would buy whatever they desired stirred feelings of envy within them. It's surely a facade, they murmured internally. Once the Wan sisters concluded their fitting session, Subai proceeded to pay for an impressive array of items, all seasonal exclusives and collaborative additions, including yoga mats, water bottles, and gym bags. The total exceeded 10,000 yuan, and without a flicker of hesitation, he completed the transaction. My goodness, how extravagant. Where did this affluent young man come from? Yet, he was not just handsome, but also impeccably stylish, embodying the dream of every female university student as the epitome of a wealthy heir. Observers were genuinely awash with envy. As for Wan Xinyan, her petite, charming lips parted in astonishment. Brother Subai, this is truly outrageous. The most extraordinary of all was undoubtedly the yoga mat, an item that Wan Xinyan had never even contemplated. Even if she were to purchase a yoga mat, she would certainly not opt for the Lululemon brand. After all, such items could be found at a much more affordable price on Taobao, while branded goods were prohibitively expensive. However, Subai argued that since they were already there, it would be convenient for them to exercise and stretch in their dormitory. Ding! S-class goddess Wan Xinyan and Wan Xinyue indulged in a lavish expenditure of 1,118 yuan at Lululemon, triggering a tenfold cashback reward of 180 yuan. Now, upon witnessing the staggering cashback amount in the system, Subai had grown desensitized. His bank account had surpassed 70 million yuan. 100,000 was indeed a trifling sum. Yet, despite the incessant notifications chiming, he still found the sound remarkably crisp and melodious. The act of flaunting wealth not only brought him financial gain, but also allowed him to bask in the adoring gazes of the beautiful twin sisters. Speaking of which, it was truly astonishing how easily this freshman girl was satisfied. When considering it from a different perspective, if it were a more worldly and sophisticated beauty, accustomed to societal norms, spending over 10,000 on a handbag might leave her feeling it lacked prestige. Xinyan, stop daydreaming and come over to fill out the address. Subai called out from the counter. Huh, brother, what's wrong? Why do we need to fill out an address? Wan Xinyan snapped back to reality. Fill in your dormitory address so that the store can arrange delivery directly to your door, Subai explained. There is quite a bit, and it would save you the trouble of carrying it all back. Great. Brother, you really think of everything, Wan Xinyan exclaimed, jumping up with excitement. Wrapping her arms around Subai's neck and stretching on her toes just enough to plant a kiss on his cheek. Alas, the height difference was quite adorable. Nearly 30 centimeters. Wan Xinyan eagerly filled in the address, her hands trembling slightly. Just the thought of all those clothes arriving at the dormitory sent her heart racing with delight, imagining the envious gazes of her roommates. Chapter 73. Beauty is not a scarce resource. Wealth is. Observing Wan Xinyan's animated demeanor, Subai couldn't help but smile. Just as he had anticipated, Wan Xinyan was eager to indulge in a moment of vanity regarding the gift he had bestowed upon them. Everyone possesses a degree of vanity, especially within the artistic atmosphere of a girl's dormitory. In comparison to the relatively naive and straightforward girls from engineering disciplines, Those studying the arts tend to mature more quickly. In truth, Su Bai had only spent a little over 10,000. Even without considering the cashback, it was a mere drop in the ocean for him. Yet, the reactions of the Wan sisters were quite entertaining. When Su Bai mentioned arranging for delivery to the dormitory, Wan Xinyan's mood visibly shifted. It became clear that, for her, the allure of showcasing the items outweighed their intrinsic value. Watching her exuberant reaction, Su Bai found it rather amusing. Once all arrangements were finalized, he leaned down to Wan Xinyan and said, "I've finished purchasing everything. Shall I take you both for a drive later? I remember there's a serene riverside road to the north of this mall, sparsely populated, with ample open spaces for camping and strolling." "Absolutely. We've always been curious about that area, but it's too far to explore without a car," Wan Xinyan replied, her enthusiasm infectious. Indeed, having a vehicle significantly expanded the range of activities. Su Bai couldn't help but reflect on this fact. Before acquiring the Mercedes GLE, he had little motivation to venture beyond campus. Navigating the subway was quite a hassle, and more often than not, the nearest subway station was a considerable distance from the destination, necessitating a lengthy ride on a shared bicycle. Suddenly, Wan Xinyan recalled something and asked, "By the way, are you planning to take this car for our mid-autumn festival trip, Brother Su Bai?" "Yes, why?" "Oh, it's nothing, just curious. This car is indeed quite spacious. Perfect for a road trip." Su Bai chuckled. "I believe the Magotan is also quite suitable for a road trip. Come on. I don't want to ride in Xue Tao's car." "Oh, by the way, can my sister and I sit in your car? We'll reserve our spots." "Don't worry, we 1TB freeloaders. We'll make sure to take care of you, Brother Su Bai," Wan Xinyan said, her tone laced with flirtation and heavy implication. She was pleased with the progress she had made in charming Su Bai and believed she had earned the privilege to ride in his car during their mid-autumn outing. She certainly did not want to be assigned to the Magotan, enduring Xue Tao's tiresome chatter. That posed an intriguing question. Su Bai pondered for a moment, noting that the travel group consisted of 4 men and 4 women, ideally splitting into 4 groups. However, this was merely a theoretical distribution. In reality, the back seat of the Mercedes GLE could comfortably accommodate 3 girls, while there was no need for a strict adherence to the F rule. One could sit in the front passenger seat, allowing all 4 girls to ride with Su Bai. As for the feasibility of this plan, Chen Yuxing would surely accompany Su Bai. She was currently enjoying a deep slumber at the JW Marriott Hotel after binge-watching an anime series, likely to be quite clingy when she woke. As for the remaining girl, Jiang Qiran, Su Bai understood her well. Being childhood friends, Jiang Qiran would never agree to sit in the Magotan, especially not with 3 unfamiliar men. The plan was set. Thus, Su Bai replied, "All right. Then you and your sister can sit in the back seat." "Got it." Wan Xinyan playfully saluted. She was astute enough not to inquire who would occupy the passenger seat, which was evidently reserved for Chen Yuxing. Many classmates had remarked on the burgeoning relationship between Su Bai and Chen Yuxing, frequently seen gaming together. While Wan Xinyan had previously been uncertain about their dynamics, after witnessing Su Bai's South financial prowess up close, she was convinced that Chen Yuxing must also harbor feelings for him. Moreover, it was possible that they had already formed an unspoken bond. Yet, speculating was futile. The most pressing matter at hand was to repay Su Bai for his generosity in purchasing clothes for them. Although Wan Xinyan had already made her advances in the fitting room, it was clear that it was insufficient. She reminded herself to maintain a professional demeanor, avoiding the tendency to treat the wealthy gentleman as a fool. During her time in the Little Red Book community, she had encountered numerous aspiring social climbers and heard their stories. Many had been reckless in their youth, failing to recognize the kindness of wealthy individuals and pushing their luck, ultimately leading to their dismissal. Young women often received societal privileges due to their beauty, leading to inflated self-worth. However, it was only as they aged and their looks faded that they realized beauty was not a scarce resource. There would always be 18-year-olds emerging with fresh allure, while the path to becoming wealthy seemed increasingly arduous. Moreover, some affluent men, even if they adopted a materialistic mindset, often found it hard to let go of their resources. In contrast, Su Bai was exceptionally rare. He exuded an allure that made it entirely comfortable for women to flirt with him, bringing genuine joy to their hearts. As the popular saying goes, it was a physiological attraction. Thus, when Wan Xinyan heard that Su Bai intended to drive them to a secluded location for a leisurely outing, she prepared herself to seize the opportunity to showcase the charm of the twin sisters. As Su Bai led the Wan sisters into the elevator toward the mall's underground parking lot, on the opposite side of the same floor, Lu Yuan gazed at their retreating figures, utterly dumbfounded. "Oh my goodness, what have I just witnessed?" Su Bai is actually strolling through the streets hand in hand with the Wan sisters from the Art Institute. Could it be true? Recently, he has been entangled with Chen Yuxing, yet here he is, displaying such intimacy with the Wan sisters. Could this be considered infidelity? If he were merely flirting with multiple girls simultaneously, it it would be one thing. However, what truly astounds Lu Yuanyuan is the fact that Chun Yuxing did not return to the dormitory last night. This marks the first time since the semester began that she has spent the night away. Lu Yuanyuan's curiosity was ablaze, leading her to discuss the matter at length with her roommate, Jiang Qiran, but they could not arrive at any conclusions. As for why she did not confide in her closest friend, Zhou Jialu, it was because Zhou Jialu was also absent. This, however, did not surprise Lu Yuanyuan. After all, Zhou's boyfriend treats her exceptionally well, and their relationship has escalated rapidly, progressing to the point of intimacy, which is hardly unexpected. Yet, Chun Yuxing's behavior is indeed perplexing. Lu Yuanyuan even took the initiative to ask her boyfriend, Xue Tao, and learned that Su Bai also did not return to the dormitory. This sparked a rather terrifying speculation in her mind. Could it be that Su Bai and Chun Yuxing have checked into a hotel together? It is truly difficult to imagine that the aloof academic overachiever who spends her days immersed in the laboratory would go off with a boy to such a place. Yet, if it were Su Bai, it seems somewhat plausible. After all, he is quite handsome and possesses a commendable physique. Chun Yuxing's choice of Su Bai is not entirely uncommon in university. Not all female students pursue relationships for financial gain. Many are still captivated by appearances, holding on to the ideal of marrying for love. To be honest, Lu Yuanyuan finds this rather foolish. Su Bai comes from a modest background, and Chun Yuxing's family seems to be of little better circumstance. Their union will undoubtedly face countless challenges in the future. Chapter 74. Is Su Bai truly from an ordinary family? As the saying goes, poverty breeds sorrow in couples. The idealized love experience during student years often suffers a harsh reality check post-graduation. What was once a loving relationship can devolve into conflict, and one partner may stray due to dissatisfaction with their circumstances. Lu Yuanyuan recognized this reality quite early on. If one cannot find a particularly suitable partner during university, settling for Xue Tao may not be such a bad option. At least Xue Tao possesses 4 properties and a Passat. Marrying him would spare her from concerns about mortgages and car loans. However, Su Bai presents a far graver issue. Not only is his family background questionable, but he also does not strike her as particularly industrious. Despite being enrolled in the highly sought-after computer science program, he spends his days languishing in the dormitory, while Chun Yuxing diligently immerses herself in her studies. The contrast is glaring. It is only a matter of time before issues arise from the pairing of such an ambitious individual as Chun Yuxing with someone as indulgent and lackadaisical as Su Bai. Last night, Lu Yuanyuan reached this conclusion. Yet, the scene she encountered today completely reshaped her perceptions. Not only was Su Bai holding the hands of the Wan sisters, but Lu Yuanyuan also witnessed him purchasing an abundance of items for them at Lululemon. Indeed, just moments ago, she had spotted the trio and, out of curiosity, had hidden away to observe them for quite some time. The more she watched, the more baffled she became. Wasn't he Su Bai from a humble working-class family, receiving only 1,200 yuan as his monthly allowance? How could he afford such extravagant shopping sprees with the girls? Something was amiss, very amiss. As she watched the 3 of them enter the elevator, a wave of anxiety washed over Lu Yuanyuan. She realized she might have stumbled upon some unsettling truth, yet its nature remained obscured. This tantalizing feeling of being tantalized, but not fully grasping the reality, was deeply unsettling for Lu Yuanyuan. For a girl with a penchant for gossip, this was intolerable. Reflecting on this, she quickly pulled out her phone and messaged Xue Tao. Yuanyuan, is Su Bai really from an ordinary family? Are you sure? Xue Tao, panda emoji. Xue Tao, why the sudden inquiry? Xue Tao, by the way, Yuanyuan, why didn't you respond to my messages last night? What were you up to? Xue Tao, pig's nose. Yuanyuan, nothing much. I was exhausted from class and fell asleep in the dorm. Last night, she had been too preoccupied gossiping about Chun Yuxing with Jiang Qiran to bother with Xue Tao. After confirming that Su Bai had not returned to the dorm, she had little interest in further conversation. Primarily, Xue Tao had been quite bothersome lately, constantly hinting that their relationship should progress. Lu Yuanyuan believed that a man who is overly eager is rather pathetic. In the eyes of most women, such eagerness is a deplorable trait, perhaps subconsciously. It signifies their thirst, while women, in turn, elevate their own self-worth. However, considering her current urgency to extract information about Su Bai from Xue Tao, she felt that advancing their relationship slightly might yield some valuable insights. Well, it wouldn't hurt to hold hands occasionally, would it? Yuanyuan, for lunch. I'd like to eat at the second floor of the cafeteria. Yuanyuan, afterward, let us take a stroll by the west gate. Smile, smile. Xue Tao, no problem, it's on me. Xue Tao, unintelligible, trending emoji. In class, Xue Tao suddenly clenched his fist in excitement. Though he remained silent, it was as if he was already celebrating. What is up, local guy? Did your father, James, score again? Chu Mingzhi shot him a glance, teasingly. Haha. Shui Tao replied smugly, Yuan invited me to lunch today. See, this is the benefit of having a girlfriend. What benefit is that, bro? Does this count as a benefit? Chu Mingzhi retorted, are women going to refund you for spending money on them, or what? Isn't it just the norm to spend when you have money? Besides, nowadays, girls never pay for dates. Spending on them is just my prowess. Shui Tao replied, his expression nonchalant. Primarily, there was also a post-lunch stroll involved. And it would be in the lush, serene pedestrian path at the West Gate. The implications here are rather clear. Shui Tao believed he could tentatively hold Lu Yuanyuan's delicate hand. Just the thought of touching a girl's soft hand made him tremble with anticipation. Perhaps, he might even explore further. Sigh. Shui Tao's parents had been quite strict during his high school years, meticulously controlling everything from his behavior to his allowance. All to ensure he focused on his studies. They had even spent a fortune hiring a seasoned tutor for one-on-one instruction. Shui Tao lived up to expectations, studying diligently, and ultimately secured admission to the best university in Jiangxing. Thus, once he entered college, with money in hand and a car to drive, he began to let loose. During high school, his parents had strictly forbidden him from dating, resulting in a long period of repression. Now, with that pressure finally lifted, Shui Tao felt as though he was on the cusp of the pinnacle of his life. In the third canteen, on the second floor, the prices for stir-fried dishes are somewhat extravagant for students, resulting in a rather sparse crowd on typical days. Shui Tao made a point to secure a relatively large table. Yet ultimately, only Lu Yuanyuan graced him with her presence. With the addition of 3 gentlemen, the gathering comprised a mere 4 individuals, rendering the atmosphere somewhat desolate. Where are your roommates? Why haven't they joined us? Shui Tao's opening remark left Lu Yuanyuan momentarily speechless. Not to be rude, but what about your emotional intelligence? So you invite me to dinner while predominantly thinking of my roommates? Lu Yuanyuan, acutely aware of her own lackluster presence compared to her 3 goddess-like roommates, felt the sting of sensitivity that had plagued her throughout her year at Jiangxing University. Thus, Shui Tao inadvertently stepped on a landmine. They all have their own commitments. She retorted, what's the matter? Missing your girlfriend's roommates is making you melancholic. Ha ha ha. It's not that I'm sad. It's just that with more people, the atmosphere is livelier, and the menu would be more diverse, Shui Tao replied, only to be interrupted by a sudden realization. Wait, Wang Haoran, what are you doing? He discovered that while he was engaged in small talk with Lu Yuanyuan, Wang Haoran had quietly brought over a plate of boiled beef and a serving of stir-fried squid. These 2 dishes were among the pricier options available on the second floor. Wang Haoran replied nonchalantly, oh, I noticed these were freshly prepared over there, so I ordered them. These 2 are absolutely delicious. Indeed, they were delectable, yet Shui Tao hesitated to voice his concerns about the cost. It clashed with the image he had cultivated as a financially comfortable local. In reality, due to treating Lu Yuanyuan to various outings since military training, his pocket money had dwindled to nearly nothing this month. He planned to use the upcoming mid-autumn festival trip as a pretext to request additional funds from his parents. However, he knew he had to be frugal in the next few days. All right, if you enjoy them, that's fine. It's rare for me to treat everyone. Shui Tao mumbled, somewhat dissatisfied. To his surprise, Wang Haoran shook his head and said, no need. I've covered these 2 dishes and 4 bowls of rice. If you wish to order anything else, feel free. With that, he turned his attention back to his phone, leaving Shui Tao to contend with his complex emotions.